The Frankfurt fragment of a system 221. Meant already discussed. Hegel refers here to discussions now lost according to which the religious life was defined as something which kept objects alive or breathed new life into them, views known to us from earlier chapters. Nor is there anything fundamentally new in his reference to the fate of the religious life, which demands of him that he admit the existence of the objective as objective, or even that he make the living being itself into an object. The later formula is even more incisive than those in the spirit of Christianity, for there, although Hegel went no further than to acknowledge that religion could not annul objectivity, it was only Judaism which was accused of causing living relations with objectivity to ossify. This process of objectification may well be momentary and revocable, but it is necessary that life should also put itself into a permanent relation with objects and thus maintain their objectivity even to the point of completely destroying them. Here once again the Hegelian definition of work as a permanent relation, not capable of being annulled by religion, comes to the surface. The process of realizing religion in the modern world is seen by Hegel to be one in which the religious life must continually come to terms with the conditions of life which have become objective and constantly reproduce objectivity. This goes so far that Hegel even admits that for modern priests the social division of labor is unavoidable. We can see, then, that Hegel's extravagant hopes about the redemptive power of religion fade in proportion as he approaches the concrete history and social reality of the modern world. In line with this, the concluding sentences of the fragment have a certain air of resignation. Hegel believes that an elevation of finite life to infinite life such that as little as possible of the finite and restricted remains is not absolutely necessary. Religion wants any ion of the AR to the infinite, and some such elevation is necessary. But the stage of opposition and unification on which the cron nature of one generation of men persists is accidental. The most perfect integration is possible in the case span whose life is separated and disintegrated as little as possible, i.e. in the case of happy peoples. Unhappy peoples cannot reach that stage, but they, living in a state of separation, must take anxious care for the preservation of one member of the whole, i.e. for their own independence. We can see that the intoxicating wine of religious mysticism has been watered down considerably by this point. 222. Of philosophical importance in these and the sentences directly following them is Hegel's attempt to take up a critical stance towards the philosophies of his age, which he has now seen to be necessary, and to judge them from a loftier perspective. It comes as no surprise to see him equating pure objectivity and pure subjectivity in the course of his strictures on the limitations of the finite life and on fragmentation. For this is no more than a general philosophical restatement of the idea already familiar to us, according to which activity and passivity, struggle against fate or flight from it, amount to the same thing. But his arguments, which are evidently aimed at Kant and Fichte, go beyond this. It occurs to him for the first time that the subjectivity of Kant and Fichte one's part of the same complex as the unknowable thing in itself. He writes, one may consider the situation from the side of subjectivity as independence, or from the other side as an alien, remote, inaccessible object. Both seem to be compatible with one another, although it is necessary that, the stronger the separation is, the purer must the ego be and the further must the object be removed from and above man. The greater and more isolated the inner sphere, the greater and more isolated is the outer sphere also. It does not matter what mode of consciousness a man prefers. When the separation is infinite, it does not matter which remains fixed, the subject or the object, but in either case the opposition persists, the opposition of the absolutely finite to the absolutely infinite. Thus Hegel is no longer content to criticize the philosophy of Kant and Fichte purely from a moral point of view. This critique is directed at and epistemological evaluation of Kant and Fichte remains a constant in his later philosophy. The process of overcoming the religious mysticism of his Frankfurt period will enable him to place this critique of them in a more comprehensive, more scientific framework. That is to say, the elements of his later historical method are already present. In this he does not criticize particular aspects or doctrines of these philosophers, but instead sees them as philosophical totalities which are at the same time the necessary product of their age. Sublime and awful, but not beautiful and 223. Humane. This is Hegel's judgment on their Weltanschauung, and it points at the same time to the general humanist philosophy by which he hoped to overcome it. Notes. I. VOPNYAMFW. What remains of this manuscript are 2 written sheets, each filling 3 printed sides in the Knoll edition. According to Hegel's own pagination, the manuscript seems to have contained 47 such sheets. What has survived are pages 8 and 47, Knoll, p. 345. It is doubtful whether Hegel regarded the work as finished. In a later letter to Schelling dated November 2, 1800, he speaks of his work on the system as if it were still going on. But we cannot say whether this remark refers to the present fragment or to the initial stages of some other work, cf. Rosenkranz, p. 143. No preparatory studies for this or any other works from the same period have come to light. We shall have something to say about the new introduction to the positivity of Christianity in the next chapter. Hofmeister maintains that an examination of the manuscripts shows that the brief essay on Schiller's Wallenstein also falls within this period, although it has always been included in Hegel's later Berlin writings, volume XX of the Glockner edition, pages 456 ff, cf. Hofmeister, p. 456 f. Since this essay merely presents a number of variations on the view of fate already familiar to us, we do not intend to comment on it further. Cf. Rosenkranz, p. 220, for an account of these activities and relations in Jena. Hofmeister, pages 288 ff. and 470 ff. Knoll, p. 346. Knox, p. 309. Knoll, p. 346. Knox, p. 310. Ibid. Knoll, p. 346 f. Knox, p. 310. Knoll, p. 347. Knox, pages 310 to 11. Hegel's mature discussion of Kant's infinite progress can be found in The Science of Logic, trans. Miller, London 1969, pages 150 to 54 and 227 to 34. He remarks there, the spurious infinite, especially in the form of the quantitative progress to infinity which continually surmounts the limit it is powerless to remove, and perpetually falls back into it, is commonly held to be something sublime and a kind of divine worship, while in Bulletin it has been regarded as ultimate. This progression has often been the theme of tirades which have been admired as sublime productions. As a matter of fact, however, this modern sublimity does not magnify the objet, rather does this take flight, but only the subject assimilates such vast quantities. He goes on to criticize the hollowness of this exaltation as he finds it in the tirade at the end of the Critique of Practical Reason, where Kant finds it sublime when the subject raises himself in 224. Thought above the place he occupies in the world of sense, reaching out to infinity, to stars beyond stars, worlds beyond worlds, systems beyond systems, etc. Hegel goes on to castigate the love of infinity as displayed by modern astronomers, and finally attacks its role in Kant's moral dualism. To the infinity of outer, sensuous intuition, Kant opposes the other infinite, when the individual withdraws into his invisible ego and opposes the absolute freedom of his will as a pure ego to all the terrors of fate and tyranny, and starting with his immediate surroundings, lets them vanish before him, and even what seems enduring, worlds upon worlds, collapse into ruins, and, alone knows himself as equal to himself. Hegel comments, the ego in being thus alone with itself is, it is true, the reached beyond, it has come to itself, is with itself, here and now, the absolute negativity which in the progress beyond the quantum of sense was only a flight, in pure self-consciousness becomes affirmative and present. But this pure ego, because it has fixed itself in its abstraction and emptiness, has determinate reality, the fullness of the universe of nature and mind, confronting it as a beyond. We are faced with the same contradiction which lies at the base of the infinite progress, namely a returnedness into self, which is at the same time immediately an out of selfness, a relation to its other as to its non-being, and this relation remains a longing, because on the one side is the insubstantial, untenable void of the ego fixed as such by the ego itself, and on the other, the fullness which though negated remains present, but is fixed by the ego as its beyond. Thus Hegel's critique of infinite progress is crucial to his rebuttal of the philosophy of Kant and Fichte, just as his concept of bad or spurious infinity is pivotal to his attack on romantic irony. Cf. his remarks on the ought where similar arguments are employed, Science of Logic, OPCIT, pages 131-6, Iran's. Knoll, p. 348. Knox, pages 312-13. G.ls italics. Knoll, p. 347. Knox, p. 311. Knoll, p. 348. Knox, p. 313. Knoll, p. 347. Knox, p. 312. Lenin, Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, Collected Works, Volume 14, London 1962, p. 198. Knoll, p. 347f. Knox, p. 312. G.ls italics. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 38, pages 139 and 141. Lassen, p. 428. Knoll, p. 349f. Knox, p. 316f. Knoll, p. 350. Knox, p. 317. Knoll, p. 351. Knox, pages 317-18. Chapter 8. Reformulation of the problem of positivity. The last piece of work undertaken by Hegel in Frankfurt was a new introduction to the great Bern manuscript The Positivity of the Christian Religion. Hegel himself gives September 24, 1800 as the date when he started work on it, i.e. shortly after finishing the fragment of a system, and since the essay is brief no further chronological problems are involved. Hegel's general approach to the problem here is radically opposed to that of the original study. It is not known, however, whether he seriously intended to rewrite it or not, nor do we know when he stopped working on it. The analysis of the new introduction presents no special problems in view of our familiarity with Hegel's other Frankfurt writings, since in the main it summarizes ideas which we have frequently encountered. We shall concentrate, therefore, on those features which come closer to his later views as well as those which point up the change from earlier positions, and in particular his rejection of ideas he had entertained in Bern. A point of particular methodological interest is his definition of an ideal, since it represents the as yet unclear formulation of what he was later to call the concrete concept. Both in Bern and Frankfurt the word ideal recurs often enough, but it is used either in its ordinary meaning or in its Kantian sense. The term is not particularly well adapted to what Hegel wants it to mean, and he soon dropped it, but the substance is of the first importance. After the new conception of dialectical contradiction in the fragment of a system, it comes as no surprise to see Hegel moving in the direction of the concrete concept. However, our thesis that his method and system were in conflict during the Frankfurt period, and that his development of the dialectic worked against his systematic aims, is confirmed by the fact that he now looks for and finds the concrete totality within the categories of philosophy, even though in the fragment the concrete had been placed in the realm of the religious and philosophy had been assigned a lesser role of preparing the way for religion through its negative criticism, which task accomplished, it would find itself superseded by it. Here Hegel contrasts the ideal, which is concrete and historical, with universal concepts which are abstract and anti-historical. He writes, "An ideal of human nature, however, is quite different from general." 225. 226. Concepts of man's vocation or of man's relation to God. The ideal does permit of particularization, of determination in detail, and therefore it demands appropriate religious actions, feelings, usages, demands an excess of these, a mass of excessiveness which in the lamplight of general concepts seems only ice and stone. This statement certainly lacks methodological rigor and precision, but it represents the first appearance of Hegel's discovery that generalization does not necessarily entail the impoverishment of content, as formal logic assumes, but that, on the contrary, because true philosophical generalizations contain rich deposits of material that has been superseded, they become richer and more concrete the higher the level of generalization becomes. Hegel's reliance in Frankfurt on experience as a basis for the formation of conceptual schemes is demonstrated here by the way in which necessary generalizations have not yet been fully emancipated from the actual historical occasion that engendered them. Instead, they simply carry the signs of their origin along with them in an undigested or only partly digested form. In the present instance, the ideal, the general concept by means of which Hegel is moving towards the concrete concept, has still not freed itself from the realm of religious positivity to which it is being applied. Of course, the later Hegel, too, always enlivens and illuminates the most abstract ideas with a mass of concrete material, but there is a great difference between that and the confused, unmediated union, which we see here, between the problem itself and the factors that brought it into existence. Like all of Hegel's developmental processes, this one too has a dual character. On the one hand, as we have shown, it contains the seeds of a new logic which make it possible to accommodate the particularity of objects and of historical phenomena within dialectics, and so to construct a methodology which, even though unconscious at this stage and full of idealist distortions, is capable of reflecting the richness and mobility of objective reality. On the other hand, Hegel employs this more concrete logical structure in order to defend religion against the encroachments of reason and the understanding. In line with this, the opening remarks of the new introduction contain a full-scale attack on the philosophy of the Enlightenment and its view of history and religion in particular. From the outset, Hegel protests energetically against the distinction drawn by the Enlightenment between positive and natural religion. He rejects the premise that there is only one natural religion, since human nature is one and single, while there may be many positive religions. Hegel rejects the idea that religion and its historical role can be 227 deduced from such generalized concepts of human nature. The general concept of human nature is no longer adequate. The concept of the freedom of the will is a one-sided standard, because human manners and characteristics together with the accompanying religion cannot be determined by concepts at all. The universal concepts of human nature are too empty to afford a criterion for the special and necessarily manifold needs of religious feelings. Hegel's aim here, and this is the progressive side of his method, is to refrain from passing moral and philosophical judgment on the past, and to limit himself to attempting to comprehend its dynamics and complexity. After listing a series of arguments against religion advanced by the Enlightenment, he adds, "But this method of explaining the matter presupposes a deep contempt for man and the presence of glaring superstition in his intellect. The sole question raised is the question about the truth of religion in abstraction from the manners and characteristics of the nations and epochs which believed it, and the answer to this question is that religion is empty superstition, deception, and stupidity." Hegel raises a passionate protest against the notion that the convictions of many centuries, regarded as sacrosanct, true, and obligatory by the millions who lived and died by them in those centuries, were, at least on their subjective side, downright folly, or plain immorality. These quotations show clearly enough that the strengthening of Hegel's historical consciousness was accompanied by the need to provide an historical and philosophical apologia for religion, and not just in the sense that he was able to recognize the religions of the past as real factors in history, the social causes of whose rise and fall were worthy of study, but in the sense of wishing to justify the permanent and hence contemporary relevance of religion. Knowing as we do the course of Hegel's development in Frankfurt, this does not come as any surprise to us. We must, Hegel says, at least presume that man has a natural sense or consciousness of a supersensible world and an obligation to the divine. That everything high, noble, and good in man once divine, that it comes from God and is His Spirit, issuing from Himself. This is essentially the application to history of the philosophy of religion contained in the fragment Opus system. But it would be one-sided to regard this as the sole aim of Hegel's thought at this time. We do indeed witness that tendency to idealize religion which never disappears, even. 228. After he has long since overcome the mystical excesses of the Frankfurt period. But it would be an error to see only this and to overlook his serious attempts to understand Christianity historically, to see it as that spiritual force that for 2,000 years has determined European culture for good and evil, in a progressive or reactionary sense. Hegel opens the essay with a broad survey of the political, social, and cultural influence of Christianity in which, characteristically, many of the strictures dating from the Bern period were taken over almost word for word. Since this is Hegel's first historical survey of this kind, we think it is important to reprint the passage in its entirety despite its length. The Christian religion has sometimes been reproved, sometimes praised, for its consistency with the most varied manners, characters, and institutions. It was cradled in the corruption of the Roman state, it became dominant when that empire was in the throes of its decline, and we cannot see how Christianity could have stayed its downfall. On the contrary, Rome's fall extended the scope of Christianity's domain, and it appears in the same epoch as the religion of the barbarians, who were totally ignorant and savage but completely free, and also of the Greeks and Romans, who by this time were over-civilized, servile, and plunged in a cesspool of vice. It was the religion of the Italian states in the finest period of their licentious freedom in the Middle Ages, of the grave and free Swiss republics, of the more or less moderate monarchies of modern Europe, alike of the most heavily oppressed serfs and their overlords, both attended one church. Headed by the cross, the Spaniards murdered whole generations in America. Over the conquest of India the English sang Christian thanksgivings. Christianity was the mother of the finest blossoms of the plastic arts, it gave rise to the tall edifice of the sciences. Yet in its honor too all fine art was banned, and the development of the sciences was reckoned an impiety. In all climates the tree of the cross has grown, taken root, and fructified. Every joy in life has been linked with this faith, while the most miserable gloom has found in it its nourishment and its justification. This general account is indeed rather more of a question than an answer, and at this point Hegel is far from being able to provide a solution to a problem of such complexity. But the very breadth of his approach here shows a noteworthy advance in historical concreteness since his first efforts in Bern. At the same time, we can see how his improved understanding of the tortuous course of historical development is a function of his rejection of Enlightenment methodology with its starting point in a general concept of man. It is precisely the sort of historical insight that favors the formation of concrete concepts. In the passage directly following this one, Hegel supplements his definition of ideal. 229. With this remark: but the living nature of man is always other than the concept of the same, and hence what for the concept is a bare modification, a pure accident, a superfluity, becomes a necessity, something living, perhaps the only thing which is natural and beautiful. It is evident that such an approach must lead to a much more historical view of the concept of positivity. Hegel no longer inquires, what is positivity? What excites his interest now is the question, how does a religion become positive? Despite this historicism, however, which we were able to see in embryonic form in all his writings from the political pamphlets onward, it would be a mistake to follow the bourgeois historians here and make a sharp distinction between Hegel the historicist and the unhistorical Hegel influenced by the Enlightenment. Even though the majority of Hegel's concepts in Bern may have been metaphysical and unhistorical, his aim was to acquire an overall picture of the course of history. And even though the assumptions he shared with the Enlightenment undoubtedly were an obstacle to the development of a conceptual system capable of doing justice to the complexity of history, the broad sweep of his first exercises in historiography owed much to the beneficial influence of Enlightenment historians. The apologists of reaction can only reach their conclusions by denying that the entire period of the Enlightenment from Gibbon to Condorcet was an age which gave birth to great historical works of lasting importance. On the other hand, we should not lose sight of the idealist limitations of Hegel's present view of history. The reactionary historians overemphasize and overvalue certain carefully selected aspects of the Hegelian view of history, with which they sympathize because their own view of the development of the historical consciousness is that it stems from the reaction against the French Revolution, i.e. from Burke, and then proceeds via Hegel to Ranke and later apologists. If we wish to understand both the strengths and weaknesses of Hegel's developing system, we must see through this sham tradition. The real line of the tradition begins indeed with the ideological debates surrounding the French Revolution, but their main tendency is just as powerful a defense of human progress as was found in the Enlightenment, but from a much more profound awareness of the facts, the tendencies, and the underlying laws of history. It is only if this is understood that it becomes possible to cite Hegel within the historical tradition. It then becomes apparent that Hegel's recognition of the facts, in this case the facts of religion, represents a definite ideological weakness in his view of history, one arising from his philosophical idealism. The assumption that religion is eternal, that it corresponds to an ideal of mankind, is not a whit less metaphysical than the concept of a general human. 230. Nature, which he criticizes so incisively. If an authentic historicism is emerging in Hegel's mind, then it must spring from quite different sources than the one singled out for praise by his reactionary apologists. He constructed an important approach to history despite and not because of what they have found to praise. Let us now turn to the effect of his new attitude on his definition of positivity. We have already seen the various stages that preceded his present position. Cf. the pamphlet on Württemberg, p. 132f, the article on I. German Constitution, p. 139 ff, and his treatment of certain passages in He Spirit of Christianity, p. 200 f. Now he has a much more forthright and decisive formula for the same phenomenon. To shudder before an unknown being, to renounce one's will in one's conduct, to subject oneself throughout like a machine to given rules, to abandon intellect altogether in action or renunciation, in speech or silence, and to lull oneself into a brief or lifelong insensibility, all this may be natural, and a religion which breathes the Spirit would not on that account be positive, because it would accord with the nature of its time. A nature demanded by such a religion would doubtless be a deplorable one, but the religion would have fulfilled its purpose by giving this nature the only higher being in which it found satisfaction and with which it was compatible. And consistently with the observations already discussed, Hegel now supplies an answer to the new question. Of course, religion has become positive at this stage, but it has only become so, it was not so originally. When does a religion become positive? We have seen that a religion suited to a deplorable nature was not positive. Only when another more courageous mood awakens, when this nature begins to have a sense of itself and thereby to demand freedom in and for itself, then and only then can its former religion begin to appear a positive one. Thus the fact that a religion appears positive is the sign of an approaching revolution. Hegel has strongly historicized the concept of positivity here and thus finds himself at the opposite end of the spectrum to the Romantics, who regarded the mere existence of an institution, its very positivity, as an excuse to defend and canonize it, like the later historical school of law. Hegel, by contrast, regards positivity as a sign that history has superseded a religion, that it deserves to be destroyed by history and that it must be so destroyed. The comparison with Romanticism throws light on another issue of methodological importance. Hegel refuses to decide whether particular 231 Christian dogmas or institutions are positive or not. He demands that analysis should concern the whole. But the content of this inquiry will nevertheless always concern the whole rather than the parts. On this question Hegel makes only a few general remarks here, but they are enough to give us pause. Firstly, because we see here the first announcement of what will become a conscious method of philosophical totalization in the phenomenology with the statement, "The true is the whole." Secondly, because the reactionary philosophy of our own day claims a monopoly of philosophical totalization. It does so by converting the whole into a metaphysical concept which is emptied of every real observation of history, i.e. of every development which creates a succession of totalities, while at the same time it is consciously opposed to any kind of causal analysis. Othmar Spann is a characteristic exponent of this view. Since there has been no lack of attempts to assimilate Hegel to reactionary postures of this sort, it may not be out of place to cite a passage written a few years later in which Hegel applies his view of totality to a concrete example which helps to clarify the concept of positivity. In the Scientific Modes of Treatment of Natural Law, written in Jena 1803, Hegel has occasion to discuss the problem of feudalism and its survival in Germany, and in this context he raises the question of its positivity. The feudal constitution, for example, can indeed appear utterly positive, but whether it does in fact confront life in a positive manner depends on whether the people has organized itself into a true individuality, whether it entirely fills the system and penetrates it with life. Whereas if, for instance, the genius of a nation is generally on a lower plane and of a feebler kind, and the feebleness of ethical life is at its most extreme in a barbaric or a formal society, if it allows itself to be conquered by another and is forced to surrender its autonomy, i.e. if it has preferred the misfortune and degradation of losing its independence to struggle and death, then it may very well be the case that feudalism and servitude are absolute truth, and that the system is the only possible form of ethical life, and for that reason it one's necessary, just and ethical. It is evident that the bitterness Hegel feels about the primitive social and national conditions of Germany leads him here to regard the remnants of feudalism as suited to the deplorable nature of the Germans and as non-positive for that reason. Had there been any real movement in Germany to change the situation, feudalism in Hegel's present view would surely have to be thought positive. The shift towards greater historical concreteness has a further by no. 232. Means unimportant implication. We recall that in Berne certain attitudes, religions, and institutions were marked from the outset with the stain of positivity, whereas others were metaphysically and absolutely free of such stains. Hegel now throws this assumption overboard. Any doctrine, any precept, one's capable of becoming positive. And there is no doctrine which might not be true in certain circumstances, no precept which might not impose a duty in certain circumstances, since what may hold good universally as truth unalloyed requires some qualification, because of its universality, in the particular circumstances of its application, i.e. it is not unconditionally true in all circumstances. For this brings Hegel very close indeed to the conception of the historical dialectics of the true and the false, contained in the phenomenology and in his later system. Needless to say, this insight has two sides, like all of Hegel's discoveries about the dialectical method. And the idealist, non-progressive side of the present argument is that it once again involves the unconditional acceptance of the Christian religion and the adulteration of the historical polemic against it. The remark with which Hegel opens the passage just quoted may seem innocent enough at first sight. The question of whether a religion is positive affects the content of its doctrines and precepts far less than the form in which it authenticates the truth of its doctrines and requires the fulfillment of its precepts. This sentence does indeed contain a core of truth, since Hegel distinguishes between a doctrine which freely and through its own force takes possession of the minds and hearts of men, and one which can only perpetuate itself with the aid of violence and reprisals, etc. But if we read the sentence together with one quoted earlier, CFP 227, which maintained that the religious relation to God was something eternal and that all that is good and noble in man stems from God, then we may fairly see it as an instance of the reactionary idealist attempt to distinguish between the particular historical manifestations of religion, which may lapse into positivity and be subjected to criticism, and the essence of religion which is to be enshrined in a realm beyond history. This duality, even ambivalence, in Hegel's attitude to Christianity appears again and again in varying guises. The quotations just referred to may well give the impression that Hegel's essay will end up in a glorification of Christianity. But they are at once followed by a vigorous attack on the fundamental dogma of Christianity, on Christ's mission as Redeemer, on his role of mediator between God and man. 233. But this view becomes glaringly positive if human nature is absolutely severed from the divine, If no mediation between the two is conceded except in one isolated individual, if all man's consciousness of the good and the divine is degraded to the dull and killing belief in a superior being altogether alien to man. Nor is there any possibility of ironing out apparent ambivalences by claiming that Hegel's views accord with one or other Christian sect, as is sometimes maintained. For we have seen that it is precisely the element of sectarianism that Hegel finds so reprehensible in Christianity, and he is generally much more hostile to the various sects than he is towards the Church itself. Hegel's idealism, in short, is irreducibly ambivalent. His understanding of history and society often forces him to go beyond Christian points of view. His insight into dialectical interconnections increasingly brings him closer to a position from which the God of Christianity is entirely superfluous. It is very revealing that almost immediately after the last passage quoted he goes on to say that the problem of the positivity of Christianity, of mediation between man and God, could only be resolved by first solving the problem of the relation between the finite and the infinite. Obviously it was not possible for Hegel to undertake a task of that sort in the framework of an introductory essay, and we cannot know with any certainty what views he had put forward on this matter in the Fragment of a System. But we do know that as early as Jena he does set out in search of a dialectical solution to the problem, in the course of which he divests the infinite of every trace of transcendence and otherworldliness. This dialectical approach to the infinite, very like parallel ideas in Goethe, has a pronounced tendency to dismantle the philosophical basis for every religious belief in God. But at the same time, we see that because of its own idealism, religious ideas that have apparently been superseded always make their reappearance in philosophy in a different shape. As we have indicated, the irrepressible duality and ambivalence of Hegelian philosophy is a necessary consequence of his idealism, and this in turn arises from the particular circumstances of the development of bourgeois society in Germany. Even Goethe, who, as we know, was much closer to materialism and much more hostile to Christianity than Hegel, could not free himself entirely from such religious ideas. Of course, Hegel's own attitudes towards religion were subject to major changes in the course of his development. In Frankfurt the period of mental crisis represents a high point in his religious beliefs. But the roots of his ambivalent attitude towards Christianity are deep, and their influence extends into Jena, where his beliefs are even more clearly defined than here. In particular, his illusions about the possibility of overcoming the contradictions of bourgeois society within the framework of 234. That society both strengthen his general idealism and lend a special force to his religious views. They enable him to accept the contradictions in Christianity, to combine what is in places very incisive criticism with a generally religious orientation, because he is able to imagine the new, contradiction-free society in the form of a new post-Christian religion. We shall have more to say about the latter when we come to the Jena period itself. Only after the collapse of the Napoleonic Empire, and with that, the disappearance of his illusions about Napoleon, will Hegel find himself compelled to come to terms with the capitalist world, or as he terms it, the world of prose. When that happens, Christianity finally becomes a specifically historical form of religion, and the ambivalence in Hegel's position reaches its peak. At the same time, his very late writings contain the most complete and most dialectic view of bourgeois society of which he was capable. If we may anticipate our later discussion by calling attention to one very significant point, it was characteristic of Hegel that his philosophical justification of the estates, i.e. of the class structure of civil society, becomes progressively less ideological, and much closer to a grasp of society's material foundations. We may therefore venture the paradoxical statement, which, however, really does sum up the contradictory course of Hegel's development, that the more he is driven to abandon the revolutionary ideals of his youth, the more resolutely he reconciles himself to the rule of bourgeois society, and the less his thought reaches out to new possibilities, then the more powerfully and consciously the dialectician in him awakens. Given the existing historical conditions, the dialectical view of human progress, which is given its first comprehensive and philosophically significant shape in the phenomenology of mind, could only have been constructed from such a contradictory position. We have seen the birth and growth of these contradictions in Frankfurt. In Jena we shall encounter them again in a more distinct and more highly developed form. That will be the moment to examine them fully. It cannot be doubted, however, that the foundations for the later ideas were laid during the crisis in his mental life in Frankfurt. From a literary point of view, Frankfurt, like Bern, produced a heap of fragments and sketches. But whereas a reconstruction of the Bern writings yields an ambitious and coherent design, the result of the Frankfurt years is a chaos of conflicting tendencies. And this has been our task in part. It is from amidst this chaos of unresolved contradictions that the Hegelian dialectic was born. The creative product of the Frankfurt years is the intellectual framework necessary for gaining a philosophical purchase on reality. In later years Hegel apparently attached as little importance to the Frankfurt writings as to those from Bern. At any rate his stay in Jena was 235. Notable for his extraordinarily prolific productivity, which is entirely unconnected with any of the projects he was concerned with in Frankfurt, with the single exception of an attempt to complete the essay on the German Constitution. Hegel went to Jena at the age of 30, without a public reputation of any kind, and without a single manuscript which he could or would have seriously intended to publish. Despite this, it is apparent that he went to Jena justifiably confident that he was the equal of his school friend Schelling, the most important philosopher of the age. In the year 1800 Hegel's father died. The very modest estate bequeathed to Hegel enabled him to give up his post as a private tutor and devote himself for a few years entirely to his studies without material cares or other obligations. He fixed upon Jena as a suitable place for this and wrote to Schelling announcing his decision in a letter which broke the silence into which their correspondence had apparently lapsed. The most important parts of this letter show how Hegel, although he was completely unknown, could approach a friend who had become a celebrity, with the utmost self-assurance. On November 2, 1800 he wrote as follows: "I have watched your great public progress with admiration and joy. You will overlook it if I do not speak about it or do not present myself to you with any false humility. I prefer a middle course and hope that we shall meet again as friends. In my education, which began with the inferior needs of man, I was driven towards science, and my youthful ideals had to be transformed into reflection and at the same time into a system. While still engaged on this, I find myself wondering how to find my way back to the point where I might involve myself once more in the lives of men. Of all the people I see around me, you are the only one whom I should like to have for a friend, even in respect of appearing before the public and producing an effect on the world. For I can see that you have striven purely, i.e. wholeheartedly, and without vanity to understand man. It is for this reason that I approach you with such confidence on my own behalf, for I am sure that you will recognize my disinterested efforts and discover some value in them, even if they have taken place in a lesser sphere. In the desire and the hope to meet you, I must yet respect fate and hope that it will preside with favor over our reunion." It is the mood of the epigram that we mentioned in our introductory pages as providing a fitting conclusion to his stay in Frankfurt. Then you will be not better than the age, but the age at its best. Part 3. Rationale and Defense of Objective. Idealism, Jena 1801–1803. In the letter to Schelling in which Hegel announced his intention of coming to Jena, he admitted that he felt apprehensive at the prospect of the riotous literary life of the town. His anxiety, which was evidently aroused by the fact that Jena was the focal point of the Romantic movement, was no longer as well founded as it might have been a little earlier. The group of Romantic poets and thinkers with whom Schelling had been closely associated had gradually broken up. The Athenäum, the movement's journal published by the Schlegel brothers, had ceased to appear. Relations had become increasingly tense between Schelling and Friedrich Schlegel, the chief theoretician of the Romantic school. The divorce of August Wilhelm Schlegel from his wife Caroline and her subsequent marriage to Schelling had introduced personal sources of conflict to aggravate the intellectual disagreements. By the time Hegel arrived, Jena had ceased to be the center of the Romantic movement. Yet another figure of great philosophical importance was lost to Jena at this time, namely Fichte. In 1798–9 Fichte had been the center of a storm which had been triggered off by accusations that he was an atheist, and this had led eventually to his resignation from his chair in Jena and his move to Berlin. This conflict united Fichte, Schelling, and the Romantics for the last time in an onslaught on their common enemies. Fichte's departure, the impossibility of reconciling diverging views in the course of conversation undoubtedly accelerated the process of disintegration and prepared the way for the philosophical disputes of the future, although the ultimate causes of those disputes were much too profound to be more than postponed by personal friendships. 240. Chapter 1. Hegel's role in Schelling's breakaway from Fichte. Despite these events, Hegel's arrival in Jena coincided with an important development in German classical philosophy, the split between Schelling and Fichte and the founding of objective idealism. In this event Hegel played an important, indeed one may say the decisive part, making at the same time his own first public appearance, since the anonymous translation and annotation of the Carte pamphlet does not merit the title of public appearance. It was the young Engels who first perceived and drew attention to the significance of Hegel's role. Only this is certain, that it was Hegel who made Schelling aware of how far he had, without realizing it, gone beyond Fichte. Hegel himself puts the same view in the preface to his first published work, The Difference Between the Fichtean and Schellingian Systems of Philosophy. Neither the immediate appearance of the two systems as they present themselves to the public, nor, for example, Schelling's reply to Eschenmayer's idealist objections to the philosophy of nature, gave expression to this difference. At around this time German idealism underwent a series of extraordinarily rapid changes. Scarcely 2 years earlier Kant had published his well-known declaration against Fichte's theory of science, Wissenschaftslehre. Up to that point Fichte could and undoubtedly did believe that he was simply providing a logical interpretation of Kantianism, that he was merely defending what he called the spirit of Kant against the letter, i.e. the vulgarizations of other Kantians. Kant's declaration put an end to this confused state of affairs. A detailed analysis of the differences between Kant and Fichte is clearly beyond the scope of this work, and we must content ourselves with two observations. Firstly, Kant protested vigorously against the separation of spirit from letter. Although his statement is not notable for its sympathetic understanding, he obviously realized that Fichte's philosophy was an independent system and not just an interpretation of his own. This is not unimportant because it repeats itself mutatis mutandis in the breach between Fichte and Schelling. At the same time. 241. 242. It says something about Hegel's position in classical German philosophy that when he comes into conflict with Schelling he simply opposes his own new philosophy to Schelling's old, and obsolete, one. The problem of whether his new position represents a reinterpretation just does not arise for him. Secondly, it is of importance for the later development of German idealism that Kant objected to Fichte's introduction of problems of content into his form of transcendental philosophy, i.e. into the theory of science. In line with his general views, although in unconscious contradiction to the dialectical implications of his own transcendental philosophy, he maintains that pure logic must abstract from content of every kind. We shall see that the inclusion of problems of content in logic is a very essential part of Hegel's dialectical logic. But he is the first person to take this step consciously and make it part of his program. Kant, Fichte, and Schelling allow the old formal logic to go its own way alongside the newly emerging dialectical logic. This produces all sorts of contradictions which are intensified as the unconsciously incorporated elements of content, the general growth of the dialectic and its application to ever new areas, become more and more prominent. Schelling and Fichte met Kant's declaration with a united front. They both believed that open dissociation from Kant had become inevitable and was essential for the further development of philosophy. At the same time, it is noteworthy that neither Fichte nor Schelling regarded the new philosophy as complete in itself. On the contrary, both of them knew it to be in a state of flux and that the philosophical revolution still had far to go. This mood is very obvious in a letter written by Fichte to Schelling in 1799, after Kant had issued his statement. Fichte refers to what he regards as Kant's inability even to understand the latest developments in philosophy, and in the course of the letter he makes an interesting remark which points almost prophetically to Hegel. Who knows whether or not some young fire-eater isn't already at work, who will be able to go beyond the theory of science and attempt to expose its failings and inadequacies. May heaven spare us then from contenting ourselves with the confident assurance that such criticism consists of sterile quibbling, something we should certainly not permit ourselves. A reference to some slighting remarks in Kant's declaration G.L. Let us rather hope that one of us would stand his ground like a man, either able to prove the nullity of these new discoveries, or else, if we cannot do this, willing to accept them gratefully in both our names. The next few years were to show that Fichte found it impossible to live up to these good intentions. 243. At around this time differences of opinion between Fichte and Schelling began to emerge, initially in personal and technical disagreements to do with various common projects for journals and internal realignments with the Romantic movement. But they only came out into the open with the appearance of Schelling's first comprehensive, systematic work, The System of Transcendental Idealism of 1800. It is true that this work was conceived as an elaboration and complement of Fichte's theory of science, and not as a criticism or refutation of it. But in substance, and notwithstanding Schelling's intention, it was already an attempt to systematize a philosophy of objective idealism. It is easy to understand, then, that Fichte felt unable to approve of the work, even though he did not in the least distrust Schelling or suspect, for a long time to come, that they were not in complete agreement about the fundamental principles of philosophy. The book gave rise to a protracted and detailed exchange of letters to clear up any misunderstandings and to re-establish their former harmony. Fichte purified Kantian philosophy of its materialist deviations. He created a pure subjective idealism which, however, has a quite definite character of its own. Obviously, since he is perfectly consistent, he must end up objectively in a completely agnostic position. But this is not his intention as a philosopher. On the contrary, his plan is to eliminate Kant's own agnosticism, his belief that we can know nothing about things in themselves. His method of doing this is the radically subjective one of disputing, not that things are knowable, but that they exist. He regards the universe as something posited by the ego, a concept which for him is not identical with the empirical consciousness of particular human beings, and consequently it is something that can be known perfectly by this imagined, mystificatory subject. According to Fichte, the ego created the universe and for that reason can have knowledge of it, since according to Fichte, apart from the universe as posited by the ego, nothing either can or does exist at all. With this iridescent, contradictory conception of the ego which replaces Kant's consciousness but which is not counterpoised to any alien, independent, unknowable world of things in themselves, Fichte paves the way for the birth of objective idealism, even though his own project is the most extreme formulation of subjective idealism imaginable. All that is required for the change is that the concept of the ego should be clarified and concretized, admittedly in an even more idealistic, mystificatory sense, and that Fichte's merely epistemological positing of the world should be transformed into real creation and objective idealism will be complete. This is what happens in Schelling's system of transcendental idealism, and later also in Hegel. Fichte's philosophy, however, paves the way for Schelling and 244. Hegel in yet another important sense, in connection with the systematic deduction of the categories. In Kant as in Fichte, the categories are subjective idealist in character. But in Kant's case they have been assembled empirically, rather than deduced. Kant took the categories over from the traditional school logic and then gave them fresh interpretations, but without raising the question of their deduction from each other. The typical Kantian approach is, there are synthetic judgments a priori, how are they possible? This shows the extent to which Kant simply accepted the categories and their interrelations as something pre-existing. And here too we see Kant wavering between materialism and idealism. For Fichte, however, the categories spring from the positing activity of the ego, they result from the interaction of ego and non-ego, which means that the dialectical triad of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis can be found already in Fichte. This leads in Fichte to that strengthening of the active side of classical German philosophy to which Marx refers in his first thesis on Feuerbach, although even this remains within the framework of pure idealism. In Kant it is only through his moral activity that man can break through the realm of appearances and take part in the world of reality, the world of essence. Thus the structure of Kantian ethics has implications for Fichte's theory of knowledge. The ego's positing of the world is, according to Fichte, an action Tathandlung. Even this crude outline makes it perfectly clear that disagreement between Kant and Fichte was inevitable. At the start Fichte could imagine that he was just spelling out Kant's philosophy more consistently even than Kant himself, defending the spirit against the letter. But in fact he had created a different philosophy which Kant could not possibly have accepted as his own. The relation between Fichte and Schelling has a certain similarity with this, but it should not be exaggerated. Schelling's point of departure is in fact very different. Fichte's philosophy is the revolutionary activism of the age translated into philosophy. It is no accident that his first works were written in defense of the French Revolution and of the right to embark on revolutionary activity. Moreover, Fichte remained true to these sentiments for a relatively long period. We shall have occasion to look at his views when we come to consider Hegel's polemics against his moral theory and philosophy of law. In 1800 Fichte published his Geschlossener Handelsstaat i.e. closed commercial state, which Benjamin Constant, for example, considered to be a belated echo of Robespierre's economic policy. Fichte's subjectivism gives expression to a revolutionary faith in man's ability to transform and revitalize everything, but in a typically German, excessively idealist form. Beyond man, who is equated by Fichte with moral man, Kant's phantom homo noumenon, Fichte sees no reality at all. The world, and above all nature, 245, is merely a passive arena for man's activity. Schelling's philosophy, by contrast, grows out of the contemporary crisis in scientific knowledge. He belongs in the ranks of those nature enthusiasts whom Marx talks about, with reference to Feuerbach. In a letter to Luka, at first Schelling was just as unconscious of the divergence between his views and Fichte's as the latter had been of the growing differences between himself and Kant. He too imagined that his thought had grasped the spirit of the theory of science, and he even believed this more wholeheartedly than Fichte had in his own dealings with Kantianism. In consequence, it was a long time before either of them began to free himself from the Kantian matrix. Indeed, we shall see later that on many important points Schelling never overcame certain limitations of Kantian philosophy. However, in accordance with their different inner development, each thinker attached himself to a different aspect of Kant. The Critique of Practical Reason supplied Fichte with the model for his entire philosophical system, whereas Schelling began by reinterpreting the Critique of Judgment in the spirit of objective idealism. Thus both thinkers resemble each other in the way in which they go about cleansing the Kantian system of its logical impurities, but as far as the content of their own thought is concerned they are diametrically opposed. The similarity between them is based on their adoption of Kant's own problematic. But Schelling moves in the direction of objective idealism from what in Kant had been a subjective agnosticism. The real point of departure for Schelling's philosophy is Kant's new approach to questions about teleology, which we shall discuss in detail later on, and what he does is to apply these in a novel and highly characteristic fashion to organic life, nature, and art. Schelling's use of Kant made it even more imperative than it had been for Fichte to establish the categories on a deductive basis. Kant's thought about contradiction had not progressed beyond the discovery of necessary antinomies. Contradiction signified only the dialectical self-dissolution of the phenomenal world. Beyond that there could be no synthesis, no knowledge based on the contradictory nature of the world. The only point at which man comes into contact with reality, namely the world of ethics, lay beyond all contradiction. We have already seen how Fichte made use of contradiction as a sort of methodological springboard with the help of which he strove to construct the system of categories. Schelling now took over the Fichtean triad and transformed it into an objective element in the structure of the universe. One question that arises from this approach is, how, with the aid of what organ, can this knowledge of the universe be obtained? For Kant and Fichte such knowledge had been founded on the experiences of pure morality, conscience, etc. Extending this principle, Fichte arrived at his 246 concept of action, the master concept of his theory of knowledge. In line with the moral basis of his system, Fichte denied the existence of any object independent of human consciousness. That it is possible to have knowledge of a self-created world, posited by the ego, was self-evident to Fichte. It is the self-knowledge of the positing ego. Schelling's approach is the very opposite of this. He directly confronts the problem of how we can have objective knowledge of the external world and especially of nature. In the process, he wholeheartedly embraces all those agnostic arguments which Kant puts forward in the Critique of Pure Reason with regard to our knowledge of what he calls the phenomenal world. Thus Schelling sets out to appropriate an epistemological theory which leads to a series of antinomies about our knowledge of the world of phenomena, but his goal is to use it in order to reach a higher mode of cognition, one which will ground and guarantee an adequate knowledge of objective reality. In a celebrated section of the Critique of Judgment, 76, Kant himself postulates such knowledge, though in a purely hypothetical manner. He says there that in ordinary knowledge which subsumes the particular beneath the general, the particular always remains random. Such knowledge can never give us an adequate grasp either of life as a whole or of organic life. He therefore postulates another kind of intelligence, intellectus archetypus, which would eliminate the disharmony between general and particular. This hypothesis had an incalculable effect on the entire course of German philosophy. In particular, it became of crucial importance for Goethe, who of course interpreted it quite differently from Schelling. Schelling adapts Kant's philosophy here in a very simple way which asserts rather than argues. He simply converts Kant's hypothetical postulate into an existing reality which he calls intellectual intuition. This intuition is the faculty by means of which man arrives at a true understanding of objective reality. It reveals that objective reality, nature, and human knowledge are but two arms of the same river, and man becomes conscious of their identity through the act of intuition. In the system of transcendental idealism, Schelling defines intellectual intuition in this way. This knowledge must, a. be absolutely free simply because all other knowledge is not free, hence it must be knowledge not attainable by way of proof, deduction, or the mediation of concepts of whatever sort. 1e. It must be a pure intuition. And, b. it must be knowledge whose object is not something independent of the process of knowing, i.e. knowledge which both knows and produces its own object, and intuition which produces freely and in which the producer is one and the same thing as the product. We call such intuitions intellectual to distinguish them from sensuous intuitions which do not become 247 manifest as the producers of their own objects, i.e. the intuition is distinct from what is intuited. Registered in this statement the identical subject-object, the foundation of objective idealism, is already fully developed. We shall discuss the internal contradictions in Schelling's position in full detail when we come to consider the disagreements between him and Hegel. All we need say here is that as far as Schelling is concerned, the objectivity of nature is adequately demonstrated and guaranteed. Contradictions within human knowledge and between human knowledge and the external world, such as we find in Kant, do not exist for Schelling but are viewed instead as contradictions within objective reality itself. Thus Schelling, like Fichte, does away with contradictions within human knowledge, and so in this respect his thought is in sharp disagreement with Kant. But since these contradictions are objective in nature, they also entail a rejection of Fichte's position. It is this fact that securely establishes contradictions and their dialectical supersession in the center of philosophy as a whole. We should perhaps round off our account by mentioning that Schelling looks to aesthetic contemplation to provide a proof that intellectual intuition is both possible and actual. This too is already anticipated in the Critique of Judgment, where Kant's formulation of the problem of teleology is closely connected to aesthetics. This had already had the effect of leading Schiller in the direction of objective idealism within aesthetics itself. Schelling now continues this process with the result that for a time aesthetics is assigned a central position in his philosophical system. I have discussed these problems at length in my studies of Schiller's aesthetics. Schelling's concern in the sphere of dialectics is to appropriate for philosophy the great scientific discoveries of the day. He wished to systematize them and integrate them in his complete system of natural philosophy. It is not possible to examine these problems in the present study. Engels has described the great effect of these discoveries on a number of occasions: the transformation of chemistry as a result of Lavoisier's work, the new discoveries in electricity, thanks to the work of Volta and Galvani, and the beginnings of scientific biology and the theory of evolution. The effect of these new ideas can already be seen in the kind of problems Kant poses in the Critique of Judgment. Goethe's lifelong preoccupation with science played an important role here too and exerted an influence on Schelling's philosophy. Throughout this entire scientific revolution the limits, the failings of metaphysical thought became increasingly clear. Nor was the old form of materialism immune. The German nature philosophy of the day then makes the attempt to save the situation by regarding the emerging contradictions as 248. The objective contradictions of reality itself, and by making these into the foundation on which to construct its own system of philosophy. We referred above to Marx's epithet nature enthusiast, which he applied to Feuerbach, and we in our turn used it to describe the young Schelling. Our justification for this is to be found in a letter from Marx in which he asked Feuerbach to contribute a critical essay on Schelling to the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher. Marx referred to Feuerbach as a Schelling in reverse and went on to say, Schelling's genuine youthful insight to be charitable to our enemy was one for the realization of which he had no tools but the imagination, no energy other than vanity, no stimulus other than opium, no mental faculty but the irritability of a feminine receptivity. This genuine youthful insight became nothing more than a youthful fantasy for him. But in you it has become truth, reality, with a really masculine seriousness. Hence we may say that Schelling is a distorted prefiguration of yourself. During the period with which we are concerned, Schelling's genuine youthful insight was very much to the fore. Needless to say, the seeds of his later reactionary views were also in evidence, but for a brief period they were largely overshadowed by his enthusiastic efforts to found a new philosophy of nature, a unified dialectical system of all the phenomena of nature. His excitement was such that for a time his ideas even verged on materialism, and on a number of occasions he passionately attacked the rarefied spiritualism of the same romantics with whom he had had such close affinities in other respects. Since we have no room here for a full discussion of this issue, we must content ourselves with a single illustration. In 1799, in opposition to novelist spiritualism, Schelling experienced what Friedrich Schlegel has called a new access of his old passion for irreligiosity, and wrote his tract Heinz Widerperst's Confession of Faith, from which we quote the following very charakteristic lines: Seit ich gekommen bin ins Klare, die Materie sei das einzig war, unser aller Schutz und Rater, aller Dinge rechter Vater, als Wissens Anfang und End. Halt nix vom Unsichtbaren, halt mich allen am Offenbaren, was ich kann riechen, schmecken, fühlen, mit allen Sinnen drinnen wollen. 249. Glaub, die Welt ist seit Joasen. Word auch nimmer in sich verwiesen? Schelling's commitment to materialism here is passionate and perfectly explicit, but it is by no means clearly thought out. For almost with the same breath in which he asserts his atheism, Heinz Widerperst declares that he is in fact irreligious, but if he had to choose a religion he would choose Catholicism. And in the course of the poem there is a plethora of mystical motifs derived from Boehm's philosophy of nature. Even from these bare hints the reader will have been able to gauge the profound differences that distinguish Fichte and Schelling from each other right from the beginning. However, these differences were hidden from them above all by their common struggle against the followers of Kant, who wished to freeze philosophy at the point it had reached in Kant himself. In his difference Hegel pours scorn on Kantians of this type. Thus he makes this comment about Reinhold, and the image he uses is very revealing. Just as La Révolution est finie has been frequently decreed in France, so too Reinhold has frequently proclaimed the completion of the philosophical revolution. Now he announces the final completion of all the completions. If we juxtapose this statement with the letter we quoted above from Fichte after Kant had published his declaration, we catch a glimpse of the prevailing warlike mood in which the need to make common cause made it all too easy to gloss over existing differences of opinion. Moreover, Schelling's vagueness about his own real tendencies, his shifting between fits of materialism and mystical extravaganzas, both of which were bound up with Fichte's theory of knowledge, helped to conceal these differences for a relatively long time. Schelling's vagueness extends to the manner in which he presents his own philosophy, a manner which Hegel summed up accurately and perceptively in his History of Philosophy. Schelling completed his philosophical education in public. The list of his philosophical writings is simultaneously the history of his philosophical education. It represents his gradual emancipation from the Fichtean principles and Kantian contents with which he began. It does not contain an analysis of the different parts of philosophy in logical sequence, but the stages in his education. Schelling never systematically worked through the problems of philosophy as a whole. He left large and important areas completely untouched in order to go in search of ever new discoveries. Imperceptibly the Fichtean ego became transformed into the identical subject. 250. Object of objective idealism. He began by writing his philosophy of nature as a mere appendix to the theory of science, and since Fichte was himself engaged at this time on the application of the theory to morality, law, the state, etc., the illusion could be sustained that they were in basic agreement on fundamental principles, but that each had selected specific areas to follow up. These illusions began to fade soon after the appearance of Schelling's first systematic work. The publication of his system of transcendental idealism was followed by a long correspondence ending with a complete breach. It is true that in his next work, The Presentation of My One of Philosophy, 1801, Schelling still thought of transcendental philosophy and the philosophy of nature as two aspects of the same system. And a letter of November 19, 1800 reveals that he still regarded the theory of science as complete in itself, to which the philosophy of nature was no more than an adjunct, a supplement. He observed: firstly, as far as the theory of science is concerned, I would separate it off entirely. It is complete in itself, it should not be changed or tampered with, it is perfect and must be by its very nature. But theory of science is not itself philosophy. It involves only logic and has nothing to do with reality. Thus a fundamental disagreement was very far from Schelling's mind. He considered the theory of science to be the immutable foundation of all philosophy. His own ODA for his part, Fichte began by conducting the discussion with extreme caution. He too had no desire to break with his greatest and most gifted ally. But right from the start he demurred at the autonomy conferred on nature by Schelling's system. In a letter dated November 15, 1800, which provoked the answer we quoted above, he described Schelling's self-construction of nature, i.e. his objective idealist view of the objectivity of the categories of nature, as self-deception. He wrote: "The reality of nature is quite another matter. In the transcendental philosophy nature appears as something given, and as such it is perfect and complete in itself. Moreover, it is given not in terms of its own laws but according to the immanent laws of intelligence. If, by means of a subtle process of abstraction, science concentrates on nature in isolation, it must of course, precisely because it abstracts from intelligence, do so on the premise that nature is something absolute in order to make room for the fiction that it constructs itself." Later, when the split had become irrevocable, Fichte gave vent to the same idea in a much blunter and more forceful manner. In his letter of May 31, 1801, he remarks that all that can be known is contained in consciousness, and that only there in a small area of the mind do we find a 251 world of the senses, nature. The distinction between subjective and objective idealism is clearly stated here. Fichte denies Schelling's nature philosophy the right even to the relative autonomy of an addendum to the theory of science. He reaffirms that every external reality is no more than a moment posited by the sovereign action of the ego, and that accordingly the theory of science embraces the whole realm of knowledge. As we have seen, Schelling's conduct of the debate was a good deal less incisive than Fichte's. his uncertainty would emerge much more clearly if we had space to analyze the correspondence in its entirety. However, we are concerned with one point only: Hegel's role. We may remind the reader of Hegel's letter to Schelling of November 2, 1800, in which he announced his forthcoming arrival in Jena, though indicating his intention to spend a certain amount of time in Bamberg first. On November 15 Fichte wrote the letter we have quoted, containing his criticisms of the system of transcendental idealism. Schelling's reply to Hegel has been lost, but since Hegel came to Jena in January 1801, much sooner than he had originally intended, Heim is probably right in surmising that Schelling's letter was instrumental in bringing about his earlier arrival. Registered, and the reason for coming sooner could only be connected with the present debate. What follows entirely confirms these suppositions. Hegel, who up to then had just produced one fragment after another, suddenly became extraordinarily productive and completed one polemical essay after another. By July 1801 the difference was finished. In August of the same year he defended his doctoral thesis, and by the autumn he was giving lectures as a Privatdozent at Jena University. Before the year was out he and Schelling had founded the Kritisches Journal der Philosophie in order to propagate the philosophy of objective idealism. In this periodical Hegel displayed the same energy in elaborating what was a new parting of the ways in philosophy, the birth of a new stage in the development of thought. Although objective idealism had already made its appearance in Schiller's aesthetic writings and above all in Schelling's own systematic works, it was only now openly proclaimed as a new philosophy. And it was Hegel who so proclaimed it. Both the difference and the great essays produced for the periodical, Faith and Knowledge and on the scientific modes of treatment of natural law, contain a comprehensive and systematic critique of subjective idealism. That is to say, they deal not just with Fichte but also with Kant, the Kantians, and with the chief advocate of a subjectivist philosophy of life, namely Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi. In a series of reviews of varying length both in the Kritisches Journal and in the Erlanger Zeitung, Hegel settles accounts with the large crowd of lesser figures Schulz, Krug, Buderweg, etc. At every point Hegel emerges as the chief protagonist of the new direction in philosophy. Up to that time, however, this philosophy had 252 made its public appearance only in the writings of Schelling. This explains why Hegel constantly emphasizes the distinction between the objective idealism of Schelling and the subjective idealism of Kant, Jacobi, Fichte. This is why he sharply contrasts the two tendencies, highlighting the failure of subjective idealism, its inability to resolve its own contradictions, showing at the same time that only objective idealism is capable of providing a satisfactory solution to all the problems involved. Hegel makes no attempt to subject Schelling's philosophy to scrutiny, and there is not even a hint of criticism. The most that can be claimed is that the modern reader who is already familiar with the differences between Hegel and Schelling can see that in a number of places Hegel imputes to Schelling a view or a tendency which seems to fit in better with his own thought than with that of Schelling. All this can be readily explained by reference to the exigencies of a philosophical polemic. But setting that aside, how are we to define Hegel's position vis-a-vis Schelling in those first Jena years? The available material does not permit us to provide a fully documented answer. From the period before Schelling's departure for Würzburg in 1803, not a single negative or even critical utterance about Schelling by Hegel is known to us. Not until the period 1803-06 does Hegel begin to criticize Schelling's supporters and disciples, and finally Schelling himself. This criticism is formulated systematically in the Phenomenology of Mind. Hegel's first public disagreement with Schelling's philosophy is also decisive and conclusive. Is it then fair to say that in his early years in Jena Hegel supported Schelling without any reservations whatever? Or was his collaboration with Schelling no more than diplomacy, tactics? The first view is propagated in the usual histories of philosophy, the second is purveyed e.g. by Stirling, who discovers a certain cunning, an element of calculation in Hegel's rapprochement with Schelling at this time. That the first view is false will be evident to the reader of our discussion of Hegel's Frankfurt period. As we saw there, even before coming to Jena Hegel had already arrived at an objective dialectics which was in advance of Schelling's on the crucial point, the theory of contradiction. We saw too that in his fragmentary notes Hegel had made more progress than Schelling on a whole series of other problems concerning dialectics. And the most important tendency of Hegel's philosophy, his creation of a novel dialectical logic, always lay well beyond Schelling's horizon. Hence when Hegel objected in the Critiques journal to being described as a supporter of Schelling, he was undoubtedly justified in doing so. But this is not to imply that Stirling and his like have correctly interpreted the relations between the two thinkers at this time. Stirling's attitude to Hegel is much like the attitude revealed by Erich Schmidt in his analysis of the relations between Lessing and Voltaire, an attitude Schelling's breakaway from Fichte 253, which Franz Mehring has exposed with such irony. Mehring's scorn was aroused particularly by the way in which scholars like Schmidt insinuate that the great poets and thinkers of the past possess the obsequious mentality shown by ambitious lecturers towards powerful professors, a mentality to which they themselves owe their university careers. But a Lessing and a Hegel are humanly as well as intellectually superior to a Professor Schmidt or a Professor Stirling. The Frankfurt fragment of a system makes it quite clear that Hegel had succeeded in clarifying his own specific method on a number of the fundamental problems of dialectics before he joined forces with Schelling. But this is far from implying that his own approach to dialectics was fully thought out by the time he arrived in Jena, let alone elaborated in a systematic and concrete manner. I am not thinking here of such important systematic problems as the relation of philosophy to religion. We have seen, p. 212 ff, how in Frankfurt Hegel thought that philosophy should terminate in religion, i.e. that man's religious position constituted the apex of philosophy. And we shall soon see how he took up another stance on this issue in his very first work in Jena, one which was continually modified and developed right up to the phenomenology. But if we set aside such major issues and just glance at the first version of his views on logic, the so-called Jena logic of 1801/2, we cannot help seeing how side by side with the lucid exposition of problems of pivotal importance for his later logic, e.g. the transition a.e. quantity to quality, there remains much that Hegel silently rejected as early as the phenomenology itself. And above all on the crucial problem of the dialectical deduction of the categories from the movement of their internal contradictions, the Jena logic is still riddled with confusions, even by comparison with the later Jena period. The precise division into formal and dialectical logic, and the definition of the relationship between them, this is all there in nous and is clarified to a degree never attained by Schelling, but by the standard of Hegel's later development it is still rudimentary. Hence it is no mere accident that in the first part of his stay in Jena Hegel published only polemical tracts, if we ignore his dissertation De Orbitis Planetarum, which is of negligible importance for his life's work. In these polemical writings he combats the contradictions and inadequacies of subjective idealism, and in the process he develops his own views above all in the sphere of social philosophy. At the same time he either refrains entirely from presenting a detailed concrete discussion of the methods and content of objective idealism, or else, where there is such a discussion, it remains very general. Simultaneously with these polemical activities Hegel energetically set about constructing an independent system both in his lectures and in manuscript form. However, he did not get beyond the stage of plans and 254 sketches. Neither at this stage nor later on did he contemplate publishing them. He did indeed draw on them for his later published work, but they remained raw material, and the systematic framework in which they were cast was constantly subjected to criticism and revision. This continuous process of modification in fundamentals gives some indication of the extent to which his basic thought was still in a state of flux. We have already referred to his description of Schelling as that of a thinker whose development took place in public. It may be that at times this method held some attractions for the young Hegel as he toiled away laboriously at the construction of a system. But we can be quite sure that it was anathema to his deepest philosophical convictions. The first phase of Hegel's stay in Jena, then, was a time of philosophical experimentation, though on a far higher plane than in Frankfurt, as a comparison between the products of the two periods makes quite clear. In Frankfurt we find Hegel writing a series of essays in which he struggles with problems of the greatest importance for him, essays which show a definite coherence, but which do not consciously put the problem of a system in the foreground. In Jena, however, the sketches are all sketches for a system, so that the progress is quite apparent, even if the methodological foundations of a system are still insecure. A glance at Hegel's intimate diary from the later part of Hegel's stay in Jena furnishes us with interesting insights into his intellectual workshop. This diary was published by Rosenkranz as Hegel's notebook. Typically, more recent Hegel scholars have ignored both Rosenkranz's publication and his correct dating of the diary, 1803-6. Dilthey discussed its contents but clearly regarded them as general statements valid for the entire Jena period, and he neglected even to hint that they had been published by Rosenkranz. Hering went even further. He praised Dilthey for his great achievement in having published them, and he placed them right at the start of the Jena period. An attentive study of these diaries will show anyone who has even the slightest understanding of Hegel's development that the statements they contain about his method of work are retrospective in character. Hegel has become clear about his own methods and now looks back self-critically at his earlier efforts. That is to say, if we stick to Rosenkranz's dating, we gain a very useful account of Hegel's mood and his method of work during his earlier period in Jena. We give a number of typical passages. The most pernicious vice is to seek to preserve oneself from errors. The fear of actively bringing error upon oneself is complacency and renders absolute passive error inevitable. Thus a stone has no active error, except e.g. for limestone when nitric acid is poured on it. It then gets quite out of hand. It really goes wildly astray, it fares up and enters another world, knowing nothing of this other world it is destroyed. 255. Contrast man. He is substance, maintains himself. This stoniness or stoneness, this rigidity must be abandoned. Flexibility, educiability, is truth. Not until one understands the thing, something which comes after learning about it, does one stand above it. This passage is finely elucidated by the entry immediately preceding it. There Hegel says, "An essential part of studying a science is that one should not be led astray by its principles. They are general and do not mean much. It appears that you only grasp their meaning if you grasp the particular. Often they are simply bad. They are consciousness of a thing, and the thing is often better than the consciousness. One goes on studying. At first consciousness is unclear. Anything rather than understand and prove everything step by step. Instead one puts the book aside, reads on half asleep, resigned to one's own consciousness, i.e. one's singularity, which is painful." A careful reading of this passage reveals that Hegel is describing his own method of work in this period of transition. The central problem has become clear to him, though not entirely so, but he presses on, undeterred by errors, to test the correctness of his views against all the particularities of the real world. And he stubbornly holds fast to the principle of accepting only ideas that withstand this confrontation with the particular. The thing is often better than the consciousness. This is the key to his whole mode of philosophy during his youth. He takes over Schelling's idea of the world as a unified process which embraces nature and history and treats it with total seriousness, much more seriously than Schelling, who put the same idea forward in a different system, a different abstract form every year. Hegel wants to grasp the essence of this process, to see just how it comprehends all particulars, and as long as he does not possess a method which will guarantee this comprehensive knowledge, he will accept the general principle only with reservations. 1e He tests it against the facts, the particulars, and rejects it at once if he finds it abstract, i.e. if it fails to explain the particulars. This empiricism, which has gravely embarrassed Hegel's bourgeois exegetes, is a feature of his specific form of the dialectic. We shall see later just where its limits lie for him. Here it was necessary only to point to this feature of his thought, partly to make the difference between him and Schelling absolutely clear, and partly to explain why Hegel did not at once take up a negative stance on a number of the fundamental tenets of objective idealism, but spent some time experimenting with them, testing them, to convince himself of their validity or nullity. Another passage in the diaries reveals Hegel's attitude to Schelling even more clearly, though Schelling is not referred to by name. 256. I remember very well how for a long time I drifted around among the sciences, honestly believing that what had become apparent on the surface was not the whole of it. From the way it was all discussed I concluded that the heart of the matter still lay behind the scenes and that everyone knew far more than they admitted, that in fact they knew the spirit and reasons justifying what they were proposing. After had long sought in vain for the right way and its justification, things they were all talking about and acting as if they were generally known and the normal way of proceeding, I came to the conclusion that there was nothing beyond what I had understood except for the confident tone, willful argument, and arrogance. Trademark. This remark comes at the very end of the notebook. His own tone reveals that he had himself seen through the abstraction, the formalism, and the philosophical defects of Schelling's philosophy. In the form of self-criticism he gives us an idea of the way he had been influenced by Schelling's philosophical dexterity, and his self-confident and impressive manner. When we come to analyze the differences of substance between Hegel and Schelling, the reader will be better able to understand Hegel's attitude than here, where we are concerned merely with sketching in the intellectual physiognomy of the two men. However, we must beware of exaggerating the contrast between them. If we wish to understand the period 1801–3 rightly, we must not be prejudiced by what we know today about Schelling's later career. It is true that the seeds of Schelling's reactionary tendencies were already to be seen, but they were no more than seeds. And in 1801 no one could have foreseen that the originator of the philosophical revolution in Germany would end as the philosopher of theological reaction. Even the vapidity of his philosophical constructs looked different then from how they would appear when examined in the light of his later thought. At that time a revolution in philosophy was imminent. We recall Hegel's biting remarks about people who wanted to bring it to a conclusion, and Schelling's abstractions had necessarily the appearance of the sort of abstraction that inevitably accompanies the birth of a new philosophy in a new age. When we come to discuss the phenomenology we shall see that this feature was very much in Hegel's own mind too. Marx as a dialectical historian criticized Schelling unsparingly, but he nevertheless singled out his genuine youthful insight for special praise and compared him with a thinker of the stature of Feuerbach. It is evident that for the young Hegel, struggling to discover the principles of objective dialectics, this genuine youthful insight must have been what attracted him most in Schelling, especially since despite all his later criticism he was never able to see through him as clearly as Marx could. From 257. The vantage point of materialism. For the truth is that the idealist dialectics of objective idealism always remained common ground. There are then definite limits to Schelling's philosophy which turned out to be limits of the Hegelian dialectic too, while Marx could go further and criticize them with annihilating effect. We have already stated that Schelling's genuine youthful insight was his attempt to view nature and history as a single unified dialectical process. This answered to the deepest intellectual aspirations of the young Hegel. Furthermore, if it is true that Hegel's ideas at this time were much more profound than those of Schelling, particularly in the sphere of social philosophy and the logical problems of dialectics, it remains the case that Hegel was not yet capable of gathering his ideas together into a comprehensive unified system. Yet this is precisely what Schelling achieved, and moreover he was able to present his system in an exceptionally brilliant and dazzling literary form. We have already seen that Hegel thought it essential to test Schelling's views against his own independent work before venturing any criticism, and we see from his diary entries that his procedure might be called experimental. Only if we see their relations in this way will we be in a position to interpret correctly the appearance in some of his writings, especially the system of ethics, of Schellingian terminology, i.e. only then will we be able to do justice to the influence of Schelling on Hegel without feeling the need to describe him either as a simple supporter of Schelling or as an ambitious climber and a hypocrite who failed to disclose differences of opinion for tactical reasons. A further factor of importance here is that for all the literary accomplishment of each publication, Schelling's thought too was in flux. Of course, we know nothing of the personal relations between the two men. They lived in the same place, taught at the same university, and published a periodical together. They obviously must have had very detailed discussions about the principles of philosophy. And if it cannot be denied that Hegel's early writings show the impact of Schellingian language, It is also true that we can sometimes hear the voice of Hegel in certain of Schelling's writings at this time. Thus for a long time there was a debate about the authorship of the introductory article in the periodical on the relationship of the philosophy of nature to it in general. It was not possible to say whether it had been written by Schelling or by Hegel. Not until an autobiographical note by Hegel from the year 1804 was discovered could it be shown that Schelling was in fact the author. In circumstances such as these we may easily imagine that on certain contentious points Hegel must have striven to convince Schelling of his errors in the course of conversation over long periods of time and attempted to bring him back to the right path before he finally entered the lists in public. 258. We must also bear in mind that although in many respects Hegel held profounder and more progressive views than Schelling, he must have been a disciple in the sphere of the philosophy of nature at least in the early stages. We know that he had made an intensive study of scientific problems while he was still in Frankfurt, but this must be set against the major achievements of Schelling, his disciples, and above all, and quite independently of them, Goethe, with whom Hegel became acquainted at around this time. And Hegel had to familiarize himself with these discoveries and assess them critically before constructing an independent system of his own. This examination of the relations between Schelling and Hegel bears out the contention made earlier on, p. 215 ff. Their collaboration in Jena was the point at which the paths of two important minds crossed. Hegel was in the process of working out his specific form of dialectics. From the available documents we can see that he did not discard Schelling's terminology entirely before the lecture manuscripts of 1805-6, and of course this is by no means just a matter of terminology. When we come to look at the various drafts of Hegel's social philosophy we shall have cause to remark the close connection between the clear and concrete evolution of ideas and his emancipation from the language of Schelling. In 1803 Schelling left Jena and went to Würzburg, thus bringing the period of close personal contact to an end. The Critices journal did not survive the separation, it had fulfilled its historic mission of drawing a dividing line between subjective and objective idealism. The process of distinguishing various strands within objective idealism itself could now begin. It would be an error, however, to see this process entirely in terms of a clarification of Hegel's ideas. We repeat, Schelling's thought too was in flux. And the increasingly definite emergence of the reactionary elements in Schelling's philosophy stands in continuous interaction with the evolution of Hegel's thought, with his ever more pronounced emancipation from the Schellingian concepts with which he had experimented for a time. In Würzburg, as early as 1804, Schelling's philosophy and religion already contained a number of fairly definite reactionary features. His abandonment of his genuine youthful insight had already begun to assume philosophical dress. The world was now seen as a defection from the absolute, i.e. from God. The basic tendency of his later openly reactionary position, of his so-called positive philosophy, appeared here for the first time in a fairly explicit manner. The later Schelling came to regard his own philosophy of nature and dialectics as negative philosophy complementing and preparing the way for his final synthesis. It would be absurd to ignore the effect upon Hegel of these changes in Schelling. Hegel's later view of the matter finds expression in the History of Philosophy. There he makes it plain that Schelling has earned his place. 259. In the world history of philosophy exclusively by virtue of his first period in Jena. He does not even bother to attack his later works. There is a parallel here to his attitude towards Fichte's later works. On the other hand, we must not forget that Hegel, who had such intimate knowledge of Schelling's character as well as his work, did not regard the latter's new phase as definitive. For a long time he continued to hope that criticism would bring Schelling back to the true path of dialectical philosophy. The correspondence between them, even at the time of the Phenomenology of Mind, shows that Hegel still reckoned with the possibility of a philosophical rapprochement. Only after the Phenomenology was published in 1807 did the split become definitive, when Schelling broke off relations. Chapter 2. The Critique of Subjective Idealism. Here's first published works in Jena are essentially polemical in nature. The passion with which they are imbued springs from his conviction that the philosophical revolution he is proclaiming is but the intellectual expression of a great general revolution. The defeat of subjective idealism at the hands of objective idealism is not merely the narrow parochial concern of a few philosophers but the intellectual apex of a great socio-historical transformation. This explains the recurrence in these writings of images which establish precisely this connection between the changes in philosophy and the emergence of a new world. We have already given one example. p. 249. The following quotation is perhaps even more characteristic of his mood in this first period in Jena. The lawgivers of Athens prescribed the death sentence for political abstention at times of political unrest. Philosophical abstention, the decision not to defend one's own position but to resolve in advance to submit to whomever fate crowns with victory and general acclaim, is the decision to condemn oneself to the death of one's speculative reason. The weapons he employs are already specifically Hegelian. His refutation of subjective idealism does not confine itself simply to demonstrating its limitations and defects. His method is less direct, but far more radical than that. He regards subjective idealism not simply as a false direction in philosophy, but as a trend which necessarily came into being and whose errors also bear the stamp of necessity. His and that subjective idealism is false shows the logic both of this necessity and of the limitations it entailed. Now as later he uses both historical and systematic arguments, and ultimately the two are inseparable. Historically, he shows that subjective idealism necessarily arose out of the deepest problems oft present and that this was its historical justification and its permanent achievement. Yet at the same time he shows that subjective idealism cannot possibly do more than present the problems posed by the age and translate them into the language of speculative philosophy. Subjective idealism, however, has no answer to these problems. This is its failure. Thus by confronting subjective idealism with objective idealism he fixes the historical position of both in the history of philosophy and indeed. 261. 262. Of mankind. He thereby elevates the discussion to a level not dreamed of by Fichte and Schelling in their correspondence on the subject. Moreover, Hegel's historical grasp of the problem represents an enormous advance in his own development, one which clearly points to the mature Hegel of the future. Of course, having studied his Bern and Frankfurt fragments in detail, we can see the long preparation that preceded this. For Hegel, philosophy was always connected intimately with the general, socio-political, and cultural problems of the present. It would provide the final intellectual solution for all the problems of the past pressing upon the present. Thus the sudden emergence of an historical approach in such a perfected form is not hard to explain. In Bern and Frankfurt, Hegel had attempted to tackle the great problems of society head-on, and even though he advanced to the point where he had to deal with some of the central problems of dialectics, he was not able to bring his views together in an overall system. Moreover, although he was in continuous contact with developments in philosophy throughout this period, above all in Frankfurt, he only took issue with them when it became unavoidable, and then only on particular problems. Only when he came to Jena did he feel the necessity of coming to terms with contemporary philosophy as such. It was his profound and comprehensive grasp of the problems of the present, his ability to relate them to a single problem, the turning point from subjective to objective idealism, that suddenly produced the fully fledged historical approach. In his polemical writings, the historical method is inseparable from the systematic one. We repeat, Hegel is not concerned to refute subjective idealism from outside, but by unraveling internal contradictions which remained hidden from Fichte. The internal dialectic of these contradictions, the solution which the movement of the contradictions brings about, is what will demonstrate the necessity for objective idealism. Since Hegel regards these contradictions as the products of events and processes in society, we witness the emergence here in these early polemics of that inner organic unity of philosophy and history so typical of his maturity. Thus Hegel's approach was historical and systematic at the same time. He raises the question of the need for philosophy in the present. From our knowledge of the Frankfurt fragment of a system, it cannot surprise us to learn that Hegel sought the source of this need for philosophy in fragmentation and disunity. This enabled him to deduce what he regarded as the crucial weakness of non-dialectical thought, viz. that it simply reflected this fragmentation through its separation of the categories of reason from the living and moving totality of the world, the absolute. He says. 263. If we look more closely at the particular form of a philosophy, we can see how it springs on the one hand from the living originality of a mind which has created and actively shaped a fragmented harmony, and on the other hand, it springs from the particular form of disunity from which the system arises. Disunity is the source of the need for philosophy, and as the culture, Bildung, of the age it is its unfree, predetermined aspect. In culture, manifestations of the absolute have become isolated from the absolute and have become fixed as autonomous things. This description of the present as an age of culture once more reminds us of the close links between Hegel's philosophy and the classical period of Goethe and Schiller. Indeed, at first glance it almost looks like a philosophical statement of the aspirations formulated in Schiller's aesthetic essays and especially in Goethe's Wilhelm Meister's apprenticeship. But the term culture has a different emphasis in Hegel. He stresses the disharmonies and contradictions which make such a dramatic appearance at this stage of human history. When we come to discuss the phenomenology of mind, we shall see that the age of culture is in Hegel's eyes the age when dialectics is reborn in its final and most perfect form, i.e. that the convulsions and struggles of this fragmented and disharmonious age are the birth pangs of the final harmony of Hegel's absolute spirit. The distinction is important but is nevertheless just a matter of emphasis, involving a different evaluation of the preceding periods of transition and especially of the Enlightenment. Goethe and Hegel always agree in seeing themselves as the successors of the Enlightenment. As its consummation, their critique of Enlightenment never reaches the point of rejecting its heritage outright as do the Romantics. The modern swindle in Goethe and Hegel studies depends on obscuring precisely the circumstance, and it thrives on isolated quotations wrenched from their contexts. In this area, a typical example of the way in which Goethe and Hegel see eye to eye is to be found in Goethe's discovery of the manuscript of Diderot's Le Nouveau Drame early in the 19th century. He immediately translated it and published it with a commentary, while Hegel no less eagerly made use of it to define the particular form of dialectics operative in the Enlightenment. The characters depicted by Diderot are assigned a crucial role in the most important chapter in the phenomenology of mind. Now Hegel thinks of his age as the point in time when the disintegration of culture has reached its peak and the possibility of a reversal of the trend and the emergence of a new harmony once very real. The more progress there is in culture and the more various the manifestations of life exposed to fragmentation, the greater the power of 264. Fragmentation becomes. But this fragmentation holds out the possibility of new harmony, and its appointed agent is philosophy itself. When the power of unification vanishes from the lives of men and opposing tendencies lose their ability to interact with each other and become autonomous, the need for philosophy is born. These statements are enough to persuade us that Hegel is pursuing ideas he had conceived in Frankfurt in a more explicit and conscious fashion. Above all, the notion that all the contradictions and conflicts that arise in philosophy can be reduced to conflicts and contradictions in life, that they are rooted in society itself. This idea is not only the source of Hegel's historicism, but it also defines his particular approach to contradictions and their elimination. It is made quite explicit in the programmatic introduction to the first of the polemical essays written at this period. To do away with such rigid antagonisms is the exclusive task of philosophy. This does not mean that it is opposed to opposition and limitation as such, for a necessary disunity is a factor of life itself which develops through an eternal process of oppositions, and the totality can only be reconstructed in all its vitality from a state of the greatest possible division. However, reason is opposed to the absolute fixation of disunity by the understanding, all the more when absolute opposites have sprung from reason itself. Thus in Hegel's view disunity is a feature of life itself. The philosophy of culture is not in the wrong because it gives it philosophical expression, on the contrary, that is its achievement. Its defect lies in its inability to discover the unifying principle which lies objectively at the base of all disunity, and its consequent failure to find the path back to harmony. Such considerations elevate the conflict between Fichte and Schelling, between subjective and objective idealism, to the plane of a decisive polarity in history itself. Fichte's philosophy appears in it as the highest intellectual expression of disunity, as its systematic philosophical statement. However, it is unaware of its own origins, its analysis of the problem is in fact spurious and its claims to offer a solution are specious. Criticism must demonstrate the philosophical and historical justification and necessity for the problems while showing that Fichte's solutions only appear as such to the superficial glance while in reality they merely formulate unsolved and on this plane insoluble problems in terms of rigid polarities. Objective idealism will provide the solution to these problems. It is the philosophy which arises from the living contradictions of the age and its thought, in the 265 language of Hegel's later philosophy. Objective idealism is the truth of subjective idealism. The view expressed in these early writings already stamps Hegel as the founder of a new scientific method in the history of philosophy. He is the first thinker to have refused to content himself with the mere collation of facts or abstract criticisms. His new approach is attempted quite consciously in The Difference. He launches an attack there against the view that philosophy and its history is a sort of craft which can be improved by the constant development of tricks of the trade. At the same time he turns against thinkers who would deal with the subject from a particular point of view. In this he can see nothing but a bad subjectivity. Anyone who is trapped in a particular point of view can only see peculiarities in others. His position is that philosophy is a great, unified historical process whose content is the dialectical unfolding of reason in its unity. Needless to say, Hegel was not the first to attempt to give the study of the history of philosophy a scientific foundation. Kant had made a plea for such a study, and so had all the important figures in classical philosophy. But his predecessors here had never gone beyond the stage of programmatic declarations. Hegel was the first person to tackle the problem in all seriousness and to try to produce a comprehensive history of philosophy and to provide it with a methodological basis which would show how it unfolds logically by virtue of the inner dialectic of thought, of human progress. We could only know how far Hegel had advanced with this program if we still had the text of his lectures on the history of philosophy from the year 1806. His editors did possess them, but the printed version only indicates in a few isolated places which passages date from the 1806 lectures. A really conclusive statement on this issue is therefore no longer possible. Nevertheless, we can attempt an approximate reconstruction of Hegel's view of the history of philosophy in his Jena period, because even though his polemics against subjective idealism concentrate on the historical necessity both of its emergence and its demise, they do not limit themselves to this theme in any narrow or one-sided way. On the contrary, in order to present the problem from as many points of view as possible and to document it as fully as he can, he takes the opportunity to discuss a wide variety of problems. Since it lies to one side of our main arguments, we must confine ourselves to a list of some of the more important of the excursi he makes in the course of his polemics. In his essay on Schultz he makes a detailed comparison between scepticism in 266, antiquity and the modern world. In the essay on natural law he contrasts the social philosophies of Plato and Aristotle with the moderns and compares the views of important representatives of the Enlightenment such as Hobbes and Montesquieu on the subject of law, the state, and society, with the views of Kant and Fichte. In his attack on Jacobi he sets Spinoza's authentic dialectic against Jacobi's vulgarized version of it, and in his discussion of teleology he opposes Voltaire's ideas to those of Kant and Fichte. However, we must consider one problem, Hegel's position vis-a-vis the Enlightenment, a little more fully, since it is closely bound up with Hegel's approach to dialectics and is a crucial factor in the disagreements which led to the breach with Schelling. The main thrust of classical German philosophy was a struggle against philosophical materialism. The struggle became sharper as German philosophy gained in strength and assurance. Schelling's occasional lapses into a sort of materialism were merely episodes that did not affect the main trend any more than Kant's well-known hesitations. As far as Hegel is concerned, we know that he never had any hesitations at all, he was always consciously an idealist and a declared opponent of materialism. But this hostility should not be allowed to obscure the fact that the philosophy of the Enlightenment left an indelible imprint on Hegel's development, and throughout the Jena period he considered himself as its heir. That the Enlightenment was the point of departure for his own philosophy and that he was profoundly influenced by it in his youth is nothing out of the ordinary. The same could be said of almost all his contemporaries. What is important is that unlike the majority of them, with Goethe almost the only exception, he did not renounce the Enlightenment. Schelling and the Romantics became more and more opposed to the Enlightenment and expressed their hostility in increasingly sharp terms. It is not without significance that they tended to identify the Enlightenment with the second-rate mediocrities prominent at the end of the 18th century in Germany. In the eyes of many Germans, the real greatness of the Enlightenment was obscured by such caricatures as Nicolai. Hegel's attitude was quite distinct from this. The broad cosmopolitan outlook which we have already observed in his attitude to the French Revolution and English economics proved its worth here too. In his Jena diaries we find the following very revealing comments on the issue. In Germany, people are always rushing to defend healthy common sense from what are thought of as the arrogant attacks of philosophy. It's all wasted effort, since even if philosophy were to concede everything, it would be of no service to them, since they have no common sense. Genuine common sense is not peasant coarseness, but something in the 267 educated world which freely and forcefully confronts the fetishes of culture with the truth, or it may appear in the form of a Rousseau'sque paradox which formulates principles to express its objections both to culture and its fetishes, or else in the form of experience, reasoning, wit, as in Voltaire or Helvetius. Hegel regards objective idealism as the highest and indeed the final form of philosophy. In his polemics against Kant and Fichte he elaborates its claims. But he sees the direct antecedents of his own philosophy not just in subjective idealism but also in the philosophy of the Enlightenment. In the process of settling accounts with the past we frequently come across situations where he puts the views of the Enlightenment or of particular Enlightenment thinkers on the same plane as those of Kant or Fichte, or even praises the former at the expense of the latter. This is a matter we shall return to in our treatment of the particular issues, where we shall see how these comparisons and contrasts constantly recur. We shall also have occasion to observe that his view of the Enlightenment is intimately bound up with his entire view of history, and as such it has a decisive impact on the phenomenology of mind. All that need be said here is that Hegel's general repudiation of philosophical materialism does not restrain him from assigning a prominent place in the history of philosophy to its most important representatives, Holbach and Helvetius. In the difference, Hegel takes issue with the Kantian thinker Reinhold and his superficial and purely negative view of materialism as a mere aberration alien to Germany. Reinhold sees nothing of its authentic philosophical desire to abolish the dualism of mind and matter. If the Western locality of the culture which produced this system prevents the system from migrating to another country, we may inquire whether this enforced separation does not stem from the opposite cultural one-sidedness. Even if its scientific value were negligible, we cannot but see that, e.g. in Holbach's Système de la Nature, a mind estranged from its age reproduces itself in scientific form. We cannot but see how the sorrow at the universal deceit of the age, the thoroughgoing destruction of nature, the endless lies that go by the name of truth and law, how the sorrow which permeates the entire work still has the energy, the philosophical need and the passion for speculation to construct into a science the absolute that has vanished from life. And the form that science takes is that of objectivity, just as German culture, often without any speculative power at all, makes its home in subjectivity, to which faith and love also belong. The defects of Hegel's arguments here are plain to see. He believes that objective idealism will provide the principle that will overcome both. 268. One-sided attitudes, those of subjective idealism and philosophical materialism. What is more interesting is that he places Holbach's materialism on the same plane as the philosophy of Kant and Fichte. No doubt, he greatly exaggerates the desperation contained in the social criticism and the general philosophy of the 18th century materialists. He overlooks the optimistic, self-confident mood in which they anticipate the coming transformation of society, the approaching rule of the bourgeoisie. This misconception has its roots in his general view of history. He views the French Revolution as the climactic point of a crisis which will lead to a new age of the spirit. Hence the French materialists are regarded exclusively as the intellectual spokesmen of this crisis. Hence he is as right about the materialists as he is about the revolution, and where he goes wrong about the revolution we can also perceive the limitations of his view of Holbach and Helvetius. What is important, however, is that he sees Kant and Fichte as products of the same crisis. That is to say, he places Holbach on the same philosophical plane as Kant and Fichte and high above the subjective idealists whose philosophy ends in mere feeling and declamatory statement. The last sentence of the passage just quoted is an energetic dig at the whole school of sentimental philosophy and of romanticism, and not just at Kantians like Reinhold. This parallel between subjective idealism and materialism is not an isolated incident in Hegel's polemical essays. He keeps returning to it and always with the intention of showing how their complementary limitation can be overcome by objective idealism. For example, in the course of an argument against superficial conceptions of common sense. The matter of the materialists or the ego of the idealists, the former is no longer the dead matter which turns out to have life of its own in opposing and shaping, the latter is no longer the empirical consciousness, that as a limited thing finds itself forced to posit infinities outside itself. Hegel's early critique of subjective idealism differs from his later views. The celebrated criticism of the thing in itself which both Engels and Lenin praised so highly is not yet present in Hegel's objections to Kant. Such criticism was only possible after the full development of the system of objective idealism. Of course, when we come to examine Hegel's discussions of externalization in the Phenomenology, the attentive reader will readily see that his view of this concept implicitly contains his critique of subjective idealism. Hegel's later criticism is retrospective and conclusive. It takes the line that subjective idealism has been completely superseded. But at the time under consideration we are still witnessing the birth of absolute idealism. Hence the connections between the two philosophies are sometimes more apparent than their opposition, since the new philosophy emerges as the necessary solution. 269. To the unresolved contradictions in the old. In consequence, the young Hegel tends to focus attention on Fichte. Not simply because the disagreement between Fichte and Schelling provided a suitable point of departure, but because it was Fichte who had successfully completed the Kantian system and who thereby became Hegel's chief target. Hegel's attitude to Fichte never changed throughout his life. But in the great debates in the Logit and the Encyclopedia there was a shift in emphasis, and Kant as the founder and the greatest exponent of subjective idealism became the chief object of Hegel's attack. This change in emphasis reflected Hegel's greater maturity and a surer grasp of the history of philosophy than he could have had in the heat of the debate during his youth. At the center of his analysis is his demonstration that Fichte was unable to carry out his intention of proving that the ego is an identical subject-object and so resolving the Kantian dualism of consciousness and things in themselves. We observe that the Schelling-Hegel critique of Fichte is the reverse of Kant's. Both, however, throw light on the half-hearted way in which Fichte attempts to supersede Kant. Fichte's inadequacy lies in the fact that he aims to overcome Kantian dualism with the aid of a concept which in reality takes the agnostic and subjectivist tendencies in Kant to an extreme by transforming the entire world into consciousness whilst at the same time requiring that the ego should possess an objectivity which goes well beyond the limits assigned to consciousness by Kant. Kant in his criticism of Fichte emphasized that from the standpoint of consciousness it is not possible to overcome the dualism of consciousness and external world. Hegel starts at the other end. He acknowledges Fichte's purpose of providing an idealist solution to the problem of the objectivity of the world by discovering an identical subject-object, but maintains that Fichte does not get beyond postulating this solution. In Hegel's own words, thus the ego does not itself become the subject-object within the system. The subjective does indeed become the subject-object, but not the objective, and so the subject is not equal to the object. It is easy to see the historical necessity underlying these formulations. Kant provided the agnosticism of subjective idealism with its most advanced theoretical statement. At the same time it became apparent that the materialism of the 17th and 18th centuries was utterly unable even to formulate let alone resolve the problems of dialectics thrown up by the advances in the natural sciences and the progress of society. In view of the prevailing conditions of society and hence of scientific thought, the road from metaphysics to dialectics had to go through idealism. Now from an idealist point of view, a dialectics of objective reality can only be achieved on the basis of the identical subject-object. 270. There can only be an objective idealist dialectics, a, if we may assume the existence of something that goes beyond the consciousness of individuals but is still subject-like, a kind of consciousness, b, if amidst the dialectical movement of the object's idealism can discern a development which moves towards a consciousness of itself in this subject, and so, c, if the movement of the world of objects achieves an objective and subjective, real and conscious union with knowledge. Thus the identical subject-object is the central pillar of objective idealism, just as the reflection in human consciousness of an objective reality subsisting independently of consciousness is the crux of materialist epistemology. The great economic and social upheavals at the turn of the century and the upsurge of the natural sciences laid bare the limitations of the old materialism, which Lenin defines in the following terms: the fundamental misfortune of metaphysical materialism is its inability to apply dialectics to the theory of reflection builder theory, to the process and development of knowledge. The development of society had thrust the problem of dialectics to the center of the stage so vigorously that Kant's agnosticism had made its appearance in dialectical form, in sharp contrast to that of Berkeley and Hume, but at the same time dialectical materialism was neither socially nor theoretically possible. In this situation only two roads were open to further philosophical development. Either one could hold fast to Kantian positions, or one could go on to invent the identical subject-object and arrive at a dialectics of objective reality by means of a detour through philosophical mystification. It is with this in mind that Lenin goes on to say after the passage just quoted: philosophical idealism is only nonsense from the standpoint of crude, simple, metaphysical materialism. From the standpoint of a dialectical materialism, on the other hand, philosophical idealism is a one-sided, exaggerated, überschwänglich, Dietschen, development, inflation, distension, of one of the features, aspects, facets of knowledge into an absolute, divorced from matter, from nature, apotheosis. Idealism is clerical obscurantism. With his usual precision, Lenin points to both sides of the problem. He makes it quite clear that the idealist approach necessarily entails religious, clerical overtones. We shall see later on the profound social reasons which prevented Hegel from emancipating himself from religion. Naturally enough, the identical subject-object which was itself born on religious soil nourished his religious beliefs and strengthened them still further. A proper study of the history of classical idealism in Germany will have to come to terms with both the aspects stressed by Lenin and to explore their dialectical interrelations. 271. Looked at from this point of view, Fichte's philosophy is an odd mixture of logic and inconsistency. When he insists on the purely subjective and conscious character of the ego, he is more logical than his successors. And when he attacks Schelling's illusions and inconsistencies from this vantage point, he has a certain amount of right on his side. Of course, using that logic, Kant is no less justified in the strictures he makes about Fichte from his point of view. If Fichte were to be truly consistent, he would necessarily end up in a Berkeleyan position. By conferring the quality of an identical subject-object on his ego, he involves himself in inconsistency even from the standpoint on an immanent idealism. Nevertheless, by stopping halfway, he arrives at a position pregnant with consequences of the most fruitful kind for the development of idealist dialectics in Germany. Hegel's critique is directed exclusively at this latter failing. His and Schelling's search for an objective idealist dialectic forces them to take the mystification of an identical subject-object really seriously. He therefore subjects Fichte's thought to a quite ruthless scrutiny. As we have seen, he proceeds from the premise that the Fichtean ego really ought to be an identical subject-object, but that it cannot fulfill this function because of Fichte's own illogicality. Absolute identity is indeed the principle of speculation, but like his phrase equals I, it remains no more than the rule whose infinite fulfillment is postulated but never carried out in the system. Hegel goes on to show us the systematic aspect of the view already familiar to us that metaphysical materialism belongs on the same plane as subjective idealism. He pursues the comparison as follows. The existence of pure consciousness in the empirical world cannot be proved or disproved any more than can the thing in itself of the dogmatist, i.e. the materialist G.L. Neither the subjective nor the objective alone constitutes consciousness. The purely subjective is just as abstract as the purely objective. Dogmatic idealism posits the subjective as the real ground of the objective, dogmatic realism posits the objective as the real ground of the subjective. But just as idealism asserts the unity of consciousness, realism can with no less validity insist on its duality. The unity of consciousness presupposes a duality, a relation of opposition. The proposition I equals I is confronted by an equally absolute proposition. The subject is not identical with the object. Both statements have the same status. Thus Fichte's ego is no identical subject-object of the sort that could produce and guarantee the dialectics of objective reality. Amid the infinite progress of existence it endlessly produces parts of 272 itself, but it will not produce itself as subject-object in an eternity of self-contemplation. In Hegel's view, this defect in Fichte's concept is revealed most strikingly in the relationship of the ego to nature. Here too Hegel underlines Fichte's failure to overcome materialist metaphysics. The dogmatic postulate of an absolute object becomes transformed in this idealism into a self-limitation utterly opposed to free activity. Fichte's negative attitude here converts nature into a lifeless thing incapable of possessing any dialectical movement of its own. Hegel pursues the implications of this for the rest of Fichte's philosophy. He shows that Fichte fails to provide firm foundations for the unity of subject and object, ego and nature, in nature, so that they are in fact torn apart and frozen in a rigid duality. However, it is above all in the relation between man and society that Fichte fails most signally, in Hegel's view, to overcome the Kantian dualism which he in fact merely reproduces on a higher plane. We shall shortly consider the moral and social views of subjective idealism in greater detail. All we need do here is outline the chief area of disagreement between Fichte and Hegel. Hegel points out that in Fichte's philosophy society constitutes just such a limitation of man's freedom as nature had done. The main lines of this argument are already familiar to us from the Frankfurt Critiques of Kantian Philosophy, cfp 128. Hegel's present objections are quite in harmony with his earlier arguments. If the community of rational beings really constituted a limitation of true freedom, it would in fact amount to the highest form of tyranny. Thus Hegel demonstrates that Fichte is still a long way from removing the dualism of Kantianism. He levels at him the criticism with which he would always attack subjective idealism, viz. that it is unable to go beyond the abstract ought. This impossibility, namely that the ego should reconstruct itself from the opposition of subjectivity and the X that arises in the process of unconscious production and that it should become one with its manifestation, is expressed in such a manner that the highest synthesis of which the system is capable is an ought. I equals I is transformed into, I ought to equal I, the end of the system does not return to its beginning. 273. And this brings us back to Kant's, essentially agnostic, infinite progress which according to Hegel simply reiterates the problem in philosophical terms. The bad infinity, Hegel remarks in the Genealogic, is the last resort of that failed attempt to synthesize and transcend the contradiction in a conclusive manner, since it merely stipulates the need for the synthesis, and contents itself with the description of this need, instead of putting it into practice. The account given of objective idealism in the difference is essentially that of Schelling. In fact Hegel simply adopts Schelling's first, primitive formulation of objective idealism, in which the parallel existence and equal status of the philosophy of nature and transcendental philosophy are put forward as a solution to the difficulties of subjective idealism. Like Schelling, Hegel's starting point is the proposition in Spinoza. The order and connection of ideas is the same as the order and connection of things. Of course, the statement has a somewhat different meaning for Hegel and Schelling. In Spinoza it had been an expression of his materialist tendencies. Schelling and Hegel aim to transform it into a constituent of objective idealism. From the materialist standpoint, the strength of the statement had been its anticipation of the materialist theory of reflection, but this becomes a defect in the context of idealism. Schelling never goes beyond the idea of a parallel between inner and outer, subjective and objective. Hegel alone attempts to overcome this vestige of dualism, and then not for a number of years. In the difference he still accepts Schelling's view of two mutually complementary aspects that ultimately form a synthesis. This synthesis is supposed to occur through a sort of merging, but this is merely proclaimed and never demonstrated systematically. Such a merging process would, according to Hegel's later views, of which the seeds are already present, provide a real guarantee that the two sciences of nature and consciousness really can subsist side by side, in a mutually complementary fashion without either of them gaining primacy over the other, a primacy that would destroy the synthesis to the advantage of either materialism or subjective idealism. Schelling's views are reflected further in Hegel's employment, without even a hint of criticism, of his most important concepts like unconscious production and intellectual intuition. Thus far Hegel seems content merely to advance Schelling's views, though he goes much further than Schelling himself in their defense. But even in the early Jena period, independent elements of the Hegelian dialectic are already active, elements that will later lead to a parting of the 274 ways. Thus Hegel defends Schelling's attempt to coordinate transcendental and nature philosophy. But even as early as 1803 in the essay on natural law, which appeared in the Critices journal, Hegel also defends a very characteristic later doctrine, though without polemicizing against Schelling. This is the idea that spirit stands higher than nature. If the absolute is what contemplates itself and sees itself for what it is, and if that absolute contemplation and self-recognition, that infinite expansion and no less infinite retraction within the self, are but one and the same, then if both aspects are real, spirit stands higher than nature. Here then, on a crucial point, Hegel has completely freed himself from Schelling's position. It is typical of both men at the time, however, that although differences of opinion emerge at various points, they are not treated as such by either. Outwardly all is harmony, a harmony which then suddenly breaks down when the differences have crystallized out into conscious principles. We may mention just one of these important differences of opinion here. For Schelling, philosophy in the Jena period culminates in art. Following the critique of judgment, Schelling discovers the immediate unity of subject and object, of conscious and unconscious production in art alone. Hence art provides the philosopher with a guarantee that there really is such a thing as intellectual intuition, and that conscious and unconscious production really do merge in reality, in nature and history. Not until he was in Würzburg did religion begin to usurp the place that art had held in his system. Hegel's development is diametrically opposed to this. In the Frankfurt fragment of a system, p. 213 ff, philosophy culminates in religion, religion is the highest level of thought. In Jena this view quickly yields to others. We cannot pursue all the changes that take place here, all the less since in our discussion of the phenomenology of mind we shall have to consider Hegel's views on religion in detail. All we need say here is that in the difference there are both vestiges of the Frankfurt standpoint, admittedly mainly in terms of emphasis and tone, and also radically new attitudes. Thus at one point Hegel refers to art, philosophy, and religion as divine worship, Gottesdienst, and on the other hand in his important programmatic introduction he remarks that religion stands to one side of the great march of culture. As culture has advanced, it has quarreled with religion and placed religion beside itself, or itself beside religion. In all essentials this is the view of the phenomenology of mind, or at least, since this too is contradictory, its most important component. We must however discuss in greater detail one matter on which Hegel 275 diverges significantly from Schelling. For a number of years Hegel accepted Schelling's terminology on the subject of contradiction. He speaks constantly of the point of indifference, intellectual intuition, etc. But at the same time, without any attempt at mediation, we also find him taking up the view of contradiction contained in the fragment of a system, p. 217f. Moreover, this is not confined to isolated remarks, but it occurs so frequently and in such important passages that it becomes clear that Hegel never really abandoned his own standpoint on this issue, even though he was prepared to experiment quite seriously with Schelling's ideas. Thus in the Genealogic Hegel says quite explicitly that opposites are not completely annulled or extinguished in the absolute, which was the crux of Schelling's position. Opposition is the decisive element here, and since there is nothing outside the absolute, it is itself absolute, and only because it is absolute does it annul itself, and the absolute resting in the peaceful state of annulment is just as absolutely the movement of being or annulment of absolute opposition. The absolute state of opposition, or if one prefers, the state of opposition in the absolute itself. This is what constitutes the absolute in Hegel's eyes. He reiterates the point in another passage. The very concept of infinity shows that it is not the simple annulment of opposition, it is not the state of annulment, the latter is the emptiness to which opposition is itself opposed. The distinction is particularly striking in the difference where Hegel formulates the matter as follows. Just as identity must be made to prevail, so too must division. To the extent to which identity and division are opposed to each other, each is absolute, and if identity is to be maintained by annihilating duality, then they remain opposed to each other. Philosophy must allow division in subject and object its due, however, by postulating it to be as absolute as the identity opposed to division, it postulates it as relative. Just as such an identity can only be relative since it is premised on the destruction of opposition. For that reason, however, the absolute is the identity of identity and non-identity, both opposition and unity dwell in it at one and the same time. This is a clear continuation of the view contained in the fragment of a system, and so it is important to stress that Hegel would never again depart from the view of contradiction given here. I need refer only to the well-known passage in the Logic where Hegel affirms the equality of identity and contradiction, adding that if either of the two is to receive preference, then contradiction is the more profound and the more. 276. Important. Lenin particularly drew attention to this passage in his study of Hegel. It is of the greatest importance that we should understand what is involved for Hegel in his view of contradiction and annulment. We have just seen how in the Genealogic Hegel even opposes annulment to the state of annulment, and his aim there is to ensure that the preservation of division, duality, difference, non-identity in the ultimate philosophical unity is seen as a movement which is continuously renewed since its moments are constantly postulated and annulled. This view of annulment is stated most clearly in the Phenomenology of Mind. Here too Hegel returns to the discussion of identity and non-identity, and he says that whichever side one stands on, whichever of the two concepts is held to be fixed and true, one is nevertheless both in the right and in the wrong. Neither the one or the other has the truth, their truth is their movement. This formulation of dialectical contradiction and its annulment makes Hegel's view of it perfectly clear. From it we can understand why materialist dialectics could make use of Hegel's version but not of any other existing models. The union of opposites dates back to classical times. From Nicholas of Cusa to Schelling, the coincidentia oppositorum recurs repeatedly. But nowhere is a theoretical solution to the problem of the relations between the act of annulment and the state of having been annulled to be found. Among idealist dialecticians, the state of annulment always triumphs over the movement. The religious impulses present either explicitly or just beneath the surface in almost all of them strengthen this tendency still further. For if God is to be the point at which all the contradictions are resolved, the victory of stasis over movement is almost a foregone conclusion. As we shall see, the urge to make the state of annulment into an absolute is also present in Hegel, and where it makes itself felt it drags him down to the level of his predecessors. Despite such frequent and unavoidable lapses which have a lot to do with the general limitations of idealist dialectics, this view of dialectics represents an enormous step forward. for it alone can adequately reproduce and reflect the unbroken movement of contradictions with its regular rhythm of creation and annulment. Of course, Hegel's brilliant idea has to be turned the right way up, materialistically, if it is really to do justice to reality, i.e. what is necessary is the clear recognition that the dialectical movement is an objective law governing things in the world, independently of consciousness. Only then will this constantly self-renewing movement remain a movement, rather than a pseudo-movement which ultimately comes to rest in God or a spirit. We may cite a single, albeit very important, discussion of dialectical annulment. 277. By Marx, so that the reader may see both how materialist dialectics are linked to Hegel's and how at the same time a materialist view works in quite a different way from Hegel's prefiguration of it, however brilliant that may have been. In Capital, Marx has occasion to discuss the contradictions that emerge in the course of commodity exchange. He goes on to say, the differentiation of commodities into commodities and money does not sweep away these inconsistencies, but develops a modus vivendi, a form in which they can exist side by side. This is generally the way in which real contradictions are reconciled. For instance, it is a contradiction to depict one body as constantly falling towards another, and as, at the same time, constantly flying away from it. The ellipse is a form of motion which, while allowing this contradiction to go on, at the same time reconciles it. Percent. Thus, despite the limitations of idealism, Hegel's dialectic never ceases to insist that the independence of the partial moments once preserved even when they are annulled. The elevation of particular objects and relations into the absolute entails not the extinction but the preservation of their concrete nature right down to and including the empirical features of objects and their interrelations. Hegel affirms this shortly after the passage cited earlier from the first polemic against Fichte. When philosophy separates things, it cannot posit the things separated without positing them in the absolute. This relation to the absolute does not entail annulling both. But they are to subsist as separate things and retain this quality as long as they are posited in the absolute or the absolute in them. This view has two important closely linked consequences for Hegelian philosophy. 1. In the first place, this definition creates great scope for empirical research within an objective dialectics, i.e. for the unconstrained discovery of all that is to be found in the external world, in nature and society. Because Schelling's view of annulment ends in the immediacy of intellectual intuition, it extinguishes the empirical world, and one consequence of this is that Schelling's philosophical constructs become increasingly formalistic and arbitrary. The methods of philosophy are directly and bluntly opposed to those of empirical research. The philosopher constructing his system from the lofty heights of intellectual intuition feels increasingly disdainful of the need to respect the facts of empirical reality. Of course, there are counter-pressures here, especially in the case of Schelling himself, and far weaker ones in his disciples. These are related to his fitful moods of materialism, his efforts to see nature as it really is, and the connection with Goethe is important in this context. But his philosophical method does nothing to buttress these. 278. Healthy instincts. On the contrary, the supremacy of speculative constructs that operate in terms of analogies which become increasingly formalistic and superficial as time passes, leads him further and further away from real empirical research. When later on he does make experiments, his philosophical method is no defense against mystical and reactionary swindles. Very typical in this respect are the letters that Schelling wrote to Hegel in the years 1806-7, the period just before he received a copy of the Phenomenology of the Mind. He describes in great detail the experiments he is making with the divining rod, and he also refers to highly important and allegedly empirical discoveries in the realm of magic. Hegel's dialectic, by contrast, is a method by means of which the thinker can educate himself to acquire the true stuff of knowledge. We shall see later that sometimes Hegel even goes too far in this direction and loses himself in a plethora of empirical facts. This is connected with inadequacies in his concept of dialectics, which, as Marx observed, has the double defect of an uncritical positivism and an equally uncritical idealism *. But even this Marxian criticism suggests that Hegel had far more scope for really objective research than Schelling. Marx and Engels frequently drew attention to Hegel's encyclopedic knowledge in contrast to the formalistic and arrogantly inflated ignorance of the young Hegelians. This knowledge should not be thought of as an incidental personal virtue of Hegel's but as something intimately bound up with his specific conception of dialectics. 2. The second important motif we must mention relates to the real dialectical interaction of the various categories and in particular the need to respect the autonomy and the particular nature of the so-called lower categories that are closer to the empirical world. The more Schelling severs the links between absolute and relative knowledge, the more he tends to treat the lower spheres in an arbitrary, undialectical, and negligent manner. There is a great amount of documentary material which enables us to chart Schelling's course from a dialectic based on instinct to an entirely decadent, formalistic system in which grandiose intellectual structures are based on the most tenuous analogies. At the same time we see the opposite tendency emerging more and more clearly in Hegel. Fichte's point of departure had been the absolute, the ego, from which he had gradually descended proceeding deductively to the empirical world. Schelling too had often lapsed into this mode of thought. Hegel employed a different method. Beginning with the empirical categories, he develops their internal dialectic and advances gradually to higher, more complex determinations. The phenomenology of mind provides the key instance of this method, as we shall show in due course, together with the limitations of Hegel's approach. But even apart from the question of the structure of his philosophical 279 system, the distinction between his approach and Schelling's has one other extremely important consequence. Hegel is compelled to relativize the dialectical transitions between absolute and non-absolute, infinite and finite, reason and understanding, thus constructing an ever richer and more complex system of mediations. In contrast to this, as Schelling advances along the road of intellectual intuition, postulating first an aesthetic and later a religious genius as the prerequisite of philosophical insight, he increasingly opens up an abyss between the common understanding and his philosophy. Thus he finds it harder and harder to discover any real mediations, and real dialectical bonds linking the categories of the understanding and of reason, finite and infinite, absolute and relative. Here we see the systematic, methodological implications of the different approaches of the two thinkers to the history of philosophy. Schelling's contempt for the philosophy of the Enlightenment is grounded in his contempt for the categories of common thought which are not allowed to have any truck with the absolute. Hegel's quest for transitions and mediations, however, leads him to regard the philosophers of the Enlightenment as among the forerunners of his own dialectics. Thus, while Schelling's formalism drives him further and further into an historical and even anti-historical position, the development of Hegel's system runs parallel in his growing appreciation of the problems of history. The most important issue here as far as we are concerned is Hegel's treatment of the categories of the understanding, the so-called determinations of reflection. Together with Schelling, Hegel combats the tendency present in both Kant and Fichte to stick fast at the determinations of reflection with their rigid antinomies. The latter remain openly unresolved in Kant, and Fichte can only resolve them with the aid of a specious logic. Schelling for his part soon falls into the opposite extreme. He takes refuge entirely in the categories of reason, Vernunft, where the contradictions are all eliminated, a procedure accomplished, as we have seen, with the aid of intellectual intuition. Hegel, however, sets out to combat Kant and Fichte on their own territory. That is to say, he acknowledges the relative validity and indeed the indispensability and necessity of the determinations of reflection. What he objects to is that Kant and Fichte artificially isolate them and thus lapse into the rigidities of metaphysics, whereas an attentive investigation of the internal dialectical movement of the determinations of reflection would necessarily lead beyond metaphysics to a knowledge of the absolute. Thus, while Schelling's whole bent leads him gradually to the point where he utterly rejects the determinations of reflection, despite certain counter-tendencies and reversions to earlier positions which we must leave to one side in our search for the mainstream of his thought, Hegel 280 comes to accept the necessity for a philosophical reflectivity as early as the difference. In view of the importance of the whole issue for his entire system, we must cite the relevant sections at greater length. The absolute must be constructed for consciousness, that is the task of philosophy. But since both the production and the products of reflection are just limitations, a contradiction arises. The absolute must be reflected, postulated, but in this manner it is not postulated but annulled, for the very act of positing it, limits it. Hegel then rebukes Kant and Fichte for remaining in this impasse. Isolated reflection, viz. The postulating of opposites, annuls the absolute, it is the characteristic of being and limitation. But Kant and Fichte, no less than metaphysics as a whole, fail to observe that there is here an objective bond with the absolute, based on the general and comprehensive dialectical interactions between all objects both in thought and reality. But as reason, reflection is related to the absolute and reflection is reason through this relation alone. To that extent reflection annihilates itself and all being and limitation, by relating all to the absolute. But at the same time just through this relation to the absolute all that is limited has its being. Thus the task of philosophy is to make conscious the objective contradictory relations underlying reflectivity. This philosophical consciousness of the dialectical path traversed by the determinations of reflection, the perception of the barriers, apparently so insurmountable, of their immediate manifestation as the categories of the understanding, leads Hegel to the idea of philosophical reflectivity. Philosophical reflectivity is the most important driving force of the dialectic, of his system. It is the methodological foundation both of the dialectic and of his view of history as a moment of the dialectic. When reflection turns its gaze upon itself, its highest law, given to it by reason and making it a part of reason, is its annihilation. Like all else it subsists only in the absolute, but as reflectivity it is opposed to the absolute. So in order to exist it must make self-destruction its law. The immanent law enabling it to make itself absolute through its own efforts is the law of ot his, viz. That it be postulated, and once postulated, that it subsist. In so doing it defines its products as absolutely opposed to the absolute and dooms itself to remain understanding for all time, and not to become reason, and to hold fast to its own works which, as opposed to the absolute, are nothing, and so as something limited it remains opposed to the absolute. 281. These arguments are evidently related to the Frankfurt writings about the dialectics of the absolute and the relative, but they provide a much clearer and more systematic foundation for the later Hegelian logic. That Hegel should still be experimenting with Schellingian concepts, such as potency, throughout this period will not come as any surprise after what we have already said. But it is no less evident that for all the undoubted influence of Schelling it would be as wrong to speak of a Schellingian period in Hegel's thought now as it was to speak of a theological and mystical period earlier on. Hegel's independence on a number of quite crucial dialectical problems is well established by now. This independence is borne out still further when we compare his discussion of subjective idealism with the correspondence between Fichte and Schelling. Not only does he raise completely novel questions about the differences between subjective and objective idealism, questions that did not occur to either Fichte or Schelling, he also enters areas of philosophy where these differences become vital. In particular, we shall have to say a few words about the sphere of practical reason, ethics and the philosophy of law and the state. On questions such as these Schelling was always a derivative thinker. His early and immature essay The New Deduction of Natural Law remained an insignificant episode which he failed to follow up. Of course, once he had embarked on a whole series of great systematic projects in Jena, he could not utterly ignore ethical and political problems. But his treatment of them always forms the weakest part of his philosophy, both in terms of originality and the factual material at his disposal. And not unexpectedly the reactionary elements in his thought emerged here much sooner and more explicitly than in his treatment of general problems of dialectics or the philosophy of nature. We have already drawn attention to the circumstance that Hegel never takes the trouble to criticize Schelling's views on these subjects, even though he regards the critique of Kant's and Fichte's practical philosophy as crucial. He simply ignores Schelling's ideas here altogether. For this reason we shall ourselves only discuss them to the extent to which it is necessary in order to lay bare some of the social pressures underlying the breach. Before proceeding to Hegel's critique of the practical philosophy of subjective idealism, we should perhaps just glance at the rich variety of Hegel's discussions and the wealth of problems that he treats. When we do so, we shall see that Fichte's objections to Schelling's philosophy of nature, to the existence of objective categories in our knowledge of nature, pale into insignificance. Nevertheless, like all the facts in the highly complex history of idealism in Germany, even this question has two sides to it, and they should not be utterly ignored. Up to now we have emphasized the positive. 282. Aspects of Hegel's distinctions between subjective and objective idealism, and our concluding discussion will emphasize this still further. But we should briefly note the negative side too. Fichte passionately accuses Schelling of self-delusion. His self-construction of the categories of nature was an illusion. When he insists on confining nature to a small area of the mind, he criticizes Schelling not just from the standpoint of subjective idealism, but from that of any possible idealism. For all idealism, nature is in fact a region of consciousness, whether large or small makes no difference. If nature is not to be regarded thus, the philosopher must demonstrate its existence outside consciousness. In the absence of this demonstration, and nothing could be further from the minds of either Schelling or Hegel, Fichte's criticism remains valid in a certain sense. Hegel is unable to refute Fichte on this point, he can only ignore him. Even the most highly developed form of the Hegelian dialectic in the Phenomenology of Mind or the Encyclopedia is vulnerable to this criticism. Hegel and Schelling can only assert the objectivity of spirit, they cannot prove it, since spirit's independence of consciousness is in fact the basic fallacy of objective idealism. Coming from the other side, from materialism, Feuerbach is able to carry through Fichte's argument with greater consistency than Fichte. Moreover, he directs his fire not at the early works but at the phenomenology of mind itself. As we shall see, Hegel's strategy there is to chart the dialectical journey from sensuous perception to spirit itself, justifying the necessity of his own position by demonstrating the necessity of this journey. Feuerbach shows that even here Hegel remains within the bounds of thought, of consciousness, and that his appeal to the sensuous reality of the external world is based on a fallacy. The here is, for instance, a tree. I turn around and this truth disappears. True enough in the phenomenology where turning round costs no more than a word. But in reality, where I must also turn my ponderous body, the here retains a very real existence even behind my back. The tree sets limits to my back, it prevents me from occupying the place it occupies. Hegel does not refute the here as an object of sensuous consciousness and as an object for us as opposed to pure thought, but the logical here. It, i.e. Hegelian philosophy begins not with the otherness of thought but with the thought of the otherness of thought. This clearly exposes the fallacy in Hegel's process of reasoning about objective reality. It was necessary to refer to this aspect of Hegel's disagreement with Fichte since it is closely related to the ultimate limitations of his dialectics. Looked at historically, Schelling and Hegel simply had to ignore Fichte's not entirely otiose objections in the interest of the fruitful further. 283. Development of the dialectic. Just as Fichte had in his day overridden no less defensible arguments from Kant. In the absence of this philosophical self-deception, which is closely bound up with a whole series of societal self-deceptions both heroic and petty, Hegel's dialectics would never have come into being. We have seen that Feuerbach was right to criticize this particular delusion. But we know also that this correct insight in no way helped Feuerbach to extend Hegel's dialectic on a materialist basis. Only Marx was able to do that, and he could do it only on the basis of a critique of Hegel and Feuerbach. And we have no need to demonstrate that if Marx was in a position to overcome both objective idealism and metaphysical this was because he could and did criticize bourgeois philosophy as a whole from the standpoint of the proletariat. It is this that highlights the impotence of Fichte's strictures on Schelling and above all Hegel. For even if the economic situation and the class structure in Germany at the beginning of the 19th century had been such as to permit the emergence of a materialist philosophy of the stature of Feuerbach's, the objections raised by such a philosophy to Hegel's idealism would have been sterile, however correct in themselves. Feuerbach's critique could only bear fruit after the development and triumph of his philosophy in a Germany where class tensions were reaching breaking point and where the pressures leading to a bourgeois democratic revolution were at a peak. And even then it could only do so in the sense that it provided the impetus for the emergence of dialectical materialism. The bourgeois successors of Feuerbach degenerated to a level well below that of the Hegelian dialectic. Chapter 3. Against abstract idealism in ethics. If we now turn to Hegel's criticisms of the practical philosophy of subjective idealism, we find a much larger body of material available from his earlier period to provide a comparison. We have already discussed in detail Hegel's arguments against Kant's ethics in Frankfurt, p. 146 ff. We shall see that the basic direction of his criticism remains the same, but that it has now become much more concrete, detailed, and above all more systematic. He no longer concerns himself just with the specific problems of Kantian ethics as they arise in the course of his own analyses. Instead, he now subjects the whole practical philosophy of subjective idealism to a searching scrutiny. Moreover, his discussions relate these issues to the general philosophical positions of Kant, Fichte, and Jacobi. Hegel considers the inadequacies of their moral philosophy to be the direct consequence of the fallacies and the one-sidedness of their worldview. He regards their treatment of moral problems as a test of the way in which subjective idealism must fail to deal with the salient problems of real life in society. In the difference, Hegel only touches on isolated aspects of their ethical thought. In Faith and Knowledge he carries out a thorough analysis of subjective idealism in all its aspects, culminating in a criticism of ethical ideas. The last great polemical essay from the Critiques journal, the essay on natural law, is almost exclusively devoted to this question. In Faith and Knowledge Hegel locates the defect of a merely reflective philosophy in its inability to bridge the gulf between the universal and the empirical. The one and the many confront each other as abstractions so that the polar opposites are opposed to each other, both positively and negatively, so that to the universal concept empirical reality is both an absolute something and an absolute nothing. By virtue of the former they are old-fashioned empiricism, by virtue of the latter they are both idealism and scepticism. And Hegel adds with particular reference to Fichte. The immediate product of this formal idealism manifests itself in the following form: an amorphous empirical real composed of a purely a variety of things stands opposed to an empty world oft hot. 285. 286. This view of reality has particularly disastrous implications in the field of ethics. The ethical philosophy of subjective idealism is not able to attain to a true understanding of the general nature of moral imperatives and of the social content of ethics. Because the emptiness of pure will and of the universal is the true a priori requirement, the particular is simply an empirical datum. It would be inconsistent to give a definition of what right and duty are in and for themselves, for the content at once annuls the pure will, duty for duty's sake, and turns duty into something material. The vacuity of the pure feeling of duty constantly runs athwart the content. Following this general criticism, Hegel raises the same objections to Kant and Fichte that we saw in the Frankfurt Fragments, that their morality brings tyranny not freedom, that to live according to such a morality must lead to hypocrisy, etc. In his general discussion of Kant and Fichte, Hegel had already shown that their method leads only to an empty and abstract ought, to the vacuous notion of infinite progress. In the realm of ethics these concepts are given a more concrete form which reveals the nullity of subjective idealism even better than in the realm of pure theory. By postulating the ought of morality, Kant and Fichte had hoped to raise themselves above the ordinary empirical consciousness of the individual and to achieve a true ethical universality. Hegel lays bare the fallacy involved in this and shows that the ought leads straight back to the vulgar empirical individualist posture vis-a-vis society and the world. For from the very outset the ought admits of no totality, but instead the manifold variety of the world appears as an incomprehensible, basic determinacy and empirical necessity. Particularity and difference as such are absolute. The standpoint for this reality is the empirical standpoint of each individual, and for each individual, the actual is the incomprehensible sphere of a vulgar reality by which he happens to be enclosed. Trademarked thus in this system of morality, the general sterility of subjective idealism, its failure to comprehend concrete reality, is clearly exposed. We may recollect Hegel's argument that the concept of infinite progress is not able to solve any significant problem, and that it merely repeats and reproduces in philosophical language the unsolved problems of subjective idealism. In practical philosophy, the connection between the ought and the infinite progress is even clearer. Hegel shows that the concept of infinite progress itself points to the unrealizability of the program of subjective idealism, that it is an admission that even if the program of subjective idealism were to be realized, this would invalidate its own premises, and that therefore these premises are in contradiction with reality. In the course of an argument where Hegel shows that Jacobi really shares the assumptions of Kant and Fichte even though he is vigorously attacking them, Hegel goes on to say, "The moral world order that resides in faith is the central concept in Jacobi's philosophical system. G.L. is utterly external to the ego can enter it, or it can enter the ego, acquire reality for the ego solely in an infinite progress. For the ego things simply cannot become what they ought to be, for then the non-ego would cease to exist and would become ego, because ego equals ego would stand as an absolute identity without any other axiom, and because the ego would be annulled by something it had itself posited, thereby ceasing to be ego. Thus this method of escaping from dualism is as futile as Jacobi could hope for." Jacobi consistently opposed every type of monism, not merely the authentic monism of Spinoza but the ostensible monism of Kant and Fichte. Hegel's remarks here have a double edge. On the one hand, he shows that what is apparently monism in Kant and Fichte is really dualistic, while on the other hand he shows that Jacobi, who thought that his unmediated concept of faith placed him above Kant and Fichte, really shares the same subjective idealist assumptions. Hegel pulls no punches in the language he employs to describe the philosophy of Kant and Fichte. At one point he speaks of their sublime hollowness and uniquely consistent vacuity, and elsewhere he refers to the distasteful pure heights of abstraction registered. The appeal of subjective idealism to the most noble and sublime sentiments of man, to the function of pure ethics in binding man to a supernatural world, makes absolutely no impression on Hegel. On the contrary, he just observes that the supernatural world represents merely a flight from the natural one. The longing for freedom expressed in both Kant and Fichte is in Hegel's eyes only a failure to grasp the real movement of society in its concrete totality. He regards this longing for freedom as overweening pride. Fichte's philosophy consists in sorrow that he is at one with the universe, that eternal nature acts through him. He feels loathing and horror at the idea of subjecting himself to the eternal laws of nature with their sacred and immutable necessity, and he feels sorrow and even despair if he is unable to free himself from the eternal laws of nature with their stern necessity. Just as if these laws were not rational, as if they were laws which would put the ego to shame if it were to accept their authority, as if it would make him indescribably wretched to have to obey them, as if it 288 would make him despair if he were to be subjected to them. There can be no doubt that Hegel's position here is both more true and more progressive than Fichte's, and that the construction of an effective ethical system, one that will be able to encompass all the problems of man in society, can be accomplished only with his methods rather than those of Kant and Fichte. Nevertheless, this disagreement between them reflects the great general contradictions of the age which none of them were able fully to resolve. Engel's pronouncement about the dialectics of organic development, that every step forward is at the same time a step backward, since it hardens out a one-sided development, is particularly relevant to this debate. Hegel's criticism makes the defects of Fichte's position stand out very clearly. But when we pass judgment on Fichte's concept of freedom, we must not forget that it came into being in the context of the French Revolution, of which it is an ideological reflection. Fichte may indeed overestimate the gulf dividing freedom from reality in a manner characteristic of abstract idealism, but this exaggeration should not blind us to his realistic assessment of the political situation. And this is not just true of Germany, where the French Revolution had as yet done nothing to remove the vestiges of feudalism. Not until Napoleon was the French occupation effective in liquidating certain feudal remains in some parts of Germany and in provoking a reform movement in Prussia. The demands for freedom put forward in the revolution do indeed clash head-on with the realities of Germany, much as Fichte claims that the need for freedom will clash with reality in any society at any time. But the failure of the French Revolution to satisfy demands for freedom, both in general and those of Fichte in particular, was not just confined to Germany. We have already indicated that Fichte was a radical democratic supporter of the revolution and shared the view that the concepts of freedom and equality should be extended to the realm of private property. The fact that the proposals he advanced were more than a little naive, and even more naive than the ideas of Babeuf in France, is an inevitable consequence of the entire historical situation. Thus the disagreement between Hegel and Fichte is a reflection of a great world historical conflict of the age. On the one hand, bourgeois society actually came into being in consequence of the French Revolution and the Industrial Revolution in England. Hegel's philosophy was an attempt to provide this bourgeois actuality with a philosophy. On the other hand, neither the English nor the French Revolution was able to achieve such a perfect state of democracy or to have such complete success in eliminating the remnants of feudalism as the real democratic revolutionaries had longed and fought for. In this sense, even in Western Europe the bourgeois democratic revolution could not be said 289 to have been completed. It is this aspect of the historical situation that Fichte reflected in his philosophy, albeit in a subjectivist, exaggerated manner. The entire dispute was exacerbated still further because it took place in Germany where, as we know, a bourgeois democratic revolution could not be considered except as a possibility in the distant future. Hence both Fichte and Hegel may be said to stand rather one-sidedly for one aspect of this world historical conflict. And if we contemplate the later course of democratic revolutions in Western Europe, we can see that neither of them had the whole truth about the revolution itself and the bourgeois society to which it gave birth. By the middle of the 19th century the role of the proletariat had become extraordinarily important, notwithstanding the bourgeois democratic content of the revolutions themselves, and with the passage of time even bourgeois democratic revolutions could only be understood properly from the standpoint of the proletariat. In this context too we can see the relevance of Marx's comment that rudiments of more advanced forms in the lower species of animals can only be understood when the more advanced forms are already known. Bourgeois economy thus provides a key to the economy of antiquity, iter. A truly dialectical theory of bourgeois revolution and bourgeois society is to be found only in dialectical materialism. It is this situation that gave rise to Fichte's abstract utopianism. He was a revolutionary thinker in a country that lacked a revolutionary movement. And when later, at the time of the War of Liberation against Napoleon, he did come into contact with a popular movement, its reactionary features had a disastrous impact on his philosophy. The objectivism of Hegel's philosophy was rendered possible by the fact that right from the start he unreservedly accepted the bourgeois society that emerged from the French Revolution as an incontrovertible reality. In his thought he was concerned above all to understand it as it was, to recognize its underlying principles and explain them philosophically. The fact that a former supporter of the French Revolution could advance logically to such a position is explained by the circumstance that Hegel, as we know, was never in sympathy with the radical democratic wing of the Jacobins. There was accordingly no contradiction in his development from supporter of the French Revolution to supporter of Napoleon. This leads us to the paradoxical conclusion that Hegel's superiority over Fichte as a philosopher, his superiority as a social philosopher, is connected with the more undemocratic basis of his social and political thought. Such paradoxes are not infrequent in history. In this case we may explain it by the unreality of political commitments for or against democracy or revolution in Germany in practice. Such commitments 290 were purely ideological in nature. No sooner did they come into contact with concrete political movements in Germany than the reactionary features of German society began to exercise an undue influence on their thought. In Fichte's case this happened, as we have seen, at the time of the Wars of Liberations in 1813, in the case of Hegel, not until his Berlin period, from 1818 to his death. Wherever the democratic aspirations of ideologists have some foundation in a real popular movement, however feeble, contradictions of this sort are not possible. We need think only of the ideological superiority of the revolutionary Democrats in Russia over all their ideological opponents. The contrast between Hegel and Fichte is nowhere more clearly expressed than where Hegel takes issue with Fichte's ideas about insurrection and right to rebel. In his Foundation of Natural Law, 1796, Fichte puts forward radical revolutionary views. He says, however, and this is something we must not lose sight of, the people is never rebellious, and to use the expression rebellion with reference to it is the greatest nonsense imaginable. For the people is in fact and in law the highest power beyond which there is no other, it is the source of all power and is responsible to God alone. When it assembles, the executive power loses its authority both in fact and according to law. Rebellion must be directed against a higher authority. But what is there on earth that is higher than the people? It could rebel only against itself, which is nonsense. Only God stands above the people. So if it is said that a people has rebelled against its ruler, then we must assume that the ruler is a god, an assumption that might be difficult to prove. Fichte conceives of the sovereignty of the people as taking the following form in actual practice: in normal times the executive power will have all the power in its hands. Alongside the executive, however, there is another body, the so-called ephors or governors. They have no real power unless the executive oversteps the limits of the Constitution, whereupon they are entitled to proclaim an interdict, suspend the power of the executive, and summon the people together as the final arbiters in the particular dispute. Similarly, the debate about the right of the people to rebel is not confined to academic circles. It played a very important role in the SEH surrounding the French Constitution during the Revolution. Robespierre and the Jacobins consistently defended the people's right to revolution. Condorcet, as the ideologist of the Girondins, was opposed to it and wished to devise institutions which would resolve constitutional conflicts in a legal manner. The argument between Robespierre and Condorcet was taken up with great energy by German theorists, including Hegel, who refers to the problem in his pamphlet on the German Constitution. 291. In his essay on natural law, Hegel savagely attacks this Fichtean theory. His arguments are as close to Condorcet as Fichte's are to those of Robespierre. That is to say, in both men we find that a French reality has evaporated into a German philosophical abstraction. The decisive point in Hegel's argument is his total rejection of the right to rebel, since this pure power consists merely of a host of private wills which for that reason cannot constitute themselves as the common will. Thus Hegel defends the undemocratic position that the immediate expression of the will of the people cannot create a real, ordered state of law. The weakness of his position is thus clearly exposed. But Hegel's strength and his sober assessment of actual conditions is very apparent in his refutation of Fichte's proposed constitution. His analysis of the relations between the executive and the ephorate does not just content itself with the formal legal problem, as does Fichte, but instead he examines their actual power relations. And this leads him to the irrefutable conclusion that if both executive and ephorate had the same powers, then the state would become a kind of perpetuum mobile, which instead of moving would find itself in perfect balance, and so in a perpetuum quietum. Hegel realizes that in a normally functioning state, and every constitution is designed to function normally over a long period of time, a dual authority is untenable in the long run. And if either the executive or the ephorate gains the upper hand, i.e. if there is in effect a unified authority, then the entire Fichtean edifice falls to the ground. Thus we can see the historical limitations of both parties to the dispute, who for all their differences nevertheless share common ground. It is evident that the core of the dispute is the question of a dual authority. This issue was a practical one in the French Revolution, in the Paris Commune, the Jacobin Club, etc., vis-a-vis the Convention. But even those who were involved in events, or who, like Robespierre, helped to organize and lead and even exploit this dual authority, did not and could not understand its social nature. This is why Robespierre wished to build the right to rebel into the Constitution of 1793. Fichte's philosophy is a simple, if idealistically magnified, reflection of this misunderstanding, of these legalistic prejudices about the nature of revolution. The tenacity of such prejudices can be seen from the role they play in Lassalle's system of acquired rights. Hegel reached the point where he could see through the formalistic and impotent definitions of constitutional law and grasp the underlying issues of political power. But this vision was blurred by his inability to perceive the creative force inherent in a revolutionary movement of the people. Very interesting, and very typical of Hegel, is the fact that he ends his polemic against Fichte with a reference to Bonaparte's coup d'état of the 292. 18th Brumaire. His aim is not simply to point up the impotence of Fichte's effort, since all French governments at this period had similar if less far-fetched supervisory bodies, but also to show how in his view changes in a constitution are in fact brought about. He does not mention Napoleon by name. But since the coup d'état took place in 1799 and the essay was written in the winter of 1802-3, there can be no doubt that he is referring to it. It is well known that on a recent occasion when a government succeeded in dissolving a legislative body in competition with it and paralysing it, it was suggested that a supervisory body along the lines of Fichte's effort would have prevented such a coup de main. A man who was closely involved in the affair gave it as his view that had such a council attempted to offer any resistance it would have been treated in like fashion. We shall see that Hegel later thought of Napoleon as the great teacher of constitutional law in Paris. It is very characteristic that he used him as an argument against Fichte even at this early stage. This disagreement between Hegel and Fichte goes back ultimately to Fichte's belief that all social and juridical institutions are merely restrictions on human freedom, whereas Hegel maintains that the highest community is the greatest freedom both in terms of power and of the exercise of one's rights. It is obvious that this dispute was based on the disagreement discussed above about the nature of the bourgeois society that succeeded the French Revolution. Its effect on Hegel was that he could detect nothing in Fichte's ethics and political theory but servitude and the suppression of man and nature. We have already had occasion to discuss the purely moral problems that arise here in our analysis of Hegel's Frankfurt critique of Kant, and we showed then that Hegel's remarks held good for Fichte too. The explicit polemic against Fichte fully bears this out, so that we need not concern ourselves further with it here. On the issue of the theory of law and the state, Hegel consistently satirized Fichte's efforts to regiment everything and to deduce all his regulations a priori from the nature of philosophy. Thus Fichte attempted to prove that regulations can be drawn up which will prevent the forgery of money and bills of exchange, or determine which passport a person should have and how it is to be issued, etc. Elsewhere he refers to a statute book drawn up according to Fichtean precepts as a price list. 6 There is much more at issue here than satire at the expense of the more eccentric forms of Fichte's idealism. Behind his ironical remarks lie two fundamental theoretical positions. First, there is his view that the real 203 motor force powering society is society's own uninterrupted organic self-reproduction, that therefore society in the course of its development will produce the institutions it requires, and that these cannot be imposed on it by any external authority, not even that of a deductive philosophy. We shall see later on at what point and for what reason Hegel fails to carry out his own perfectly correct prescriptions. Second, he holds to the principle that the general content of law is systematically and historically necessary, but that, just because of this, the particular determinations of the law and above all their application to isolated instances must always contain a chance element. According to Hegel, it will always be a contingent matter to decide whether a given crime should be punished by 3 or 4 years in prison. Problems of this sort cannot be resolved by an appeal to philosophy. We see here the great fundamental frontier between the concrete objective idealism of Hegel and the abstract subjective idealism of Fichte. This abstractness stems in Hegel's view from the formalist nature of subjective idealism. It avoids all problems of content on principle. The content of moral of legal imperatives is always established by a sort of swindle, never by a true deduction from its own premises. Hegel had already come to this conclusion in Frankfurt. Now he reiterates the same idea, but in a more resolute and theoretically better grounded way. As he puts it, but the will is pure identity without any content, and it is pure only insofar as it is entirely formal and without content. It is not possible for its object to generate a content of its own. The concrete implications of this disagreement can be seen from a passage where Hegel criticizes a crucial argument from Kant's critique of practical reason. Kant is in the process of concretizing the supreme law of morality, the categorical imperative, by arguing that a criterion for moral rightness or wrongness is to be found in the absence or presence of contradiction in the actions of men. He believes that if a man can convert a particular moral maxim into a universal law without involving himself in contradiction, he will thereby establish the rightness of the maxim in question. As an example, Kant argues that it can never be right to embezzle a deposit. He says, "I at once became aware that such a principle, viewed as a law, would annihilate itself, because the result would be that there would be no more deposits." Kant believes then that the principle of contradiction will suffice to enable the social content of the categorical imperative to be deduced in any given case. Hegel's reply to this argument is clear and incisive. 294. What if there were no deposits? Where is the contradiction in that? For there to be no deposit would contradict other necessarily determined facts, just as the possibility of deposits is connected with yet other necessary facts and so itself becomes necessary. But it is not permissible to invoke other purposes and other material grounds, only the immediate form of the concept may decide which of the two assumptions is correct, but each of the opposed facts is as immaterial to the form as the other. In the first place, Hegel refuses to accept that any social content can be derived from a formal moral maxim. The various institutions of society are a coherent and constantly changing concrete totality. Their necessity is something that can be deduced only from their position within that totality. Since Kant does not even consider this question, because he is concerned only to derive them from a formal moral law, his proof is ipso facto illicit. In the second place, Hegel is concerned here to combat the antithesis between internal and external in ethics, the antithesis between morality and legality. According to Hegel, morality is an important part, but no more than a part of the social activity of man. Hence it cannot be separated from the concrete totality of society with its external laws and institutions. Hegel argues that in Kant and Fichte there is a division between the rigid and lifeless set of institutions on the one hand, and the empty abstract inwardness of moral man on the other. Hegel defends an opposing view in which there is a continuous interaction between all the moments of the dialectical movement according to which men make their society with all its institutions, a society in which they then work and live as independent beings. This abstract and undialectical division of internal and external is in Hegel's view the real reason why Jacobi shares the same ground as Kant and Fichte and is implicated in all their errors, even though he relentlessly attacks them in all his writings, frequently with extremely pertinent arguments. Superficially, Jacobi's philosophy does indeed represent the exact opposite of Kant and Fichte. The latter proclaim the majesty of the abstract and universal moral law and allow the aspirations of individual men, actual living men, only as much scope as is compatible with the moral law. Jacobi, on the other hand, appeals to actual man as a unique being. From history, literature, and legend he draws on a vast number of anecdotes and exempla which prove that actions which appear criminal according to the commandments of formal ethical codes or customary moral beliefs are in reality the expression of a lofty human morality. He actually demands the right to such crimes because the law was made for the sake of man, not man for the sake of the law too. Now Hegel does not dispute that the objections to Kant and Fichte 295 raised here have a certain force. He himself had opposed the Kantian ethic in Frankfurt on the grounds that it fragmented, violated, and tyrannized over actual, living men. But he shows that from a quite different angle Jacobi too, no less than Kant and Fichte, opposes the isolated individual to a wholly alien society. According to Hegel, living human beings are human beings living in a concrete society, and their human totality and vitality can only be expressed in the context of that society. Isolated from this, man becomes just as abstract and schematic as the human beings posited by the abstract moral law of Kant and Fichte. In support of his own view, Jacobi mentions the story of the two Spartans who, when asked by the king of the Persians whether they would not remain and live in his country, replied, "How could we live here and abandon our land, our laws, and our people, for whom we have freely undertaken this great journey so that we might lay down our lives for them?" Jacobi interprets this incident in the following manner. They did not attempt to convince him of their truth. They did not appeal to their understanding, their fine judgment, they appealed only to things and their preference for these things. They did not lay claim to any virtue, nor to any philosophy. They simply declared what lay in their hearts, their feelings, their experience. It is at this point that Hegel detects a subjectivism similar to that in Kant and Fichte. He says of Jacobi's interpretation, "But Jacobi refers to the most vital matters, country, people, and laws, as things to which they are accustomed as one is accustomed to things. He thinks of them not as sacred things but as common ones. He regards as chance and contingency things which contain the highest necessity and the highest energy of ethical freedom, viz. to live in accordance with the laws of a people, of the Spartan nation moreover. He thinks of that which is most rational as if it were something ordinary and empirical." Hence Hegel thinks of Kant/Fichte and Jacobi as possessing mutually complementary, one-sided philosophies which have at least one common feature: they all neglect the actual, concrete realm of human activity. They are blind to it and treat it as contingent, external, and secondary. The critique of Jacobi supplements the criticism of the Kantian categorical imperative, so that Hegel can say by way of summing up, ethical beauty may not dispense with either aspect, either with living individuality, without which it becomes subservient to lifeless concepts, or with the form of the concept and the law, universality and objectivity. 296. This attack on Jacobi was highly topical at the time it was written. It was the heyday of Romanticism, and although Jacobi himself was not personally a member or supporter of the Romantic school in the narrower sense, he was the representative of an ideological current that helped to prepare the way for certain reactionary elements of Romanticism. In brief, the issue turns on the situation that arose when the enlightened democratic rebellion of the most progressive elements of the German intelligentsia against feudal absolutism in Germany began to disintegrate rapidly. The most striking achievements of this phase had been Goethe's Werther and Schiller's Robbers and Love and Intrigue. The degeneration set in partly because of the disaffection of important sectors of the bourgeoisie from the actuality of the French Revolution. The passionate individualism of Goethe and Schiller in their youth had an explicitly anti-feudal bias, and their demand for freedom was no less explicitly critical of the existing social order. Their successors simply took over their call for individual fulfillment without any attempt to fight against the concrete social obstacles impeding the development of the individual in Germany. Some of them simply lost all interest in social criticism, others criticized society in general as an obstacle to individual fulfillment. In the process they intellectually and artistically detached the individual from all social bonds and set him abstractly and exclusively over against society. This development corresponds to the general ideological situation. The literary and intellectual activity of Goethe and Schiller in their youth was a final climactic moment of the pre-revolutionary Enlightenment. In the Prometheus fragment and other poems of his youth we find Goethe proclaiming a Spinozistic philosophy. The degeneration of the socially critical revolt of the individual into an abstract cult of individuality leads also to a defection from the general principles of the Enlightenment, which as we have seen was never really materialist in Germany and which culminated in the Spinozism of the later Lessing, Goethe, and Herder. With Jacobi the attack on Spinoza's atheism began in Germany. The Romantic school, in its later increasingly reactionary view of individuality, could take their cue from Jacobi and his like. From this vantage point they could resume the attack on the Enlightenment. Of course, the later Romantics had the additional refinement of claiming that the Middle Ages had permitted a freer development of the individual than the atomism of the present. The Romantic school in Jena had not yet fully explored these possibilities. Nevertheless, the idea of a limitless, empty individualism already played a crucial role in Jena. In his early Republican phase, Friedrich Schlegel, the chief ideologist of the group, had mocked Jacobi, claiming that he had no concept of humanity, but only of Friedrich Heinrich Jacobiti trademark. But only a few years later, in 297, 1799, he published his notorious novel Lustend, in which abstract individualistic and irrationalist tendencies were already taken to extremes. Schleiermacher, the other leading ideologist of the Romantic school, followed this up with an anonymous defense of the novel in which he provided this individualism and irrationalism with a theoretical basis. Independently of the Romantic school, and indeed partly in opposition to it, the novels of Jean-Paul were widely read and highly esteemed at around this time, and Jean-Paul always claimed to be a disciple and follower of Jacobi. This sketchy outline may perhaps convey some idea of the topicality of Hegel's sharp criticism of Jacobi's views on morality. This must be emphasized because the neo-Hegelians are constantly at pains to turn Hegel into a philosopher of life and an irrationalist. In this context, it is of great importance to bear in mind that Hegel puts the abstract and empty individualism of Kant and Fichte on the same plane as Jacobi's irrationalist philosophy of life. For we have seen how the neo-Kantianism of the imperialist period, Simmel, contrived to create a synthesis of Kantianism and the philosophy of life, thus converting Hegel's critical view of this affinity into one of positive affirmation. As we have seen, Neo-Hegelianism also attempted to obscure the distinction between Kant and Hegel and to assimilate Hegel to the Romantic philosophy of life. Ignoring overtly fascist interpretations, Hugo Fischer, we can still find the following description of Hegel in the standard work of the neo-Hegelian Richard Kroner. Hegel is undoubtedly the greatest irrationalist known to the history of philosophy. The blatant falsifications committed during the fascist and pre-fascist era must be countered by a presentation of the true facts of the intellectual situation at the time and a concrete analysis of Hegel's attitude towards them. The true fact of the matter is that Hegel, together with Goethe, whom the modern irrationalistic revisers of German history also claim for their cause, always stood out against romantic individualism and the irrationalist philosophy of life. Hegel's final judgment of Jacobi's philosophy is that his narrow emphasis on the individual, his eternal meditation on the subject, which replaces ethical freedom with excessive scrupulosity, nostalgic egoism, and ethical debility, can lead only to an inward idolatry. Revealingly, Hegel refers to the life of a man trapped in his own individuality as a hell, and no less revealingly he appeals to the authority of Goethe, who in his Iphigenie dramatizes this hell as the fate of Orestes, but is evidently fully aware both of its disintegrating, problematic nature and of the fact that the task of 298 progressive humanism is to discover a way out of this impasse of individualism in the modern world. Goethe's awareness of his humanist mission is what makes him the great poet of his age. Hegel goes on to measure Jacobi's poetic works against the artistic, moral, and intellectual standards set by Goethe. Thus in his heroes Alwill and Voldemar we witness the torment that springs from an eternal contemplation of the self, not even in the course of acting, but in the still greater boredom and lassitude of an empty existence, this self-prostitution once portrayed as the explanation for the catastrophe that befalls them in their non-novelistic adventures, but it is not annulled at the moment of disaster, and the uncatastrophic virtue of their whole environment is also more or less tainted by the same hell. It is very revealing that the section of Faith and Knowledge which treats of Jacobi concludes with a discussion of Schleiermacher's Discourses on Religion, one of the programmatic works of the Jena Romantic school. Hegel reproaches Schleiermacher with cultivating the same empty subjectivity as Jacobi. Thus even the contemplation of the universe is turned into subjectivity, since it is a piece of virtuosity and not even nostalgia, but a search for nostalgia. The expression of something utterly inward, the unmediated explosion or succession of isolated and particular enthusiasms, and not the truthful statement that a work of art should be. Thus Hegel castigates in Schleiermacher what he criticized in Jacobi. Schleiermacher wishes to cultivate art without works of art registered, and the philosophy of life is to achieve its practical fulfillment as Lebenskunst, the art of living. Hence Schleiermacher remains at the same level of individualistic immediacy as Jacobi. To bring out the profound affinity of such views with the philosophy of Kant, we would just like to cite one comment in Hegel's Jena notebook. Of Kant it is admiringly claimed that he teaches philosophizing, not philosophy, just as if a man were to teach carpentry without ever making a single table or chair, door, or cupboard. Thus Hegel views Kant, Jacobi, and Fichte as part of the same philosophical trend in which with historical necessity the hollowness and problematic nature of modern individualism is reproduced in its various stages. The morality of objective idealism with which he now confronts the advocates of subjective idealism culminates in the proposition that absolute ethical totality is nothing other than a people. And he goes on to summarize his own position by citing the answer given by Epithago. 299. Rein in Diogenes Laertius to a question about the nature of the best education. Make him the citizen of a well-ordered nation. 3. Engels clearly perceived this fundamental tenet of Hegelian morality and he counterpoised it to Feuerbach's abstract ethical views. Hegel's ethics or doctrine of moral conduct is the philosophy of right and embraces, 1. Abstract right, 2. Morality, 3. Social ethics, under which again are comprised, the family, civil society, and the state. Here the content is as realistic as the form is idealistic. Besides morality, the whole sphere of law, economy, politics is here included. Both in content and structure Hegel's ethics in his Jena period differs from its later formulation. But as a general account of the tendencies operative in his views on ethics, Engels' description may be taken to apply to this period also. Now that we have to some extent extracted Hegel's positive ideas from his polemic with subjective idealism, we must confront the problem of presenting the issues discussed by Hegel in their proper context. The first prerequisite for this is an understanding of how, according to Hegel, modern civil society came into being, for it is the substantive nature and the institutions of that society that form the context for his ideas on morality. Chapter 4. Hegel's view of history in his first years in Jena. The main thrust of Hegel's thought was historical right from the start. In his Bern period, as we have seen, his historical approach even antedated his philosophical consciousness of the problems of history. The latter was only activated after he had abandoned his Jacobin illusions about the possibility of a classical revival and was able to face up the problems of the dialectics of modern civil society. From that point on, Hegel's thought focused on the dialectical interaction of historical development and philosophical system. We may remind the reader that both the philosophy of right and the portrayal of objective mind in the encyclopedia culminate in world history as the highest expression of human reason. Moreover, one of Hegel's chief objections to Fichte was that Fichte's notion of freedom was isolated from the objective laws of nature and history. Hence respect and even reverence for the realities of history form the foundation of Hegelian philosophy. In the introductory remarks to the Jena continuation of the Frankfurt essay The German Constitution, Hegel saw it as his task to understand what is. And elsewhere in the same introduction he elucidated that remark in a manner which highlights both the idealistic and the forward-moving dialectical elements on his thought: whatever can no longer be understood, has ceased to exist. Hegel's historicism, then, by no means implies the glorification of the past or even the vindication of certain aspects of the present, by suggesting that they have a long, honorable past behind them. That is the standpoint of the Romantic historians or of those influenced by Romanticism in one form or another. Hegel always repudiated such attitudes. Earlier on, p. 231f, we quoted a passage from Hegel's essay on natural law in connection with the problem of positivity. He spoke there of the way in which the institutions of feudalism, which had once corresponded to the historical conditions of the people, had, in the course of time, developed the symptoms of a lifeless positivity. Hegel calls for a real historical understanding of the question. But it would exceed its competence and its truth if this meant that it was necessary to justify for the present a law that had truth only in the past. On the contrary, the historical understanding of a law which had its ground in past customs and a now defunct life alone shows precisely that it lacks all meaning and sense in the living present. 301. 302. And in this context he makes a distinction between the history of a past life and the definite idea of a present death. It is therefore a straightforward falsification to try and assimilate Hegel to the pseudo-historicism of the Romantic movement. Nor did he share the historical methodology of Romanticism which came into existence at around this time. Under the influence of counter-revolutionary journalism we witness the spread of a view according to which the organic nature of historical structures and processes precluded the intervention of the conscious will of men to change their own fate in society. Furthermore, the continuity of history once placed in sharp contrast to attempts to interrupt the process once it has begun to take place. Both these views imply that revolution is essentially an unhistorical aberration, an unhistorical piece of bungling which simply disrupts the true course of history. It is highly characteristic of the growing reactionary and romantic elements in Schelling's thought that he began to make significant concessions to this theory in his lectures on the methodology of academic study of 1803, the very time when he was collaborating with Hegel. The practical methodological significance of what we have come to recognize as Hegel's specific form of dialectics can now be seen in his approach to history. All of his comments on history at this period show that he has remained true to his conception of dialectics, to the idea that historical continuity is a union of continuity and discontinuity. We shall see later on how the French Revolution occupied a central place in Hegel's view of history in Jena. And we may easily appreciate that this should be reflected in his methodology too. We have already shown that the Jena logic contains a version of the theory of the transition from quantity to quality. The nodal line of measure relations, which was not finally formulated until much later, enshrines the doctrine which enables Hegel to view qualitative leaps, violent disruptions of continuity as necessary, organic constituents of a process. In the concluding paragraphs of the essay on natural law, Hegel does in fact raise the matter of qualitative leaps in history, and even though he does not explicitly name the Romantics, the polemic is clear enough. Although the passage is rather long, we must quote it in full because of the sharp contrast it presents between Hegel and Romanticism. It should be noted incidentally that by individuality he means the individuality of a people. And although nature advances regularly within a particular configuration, its advance is not mechanical, but accelerates progressively and enjoys the new configuration it has reached. Having leapt into it, it reposes there a while. Just like a shell that gives a final burst as it reaches its goal and there rests a moment, or the heated metal which 303 melts not like wax, but suddenly, and then remains in that condition. For a phenomenon is a transition to its absolute opposite, it is infinite, and this emergence from infinity, or from nothing is a leap, and a configuration in all its newly born strength is something that at first exists for itself, before it becomes aware of its relation to another. And in the same way a growing individuality has both the joy of the leap and also the duration of enjoyment in its novel form. Until it gradually becomes exposed to the negative and then suddenly is shattered. This clearly demonstrates the worthlessness of the modern theories of Meinecke, Rosenzweig, and Heller, which attempt to turn Hegel into a forerunner of Ranke. Turning now to an analysis of Hegel's detailed historical views, we must begin by observing that we do not possess any comprehensive historical survey from his own hand at this period. All we have are scattered remarks in a number of writings, especially in the essay on the German Constitution which he worked over again in 1801 only to leave it finally as a fragment. In addition, a number of ideas can be gleaned from the polemical essays, projected systematic works, etc. Although we shall concentrate on the first few years in Jena, we shall also refer to the recently published manuscripts of his lectures for the years 1803-4 and 1805-6, both for his views on history and for our next chapter on economics. These lectures often contain superior formulations of the problems which emerged in the period following his arrival in Jena. It is true that the Phenomenology of Mind already contains a systematic survey of the history of mankind, but as we shall see later on, Hegel's objectives in that work are quite specific, and so even the Phenomenology does not present us with a comprehensive account of world history in the sense that this may be said of the later lectures on the philosophy of history. The German Constitution, though begun in Frankfurt, was not given any more detailed historical backing until Hegel took it up again in Jena. When he did so, he focused on one problem, that of the origins of the national and political disunity of Germany, much more clearly than he had earlier on. The other side of Hegel's interest, however, the question of a solution to this problem is as intractable for Hegel now as it had been before. Indeed, his more penetrating historical analysis forces Hegel to give this lack of clarity concrete shape. In the course of a discussion of the national disunity of Italy and the attempts made to remedy it, a situation which offered many parallels with Germany, Hegel has occasion to mention Machiavelli. He too had made an acute analysis of his country's disunity, and he too had failed to discover a definite path to national unification. This was why the figure of Theseus was to be found in his writings, for according to legend Theseus had succeeded in putting an end to the discord and anarchy of 304. The Athenian people and had laid the foundations for the political and national unity of Athens. Machiavelli longed for an Italian Theseus, and the young Hegel, no less muddled than he, followed suit. The legendary figure of Theseus is to be found not only in the German constitution but in a number of other early writings, and the Hegel literature is full of the most ingenious conjectures about his possible identity. Machiavelli had Cesare Borgia in mind, at least for a time. According to Dilthey, Hegel's Theseus was Napoleon. Rosenzweig has a very tortuous argument that identifies Theseus with the Austrian Archduke Charles, registered, since the latter hypothesis is an important stone in the edifice designed to show that Hegel is a forerunner of Ranke and Bismarck. We must comment on it a little more fully. This will have the useful advantage of enabling us at the same time to isolate Hegel's views of Austria and Prussia, the two great German powers of his day. His attitude towards Prussia is one of radical rejection. He considers it to be an alien power threatening Germany from without. Just as the old Roman Empire was destroyed by barbarians from the north, so too the principle of destruction entered the Romano-German Empire from the north. Denmark, Sweden, England, and above all Prussia are the foreign powers whose standing as estates of the empire has given them at one and the same time a center separate from the German Empire and a constitutionally proper influence on its affairs. The young Hegel does not allow himself to be dazzled by legends about Frederick the Great of Prussia. He discerns no national interest in the wars fought by Prussia, but merely the private interest of the warring powers. They are comparable to the cabinet wars of the Ancien regime. Nor does Hegel see any merit in the aggrandizement of Prussia in the course of the 18th century as far as Germany as a whole is concerned. It just means the enlargement of that power whose size is the greatest impediment to the unity of the German state. And elsewhere he speaks with the greatest contempt of the soulless bureaucracy of the Prussian state. Registered, this view of Prussia remains dominant up to the fall of Napoleon. We find it expressed in letters from the Bamberg and Nuremberg periods, as well as Hegel's Nuremberg writings. At the time of the transformation which caused Hegel to come to terms with the fall of Napoleon and the Restoration, a transformation which was precipitated by an inner crisis and which ushered in the resigned mood of his entire later life, there was also a change in Hegel's view of Prussia. A discussion of the development in Hegel's views in this later period is quite beyond the scope of the present work. His attitude towards Austria as expressed in the German constitution is a shade friendlier than his view of Prussia and 305. There is even a certain sympathy, especially for Joseph II's attempted reforms. But with reference to the overall fate of Germany, Austria and Prussia stand on much the same footing. This gives us some idea of the value of Rosenzweig's hypothesis. As to the identification of Theseus with Napoleon, this is altogether more plausible. Some years later, at the time when he was engaged in writing the Phenomenology of Mind, Hegel was unquestionably a supporter of Napoleon's. From his letters it is quite clear that he was in favor of the policy of the Confederation of the Rhine and remained so until the fall of Napoleon. We have also seen how in 1803 in the course of his criticism of Fichte's F48 he implied approval of Napoleon's coup d'état. It looks as if we can trace the origins of this view back to 1801, but we cannot do this with absolute certainty. For in the fragments dealing with religion and the philosophy of history from the earliest period in Jena, published by Rosenkranz and dating in all probability from the time of the essay on the German Constitution, Hegel talks of the birth of a new religion in the following terms: It will come into being when there is a free people and when reason has once again given birth to reality as an ethical spirit which will be bold enough to take shape on its own soil and from a sense of its own majesty. This seems to suggest that at this time Hegel still cherished the hope of a complete national liberation of Germany, even though the basis for such hopes is of course completely obscure. However, the impossibility of resolving this problem is of no great moment for our understanding of Hegel's development, since we have a completely clear picture of the road he took from disillusion with the revolution to enthusiastic support for Napoleon. The question of when he began to feel this enthusiasm and what hesitations he experienced one's of secondary importance. The importance of the pamphlet on the German constitution for Hegel himself was that for the first time he established the developmental pattern of social formations and states. Later on he would fill in various gaps in the pattern, but he never modified the main points. He regarded the migration of nations and the feudal system arising out of it as the social and political starting point of the nations of modern Europe. The system of representation is the system of all modern European states. It did not exist in the forests of Germany, but it did arise from them. It marks an epoch in world history. The continuity of world culture has led the human race beyond Oriental despotisms, through a republic's world dominion, and then out of the fall of Rome into a middle term between these extremes. And the Germans are the people from whom this third universal form of the world spirit was born. This system did not exist in the forests of Germany, because each 306. Nation must on its own account have run through its own proper course of development before it encroaches on the universal course of world history. The principle which elevates it to universal dominion first arises when its own peculiar principle is applied to the rest of the unstable cosmos. Thus the freedom of the German peoples necessarily became a feudal system when in their conquests they deluged the rest of the world. Starting from this general position, Hegel proceeds to give a sketch of the development of feudalism and its collapse in the most important European states. These he divides into two major groups. The first includes England, France and Spain, where the central monarchical power was able to subdue feudalism. The second comprises Germany and Italy, where the dissolution of feudalism disrupted national life and prevented the emergence of unified nations. Of the nations belonging to the first group, it is only France that Hegel analyses in any detail. He shows how France and Germany arrive at opposed national formations from a common source in feudalism. France as a state and Germany as a state had both of them the same two inherent principles of dissolution. In the one, Richelieu completely annulled these principles and thus raised it to be one of the most powerful states. In the other, he gave these principles full play and thus cancelled its existence as a state. Hegel relates how in France the absolute monarchy was able to subjugate both the nobility, which had hitherto asserted its independence, and the Huguenots, who had for a time maintained a state within the state. He shows how the power of both had to be destroyed if the unity of the French monarchy were to be maintained. He emphasizes the part played by Richelieu and does so in such a way that we can clearly discern his later concept of the world historical individual. Here too the neo-Hegelians have attempted to distort a Hegelian theory, this time by connecting it with the cult of the hero stemming from Treitschke and Nietzsche. However, Hegel is never concerned with the person but with the world historical principle which takes possession of a person at a particular moment in time, using him as an instrument for its own ends. This is undoubtedly his later position, and we find it quite explicit here too. Writing of the French feudal lords, he says, "They gave way not to Richelieu as a man but to his genius, which linked his person with the necessary principle of the unity of the state. And herein lies political genius, in the identification of an individual with a principle. Given this linkage, the individual must carry off the victory." 307. Hegel's remarks about England, Spain, and the other nations in this group are brief and even cursory. The only point to notice is that he is completely indifferent to the relative merits of political forms, monarchy or republic. What is important in his eyes is that these countries have succeeded in attaining a center in which all power is concentrated. It does not matter in this connection whether the center has a strictly monarchical or republican form. For, on this point as on a number of others, Hegel follows the example of Hobbes. In his remarks on Italy, pride of place goes to a frank and objective analysis of Machiavelli's theories. It should be noted that Hegel does not regard Machiavelli as the general theoretician of mindless power politics, a view favored by the Meinecke school. Hegel sees Machiavelli as a despairing protagonist of the Italian national unity that had been lost but which he wished to restore. He views him as a national revolutionary who is eager to attain this great goal with whatever means present themselves. In this context, Hegel briefly turns aside to discuss Frederick the Great's pamphlet attacking Machiavelli, dismissing it as a school exercise whose empty sanctimoniousness was revealed by Frederick's own actions. Nor does Hegel omit to point out the contrasting historical actions of the two men. Machiavelli fought for the unity of Italy. His critic, the Crown Prince Frederick, was a modern monarch whose whole life and actions have expressed most clearly the dissolution of the German state into independent states. Hegel's views about the dissolution of German feudalism and the origins of the fragmentation of Germany into a host of petty states are already known to us from the Frankfurt version of this essay, cp 138 ff. According to Hegel, the decisive turning point here was the Peace of Westphalia, 1648, which brought the 30 Years' War to an end. In the Peace of Westphalia, the statelessness of Germany was organized. Germany renounced establishing itself as a secure state power and surrendered to the goodwill of its members. On the basis of this historical outline, Hegel goes on to speak of the necessity of the modern state. In his eyes, it came into being with the overcoming of the French Revolution. To understand Hegel rightly on this point, we should recollect that Hegel thinks of the French Revolution as having been overcome in the double sense of aufgehoben, annulled but also preserved. In his remarks about the revolution in the German constitution, his dislike of its radical democratic elements is again 308. Quite explicit. He talks of them as if they were to be simply equated with anarchy. But his conclusions, which we quote at length, make it obvious that he was very far from agreeing to restoration of any type, and that, once the threat of anarchy was removed, he saw the French Revolution as the opening of a new epoch in world history. Anarchy has become distinguished from freedom. The notion that a firm government is indispensable for freedom has become deeply engraved on men's minds, but no less deeply engraved is the notion that the people must share in the making of laws and the management of the most important affairs of state. The guarantee that the government will proceed in accordance with law, and the cooperation of the general will in the most important affairs of state which affect everyone, the people finds in the organization of a body representative of the people. This body has to sanction payment to the monarch of a part of the national taxes, but especially the payment of extraordinary taxes. Just as in former days the most important matter, i.e. personal services, depended on free agreement, so nowadays money, which comprises influence of every other kind, is equally so dependent. Without such a representative body, freedom is no longer thinkable. It is quite clear from this that Hegel's standpoint is that of a constitutional monarchy, with the reservation we have mentioned of his indifference, not always explicit, to the relative merits of republics and monarchies. And on closer examination we can see that the model to which his ideal increasingly approximates is that of the Napoleonic states. On the other hand, we can also perceive his later conception of the organic growth of the modern state out of feudalism and the collapse of feudalism. But in this process the French Revolution makes a definite caesura. We must emphasize this, since the more recent critics have made repeated efforts to obscure his anti-feudalism and his contempt for the Restoration, so as to buttress their view of a development from Hegel through Ranke to Bismarck. This interpretation occasionally resorts to quite crude methods of falsification. Thus Rosenzweig, who knows Hegel's writings much too well to be unable to detect his affinities with Napoleonic conceptions of the state, simply falsifies the whole character of the Napoleonic age. He regards it as a restoration of the Ancien Regime in the style of Louis XIV. On this premise it is not hard to convert Hegel firstly into an adherent of the Ancien Regime and secondly into a forerunner of Bismarck. In reality the conception of constitutional monarchy we have outlined goes back to Montesquieu and is a construct based partly on the model of England, partly on that of the Napoleonic states, i.e. it is grounded above all in the idea of a state that has undergone a bourgeois revolution. We can see this theme running. Hegel's view of history in Jena 309 through all of Hegel's reflections on the Constitution. We shall come back to his discussion of the character of the estates in another context. All we need say here is that his proposals for a system of taxation are derived largely from English models, especially that of Adam Smith, and that he is implacably opposed to all vestiges of feudalism in financial affairs, in particular to incomes derived from royal domains. We can see Hegel's view of the modern state most clearly if we return to his mystical redeemer, Theseus. Theseus makes his appearance not just in the section of the German constitution dealing with Machiavelli, but also in a later, rather obscure passage, whose meaning, however, we hope to be able to elucidate by means of reference to his later lectures, 1805-6. Hegel says, this Theseus would have to have the magnanimity to grant to the people he would have had to fashion out of dispersed units a share in matters that affected everyone. Since a democratic constitution, like the one Theseus gave to his own people, is self-contradictory in modern times and in large states, this share would have to be some form of organization. Moreover, even if the direction of the state's power which he had in his hands could ensure him against being repaid, as Theseus was, with ingratitude, still he would have to have character enough to be ready to endure the hatred with which Richelieu and other great men who wrecked men's private and particular interests were saddled. Hegel's repudiation of democracy is no longer a novelty for us. Nor is there anything original, either for Hegel or in itself, in the idea that democracy was a form of government adapted to the city-states of antiquity, but not for the great states of the modern world. It is in fact a commonplace of the French Enlightenment. Hegel's bluntness about it is of interest mainly because it is linked to the idea that had begun to emerge in Frankfurt and would appear in its mature form in Jena, to the effect that classical civilization now belonged entirely to the past and that by that token it had ceased to act as an ideal for us. We shall return to this issue later and deal with it in detail. As to Theseus himself, we must not allow ourselves to be misled by Hegel's very general and in parts obscure language. Of course, for Hegel the world historical individual is always the executive organ of the world spirit. But, as we shall see at once, what always matters to him is the hegemony of the historically necessary principle, and Theseus is no more than an organ, an instrument of world history, who once needed to carry out the latest part of the process. The antithesis that Hegel establishes here between Theseus and the masses is the antithesis between the world historical individual who has grasped the necessity for a general change after the French Revolution, and the inert, retrograde German. 310. Nation that has fallen asleep in the midst of its wretched semi-feudal and petty bourgeois existence, and that defends this existence against all attacks by appealing to its private interests and particular nature. When Hegel speaks of the ingratitude that has been the lot of great men like Richelieu, his expression is unfortunate although its meaning is clear enough. Richelieu earned the deadly hatred of the feudal nobility of France, whose independent power he destroyed. Hegel recognizes this fact and applies it to Germany. The observation is correct, but the expression is misleading because the nobles had no grounds for gratitude towards Richelieu, and so their hatred cannot be construed as ingratitude. In the lectures of 1805-6, Hegel again reverts to the idea of Theseus as the founder of states. He remarks that all states were founded through force and that the agents of this force were often great men. This is the merit of the great man, that he knows and can express the absolute will. All assemble around his banner, he is their God. It was thus when Theseus founded the state of Athens, so it was too when a terrible force took hold of the state, and indeed everything, in the French Revolution. This force is not despotism, but tyranny, pure, terrifying dominance. But it is necessary and just to the extent to which it constitutes and maintains the state as a real individual entity. This state is the simple absolute spirit which is certain of itself and which acknowledges nothing but itself, neither concepts of good and evil, scandalous and base, nor cunning and deceit. It is above all these, since in it evil is reconciled with itself. 7. Hegel goes on to say almost at once that this tyranny is necessary to educate the people to obey the new institutions. Here too it would be an error to put too much weight on the word obey. Undoubtedly, these remarks do convey Hegel's anti-democratic sentiments. But their main thrust is generated by the realization that outmoded institutions such as feudalism must not only be destroyed by force, but that tyranny is essential if attempts to restore them are to be frustrated. Hegel regards tyranny as an essential transitional phase between two social and political systems. Tyranny is overthrown by the people because it is abhorrent and base, etc., but in reality only because it is superfluous. The memory of the tyrant is execrated, but in this respect too he is only spirit certain of itself. As such he has acted as a god only in and for himself and expects the ingratitude of his people. If he were wise he would divest himself of his powers as they became superfluous, but as things are his divinity is only the divinity of an animal, blind necessity which deserves to be abominated as sheer evil. This was the case with Robespierre. His power abandoned him, because necessity had abandoned him, and so he. Hegel's view of history in Jena 311 was violently overthrown. That which is necessary comes to pass, but each portion of necessity is normally assigned to individuals. One is counsel for the prosecution and one for the defense, another is judge, a fourth executioner, but all are necessary. Here too it is easy enough to criticize the obscurities in Hegel's mythological view of history. It is obvious that he understood very little of the actual class struggles in France and the processes which led to the establishment and the fall of the Jacobin dictatorship. But his great understanding of history enabled him to see that this dictatorship, which he abhorred so profoundly, was a necessary and inevitable turning point in world history, the establishment of the modern state. But even if it is true that Hegel did not understand the actuality of the class struggles in France, he was by no means blind to their social import. On the contrary, in a marginal note to the same course of lectures he wrote, "Thus the French Revolution, abolition of formally privileged estates, once this achieved, abolition of inequality between estates, idle talk." This makes it quite clear that Hegel unreservedly accepted the bourgeois content of the French Revolution, its achievement in establishing modern bourgeois society and the liquidation of feudal privileges, and could even accept the historical necessity of the Jacobin terror as an instrument for effecting this world historical transformation, in which it is Robespierre who is equated with Theseus. But he at once expresses his disapproval, idle talk, when the radical democracy of the day overshoots the limits of bourgeois society. We believe that these observations should help to clarify the social and historical significance of Hegel's obscure and even mystical references to Theseus. We shall return later to the question of how Hegel envisaged the internal social structure of the modern state. For the moment we need only point out that the figure of the monarch is not thought of as a ruler after the style of the Ancien Regime. He is the fixed, immediate, not binding the whole. The spiritual bond is public opinion. Clearly, what Hegel has in mind here is a society whose free, self-activating movement holds the whole in balance. The whole, however, is the mean, it is the free spirit which comports itself independently of these wholly fixed extremes, i.e. the particular spheres of society G.L. The whole is independent of the knowledge of individuals or of the nature of the ruler, he is a knot that binds nothing. And just as it is not possible to identify the hereditary monarch with 312, the ruler of the Ancien Regime, so too it is quite illicit to equate the first or the universal class of the Jena philosophy of society with the old hereditary nobility. As Rosenzweig, at this period Hegel still had not lost his old antipathy for the aristocracy that he had felt in Bern. When he wrote about democracy, aristocracy, and monarchy in the System of Ethics, he described aristocracy in these terms. It is distinguished from the absolute constitution by heredity and even more by its possessions, and because it has the form of the absolute but not its essence, it is the worst of all. As we shall see, Hegel accepts the principle of heredity only for the monarchy, he rejects it for the nobility. In another passage where he makes a comparison between the monarch and the rest of the population he observes, Other individuals have value only to the extent to which they are externalized cultivated beings, as what they have made of themselves. Thus Hegel holds fast to the view of a society divided into classes. The individual membership of those classes, however, is to be determined by individual talents and achievements, and not by heredity. Hegel's conception of the universal class at this time corresponds much more closely to the military and bureaucratic nobility of Napoleon than to the hereditary nobility of the semi-feudal states. Hegel gives a comprehensive historical survey of medieval and modern Europe. He regards the entire development from the migration of nations to the present as a single unified process. The French Revolution is not a discordant note, disrupting the organic process, as the thinkers of counter-revolutionary Romanticism believed, but on the contrary, it was a great purifying world crisis which releases vital new elements and activates existing tendencies which will promote the healthy development of the different nations. Of course, anarchy has to be conquered. But we have also seen how this anarchy is an essential constituent of the dialectical course of history, and that Robespierre plays as vital a role in French history and indirectly in world history too, as Richelieu had done before him. The function of both was to create an opening for a new constellation of the spirit. With this far-sighted and uninhibited view of history, Hegel stands more or less alone in his age, and not merely in Germany. With its freedom from moralizing, from all antipathy and sympathy, his attitude to the great events of the day and their interconnections is reminiscent of Balzac, who had also understood the history of France from the collapse of feudalism to the February Revolution in terms of a unified, if crisis-ridden, process. This becomes quite explicit in an ingenious and witty conversation between Catherine de' Medici and the young lawyer. Hegel's view of history in Jena 313. Robespierre, who are brought together to make the point that both had striven for the same thing, namely the unity of the French nation, and although she had failed, he would succeed. And the disciple of Hegel, Heinrich Heine, put forward the same idea, admittedly from a more highly developed stage of society, when he linked Richelieu, Robespierre, and Rothschild as the three most terrible levelers in Europe, the greatest scourge of the nobility. This perspective on history spells the conscious and final demise of Hegel's youthful dream of the revolutionary return of classical civilization. Its central problem is not just to discover and isolate the specific features of the modern world, which ever since Frankfurt had ceased to be thought of entirely as symptoms of decadence. Quite on the contrary, his present view is based on an overall conception of history as a whole, so that the dissolution of the classical city-states is not merely historically necessary, it had been necessary even in Bern, but a higher social principle has emerged from the ruins. Thus antiquity has definitively lost its privileged place in the philosophy of history. As early as the fragment from the first part of his stay in Jena published by Rosenkranz, Hegel had referred to the beautiful world of antiquity as only a memory registered in his later Jena writings. Hegel describes this higher principle of the modern world in detail. In his lectures of 1805-6, Hegel draws the following parallel between a Greek community and a modern society. This is the higher principle of the modern age that the ancients and Plato did not know. In days of old, a beautiful public life was the custom of all, beauty as the immediate union of the universal and the particular, a work of art in which no part was separated from the whole, but a wonderful union of the self-knowing self and its representation. But the absolute self-knowledge of the individual did not yet exist. This absolute being in oneself was not present. The Platonic Republic, like the state of Sparta, is the disappearance of the self-knowing individual. And in a marginal note Hegel adds, by way of explanation, Plato did not set up an ideal, he interiorized the state of his age within himself. But this state has perished. The Platonic Republic is not realizable because it lacked the principle of absolute individuality. Thus individuality, or, more precisely, the absolute value of personality in its singularity, is the novel principle that divides the ancient and the modern worlds. This idea too is familiar to us from Frankfurt and its roots, i.e. the individual as crucial in distinguishing between ancient and modern society, go back even into the Bern period. Even in Bern, Hegel had observed that the privatization of human life which entered 314 The ancient city-states at the time of their decay had led to individuality and individualism in the modern sense. At that time, however, he had steadfastly opposed the inroads of the private on the public. It represented for him merely the subjective side of lifeless positivity, of societal existence. The Frankfurt crisis was precipitated by the fact that Hegel gradually began to modify this blunt rejection of positivity. We have already seen how the concept of positivity gradually became historicized and how it became saturated with an increasingly complex dialectic of progressive and reactionary elements. This dialectic was set in motion as Hegel came to believe that the positive spheres of modern society were also the products of human activity, and that they came into being and perish, flourish, or petrify, in constant interaction with the actions of men. Hence they cease to appear as something ready-made, as an inexorably objective fate. The change in his views had begun in Frankfurt. For the time being it was confined to an objective dialectic of positivity itself. Then the increasing interaction between subject and object, between the subjectivity of the action of individuals in society and the objectivity of the social formations rigidly confronting them, came to influence and even to determine the dialectic, without ever reaching the point of being identified as its central principle. This was reserved for the Jena period and became fully conscious in its culminating phase in the phenomenology of mind. There, as we shall see, the old concept positivity is replaced by the new terms externalization or alienation. As with all genuine thinkers, the change is not merely one of terminology. The distinction between positivity and externalization conceals a profound extension of Hegel's earlier ideas. Positivity refers to a quality of social formations, objects, things. Externalization is a specific mode of human activity as a result of which specific social institutions come into being and acquire the objective nature peculiar to them. The change in terminology is very gradual indeed. The term externalization recurs with increasing frequency, positivity becomes more and more rare, but for years the two terms are used alongside each other. Not until the lectures of 1805-6 are the two concepts properly distinguished. What the change involves is a growing understanding of the real nature of modern civil society and above all of its progressive nature. We have already seen how Hegel had begun in Frankfurt to think of antiquity as irrevocably belonging to the past. In Jena he becomes more firmly convinced of this. But his conviction is accompanied by a profound feeling of sorrow that this world of really living and really human beings should have vanished forever. We have quoted the remark in Rosenkranz where Hegel refers to antiquity as only a memory. The continuation of the same passage is very revealing of his mood at that time. 315. The union of mind and its reality must be sundered. The ideal principle must constitute itself as a universal, the real must become fixed as a particular, and nature must lie between them, a desecrated corpse. Trademark registered. The sorrow expressed here forms the basic mood of Hölderlin's poetry, and it also confers undying beauty on the great philosophical poems of Schiller. Schiller did not stop short at that point, but advanced in the realm of aesthetics and of course on the basis of a broad philosophical culture to an understanding of the specific characteristics of the modern world and its poetry. Hegel traveled the same path, but in a much more resolute and systematic fashion. It is worth remarking, however, that the greatness of both Schiller and Hegel in their reflections on the philosophy of history rests in great measure on the fact that they never really overcame this sorrow. In the absence of a proletariat, the humanist critique of capitalism could only discover a concrete standard of what man had lost and had to lose in the course of the undeniable progress made by capitalism by recalling that authentic humanity which had flourished in the city-states of Greece. The recognition of the progressive nature of capitalism never degenerated in the writings of the German classics into a superficial glorification of modern bourgeois society after the manner of Bentham. The notion, developed by idealist dialectics, of a contradictory progress is very intimately bound up with this relationship to antiquity. The opposition between ancient and modern society develops increasingly into a distinction between the immediate and the mediate socialization of man. And the more Hegel comes to appreciate the necessary and progressive nature of mediation, the more he perceives that the increasingly complex system of mediations that results is the product of man's own activity. This in turn leads him to the discovery that the involvement of human personality in these social mediations and the sharp decline of unmediated relationships between men does not entail the diminution of human individuality. On the contrary, real human individuality only begins to unfold in the course of this process, through the creation of a mediating system of institutions which progressively become more thing-like and which increasingly externalize human personality. We have just cited Hegel's remark, p. 312, to the effect that in modern civil society individuals exist only as externalized beings, as what they have made of themselves. What this means is that Hegel was beginning to see that if mankind is to develop all its capacities and awaken into detail the talents that sleep within it, then it must overcome its merely natural immediacy. His regret at the passing away of that beauty that was to be found in the natural immediacy of life in antiquity expresses his dialectical conviction that human progress has been dearly bought. 316. Since for Hegel modern civil society was the highest stage of mankind, beyond which he neither did nor could see anything higher, his recognition oft passing of antiquity had the sense of an irrevocable loss. His greatness as a thinker is that he was able to hold fast to both aspects of this contradiction without concerning himself overmuch with the further contradictions that it provoked in him. These contradictions are connected partly with certain illusions about a classical revival prevalent in the Napoleonic era. When Hegel's first liberal critics, such as Heim, reproach him with a nostalgia for antiquity, a failure to recognize the merits of modern bourgeois society, what they really lament is Hegel's failure to become the German Bentham. The insoluble contradiction that appears here in Hegel, one with which we shall concern ourselves in a later chapter, is a contradiction in history itself. The contradictions in the nature of progress could only be fully grasped in a concrete, materialist and dialectical manner once the class struggle had developed to the point where a proletarian humanism could envisage the recovery of immediate personal and social relations as the result of the emancipation of humanity through socialism. The proper understanding of human development in historical materialism provides an essential corrective to Hegel, but in a manner diametrically opposed to those who have criticized him from the point of view of a vulgar and superficial liberal belief in progress. Marx's view of antiquity as the normal childhood of mankind, the theory of primitive communism, of tribal society and its dissolution as the foundation of classical civilization is infinitely superior to Hegel's conception, but does not conflict with its basic historical premises or his brilliant insights into the development of mankind. In the lectures of 1805-6 Hegel formulates the difference between ancient and modern civilization as follows. This is the beautiful, happy freedom of the Greeks which has been and still is the subject of such envy. The nation is divided into citizens and is at the same time one individual, the government. It interacts only with itself. The same will informs the individual and the universal. The renunciation of the particular will is the immediate preservation of that same will. But a higher abstraction is necessary, a greater opposition and culture, a deeper spirit. It is the realm of ethical life, each man is himself ethical, immediately at one with the universal. There are no protests here, each man knows himself to be immediately universal, i.e. he renounces his particularity, without knowing it as such, as this self, as essence. The higher division of the modern world transaction is that each person retires completely into himself, knows his self as such to be the essence. He comes to the willful idea that although separated from the universal, he is yet absolute and in. 317. His knowledge he possesses his absoluteness immediately. As a particular being he leaves the universal quite free, he has complete autonomy, he relinquishes his reality and has value only in his knowledge. We shall have to analyze at length the problems that emerge from this comparison. In the process we shall encounter the philosophical sources of a number of the social and political limitations of Hegel's thought, such as, for example, Hegel's belief that his use of externalization as the foundation of modern individuality provides him with a philosophical reason for rejecting democracy in modern society. For the present it is sufficient to focus on the contrast which lies at the roots of his conception of history. On the one hand, he sees the development of human personality as a product of the process of externalization or alienation, and, on the other hand, he recognizes that the man-made system of externalized mediations injects into society an objective means of propulsion, and that one of the chief tasks facing the philosophy of history is to investigate the laws of that process. After some observations concerning the monarch as a natural person and the rest of the citizenry as externalized persons, Hegel adds: the entire community is tied as little to the one as to the other, it is the self-supporting indestructible substance. Of whatever sort the ruler or the citizens may be, the community is complete in itself and preserves itself. The increasing tension apparent here between the growing subjectivity and autonomy of human individuality on the one hand, and the simultaneous emergence of a no less autonomous system of man-made social mediations, this is in Hegel's eyes the fundamental problem of modern civil society, and of his own philosophy of history. Although the term has not yet been employed, it is very clear that political economy provides this problem with its scientific underpinning. It is necessary, therefore, to consider Hegel's views on economics and to estimate their importance for his dialectics. This will involve us in two sets of problems. On the one hand, there is the question of the extent to which Hegel's understanding of the contradictions of capitalism advanced his dialectical method. On the other hand, we must consider the problem arising from Hegel's inadequate grasp of the contradictions of capitalism and the difficulties that this involved him in, i.e., the way in which his defective understanding of economics and the limitations of his idealist dialectics mutually determined each other. Chapter 5. Hegel's Economics during the Jena period. The economic and philosophic manuscripts contain a crucial criticism of the phenomenology of mind, in the course of which Marx gives a precise account of the achievement and the failing of Hegel's views on economics. Hegel's standpoint is that of modern political economy. He grasps labor as the essence of man, as man's essence in the act of proving itself. He sees only the positive, not the negative side of labor. Labor is man's coming to be for himself within alienation, or as alienated man. The present analysis of Hegel's economic views will confirm the accuracy of Marx's observations, both in their positive and in their negative aspects. Hegel did not produce a system of economics within his general philosophy, his ideas were always an integral part of his general social philosophy. This is in fact their merit. He was not concerned to produce original research within economics itself, for this was not possible in Germany at the time, but instead he concentrated on how to integrate the discoveries of the most advanced system of economics into a science of social problems in general. Moreover, and this is where we find the specifically Hegelian approach, he was concerned to discover the general dialectical categories concealed in those social problems. Needless to say, Hegel was not the first to attempt a synthesis of economics, sociology, history, and philosophy. The isolation of economics from other areas of the social sciences is a feature of the bourgeoisie in its decline. The leading thinkers of the 17th and 18th centuries ranged through the whole territory of the social sciences, and even the works of the outstanding economists such as Petty, Stoyart and Smith constantly ventured forth beyond the frontiers of economics in the narrower sense. The real originality of Hegel's exploitation of economic discoveries would only be determinable in the context of a history which sets out to explore the interplay between philosophy and economics in modern times, and even in Plato and Aristotle. Unfortunately, Marxist historiography has entirely failed to make such a study, so that almost all the necessary groundwork still remains to be done. The pointers to such work in the writings of the classics of Marxism-Leninism have been largely ignored. Nevertheless, something can be said about Hegel's originality here. 319. 320. With relative accuracy. For the philosophy of the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, mathematics, geometry, and the burgeoning natural sciences, and especially physics, were the decisive models. The outstanding thinkers oft consciously based their method on that of the natural sciences, even when their own subject matter was drawn from the social sciences. Of course, for that very reason, it would be interesting and important to discover whether and to what extent the study of economics had had any influence on their general methodology. Not until the advent of classical German idealism can any other methodological model be found. Naturally, this model also had its antecedents. I need refer only to Vico, whose great achievement in this area has likewise been consigned to oblivion by the scholars of subsequent ages. The shift in methodology is a product of the new emphasis on the active side in philosophy, an emphasis to be found more clearly in Fichte than in Kant. But subjective idealism necessarily held a far too constricted and abstract view of human praxis. In subjective idealism, all interest is concentrated on that aspect of human praxis that can be included under the heading of morality. For this reason, the economic views of Kant and Fichte had little bearing on their general method. Since Fichte viewed society, as well as nature, as a merely abstract backdrop for the activities of moral man, for homo noumenon, and since that backdrop confronted morality as an abstract negative, rigidly indifferent to the moral activity of man, it naturally did not occur to him to investigate the particular laws governing it. His closed commercial state shows that he had made a study of the physiocrats. However, the main ideas of the work are not influenced by the knowledge he had acquired. It is a dogmatic attempt to apply the moral principles of his philosophy to the various spheres of society and represents a Jacobin dictatorship of morality over the whole of human society. Kant's thought is in some respects more flexible and less narrow than Fichte's, but he too does not get beyond the point of applying general abstract principles to society. Kant had indeed read the works of Adam Smith and gleaned from them an insight into the nature of modern bourgeois society. But when he attempts to put this knowledge in the service of a philosophy of history, he arrives at quite abstract formulae. This is what happens in his interesting little essay Idea for a Universal History with a Cosmopolitan Purpose, where he attempts to make a philosophical study of the principles of progress in the development of society. He comes to the conclusion that nature has furnished man with an unsocial sociability, as a result of which man is propelled through the various passions towards progress. Man desires harmony, but nature understands better what will profit his species, it desires conflict. 321. The influence of English thinkers is clear enough. All that has happened is that the discussions have become more abstract without gaining any philosophical substance. For the end product is nothing but the bad infinity of the concept of infinite progress. When considering Hegel's critique of the ethics of subjective idealism, we saw how unremittingly hostile he was to this moralistic narrow-mindedness, this unyielding contrast between the subjective and objective sides of social activity. We may infer from this that his view of economics differed fundamentally from that of Kant and Fichte. It was for him the most immediate, primitive, and palpable manifestation of man's social activity. The study of economics should be the easiest and most direct way to distill the fundamental categories of that activity. In our discussion of the Frankfurt period, we pointed out in a rather different context that Hegel was decisively influenced by Adam Smith's conception of labor as the central category of political economy. Hegel's extension of the idea and systematic exposition of the principles underlying it in the phenomenology of mind have been fully defined by Marx in the work previously referred to. The outstanding achievement of Hegel's phenomenology is thus first that Hegel conceives the self-creation of man as a process, conceives objectification as loss of the object, as alienation, and as transcendence of this alienation, that he thus grasps the essence of labor and comprehends objective man true, because real man as the outcome of man's own labor. The real, active orientation of man to himself as a species being, or his manifestation as a real species being, i.e. as a human being, is only possible by the utilization of all the powers he has in himself and which are his as belonging to the species something which in turn is only possible through the cooperative action of all mankind, as the result of history is only possible by man's treating these generic powers as objects, and this, to begin with, is again only possible in the form of estrangement. Our examination of Hegel's historical attitudes has shown us that he was guided in his ideas by an image of modern bourgeois society, but that this image was not simply a reproduction of the retrograde conditions of Germany in his age, even though this did sometimes color his view of the world much against his will. What he had in mind was rather a picture of bourgeois society in its most developed form as the product of the French Revolution and the Industrial Revolution in England. With this image in his mind and with his insight into the role of human activity in society, Hegel attempted to overcome the Kantian and Fichtian dualism of subjectivity and objectivity, inner and outer, morality and legality. His aim was to comprehend socialized man whole and 322. Undivided as he really is within the concrete totality of his activity in society. His efforts were directed at the ultimate questions of philosophy. Kant had greatly advanced the active side of philosophy, but the price he had paid was to tear philosophy into two parts, a theoretical and a practical philosophy which were only tenuously connected. In particular, Kant's idealist sublimation of morality barred the way to an explanation of the concrete interplay between man's knowledge and his praxis. Fichte's radicalism only deepened the gulf still further. Schelling's objectivity did indeed take a step towards reconciling the two extremes, but he was not sufficiently interested in the social sciences and his knowledge of them was too slight to make any real difference here. Moreover, he was far too uncritical of the premises of Kant and Fichte. It was left to Hegel to introduce the decisive change here, and what enabled him to do so was the possibility of exploiting the conception of labor derived from Adam Smith. We shall show later on that, given his own philosophical premises, it was not possible for Hegel to explore the economic, social, and philosophical implications of this idea to their fullest extent. But for the present the important thing is to emphasize that his approach to the problem was determined by his complete awareness of its crucial significance for the whole system. To clarify the interrelations between knowledge and praxis, it is essential to make the concept of praxis as broad in thought as it is in reality, i.e., it is vital to go beyond the narrow confines of the subjective and moralistic approach of Kant and Fichte. We have looked at the polemical aspect of this problem in some detail. If we now move on to Hegel's own views on economics in general, we notice at once that he thinks of human labor, economic activity, as the starting point of practical philosophy. In the System of Ethics, Hegel introduces his discussion of economics with these words. In the potency of this sphere, we find the very beginning of a thoroughgoing ideality, and the true powers of practical intelligence. In the lectures of 1805-6 this idea has gained in profundity. In a discussion of tools, Hegel remarks, "Man makes tools because he is rational, and this is the first expression of his will. This will is still abstract will, the pride people take in their tools. As is well known, the pure will is the central category of the ethics of Kant and Fichte." If Hegel now sees tools as the first expression of the human will, it is evident that he is employing the term in a way directly opposed to theirs. For him it implies a conception of the concrete totality. 323. Of man's activity in the actual world. And if he describes this will as abstract, this just means that he intends to proceed from there to the more complex and comprehensive problems of society, to the division of labor, etc., i.e. that one can only talk concretely of these human activities by talking of them as a whole. In economics, Hegel was an adherent of Adam Smith. This is not to say that his understanding of all the important problems of economics was as profound as that of Smith. It is quite clear that he did not have the sort of insight into the complex dialectic of the esoteric economic issues that Marx reveals in the theories of surplus value. The contradictions in the basic categories of capitalist economics that Marx unveils there never became apparent to Hegel. But what Hegel does succeed in doing is to clarify a number of categories objectively implied by Smith's economics to a degree that goes far beyond Smith himself. Hegel's views on economics are put forward first in the System of Ethics. This work represents the high point of his experiments with Schelling's conceptual system. In consequence, the whole argument in this work is tortuous, overcomplicated and over-elaborate. Moreover, the static mode of presentation often impedes the dialectical movement implicit in the ideas themselves. Much more mature and characteristic of Hegel himself are the essays on natural law and the economic arguments. Contained in the lectures of 1803-4 and especially those of 1805-6. The latter contain the most developed statement of his economic views in Jena before the Phenomenology and embody an attempt to trace a systematic dialectical progression from the simplest categories of labor right up to the problems of religion and philosophy. Wherever possible we shall refer to this latest stage of his development. It goes without saying that the Phenomenology is a much more advanced stage even than this. But the particular method used in that work has such profound implications for his general approach that it is very hard to select extracts from it for discussion for our present purposes, although we shall of course return to it later on. Since the literature on Hegel has with very few exceptions simply ignored his preoccupation with economics, and since even those bourgeois writers who were not unaware that it did form an important part of his work were nevertheless quite unable to assess its significance, it was absolutely essential in our view to begin by stating just what his views were. Marx has shown both the importance and the limitations of Hegel's ideas in the passages we have quoted. But he presupposes a knowledge of those ideas. It is obvious, then, that we must begin with exposition if we wish to be able to appreciate the rightness of Marx's assessment. We can reserve our own criticisms for a later stage. It is very striking that even in his earliest attempts to systematize economic categories Hegel not only uses the triadic form but also that the 324 various categories are grouped together by means of Hegel's very characteristic mode of deduction. Thus in the system of ethics he begins his discussion with the triad, need, labor and enjoyment, and he advances from there to the other, higher triad, the activity of labor itself and possession of, i.e. product degree. We have already spoken of Hegel's definition of labor as a purposive annihilation of the object as man originally finds it, and we have quoted Hegel's own statements about this, p. 172 ff. In the lectures of 1805-6 we find the whole matter treated much more clearly, both the content, the relations of man to the object in the work process, and the form, the dialectics of deduction as the dialects of reality itself. Hegel writes, determination dialectic of the object. It is, therefore, content, distinction of the deductive process, of the syllogism, moreover, singularity, universality, and their mediations. But, a. It is existent, immediate, its mean is thinghood, dead universality, otherness, and, b. Its extremes are particularity, determinacy and individuality. In so far as it is other, its activity is the self, since it has none of its own, that extreme is beyond it. As thinghood it is passivity, communication of the self's activity, but as something fluid, it contains that activity within itself as an alien thing. Its other extreme is the antithesis, the particularity, of this its existence and of activity. It is passive, it is for another, it merely touches that other, it exists only to be dissolved, like an acid. This is its being, but at the same time, active shape against it, communication of the other. Conversely, dialectic of the subject, in one sense, activity is only something communicated and it the object is in fact the communication, activity is then pure recipient. In another sense, activity is activity vis-a-vis an other. The gratified impulse is the annulled labor of the self, this is the object that labors in its stead. Labor means to make oneself immanently diesiotic into a thing. The division of the impulsive self is this very process of making oneself into an object. Desire by contrast must always start again from the beginning, it does not reach the point of separating labor from itself. The impulse, however, is the unity of the self as made into a thing. Mere activity is pure mediation, movement, the mere gratification of desire is the pure annihilation of the object. The dialectical movement that Hegel attempts to demonstrate here has two aspects. On the one hand, the object of labor, which only becomes a real object for man in and through labor, retains the character which it possesses in itself. In the Hegelian view of labor, one of the crucial dialectical moments is that the active principle, in German idealism, the idea, concept, must learn to respect reality just as it is. In the object of 325, labor immutable laws are at work, labor can only be fruitful if these are known and recognized. On the other hand, the object becomes another through labor. In Hegel's terminology, the form of its thinghood is annihilated and labor it with a new one. This formal transformation is the result of labor acting on material alien to it yet existing by its own laws. At the same time, this transformation can only take place if it corresponds to the laws immanent in the object. A dialectic of the subject corresponds to this dialectic in the object. In labor, man alienates himself. As Hegel says, he makes himself into a thing. This gives expression to the objective laws of labor, which is independent of the wishes and inclination of the individual. Through labor, something universal arises in man. At the same time, labor signifies the departure from immediacy, a break with the merely natural, instinctual life of man. The immediate gratification of one's needs signifies, on the one hand, the simple annihilation of the object and not its transformation. On the other hand, thanks to its immediacy, it always starts up again in the same place, it does not develop. Only if man places labor between his desire and its fulfillment, only if he breaks with the instinctual immediacy of natural man will he become fully human. The humanization of man is a theme treated at length in the lectures of 1805-6. Hegel's idealist prejudices make themselves felt in his belief that man's spiritual awakening, his transition from the world of dream, from the night of nature to the first act of conceptualization of naming, his first use of language, can take place independently of labor. In tune with this, he puts labor on a higher plane altogether, one where man's powers are already developed. However, isolated remarks indicate that he did have some glimpses of the dialectic at work here. Thus, in his discussion of the origins of language, he shows how in the process both object and the self come into being. In a marginal note, however, he observes, "How does this necessity or stability come about so that the self becomes its existence, or rather, that the self, that is its essence, becomes its existence? For existence is stable, thing-like, the self is the form of pure unrest, movement, or the night in which all is devoured. Or, the self is present, universally, immediate in the name, now through mediation it must become itself through itself. Its unrest must become stabilization, the movement which annuls it as unrest, as pure movement. This movement is labor. Its unrest becomes object, stabilized plurality, order. Unrest becomes order by becoming object. The decisive importance of labor in the process of humanization one's shown most vividly when Hegel writes his Robinsonade, his story of the transition to civilization proper. His attitude to the so-called state of nature is quite free of the value judgment, whether positive or negative. 326. Which the state of nature so frequently invited in the literature of the Enlightenment. His view is closest to that of Hobbes and is expressed most trenchantly in a paradoxical thesis which he defended at his doctoral examination. The state of nature is not unjust, and for that very reason we must leave it behind us. The development of this idea leads Hegel as early as the system of ethics to formulate his Robinsonade of master and servant. This theme is taken up again in the phenomenology of mind and remains an integral part of his philosophy ever after. Let us now consider this, Hegel's most mature statement of the transition from a state of nature of civilization, as we find it set out in the phenomenology of mind. The starting point is Hobbes' bellum omnium contra omnes, the internecine wars of man in his natural condition, which Hegel describes as annihilation without preservation. The subjugation of some people by others gives rise to the condition of mastery and servitude. There is nothing novel or interesting in this. What is important one's Hegel's analysis of the relations between master and servant and between them and the world of things. The master, however, is the power controlling this state of existence, for he has shown in the struggle that he holds it to be merely something negative. Since he is the power dominating existence, while this existence again is the power controlling the other, the servant, the master holds, par consequence, this other in subordination. In the same way the master relates himself to the thing mediately through the servant. The servant, being a self-consciousness in the broad sense, also takes up a negative attitude to things and annuls them, but the thing is, at the same time, independent for him, and, in consequence, he cannot, with all his negating, get so far as to annihilate it outright and be done with it, that is to say, he merely works on it. To the master, on the other hand, by means of this mediating process, belongs the immediate relation, in the sense of the pure negation of it, in other words, he gets the enjoyment. What mere desire did not attain, he now succeeds in attaining, viz. To have done with the thing, and find satisfaction in enjoyment. Desire alone did not get the length of this because of the independence of the thing. The master, however, who has interposed the servant between it and himself, thereby relates himself merely to the dependence of the thing, and enjoys it without reserve. The aspect of its independence he leaves to the servant, who labors upon it. It is just this unconfined dominion, this wholly one-sided and unequal relationship that precipitates its own reversal and makes of the master a 327. Purely ephemeral episode in the history of the spirit, while the seminal moments in the development of man spring from the consciousness of the servant. The truth of the independent consciousness is accordingly the consciousness of the servant. Through work this consciousness comes to itself. In the moment which corresponds to desire in the case of the master's consciousness, the aspect of the non-essential relation to the thing seemed to fall to the lot of the servant, since the thing there retained its independence. Desire has reserved to itself the pure negating of the object and thereby unalloyed feeling of self. This satisfaction, however, is purely ephemeral, for it lacks objectivity or subsistence. Labor, on the other hand, is desire restrained and checked, it is the ephemeral postponed, in other words, labor shapes and fashions the thing. The negative relation to the object passes into the form of the object, into something that is permanent and remains, because it is just for the laborer that the object has independence. This negative mediating agency, this activity giving shape and form, is at the same time the individual existence, the pure self-existence of that consciousness, which now in the work it does is externalized and passes into the condition of permanence. The consciousness that toils and serves accordingly attains by this means the direct apprehension of that independent being as itself. We know from Hegel's philosophy of history that individuality is the principle that elevates the modern world to a higher plane than that reached by antiquity. In his youth Hegel had completely overlooked the presence of slavery in Greek civilization and directed his attention exclusively towards the non-laboring freemen of the city-states. Here, however, the dialectics of work leads him to the realization that the high road of human development, the humanization of man, the socialization of nature can only be traversed through work. Man becomes human only through work, only through the activity in which the independent laws governing objects become manifest, forcing men to acknowledge them, i.e. to extend the organs of their own knowledge, if they would ward off destruction. Unalloyed enjoyment condemns to sterility the master who interposes the labor of the servant between himself and the objects, and it raises the consciousness of the servant above that of his master in the dialectics of world history. In the phenomenology Hegel sees quite clearly that the labor of man is sheer drudgery with all the drawbacks that slavery entails for the development of consciousness. But despite all that, the advance of consciousness goes through the mind of the servant and not that of his master. In the dialectics of labor real self-consciousness is brought into being, the phenomenological agent that dissolves antiquity. The configurations of consciousness which 328 arise in the course of this dissolution, scepticism, stoicism, and the unhappy consciousness, primitive Christianity, are without exception the products of the dialectics of servile consciousness. Hegel's discussion of work has already shown that the mere fact of work indicates that man has exchanged the immediacy of nature for a universal mode of existence. As he investigates the determinations of work, he uncovers a dialectic in which technology and society interact to the benefit of both. On the one hand, Hegel shows how tools arise out of the dialectics of labor. Starting with the man, who by using tools, exploits the laws of nature operative in work, he passes through various transitions until he reaches the nodal point where the concept of the machine emerges. On the other hand, though inseparably from the first process, Hegel shows how the universal, i.e. the socially determined aspects of work lead to the increasing specialization of particular types of labor, to a widening gulf between the labor of the individual and the satisfaction of the needs of the individual. As we have emphasized, these two processes are intimately connected. As a disciple of Adam Smith, Hegel knows perfectly well that a high degree of technical competence presupposes a highly advanced division of labor. By the same token, he is no less aware that the perfection of tools and the development of machinery itself contributes to the extension of the division of labor. Descriptions of this process can be found in all of Hegel's writings on economics. We shall quote his most mature statement of the theme in the lectures of 1805-6. The existence and scope of natural wants is, in the context of existence as a whole, vast in number. The things that serve to satisfy them are processed, their universal inner possibility is posited as something external, as form. This processing is itself manifold, it is consciousness transforming itself into things. But since it is universal, it becomes abstract labor. The wants are many. To absorb this quantity into the self, to work, involves the abstraction of the universal images, but it is also a self-propelling formative process. The self that exists for self is abstract, it does indeed labor, but its labor too is abstract. Needs are broken down into their various aspects. What is abstract in them is their self-existence, activity, labor. Because work is only performed for an abstract self-existing need, the work performed is also abstract. This is the concept, the truth of the desire we have here. And the work matches the concept. There is no satisfaction of all the desires of the individual as he becomes an object for himself in the life he has brought forth. Universal labor, then, is division of labor, saving of labor. 10 men can make as many pins as 100. Each individual, because he is an individual, labors for one need. The content of his labor goes beyond his own need, he labors for the needs of many, and so does Hegel's Economics during the Jena period 329. Everyone, each person, then satisfies the needs of many, and the satisfaction of his many particular needs is the labor of many others. Hegel also deduced technical progress from this dialectic of the increasing universality of labor. Naturally, his arguments relating to tools and machines were determined down to the very last detail by Adam Smith. Germany as it then was, and especially those parts known personally to Hegel, could not provide him with the direct experience of the sort of economic realities that might yield such knowledge. On such matters he had to rely almost exclusively on what he had read about England and the English economy. His own contribution was to raise the dialectic immanent in economic processes to a conscious philosophical level. The double movement which takes place in man and in the objects and instruments of work is on the one hand the increasing division of labor with its consequent abstraction. On the other hand, there is a growing understanding of the laws of nature, of how to induce nature to work for man. Hegel always emphasizes the connection between the division of labor, together with the human labor transformed by it, and technical progress. For example, he demonstrates the necessity for machines in the following passage. His i.e. man's labor itself becomes quite mechanical or belongs to a quite simple order of things. But the more abstract it is, the more he becomes pure abstract activity, and this enables him to withdraw from the work process altogether and to replace his own labor with the activity of external nature. He requires only movement, and this he finds in external nature, or in other words, pure movement is just a relationship of the abstract forms of space and time, abstract external activity, machines. But Hegel is the disciple of Adam Smith, and his teacher Ferguson, not only as an economist, but also as a critical humanist. That is to say, he is concerned to describe a process, to explain its subjective and objective dialectic as fully as possible, and to show that it is not just an abstract necessity but also the necessary mode of human progress. but he does not close his eyes to the destructive effects of the capitalist division of labor and of the introduction of machinery into human labor. And unlike the Romantic economists, he does not present these features as the unfortunate side of capitalism which has to be improved or eliminated so as to achieve a capitalism without blemish. On the contrary, he can clearly discern the necessary dialectical connections between these aspects of capitalism and its progressive implications for both economics and society. In the lectures of 1803-2, Hegel speaks of the movement towards 330. Universality as a result of the division of labor and the use of tools and machinery. He begins by illustrating the dialectical process, by showing how the inventiveness of an individual may lead to a general improvement, a higher level of universality. Faced with the general level of skill, the individual sets himself up as a particular, sets himself off from the generality and makes himself even more skillful than others, invents more efficient tools. But the really universal element in his particular skill is his invention of something universal, and the others acquire it from him, thereby annulling his particularity, and it becomes the common immediate possession of all. Thus through the use of tools the activity of man becomes formal and universal, but it remains his activity. Not until the arrival of the machine is there any qualitative change. He goes on to describe the impact of machinery on human labor. With the advent of machines, man himself annuls his own formal activity and makes the machine perform all his work for him. But this deception which he practices against nature, and with the aid of which he remains fixed within the particularity of nature, does not go unavenged. For the more he profits from the machine, the more he subjugates nature, then the more degraded he himself becomes. He does not eliminate the need to work himself by causing nature to be worked on by machines. He only postpones that necessity and detaches his labor from nature. His labor is no longer that of a living being directed at living things, but evades this negative living activity. Whatever remains becomes more mechanical. Man only reduces labor for society as a whole, not for the individual. On the contrary, he increases it, since the more mechanical the work is the less valuable it is, and so the more labor he must perform to make good the deficiency. When one considers the time when these remarks were written, and especially the fact that they were written in Germany, they clearly represent a quite remarkable insight into the nature of capitalism. He cannot be reproached for thinking of capitalism as the only possible form of society, and for regarding the function of machines in capitalism as their only possible function. On the contrary, it must be emphasized that Hegel displays the same refreshing lack of prejudice and narrow-mindedness that we find in the classical economists Smith and Ricardo. He can see the general progress in the development of the forces of production thanks to capitalism and the capitalist division of labor, while at the same time he is anything but blind to the dehumanization of the workers that this progress entails. He regards this as inevitable and wastes no time in romantic lamentations about it. At the same time he is much too serious and honest a thinker to suppress or gloss over unpalatable Hegel's economics during the Jena period bar truths. This can be seen particularly clearly when he proceeds to argue that the division of labor in capitalism and the increase in the forces of production leads necessarily to the pauperization of great masses of people. The economic causes of this have already been indicated in the remarks just quoted. In the lectures of 1805-6 he describes the process even more vividly. But by the same token the abstraction of labor makes man more mechanical and dulls his mind and his senses. Mental vitality, a fully aware, fulfilled life degenerates into empty activity. The strength of the self manifests itself in a rich, comprehensive grasp of life. This is now lost. He can hand over some work to the machine, but his own actions become correspondingly more formal. His dull labor limits him to a single point, and the work becomes more and more perfect as it becomes more and more one-sided. No less incessant is the frenetic search for new methods of simplifying work, new machines, etc. The individual's skill is his method of preserving his own existence. The latter is subject to the web of chance which enmeshes the whole. Thus a vast number of people are condemned to utterly brutalizing, unhealthy and unreliable labor in workshops, factories, and mines, labor which narrows and reduces their skill. Whole branches of industry which maintain a large class of people can suddenly wither away at the dictates of fashion, or a fall in prices following new inventions in other countries, etc. And this entire class is thrown into the depths of poverty where it can no longer help itself. We see the emergence of great wealth and great poverty, poverty which finds it impossible to produce anything for itself. Hegel elsewhere presents this insight in summary, almost epigrammatic, form. Manufacturers and workshops found their existence on the misery of a class. Hegel here describes social realities with the same ruthless integrity and the same habit of plain speaking that we find in the great classical economists. The insight is almost incredible by German standards of the time, and it is not in the least diminished by certain misconceptions that make their appearance from time to time, such as the illusion that the ills he describes could be remedied by the intervention of the state or the government. For such idealistic illusions are always accompanied by a sober assessment of the limits imposed on state intervention. Moreover, as we know, he consistently opposes all theories that advocate what he regards as excessive government control of economics and society. He does indeed cherish the belief that the state and the government have it in 332. Their power to reduce the glaring contrast of wealth and poverty, and above all the notion that bourgeois society as a whole can be kept in a state of health despite the gulf between rich and poor. We can obtain a clear picture of Hegel's illusions in this respect if we quote one of his remarks from the System of Ethics. The government should do all in its power to combat this inequality and the destruction it brings in its wake. It may achieve this immediately by making it harder to make great profits. If it does indeed sacrifice a part of a class to mechanical and factory labor, abandoning it to a condition of brutalization, it must nevertheless preserve the whole in as healthy a state as is possible. The necessary or rather immediate way to achieve this is through a proper constitution of the class concerned. This amalgam of profound insight into the contradictions of capitalism and naive illusions about the possible panaceas to be applied by the state marks the whole of Hegel's thought from this time on. In the philosophy of right, Hegel formulates his view in essentially the same terms but on a higher level of abstraction. And we see that his illusions are largely unchanged, except that he now regards emigration and colonization as possible methods of ensuring the continued health of capitalist society. He says there, "It hence becomes apparent that despite an excess of wealth, civil society is not rich enough, i.e. its own resources are insufficient to check excessive poverty and the creation of a penurious rabble." Thus in Hegel's eyes capitalism becomes an objective totality moving in accordance with its own immanent laws. In the System of Ethics he gives the following description of the nature of its economic system, or as he calls it, the system of needs. In this system the ruling factor appears to be the unconscious, blind totality of needs and the methods of satisfying them. It is not the case that this totality lies beyond the frontiers of knowledge in great mass complexes. Nature itself ensures that a correct balance is maintained, partly by insignificant regulating movements, partly by greater movements when external factors threaten to disrupt the whole. Thus, like Adam Smith, Hegel sees the capitalist economy as an autonomous self-regulating system. It is that in 1801 he could only think of disruptions as caused by external factors and not as crises brought about by contradictions within the system itself. In the context of this self-propelling system of human activities, of objects which generate this activity and are activated by it, Hegel's economics during the Jena period 333 concept of alienation receives a new, more concrete definition. In the lectures of 1803-4 Hegel describes this system as follows. These manifold exertions of needs as things must realize their concept, their abstraction. Their general concept must be a thing like them, but one which as an abstraction can represent them all. Money is that materially existing concept, the unitary form or the possibility of all objects of need. By elevating need and work to this level of generality, a vast system of common interest and mutual dependence is formed among a great people, a self-propelling life of the dead, which moves hither and thither, blind and elemental and, like a wild animal, it stands in constant need of being tamed and kept under control. This self-propelling life of the dead is the new form that positivity assumes in Hegel's thought, externalization. Work not only makes men human according to Hegel, it not only causes the vast and complex array of social processes to come into being, it also makes the world of man into an alienated, externalized world. Here, where we can see the concept embedded in its original, economic context, its dual character becomes particularly obvious. The old concept of positivity had placed a one-sided emphasis on the dead, alien aspect of social institutions. In the concept of externalization, however, we find enshrined Hegel's conviction that the world of economics which dominates man and which utterly controls the life of the individual, is nevertheless the product of man himself. It is in this duality that the truly seminal nature of externalization is to be found. Thanks to it, the concept could become the foundation and the central pillar of the highest form of dialectics developed by bourgeois thought. At the same time, this duality points to the limitations of Hegel's thought, the dangers implicit in his idealism. His great sense of reality leads him to emphasize this duality in his analysis of bourgeois society and its development, erecting its contradictions into a conscious dialectic. Despite the sporadic appearance of illusions, he is much too realistic even to play with the idea that externalization could be overcome within capitalist society itself. But, for that very reason, as our discussion of the phenomenology of mind will show, he extends the concept of externalization to the point where it can be annulled and reintegrated in the subject. Socially, Hegel cannot see beyond the horizon of capitalism. Accordingly, his theory of society is not utopian. But the idealist dialectic transforms the entire history of man into a great philosophical utopia, into the philosophical dream that externalization can be overcome in the subject, that substance can be transformed into subject. In the lectures of 1805-6, Hegel gives a very simple and succinct definition of the process of externalization. 334. A. In the course of work I make myself into a thing, to a form which exists. B. I thus externalize this my existence, make it into something alien and maintain myself in it. These latter remarks refer to exchange. The previous quotation alluded to money. Thus, in the course of our discussion of Hegel's view of capitalist society, we have advanced to the higher categories of political economy, exchange, commodity, value, price, and money. Here too, in all essentials, Hegel's remarks do not diverge from their basis in Adam Smith. But we know from Marx's criticism that this is where the contradictions in Smith's work appear, rather than in what he has to say about work and the division of labor. And naturally enough, Hegel's dependence on Smith shows to much greater disadvantage here than in his discussion of work. There was no economic reality in Germany at the time which might have given Hegel the opportunity to test these categories himself and perhaps arrive at his own critique of Smith. Hegel's achievement is that he was not confined to the contemporary economic state of Germany. His philosophical examination of economic ideas does not reflect the backwardness of Germany, but is an attempt to analyze what his reading had taught him about the English economy. Given the greater complexity of economic categories and the fact that they inevitably contained contradictions, the effect on Hegel was that partly he just accepted those contradictions without comment and without recognizing them for what they were, and partly he was forced to seek analogies in German conditions and to explain advanced theories in terms of the backward German economy. This situation is apparent at many points in Hegel's discussions of economics, most of all in the fact that despite his fine dialectical appraisal of the philosophical implications of the Industrial Revolution in England, he comes to the conclusion that the central figure in the whole development of capitalism was that of the merchant. Even where Hegel speaks with perfect justice about the concentration of capital and where he shows his understanding that this concentration is absolutely indispensable in capitalism, he thinks of it in terms of merchant's capital. Like every mass, wealth becomes a force. The increase of wealth takes place partly by chance, partly through its universality, through distribution. It is a focus of attraction which casts its net widely and collects everything in its vicinity, just as a great mass attracts a lesser. To him that hath, more is given. Commerce becomes a complex system which brings in money from all sides, a system which a small business could not make use of. Hegel talks here in very general terms. But we shall later on consider other statements, especially those concerned with the class structure of Hegel's economics during the Jena period 335. Society, from which it is apparent what when Hegel thinks of concentration of capital on a large scale, he always has merchants' capital in mind. For example, in the system of ethics he refers to commerce as the highest point of universality in economic life. This cannot be a matter for astonishment if we reflect that the most developed form of manufacturing in Germany at that time was linen weaving, which was still organized as a cottage industry. For these reasons we can see all sorts of uncertainties and confusions in Hegel's definition of economic categories, especially in his notion of value. Hegel never understood the crucial development in the classical theory of value, viz. the exploitation of the worker in industrial production. It is in this light above all that we may interpret Marx's criticism of Hegel, quoted above, that Hegel only took the positive ideas about labor from classical economics, and not the negative sides. We have seen that he clearly sees and frankly describes the facts about the division of society into rich and poor. However, many progressive French and English writers saw and proclaimed this before him without coming any closer than he to a labor theory of value. Hegel's confusion here is reflected also in his definition of value. He constantly hesitated between subjective and objective definitions, without ever coming down on one side or the other. Thus in the later lectures we find such subjective definitions as, value is my opinion of the matter *, and this despite earlier statements, both in the same lectures and elsewhere, from which it is quite clear that he wishes to think of value as an objective economic reality. Thus in the system of ethics he says that the essence of value lies in the equality of one thing with another. The abstraction of this equality of one thing with another, its concrete unity and legal status is value, or rather value is itself equality as an abstraction, the ideal measure, whereas the real, empirical measure is the price. However, all these unclarities and hesitations, and the confusion of economic and legal categories such as we find in this quotation and which we shall consider in detail later on, do not prevent Hegel from pursuing the dialectics of objective and subjective, universal and particular right into the heart of the categories of economics. In the process he brings a mobility into economic thought which was only objectively present in the works of the classical economists, or to put it in Hegelian terms, a mobility which was only present in itself, implicitly, and not explicitly, for us. Not until 40 years later in the brilliant essay of the young Engels in the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher do the dialectical structure and the interplay of the various categories of economics come. 336. To the surface once again, and this time, of course, at quite a different theoretical level, both economically and philosophically. For example, in his analysis of exchange Hegel writes as follows. The concept of exchange is mobile, it is destroyed in its antithesis, it absorbs the other thing opposed to it, replacing that which it previously possessed, and it does so in such a way that that which existed before as an idea, now enters as a reality, an ideal which by its nature was at first a practical ideal, existing prior to enjoyment. Externally, exchange is twofold, or rather a repetition of itself, for the universal object, superfluity, and then the particular, viz. need, one's in substance a single object, but its two forms are necessarily repetitions of the same thing. But the concept, the essence of the matter is transformation, and its absolute nature is the identity of opposites. Registered the dialectic of the categories of economics is much more striking in Hegel's discussion of money, where the reader can see even more clearly how in his view the structure of capitalism culminates in trade. Writing about the role of money he says, all needs are comprehended in this single need. Need which had been a need for a thing, now becomes merely an idea, unenjoyable in itself. The object here is valid only because it means something, and no longer in itself, i.e. to satisfy a need. It is something utterly inward. The ruling principle of the merchant class then is the realization of the identity of the essence and the thing, a man is as real as the money he owns. Imagination vanishes, the meaning has immediate existence, the essence of the matter is the matter itself, value one's hard cash. The formal principle of reason is present here. But this money which bears the meaning of all needs is itself only an immediate thing, it is the abstraction from all particularity, character, etc., individual skill. The outlook of the merchant is this hard-headedness in which the particular is wholly estranged and no longer counts, only the strict letter of the law has value. The bill must be honored whatever happens, even if family, wealth, position, life are sacrificed. No quarter is given. Thus in this abstraction spirit has become object as selfless inwardness. But that which is within is the ego itself, and this ego is its existence. The internal constellation is not the lifeless thing money, but likewise the ego. For all the obscurity of parts of this argument, two highly progressive and extremely profound ideas emerge from these passages. First, Hegel has a much greater understanding of the nature of money than many 18th-century English writers on economics, such as Hume, who failed to recognize the objectivity of money, its reality as a thing, in 337. Hegel's term, and who saw money as no more than a relation. Second, here and in a number of other places it is evident that Hegel had at least a glimmering of the problem that Marx was later to describe as fetishism. He stresses the objectivity of money, its thinghood, but sees no less clearly that in the last resort it is a social relation between men. This social relation appears here in the form of an idealist mystification, the ego, but this does not detract in the least from the brilliance of Hegel's insight, it merely shows us once again the intimate connections between his achievements and his failings. Chapter 6. Labor and the Problem of Teleology. Before we can proceed to a critical analysis of Hegel's views on economics, we must turn our attention to a specific problem which has not only played a crucial role in the history of classical German philosophy, but is also one of the issues which, as Lenin has pointed out, show Hegel to have been one of the precursors of historical materialism. And it is certainly no mere accident that Hegel's novel and seminal approach grew out of his reflections on the problems of modern economics. The problem we refer to is the problem of teleology, the right definition of the concept of purpose, above all as a concept of praxis, of human activity. Here too it was Marx who ultimately provided the solution. He defined human labor in the following manner. We presuppose labor in a form that stamps it as exclusively human. A spider conducts operations that resemble those of a weaver, and a bee puts to shame many an architect in the construction of her cells. But what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees is this, that the architect raises his structure in imagination before he erects it in reality. At the end of every labor process, we get a result that already existed in the imagination of the laborer at its commencement. He not only effects a change of form in the material on which he works, but he also realizes a purpose of his own that gives the law to his modus operandi, and to which he must subordinate his will. Marx does not simply leave the idea there in the labor process, the basic chemical interchange between man and nature. He applies it also to a variety of the spheres of human action, above all that of economics. We shall confine ourselves, however, to one further quotation from Marx's discussion of the relation of production to consumption. Consumption furnishes the impulse to produce, and also provides the object which acts as the determining purpose of production. If it is evident that, externally, production supplies the object of consumption, it is equally evident that consumption posits the object of production as a concept, an internal image, a need, a motive, a purpose. The philosophy of the modern world had failed utterly to clarify the problem of purpose. Philosophical idealism, quite unaware of the human character of purposefulness, had projected purpose into nature where it 339. Sought and found an authority trigger to vouch for it, namely God. God was alleged to have created the world with a purpose in view, and to have taken care both directly and indirectly that the purposes intended by him should be faithfully realized. Engels rightly pours scorn on all schemes of this sort. The highest general idea to which this natural science attained, i.e. up to the 18th century, was that of the purposiveness of the arrangements of nature, the shallow teleology of Wolff, according to which cats were created to eat mice, mice to be eaten by cats, and the whole of nature to testify to the wisdom of the Creator. It is to the highest credit of the philosophy of the time that it did not let itself be led astray by the restricted state of natural knowledge, and that from Spinoza down to the great French materialists it insisted on explaining the world from the world itself and left the justification in detail to the natural science of the future. 3. In fact, the important thinkers of modern times vigorously assailed this notion of teleology. However, their arguments led them logically enough to the complete repudiation of the concept of purpose, however defined. They perceived quite correctly that the postulate of purpose must be something subjective and human, and inferred that it must be subjective in the bad sense. In their eagerness to dismiss the theological arguments in favor of an objective purpose, what appeared to be an unbridgeable gulf opened up between causality and teleology, and this led metaphysicians and even the earliest, still somewhat tentative dialecticians to repudiate teleology in all its forms. For example, Hobbes argued that a final cause has no place but in such things as have sense and will. And this also I shall prove hereafter to be an efficient cause. Hobbes was perfectly justified in reducing all events, even the fact that the realm of purposes occupies a specific place within the network of causal relations. Spinoza's view is very similar to this. There will now be no need of many words to show that nature has set no end before herself, and that all final causes are nothing but human fictions. Thus much, nevertheless, I will add, that this doctrine concerning an end altogether overturns nature. For that which is true in the cause it considers as the effect, and vice versa. Again, that which is first in nature it puts last. Spinoza was of course not unaware that final causes play an important role in the affairs of men. But, like Hobbes, he regarded them as merely 340 subjective appearances, and his correct insistence on the primacy of causality extinguished that particular dialectic in human actions which Marx discovered and formulated so definitively. Spinoza returns to the theme elsewhere, and since he has no principle or end of existence, he has no principle or end of action. A final cause, as it is called, is nothing, therefore, but human desire, in so far as this is considered as the principal or primary cause of anything. For example, when we say that the having a house to live in was the final cause of this or that house, we merely mean that a man, because he imagined the advantages of a domestic life, desired to build a house. Therefore, having a house to live in so far as it is considered as a final cause, is merely this particular desire, which is really an efficient cause, and is considered as primary, because men are usually ignorant of the causes of their desires. The defect of this persuasive argument is that Spinoza, too, in his eagerness to establish the causal necessity of human desires, overlooks the specific dialectic of purpose and causality in labor, where of course the realization of a purpose through labor is likewise subject to the laws of causality. In classical German philosophy the problem of teleology was posed afresh, together with a large number of other fundamental problems in philosophy, and the tendency towards the development of a dialectics initiated discussion at a relatively high level. This movement began with Kant. Kant asked a number of new questions about teleology, but as we shall see, they had no immediate connection with Hegel's approach to the problem. Nevertheless, it is useful to begin with Kant's arguments, if only briefly, since on the one hand, they provide us with ammunition against the more recent theories of the history of philosophy which attempt to show that Hegel merely continued what Kant had begun, and on the other hand, Hegel's own method of solving the problems of teleology was undoubtedly influenced indirectly, or at least made easier, by the fact that the entire complex of questions had been raised and was very much in the air. For if we must reject as unscientific and confusing any assumption that classical German philosophy is to be treated as a single undifferentiated unity, we must also be on our guard against the opposite fallacy which assumes that Hegel lived in a philosophical vacuum in which he simply proposed problems as they occurred to him and solved them as best he might. In Kant we find three different attempts to analyze the problems of teleology. Before we discuss them, it is as well to begin by stating that Kant rejected the tenets of the old teleology just as firmly as all the important philosophers of his day. Even though in his philosophy objective reality is degraded to the status of mere appearance, this phenomenal 341 world is wholly subject to the laws of cause and effect, leaving no room for teleology. The first point at which Kant reintroduces the concept of purpose into philosophy is in his discussion of human action, of morality. His application of the notion here suffers from all the defects of subjectivism and abstractness which Hegel criticized and which were noted earlier on. The central idea put forward by Kant in this context was the proposition that man is an end in himself and may not under any circumstances be used as a means to any other end whatsoever. This theory, which Fichte then extended even more radically, obviously represents an ideological revolt against the treatment meted out to human beings in the system of feudal absolutism. It contains an ethic which reflects the moods of the period of the French Revolution after the fashion of German idealism. Objectively, this theory again opens up an unbridgeable gulf between man and nature, between purpose and causation. Since Kant and Fichte are under the necessity of establishing some contact between the world of pure morality and that of objective reality, they end up by reproducing the old view of teleology, as Hegel shows in Faith and Knowledge, despite an intention which runs contrary to it. In the older teleology, particular aspects of nature were related to particular final causes which themselves lay outside those aspects of nature, so that everything existed only for the sake of something else. Fichte's teleology likewise represents everything which manifests itself naturally as existing for the sake of something else, namely to create a realm for free beings and to allow itself to be shattered so that those free beings may rise above the ruins and fulfill their destiny. Fichte's philosophy thus shares the assumption common to all teleology that nature is nothing in itself but only in relation to something else, to something absolutely profane and lifeless. It is perhaps not uninteresting to note that Hegel remarks on the achievements of Voltaire in satirizing the old teleology and acknowledges the value of criticism from an empirical point of view. He sees his work as a critique ad hominem which ridicules the unphilosophical amalgam of idea and manifestation by confronting it with a matching satirical hybrid. Of much greater importance for philosophy was Kant's second attempt to find an adequate concept of purpose in the activities of man. His theory of aesthetics, his definition of a work of art as purposiveness without a purpose, became fundamental to all discussions of aesthetics throughout the entire period. Schiller extended the idea in the direction of objective idealism, Schelling put it in the very center of his aesthetics, and it exerted a powerful influence on Hegel's aesthetics too, an influence always acknowledged by Hegel. A more detailed analysis of this 342 subject lies beyond the scope of this study, although more can be found in my books Goethe and His Age and Contributions to the History of Aesthetics, where I discuss Schiller's aesthetic theory in greater detail. Finally, in the Critique of Judgment, after his discussion of aesthetics, Kant took up the problem of teleology itself and devoted an extended philosophical discussion to it. The main thrust of his arguments is concerned with an attempted definition of organic life. Kant was faced by the following antinomy. On the one hand, he holds fast to the idea that nature, or, in his philosophy, the phenomenal world, is subject to causality. And since causality and teleology were mutually exclusive, the latter must be eliminated from the scheme of natural phenomena. On the other hand, the newly arising science of the organic brought with it problems that were not capable of solution on the old mechanistic model. It goes without saying that Kant was unable to find a solution to this crisis in the organic sciences. Indeed, he even declared that the impossibility of discovering a way out of the impasse showed that an absolute frontier of human knowledge had been reached. As he put it, and we can say boldly, it is absurd for men to hope that another Newton will arise in the future, who shall make comprehensible by us the production of a blade of grass according to natural laws which no design has ordered. Kant could have had no idea that half a century later this Newton of the organic realm would appear in the person of Darwin. It is in keeping with his acknowledgement that the problems of organic nature were insoluble that Kant never went further than to recommend the regulative use of judgment. The title of constitutive, i.e. something which defines the object, of what he regards as objective reality was reserved for the categories of mechanical causality. Despite this agnostic solution, despite this conversion of the existing limits of scientific knowledge into the absolute frontiers of cognition, we can clearly see how the transition to dialectics was being prepared in the critique of judgment, how the central problems of dialectics were presented, albeit as yet in an unsatisfactory form. When, for example, Kant states that these problems are inaccessible to the human understanding, he vividly illustrates the limitations of metaphysical thought and, in part, those of idealist dialectics also. He explains the regulative use of the category of purposiveness in this way. Between natural mechanism and the technic of nature, i.e. its purposive connection, we should find no distinction, were it not that our understanding is of the kind that must proceed from the universal to the particular. The judgment then in respect of the particular can cognize no purposiveness and, consequently, can form. 343. No determinate judgments, without having a universal law under which to subsume that particular. Now the particular, as such, contains something contingent in respect of the universal, while yet reason requires unity and conformity to law in the combination of particular laws of nature. This conformity of the contingent to law is called purposiveness, and the derivation of particular laws from the universal, as regards their contingent element, is impossible a priori through a determination of the concept of the object. Hence, the concept of the purposiveness of nature in its products is necessary for human judgment in respect of nature, but has not to do with the determination of objects. It is, therefore, a subjective principle of reason for the judgment, which as regulative, not constitutive, is just as necessarily valid for our human judgment as if it were an objective principle. Kant then proceeds to contrast this human faculty, this discursive understanding which always retains an element of contingency when it subsumes a particular under a universal, to an understanding of a different kind. This understanding has a complete spontaneity of intuition, it is an intuitive understanding, which does not proceed from the universal to the particular, and so to the singular, through concepts. In this mode of cognition we do not find that the particular laws governing nature in its products are afflicted with the same contingency that had been present in the understanding. In this way Kant postulates the idea of a particular form of intelligence, of an intellectus archetypus, but with the explicit reservation that it is only an idea and that this mode of cognition is inaccessible to human understanding. It is evident that we have here a program for advancing beyond the limits set to metaphysical thought. And the outstanding minds of Germany, Goethe and Schiller above all, embraced it with enthusiasm, without concerning themselves overmuch with Kant's protestations that this mode of cognition was inaccessible, that it exceeded the powers of man. Once again it would go beyond the bounds of our present subject if we were to chart the further course of this idea through the philosophy of nature of Goethe and Schelling. No doubt the question is very closely connected with the philosophical movement which developed from Goethe and Schelling and was strongly influenced by the critique of judgment. A discussion of Hegel's originality in this area would require much specialized research. What is certain, however, is that on this issue of an inner purpose Engels, who usually establishes the fundamental distinctions between Kant and Hegel, here brackets them together. In the 344 course of a polemic against Hegel, who had argued that mechanism and teleology were rigidly opposed principles, Engels says, already in Kant and Hegel inner purpose is a protest against dualism. Mechanism applied to life is a helpless category, at the most we could speak of chemism, if we do not want to renounce all understanding of names. The inner purpose in the organism, according to Hegel, VP 244, operates through impulse. Patro Fort. Impulse is supposed to bring the single living being more or less into harmony with the idea of it. From this it is seen how much the whole inner purpose is itself an ideological determination. And yet Lamarck is contained in this. This brief survey will perhaps suffice to show the reader that the old dogmas about causality and teleology had begun to totter in the period of German idealism even before Hegel. It was important to register the general atmosphere of change before proceeding to Hegel's own particular contribution to this discussion. Hegel's new view of teleology appears first in connection with his analysis of labor, and, specifically, where he talks about man's use of tools. We shall quote from the lectures of 1805-6 his most mature statement of his position. It is also the content in so far as it is the object of will, the means of desire and their definite possibility. In tools or in the cultivated, fertilized field I possess a possibility, content, as something general. For this reason tools, the means, are to be preferred to the end or purpose of desire, which is more individual. The tools comprehend all the individualities. But a tool does not yet have activity in itself. It is inert matter, it does not turn back in itself. I must still work with it. I have interposed cunning between myself and external objects, so as to spare myself and to shield my determinacy and let it wear itself out. The ego remains the soul of the syllogism, in reference to it, to activity. However, I only spare myself in terms of quantity, since I still get blisters. Making myself into a thing is still unavoidable, the activity of the impulse is not yet in the thing. It is important also to make the tool generate its own activity, to make it self-activating. This should be achieved, a. by contriving it so that its line, its thread, its double edge or whatever, is used to reverse its direction, to turn it in upon itself. Its passivity must be transformed into activity, into a cohesive movement. b. In general nature's own activity, the elasticity of a watch spring, water, wind, etc. are employed to do things that they would not have done if left to themselves, so that their blind action is made purposive, the opposite of itself, the rational behavior of nature, laws, in its external existence. Nothing happens to nature itself, the individual purposes of natural existence become universal. Here impulse departs entirely from 345. Labor. It allows nature to act on itself, simply looks on and controls it with a light touch, cunning. The broadside of force is assailed by the fine point of cunning. The point d'honneur of cunning in its struggle with force is to seize it on its blind side so that it is directed against itself, to take a firm grip on it, to be active against it or to turn it as movement back on itself, so that it annuls itself. And in a note in the margin he adds, wind, mighty river, mighty ocean, subjugated, cultivated. No point in exchanging compliments with it puerile sentimentality which clings to individualities. The exceptional philosophical importance of these arguments is easily grasped. Hegel's concrete analysis of the dialectics of human labor annuls the unyielding antithesis of causality and teleology, i.e. it locates conscious human purposes concretely within the overall causal network, without destroying it, going beyond it or appealing to any transcendental principle. Nor does it fall into the opposite error which we have noted in earlier philosophers, of losing sight of the specific determinants of final causes in the sphere of labor. Like almost every major turning point in philosophy, Hegel's discovery here is extraordinarily simple. Every working man knows instinctively that he can only perform those operations with the means or objects of labor that the laws or combinations of laws governing those objects will permit. That is to say, the labor process can never go beyond the limits of causality. And every human invention must therefore consist in discovering concealed causal relationships which are then introduced into the labor process. The specific nature of final causes, as both Hegel and Marx correctly saw, is just that the idea of the objective to be attained comes into being before the work process is set in motion, and that the work process exists for the purpose of achieving this objective by means of an ever greater penetration of the causal relationships existing in reality. It is true and indeed self-evident that the final cause is itself causally conditioned, as Spinoza insists. This insight did escape Hegel, since he derives the labor process from immediate need and then constantly reduces all perfected labor processes to their social origins and ultimately to man's impulse to satisfy his essential wants. But far from annulling the specific teleological nexus in labor as Spinoza believed, it only makes the dialectical unity of cause and purpose more transparent. For it becomes perfectly obvious that the breadth and depth of man's knowledge of cause and effect in nature is a function of the purposes man sets himself in the work process. Man comes to recognize the chain of cause and effect more and more precisely in order to make nature work for him. Thanks to this purposiveness, he 346 gives objects a different form and function. He gives different directions and effects to the forces of nature than they would have had without his intervention. In Hegel's view, this novel function of objects and of the forces of nature is both new and not new. Man can only make use of nature's own activity for his own purposes, he can add nothing new to the essence, the laws of nature. Nevertheless, through the intervention of his causally determined purpose, these laws may give birth to new effects which were either unknown before or whose appearance had been a matter of chance. Thus Hegel's concrete analysis of the human labor process shows that the antinomy of causality and teleology is in reality a dialectical contradiction in which the laws governing a complex pattern of objective reality become manifest in motion, in the process of its own constant reproduction. It is quite evident from the foregoing that Hegel has made a great advance on his predecessors. He has taken the first step towards a correct philosophical understanding of the real relations and interactions between man and nature. In Kant and Fichte, an abstract dualism had prevailed. Nature was thought of either as the passive arena for man's activity or else as a mere frontier delimiting human action. In consequence, this activity became elevated, as Hegel said about Fichte, onto the pure and vertiginous heights of abstract morality. And this would always end up in the bad infinity of the concept of infinite progress. Schelling did indeed make a serious effort to translate the subjective principles of the critique of judgment into objective ones, but the method he chose was so unmediated, abstract, and assertive that he never really advanced beyond the confines of Kantianism, and where he did it was to lapse into mysticism. His aim was to bring about the unity of man and nature by means of an idea which in itself was not without profundity. He saw the whole universe as consisting of a unified process of activity. Within this process the only distinction between man and nature was that man's activity was conscious while that of nature was unconscious. But the real profundity, and the real limitation, of this idea could only have been demonstrated in the course of a real, concrete analysis. Schelling did not possess the knowledge that might have enabled him to analyze the unconscious production of nature. Where his knowledge failed him, he filled the gap with more or less ingenious inventions. And as for the conscious activity of man, Schelling never made any serious attempt to concretize that, with the sole exception of man's aesthetic activity. And even here his efforts served in the last analysis only to furnish a real, palpable analogy for the mystical doctrine of intellectual intuition. For this reason he never escaped the confines of the concept of infinite progress postulated by Kant and Fichte. The antithesis between conscious and unconscious activity is infinite. 347. Since, if it were to be annulled, this would entail the annulment of freedom as a manifestation, because freedom depends simply and solely on this antithesis for its survival. Registered in Hegel, on the other hand, the precise analysis of the labor process led to the real concretization both of human praxis and of man's relationship with nature. Whereas the Romantics expended their lyrical energy declaiming about the unity of man and nature, Hegel, while brusquely rejecting wretched sentimentality, in any form took the trouble really to think the matter out. In the German ideology, Marx makes this comment on the problem. The celebrated unity of man with nature has always existed in varying forms in every epoch according to the greater or lesser development of industry. There can be no doubt that Hegel made a significant advance in the direction of this real understanding of the relationship between man and nature. The dialectical concretization of human activity which we find in Hegel's teleology of labor also dramatizes the mediating processes that link human praxis with the idea of social progress. In the old teleology, the relative values placed on means and ends were necessarily false. The metaphysical analysis tended towards a rigid polarization of the two concepts, since the ends were inevitably idealized and since they were the product of a consciousness. Idealist philosophies always placed a higher value on them than on the means. In the earlier teleologies, theological motives were clearly at work, since the authority which guaranteed the ends was always God. But even the subjective idealism of Kant and Fichte foundered upon this rock, even though their notion of ends was inspired by an utterly sincere and revolutionary sense of the dignity of man. The relationship between ends and means remained metaphysical and idealistic. As far as immediate needs are concerned, Hegel too does not dispute that in the first instance the ends stand higher than the means. Man naturally wishes to satisfy his needs immediately, and all work, every tool, etc., only appears to his immediate consciousness as a means to this end. But Hegel also shows the concrete objective dialectics of the labor process which necessarily lead beyond the standpoint of immediate consciousness. And it is here that progress lies. We earlier quoted Hegel's statement that desire must always start again from the beginning, and his philosophy of history shows that the course of human development, or, in Hegel's language, the historical origins and growth of mind, passes through the labor of the servant, whereas the master sticks fast in immediate enjoyment, the immediate satisfaction of his needs, all of 348. Which remains barren as far as the progress of mankind is concerned. Hegel's dialectic of labor also shows why this is necessarily so. What is expressed in labor, in tools, etc., is a higher, more universal, more social principle. A new terrain once conquered which leads to a broader and deeper understanding of nature, and this conquest redounds to the advantage of not just of one single man, but of mankind as a whole. And when this process continuously reproduces itself, it does not lead to the monotony of infinite progress, but to the constant self-reproduction of human society at an ever higher level, even though this progress is sometimes uneven and may be punctuated by setbacks. For this reason Hegel can rightly say that tools, the means, are more valuable than the ends for which they are employed, i.e. than desire, the impulse to satisfy one's needs. Hegel did not draw out all the philosophical consequences of this new view of teleology until some years later, in the Logic. We do not know exactly whether Hegel made use of the Jena lecture notes for these sections of the Logic, but we shall see that its fundamental ideas do in fact go back to the passages we have quoted from the Jena period. We shall now turn to some of Hegel's most important systematic statements in the Logic on the subject of teleology. We do this partly because it is important to show that the dialectical analysis of the labor process provided the foundations for the later systematic discussion in the Logic of the relations between causality and teleology, theory and praxis, and partly because Lenin, in his conspectus of Hegel's Logic, made a series of extremely important comments on precisely these passages. Comments throw a completely new light on the relations between Hegel's dialectics and historical materialism. Moreover, it is not without interest to see that those of Hegel's views which in Lenin's opinion brought him closest to historical materialism were the very ones which sprang from his comprehensive and accurate analysis of economic problems. That is to say, the proximity of Hegel's ideas to historical materialism was not a coincidence, not the expression of the mysterious intuitions of a genius, but the results of his study of the same objective problems which were solved so brilliantly by the founders of historical materialism. Lenin quotes the following passage from Hegel's Logic. Further, since the end is finite, it has a finite content, accordingly it is not absolute or utterly in and for itself reasonable. The means, however, is the external middle of the syllogism, which is the realization of the end. In it, therefore, reasonableness manifests itself as such as preserving itself in this external other and precisely through this externality. To that extent the means is higher than the finite ends of external usefulness, the plough is more honorable than those immediate enjoyments which are procured by it, and serve as ends. The 349. Instrument one's preserved while the immediate enjoyments pass away and are forgotten. In his tools man possesses power over external nature, even though, as regards his ends, nature dominates him. Lenin made the following notes in the margin to this passage. the germs of historical materialism in Hegel and historical materialism. And immediately after the quotation he adds, historical materialism as one of the applications and developments of the ideas of genius seeds existing in embryo in Hegel. Registered. The reader of our earlier remarks will require no commentary to convince him that these excerpts from Hegel's logic merely present in a more systematic form ideas which we have already found in the Jena lectures, but that they do not go beyond them. Even the idea that the labor man performs with the aid of tools is a syllogism is already present in various places in Hegel's economic writings in Jena. What Lenin says about the logic may be applied also then to Hegel's Jena arguments. However, in the logic Hegel does take the idea further when he says that teleology, human labor, and human praxis are the truth of mechanism and chemism. This idea represents an advance on his Jena ideas, even though at the same time its underlying assumptions are contained there. In particular, his interest in the relationship of teleology to mechanism and chemism focuses on the way in which mechanical and chemical technology bear on the objective reality of nature. That is to say, the economic process of production is the moment thanks to which teleology becomes the truth of mechanism and chemism. Lenin has given a running commentary on all these sections, modulating them into the language of dialectical materialism. To give the reader a clear idea of this process, we shall quote the central passage from Hegel in full together with Lenin's materialist critique. Hegel Materialist Dialectics. From this results the nature of the subordination of the two previous forms of the objective process. The other, which in them lies in the infinite progress, is the concept which at first is posited as external to them, which is end. Not only is the concept their substance, but also externality is the moment which is essential to them and constitutes their determinateness. Two forms of the objective process, nature, mechanical and chemical, and the purposive activity of man, the mutual relation of these forms. At the beginning, man's ends appear foreign, other, in relation to nature. Human consciousness, Science der Begriff, reflects the essence, the substance of nature, but at the same time this consciousness is 350. Hegel. Thus mechanical or chemical technique spontaneously offers itself to the end relation by reason of its character of being determined. Materialist dialectics something external in relation to nature, not immediately, not simply, coinciding with it. Mechanical and chemical tech externally, and this relation must needs serves human ends just but now be further considered. Cause its character, essence, consists in its being determined by external conditions, the laws of nature. Lenin concludes his comments on this section of Hegel's logic with the following remarks. In actual fact, men's ends are engendered by the objective world and presuppose that they find it as something given, present. But it seems to man as if his ends are taken from the world, and are independent of the world, freedom. N.B. All this in the paragraph on the subjective end. Thus Hegel proposes here a quite new approach to the place of human praxis in the system of philosophy. And we do not have to waste any more words in showing that the prototype of human praxis for Hegel is to be found in labor, in economic activity. As Marx noted in his theses on Feuerbach, the great achievement of German classical idealism was to develop the active side of reality which had been neglected by the older forms of materialism. This development began with Kant and Fichte, but their concept of praxis was so moralistic and exaggerated that it led to the rigid confrontation of theory and praxis, and to the abstract isolation of practical philosophy which Hegel criticized so trenchantly. But we have now seen not only his criticism but also his positive concrete proposals for a theory of human praxis. We may refer the reader back to his remarks about labor and tools etc. and to his analysis of master and servant in the phenomenology of mind. These ideas are synthesized in the logic which Lenin then subjected to a thoroughgoing critique in his commentaries on Hegel. In the logic Hegel compares the idea of praxis with merely theoretical knowledge and arrives at the following conclusion. But in the practical idea the notion, concept stands opposed as actual to the actual. This idea is higher than the idea of theoretical cognition, for it has not only the dignity of the universal but also of the simply actual. 8. In what follows, Hegel provides a more detailed explanation of the concrete superiority of the practical over the theoretical idea, a superiority 351. Which, the reader will need no further telling, has nothing in common with and is indeed diametrically opposed to the primacy of the practical reason of Kant and Fichte. Hegel says, another way of regarding this defect is that the practical idea still lacks the moment of the theoretical idea. That is to say, in the latter there stands on the side of the subjective concept the concept that is in process of being intuited within itself by the concept only the determination of universality. Cognition knows itself only as apprehension, as the self-identity of the concept, which for itself is indeterminate, fulfillment, that is, objectivity determined in and for itself, is given to it, and that which truly is the actuality that is present independently of subjective positing. The practical idea on the other hand counts this actuality, which at the same time opposes it as an insuperable barrier, as that which in and for itself is null, which is to receive its true determination and sole value through the ends of the good. Will itself consequently bars the way to its own good insofar as it separates itself from cognition, and external actuality does not, for it, retain the form of that which truly is. Consequently the idea of the good can find its complement only in the idea of the true. Lenin excerpted the entire passage and added this commentary. Cognition finds itself faced by that which truly is as actuality present independently of subjective opinions, positings. This is pure materialism. Man's will, his practice, itself blocks the attainment of its end. In that it separates itself from cognition and does not recognize external actuality for that which truly is, for objective truth. What is necessary is the union of cognition and practice. A number of other comments by Lenin arising more or less directly from these quotations from the Logic are highly illuminating on the subject of our present discussion. Hegel's efforts to acquire an understanding of the subject matter and methodology of economics and the way in which these made him the forerunner of historical materialism. Immediately following the passage just quoted, Lenin points out with a substantial measure of agreement, but also with critical reservations of a materialist nature, that Hegel uses the syllogism as a practical principle for getting to grips with objective reality. The syllogism of action. For Hegel, action, practice, is a logical syllogism, a figure of logic. And that is true. Not, of course, in the sense that the figure of logic has its other being in the practice of man, equals absolute idealism, but vice versa, man's practice, repeating itself 1,000 million times, becomes consolidated in man's consciousness by figures of logic. Precisely, and only, on account of this 352. 1,000,000,000-fold repetition, these figures have the stability of a prejudice, an axiomatic character. 7. And a few pages earlier on, but still in the same critical commentary of Hegel's discussion of cognition and praxis, Lenin gives a summary of the links between Hegel and Marx. All this in the chapter The Idea of Cognition, Chapter 2, in the Transition to the Absolute Idea, Chapter 3, 1.e. Undoubtedly, in Hegel practice serves as a link in the analysis of the process of cognition, and indeed as the transition to objective, absolute according to Hegel, truth. Marx, in consequence, clearly followed Hegel's lead in introducing the criterion of practice into the theory of knowledge, see the Theses on Feuerbach. We see, then, that Hegel's new approach to the problem of teleology, of the connections between final causes and man's economic activities in particular and branching out from their human praxis in general, is of cardinal importance for his entire philosophical system. It leads to the abolition of the mechanical separation between theory and praxis established by the subjective idealism of Kant and Fichte. Consequently, it reaffirms the objective link between human praxis and reality. This return to objectivity indicates a partial return to major philosophers of the past such as Spinoza or Hobbes, but with the reservation that Hegel's objectivity stands on a higher plane than theirs, since it incorporates the dialectics of man's active side in its conception of reality. Indeed, as far as the theory of knowledge of Hegel's own dialectical method is concerned, this active side may be considered to be the decisive factor. The relationship of theory to practice was thereby clarified in a manner unknown in philosophy up to that time, so much so that Marx could take up the matter where Hegel left off and was in a position to introduce his final and decisive clarifications. This deepened understanding of the relationship of theory to practice had the most far-reaching consequences for the dialectics of the essential concepts of philosophy. We shall now attempt to demonstrate this with reference to a number of the relevant issues, such as freedom and necessity, contingency, and necessity. We shall see how Hegel's enlarged understanding of these issues springs from the same source as the philosophical insights we have been discussing. At the same time, we shall also see that the limitations of his dialectics, the point at which his profound dialectics of reality lapse into an idealistic mystification, is located at the very point at which, for various reasons, his knowledge of economics lets him down and his understanding of society loses itself in the miasmas of mysticism. Hegel is surprisingly conscious of economic problems and their 353 philosophical implications. We have already seen how consciously he established a connection between praxis and labor, economic activity. But his clear understanding is by no means confined to isolated issues. He is fully aware that the categories of action emerge most clearly in the sphere of economics, and he comments on the methodological issue involved in the introductory remarks to his essay on natural law. It is true that he is dealing expressly with natural law and not with economics, but since we have come to understand the crucial role of economic categories in the overall structure of society and its scientific analysis, we may not take it as read. In a discussion of the way in which the world is reflected in the mirror of science, he observes that the state of natural law is the closest to reality, since it pertains directly to the ethical, the mover of all things human, and insofar as there is a science of such things to which necessity may be ascribed, it must be at one with the empirical form of the ethical, which is equally necessary, and as a science it must express the latter in universal form. The problem of freedom and necessity is concretized above all by being placed in a specific socio-historical framework. Hegel is concerned, as we have seen, to combat the ethical views of subjective idealism, with its isolation of the concept of freedom from the real world of history and society. Since Hegel's study of the modern world represents an effort to comprehend the isolation of the individual with the aid of classical economics, the overall self-movement of society must appear as the product of the isolated and hence contingent activities of individuals. We have already quoted various statements in which the identity of Hegel's position with that of Adam Smith is established beyond doubt. But in order to gain a clear picture of what it entails, we must consider his later description of economics as a science, for it is there that he synthesizes his view that the problem of necessity and contingency is the fundamental problem of the discipline. This view is in complete accord with his position in Jena, except for the fact that the stage he had reached in Jena did not make it necessary for him to make a formal statement on the subject. In The Philosophy of Right he writes, "But this medley of arbitrariness generates universal characteristics by its own working, and this apparently scattered and thoughtless sphere is upheld by a necessity which automatically enters it. To discover this necessary element here is the object of political economy, a science which is a credit to thought because it finds laws for a mass of accidents. It is an interesting spectacle here to see all chains of activity leading back to the same point. Particular spheres of action fall into groups, influence others, and are helped or hindered by others." The 354. Most remarkable thing here is this mutual interlocking of particulars, which is what one would least expect, because at first sight everything seems to be given over to the arbitrariness oft individual, and it has a parallel in the solar system which displays to the eye only irregular movements, though its laws may nonetheless be ascertained. On this basis Hegel proceeds both to pose and for the first time correctly and concretely to solve the question of the relationship between freedom and necessity within the framework of the concrete and dynamic totality of man's life in history and society. Engels discussed Hegel's solution in these terms. Hegel was the first to state correctly the relation between freedom and necessity. To him, freedom is the appreciation of necessity. necessity is blind only in so far as it is not understood. Freedom does not consist in the dream of independence from natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws, and in the possibility this gives of systematically making them work towards definite ends. As we have seen, this view of freedom and necessity stands in the very center of Hegel's study of teleology and hence of his discussion of human activity in general. We are already familiar with the purely economic side of the problems and also with its basis in the dialectical progress of human knowledge about the laws of nature. Furthermore, we will recollect Hegel's passionate attack on the abstract concept of freedom held by Kant and Fichte, with all its pretensions to the sublime. What remains, then, is briefly to consider what Hegel's definition actually implies for our understanding of society and history as a concrete totality. For given Hegel's position, it goes without saying that history is the real framework of freedom, the actual arena in which the dialectical conflict between freedom and necessity is to be fought out. It is well known that the cunning of reason is the central concept in Hegel's later philosophy of history. Translated into more prosaic terms, the expression refers us to the idea that men make their own history themselves, and the actual driving force behind the events of history is to be found in the passions of men and in their individual, egoistic aspirations, but the totality of these individual passions nevertheless ends by producing something other than what the men involved had wanted and striven to attain. Nevertheless, this other result is no fortuitous product. On the contrary, it is here that the laws of history, the reason in history, the spirit, to use Hegel's terms, actually makes itself manifest. The term ruse, cunning, list, has a long history in Hegel's thought, reaching back to Jena. We may recollect his use of it in the methodologically important analysis of tools, p. 344f, as a concept with which to relate man to nature through labor. Closely associated with that is his 355. Use of the same concept to establish the relation of the state and the government to the individual, and especially to the total network of man's economic activities. In the next section we shall show in detail how the frontiers of Hegel's ideas on economics and above all his idealist illusions about the state make their appearance at this point, illusions which are intimately bound up with his general attitude towards Napoleon. But this is not the sole source of Hegel's views. Of course, the influence of contemporary events on his mind is very apparent, but their remoter origins are to be found in the ideas of Hobbes and Mandeville, according to which the interaction of the egoistical and even evil and vicious passions of men gives rise to the balance of forces prevailing in capitalist society and even guarantees its future progress. This conception was extended and generalized by the leading thinkers of the French Enlightenment into a utilitarian philosophy, which admittedly, as Marx points out, also perpetuates the accompanying illusions of idealism. The economics of Adam Smith provides all these theories with a firm foundation, and its sober emphasis on the actual facts of the given situation shows how far these views can lead. Hegel is heir to this tradition. How close he is to it can be seen from this passage from the lectures of 1805-6. From the outside the actual does not indeed look like the ideal, because the observer holds fast to what is immediate, namely necessity. The eccentricity, ruin, licentiousness and vice of others must be borne, the state is cunning. Asterisk. And elsewhere Hegel sums up his view as follows. The cunning of the government is to allow free rein to the self-interest of others. The understanding of the merchant tells him what counts in the world, utility. The government must turn its utility to account and ensure that it returns back into the world. What is remarkable about Hegel's general theory of the relations between civil society and the state at this point is the way in which he compares it to that of the merchant in society and attempts to assimilate his idea of the cunning of the government to his general economic use of the notion of cunning. This appears even more clearly in another marginal comment in the same work. Not the artificial actions of the legislative, etc. organs. The self is the highest authority, free rein for the powers of necessity, the cunning to leave individuals a free hand, each looks after himself. This flows into the universal, a higher reflection of spirit in 356. Itself guarantee against arbitrariness, general constitution of the estates not provincial estates, universal reason mobility of everything individual. The reason of the people is as clever as its arrangements. From all this it is evident that there are two conflicting forces at work here which are to be reconciled by means of Hegel's theory of cunning, his dialectics of freedom and necessity. On the one hand, there is the cunning of the government as opposed to the autonomous movement of the economy in modern civil society, and, on the other hand, there is the cunning of reason which itself becomes manifest in that movement, regulating the production, reproduction, and the further advance of capitalist society. We have already considered Hegel's views on the workings of this dialectic of freedom and necessity in the course of world history. We may refer the reader back to Hegel's ideas about the role of the tyrant in history, his necessary appearance and his no less necessary eclipse, p. 310 ff. We have also seen that Hegel discerns a similar dialectic in the role played by great men, by the world historical individuals, cf. his remarks on Richelieu, p. 306. We should like to supplement our discussion there with a few quotations from the Jena lectures which make the connection between the problem of freedom and necessity and the other question of necessity and contingency particularly clear. In one of the lectures Hegel turns to a discussion of artistic genius. Openly satirical about the deification and mystification of the genius by the Romantics, he gives a dispassionate account of the relationship between the activity of the individual genius and the movement of society and the life of the nation as a whole. Those who are called geniuses have acquired a particular skill by means of which they make the universal creations of the people into their own work, as others do with other things. What they produce is not their own invention, but the invention of the entire nation, or rather the discovery, that the nation has discovered its true essence. What really belongs to the artist as such is his formal activity, his particular skill in this mode of representation, and in this he was educated as part of the universal attainment of skill. He is like the man who finds himself among workers who are building a stone arch whose general structure is invisibly present as an idea. He so happens to be the last in line. When he puts his stone into place, the arch supports itself. As he places his stone he sees that the whole edifice is an arch, says so and passes for the inventor. Hegel's view is made even more explicit in another lecture written at Sz. the same time, in which he discusses the role of prominent individuals in history, particularly in transitional periods. These self-possessed natures need do nothing but speak the word and the nations will flock to their support. The great minds who do this must, if they are to succeed, be purified of all the characteristics of the configuration which preceded them. If they wish to accomplish a work in its totality, they must grasp it with their totality. It may happen that they only grasp it by a corner and so advance it a little. But since nature wants the whole, it pushes them from the pinnacle to which they had climbed, and replaces them with others, and if these two are one-sided, there will be a succession of individuals until the whole work is finished. But if it is to be the work of one man, he must recognize the whole and so free himself from all limitations. These passages do of course reveal the defects of Hegel's thought which will soon concern us more immediately. Chief among them is his wholesale mystification of the historical process, his hypostatization of a spirit which acts as the conscious principle in which it is grounded. But ignoring this for the moment, we can see how dispassionately and dialectically Hegel analyzes the role of the world historical individual in history, and we can admire the energetic manner in which he subordinates the outstanding personality to the exigencies of the objective tasks facing him, tasks arising from the objective circumstances of society itself. On the other hand, we may observe that Hegel is under no illusions about the element of chance in selecting those individuals who find themselves in a position to get to grips with major political or artistic dilemmas. In this sphere too his lucidity enables him to anticipate some of the later ideas of historical materialism. Of course, Marx and Engels went far beyond Hegel in their materialist concretization of the problem of necessity and contingency, and it was only when they developed their really scientific language that Hegel's mystified constructs could finally be overcome. And of course we must remember to distinguish their contributions here from their later vulgarizers of the Second International who so overemphasized the notion of necessity in history as utterly to eliminate the role of personality and of the activity of individuals in history, turning necessity into an automaton, for the use of opportunists, which functions without human agency. Lenin and Stalin have liberated historical materialism from this mechanical vulgarization and restored and extended the teachings of Marx and Engels in this respect too. But even earlier Engels, in his old age, had been forced to conduct an ideological campaign against this mechanical vulgarization of history. Here is a passage from his letter to Heinz Starkenberg which not only corrects these false notions but also shows Hegel's contribution to the thought of historical materialism on this issue. Engels' argument begins. 358. With the subject of contingency and necessity and proceeds thus. This is where the so-called great men come in for treatment. That such and such a man and precisely that man arises at a particular time in a particular country one's, of course, pure chance. But cut Hearn out and there will be a demand for a substitute, and this substitute will be found, good or bad, but in the long run he will be found. That Napoleon, just that particular Corsican, should have been the military dictator whom the French Republic, exhausted by its own warfare, had rendered necessary was chance, but that, if a Napoleon had been lacking, another would have filled the place, is proved by the fact that the man was always found as soon as he became necessary, Caesar, Augustus, Cromwell, etc. While Marx discovered the materialist conception of history, Thierry, Mignot, Guizot, and all the English historians up to 1850 are the proof that it was being striven for, and the discovery of the same conception by Morgan proves that the time was ripe for it and that it simply had to be discovered. The decisive factor which prevented Hegel from making a concrete and accurate application of his philosophically correct view of freedom and necessity, contingency and necessity to the actual course of history was to be found in his ignorance of the class struggle as a motive force in society. Hegel's knowledge was undoubtedly vast and he was sufficiently critical and unprejudiced to be able to see isolated instances of class antagonisms in society. We need refer only to his observations on the connection between poverty and the rise of factories, p. 331. But his general view of history and society prevented him from grasping the importance of class antagonisms as a motive force, to say nothing of making any general inferences from their observed laws of motion. Thus in Hegel's philosophy of history the particular states appear as unified and coherent individuals. He does of course realize that behind these individuals there are social processes at work. We may recall that he related the unity of France and the fragmentation of Germany to the different paths taken by feudalism in its period of disintegration. But these insights, accurate though they are, were not consistently applied and had no further consequences. The history of the world appeared essentially as a power struggle between unified nations and states among themselves. Hegel contemplates the struggle as dispassionately as he had contemplated the economic struggle of individuals in civil society. In the phenomenology of mind this appears as the internecine conflicts of the animal kingdom of the spirit, das geistige Reich. This he analyzes as the recurrence, indeed as the authentic form, of the state of nature which he sees as Hobbes' war of all against all. We shall see how the juridical control of economic affairs which likewise consist of a bellum omnium. 359. Contra omnes assumes an extreme, indeed an exaggerated importance in Hegel's social philosophy, even though we must bear in mind that for Hegel the idea of juridical control has a very different meaning from the one it had for Kant and Fichte. But in Hegel's view once a nation or a society has been formally constituted as a state, it ceases to be possible to exercise control over the individual states. In the lectures of 1805-6 he puts the matter thus. The whole is an individual, a people that is directed against others. The restoration of the state of indifference between individuals, the state o nature only here does it become real. This state of affairs is partly the peaceable existence of individuals independently of each other, sovereignty, and partly a union through treaties. But the treaties do not have the reality of real contracts, they are not an existing power, it is the individual people which represents the universal as an existing power. Hence they do not have the force of civil contracts, they are not binding if one party abrogates them. This is the eternal deception of concluding treaties, binding oneself and then nullifying one's obligation. We shall see later on how crucial a part is played by war in the Jena philosophy of history. Of course, here too, despite Napoleonic overestimation of war, his customary dispassionate and historically grounded view prevails. On the one hand, he takes issue with Kant's utopian conception of eternal peace, as we can see from the final remarks in the last quotation. On the other hand, he is very far from being taken in by the apologias of the various combatants. He is perfectly well aware of the use made of the notions of offensive and defensive war. Each side claims to be defending itself against the attack of the other. And at this level the disagreement about who is in the right is incapable of resolution. In his essay on the German Constitution, Hegel observes, each bases his claim on rights and accuses the other of violating those rights. The public takes sides, each side claims to have right on its own side, and both are in the right, and it is precisely the two rights that have come into conflict. Hegel infers from this, consistently enough, that conflicts between states are direct power struggles, in which God, the world spirit, always stands at the head of the big battalions. Hegel's realism here has been fastened upon by the ideologists of the imperialist period, such as Meinecke and Heller, to turn Hegel into a forerunner of the unthinking power politics promulgated by Treitschke. However, these gentlemen have managed to overlook two inconvenient details. First, despite Hegel's ignorance of class struggles, he never represents the power of a state as an inexplicable gift of heaven, let alone the product of some genius or 360 other. It is clear from the earlier contrast between France and Germany that Hegel regarded the immediate predominance of one or the other as just the surface of the problem. He was constantly concerned to discover the mediating factors, the objective social conditions underlying the immediate appearances. And later on, at the time of the shattering defeat of Prussia in the battles of Jena and Auerstedt in 1806, his sympathies may have lain with Napoleon, but this was no mere worship of the emperor's superior force, it was rather a sympathy for the social inheritance of the French Revolution combined with contempt for a Prussian state corrupted by its degenerate feudal traditions. This one instance leads us to our second point. Meinecke, Heller, and the others all forget that Hegel was the ideologist of a revolutionary age, the age of the revolutionary creation of the great nations of the modern world. Hegel rightly thought this process progressive. It took the form of a series of great wars which Hegel regarded as that state of nature in which the spirit emerges from the immediate dialectic of power struggles to attain the highest point in its history. This high point would be reached when the modern civil society of a great people finally constituted itself as a nation. That is to say, Hegel had grasped the main lines of the great problem of the age, and he also understood, and in this he showed great insight, how the dialectic necessarily makes its way through the seemingly fortuitous and incidental episodes of world history to arrive at its final goal. However, the boundary of Hegel's view of history now becomes visible, since, on the one hand, he did not see anything beyond that point and, on the other hand, he himself remained enmeshed in the real contradictions surrounding the problem of German national unity. Hence, of all the central issues which according to Lenin confronted the democratic revolution in Germany, his system focused on just one area of unresolved contradiction. But all this has nothing in common either historically or philosophically with Bismarck, let alone the power politics of German imperialism. Meinecke and Heller distort history in much the same way as the various groups of social imperialist opportunists during the First World War. The latter appropriated the various statements by Marx and Engels about the progressive nature of national wars of liberation and applied them quite unhistorically to the imperialist world war with the intention of showing that it too was a just national war worthy of their support. Of course, there are a number of obscurities, ambiguities, and outright contradictions in Hegel which if adroitly selected will at least serve as a pretext for historical falsification, whereas in the case of Marx and Engels not even the pretext is there. But as the distortions of the ideas of the latter demonstrate, the validity of a pretext is by the way when an apologia of imperialism is what is really at stake. 361. The main thrust of Hegel's view of history, then, culminates in the concrete realm of human praxis. It aims at achieving a philosophical understanding of the real historical process that necessarily led to the establishment of modern civil society. This necessity arises from the actions of men, from passions and aspirations which, through the dialectics of freedom and necessity, produce other, higher and more universal effects than were originally intended or even contemplated. The concrete dialectic of freedom and necessity means, then, that these individual passions and self-interested aspirations are just as essential to the realization of history as their results are different and more than was originally intended and implicit in the immediate impulses of action. This whole system goes far beyond both the morality and the conception of history contained in subjective idealism. The movement of history according to Hegel is no infinite progress, but a concrete process of development. Society and history are not the abstract aspirations of the even more abstract pure will. In a certain sense, Schelling anticipated Hegel's efforts to transcend the view of praxis and history found in subjective idealism. The principles of teleology as reinterpreted by Kant in the Critique of Judgment assisted Schelling to reach a new, coherent view of nature and history in their development. In the course of his reflections, Schelling did indeed acquire a certain understanding of dialectics, since he glimpsed the fact that the sum of historical events is greater and on a higher plane than was intended by the men who participate in them. Schelling speaks of the assumed relation of freedom to a hidden necessity, by virtue of which men acting freely, yet against their own will, become the cause of something which they never desired, or conversely, something miscarries and is ruined even though they strove freely and with all the means at their disposal to bring it about. Trademark. But these intimations never lead to any real knowledge. The necessity of which he speaks is described as unconscious in contrast to the conscious nature of freedom. This inflexibility goes so far that, having established the premise that the unconscious is the principle of historical objectivity, he goes on to infer that it is simply impossible for anything objective to be produced consciously. 8. This abstract and unbending opposition between freedom and necessity, conscious and unconscious, eliminates all scope for a concrete dialectics of praxis. A mystical pseudo-dialectics is the most that can be achieved. Thus, on the one hand, Schelling ends up in a mystical and irrational view of history, and, on the other hand, he remains firmly inside the framework of Kant's teleology, despite all his efforts to overcome Kant's subjectivity by means of his own specious objectivity. He does. 362. Indeed sense that the old metaphysics were incapable of grasping the laws of history. He says of the concept of history that neither an absolutely lawless series of events nor another series entirely governed by law can deserve the name of history. But the bare hint of truth contained in this is at once nullified when he goes on to add, theory and history are mutually exclusive. Man only has history because no theory can calculate in advance what he will do. It is clear that Schelling's ideas lack precisely that quality which distinguishes Hegel's application of the dialectics of purposive action to history and which constitutes his greatness and his importance for later philosophers. It is, therefore, historically impermissible to deduce Hegel's philosophy of history and society from that of Schelling and to equate the ideas of the two men on the subject of freedom and necessity. It is possible and even likely that Schelling's view that history is the unconscious praxis of the absolute acted as a stimulus for Hegel. But it was never more than that. The essential moment of Hegel's philosophy of history is the dialectical unity of theory and practice, i.e. the ver thing missing in Schelling, who on this point never went beyond the dualism of Kant and Fichte. The real connection between the two thinkers is in their limitations. In art, Schelling discovered a unity of freedom and necessity, of conscious and unconscious production. By analogy with this and with the aid of intellectual intuition, he constructed a unity in the development of nature and history. The defect of the end product is not so much the abstract mysticism in which it culminated, but the fact that he was never able to concretize or illuminate any given moment of history with its aid. And just here lies the strength of Hegel's system. But Hegel's system too culminates in a mystical chiaroscuro, and this is certainly an element which he shares with Schelling and which, as an idealist, he can never disown. What is at stake here is the conception of history as a totality. For objective idealism, i.e. for both Hegel and Schelling, nature and history are the products of a spirit, and since this is so, it follows that the old conception of teleology must inevitably recur, even though Hegel had eliminated it from his detailed discussions of society and history. For if history is an object which is guaranteed by a unified subject, if it is indeed the product of that subject's activity, then, for an objective idealist like Hegel, history itself must realize the purpose which the spirit had posited as a goal from the outset. In consequence, for Hegel as for Schelling, the whole process is thereby transformed into a pseudo-movement, it returns to its starting point, it is the realization of something that had always existed a priori. 363. Hegel has this to say about it in the Phenomenology of Mind. What has been said may also be expressed by saying that reason is purposive activity. The exaltation of so-called nature at the expense of thought misconceived, and more especially the rejection of external purposiveness, have brought the idea of purpose in general into disrepute. All the same, in the sense in which Aristotle, too, characterizes nature as purposive activity, purpose is the immediate, the undisturbed, the unmoved which is self-moving, as such it is subject. Its power of moving, taken abstractly, is its existence for itself, or pure negativity. The result is the same as the beginning solely because the beginning is purpose. Stated otherwise, what is actual and concrete is the same as its inner principle or notion simply because the immediate qua purpose contains within it the self or pure actuality. Hegel fails to notice here that the consistent application of his own teleological principle leads him back into the old theological conception of teleology. His great philosophical achievement had been to take the concept of purpose down from heaven, where the theologians had placed it, and bring it back to earth, to the reality of actual human action. His concept of teleology remained great, original, and creative as long as it remained earthly. But by taking his ideas to their logical conclusion he destroys as an objective idealist, what he had laboriously built up as a dialectician. In this theological twist to his thought there is a lasting affinity between Hegel and Schelling which outlasts their disagreements. But we must never lose sight of the fact that this affinity is an affinity imposed on them by the defects of their idealism. The difference between them is that before Hegel lost his way in the miasmas of idealism where a mystified demiurge carried on its activities, he made a great detour in the course of which he made innumerable fundamental dialectical discoveries. He then pushed forward to that frontier which no idealist can cross. This antithesis between system and method is rudimentary in Schelling and in time it gradually disappears altogether. For this reason what the historian of philosophy must emphasize is the differences between the two views of historical development. Chapter 7. The limitations of Hegel's economic thought. The main line of Hegel's thought is an attempt to infer from man's relation to modern civil society all the categories of economics and sociology. He goes on to show how these in turn generate the objective laws governing the interplay between man, nature, and society, and how these lead to contradictions whose elimination and reappearance at a higher level ultimately provides a map of the entire structure of society and history. Hegel's novel approach to the philosophical problems of human praxis is strongly anti-fetishistic. His general dialectical view of the world as a dynamic complex of contradictions leads him in his attitude to society to regard all the objective categories of society and economics as dynamic and contradictory relations between men. Thus his categories shed their metaphysical inflexibility without having to sacrifice their objectivity. Hegel's view of praxis always presupposes an interaction with objective reality. The intensified activity of man and the progress of that activity to higher and higher levels of achievement continually lead to new discoveries in the objective world which are then sucked into the overall dialectical movement. The more ramified and complex the system of human actions becomes, and the more necessary it is to struggle against metaphysical dogmas and the fetishizing of the categories in which human relations become objectified as self-created social institutions, then the more the world of objective determinations will grow and interact with human activity. In such circumstances the philosophical tendency towards objectivity will flourish. The main lines of Hegel's cognitive approach to society are now familiar to us. The question that concerns us now is, what are the limitations of his method? And furthermore, how are those limitations connected with his objective idealism? And finally, to what extent is that idealism itself determined by Hegel's assessment of modern civil society, its origins, and its worth? Here too we find ourselves confronted by highly involved problems which interact in a by no means simple fashion. We must investigate, on the one hand, the extent to which philosophical idealism exerts an influence on the boundaries of Hegel's economic views, and on the other, we must consider how far that idealism is rooted in his own social position and the view of society arising from it. 265. 366. The first essential point, one which will not have escaped the attentive reader, is that Hegel perceives civil society as a unified whole. This is undoubtedly a consequence of Germany's economic and social backwardness. The great class struggles in France and England at this period had the effect of forcing thinkers to dig deeply into the objective economic roots of class conflict, even though the classical economists were not yet in a position to realize the implications of this discovery for the antagonistic structure of class society. On the other hand, the immediate experience of these great class struggles led a whole series of thinkers, writers, and politicians both in England and France to the more or less clear realization that class conflict was an objective reality. Indeed, roughly contemporary with Hegel's philosophy, we may see at least the dawning awareness on the part of a number of people that the class conflicts of bourgeois society must eventually lead beyond the horizon of that society. Hegel knew nothing of all this. It is true, as we have seen, that he perceived the antithesis of rich and poor in the modern world, not just as a matter of fact but as a necessary consequence of the development of society, factories and the resulting growth of poverty. But it is interesting and also important that this insight had no repercussions for his economic and social attitudes. He neither attempted to relate it to Adam Smith's theory of value, nor did he see it as one of the driving forces of bourgeois society itself. The distinction between rich and poor remained partly a phenomenon which society simply had to learn to accept, and partly a disruptive element in the normal functioning of that society to mitigate whose worst effects was the task of government and state. Hence Hegel's excellent portrayal of the situation and even of the underlying laws which have produced it had no theoretical implications for his conception of the structure of society, let alone for his general philosophy. The same is true of the entire methodology of Hegel's social philosophy, so that Marx's criticism must be fully upheld when he remarks, "It is moreover wrong to consider society as a single subject, for this is a speculative approach." We have already seen that for Hegel the contradictions that determine the course of world history are the conflicts between rather than within nations. We have also been able to observe with what penetration he charted the changes in the social structure of particular nations and how ingeniously he made use of them to explain the progress of international conflicts. But he never thought of these internal changes with their immanent dialectic as the motor of world history. That is to say, Hegel's philosophy is an idealism nourished on the economic base of the undeveloped class antagonisms of Germany. It 367 would of course be an oversimplification if we were crudely to explain all the implications of Hegel's economic idealism in terms of his place in the social order. We have already noticed that the horizon of his philosophy extends far beyond the frontiers of Germany and that its essential features reflect less the contemporary state of Germany than the social and economic problems that arose on a European scale in the wake of the French Revolution and the Industrial Revolution in England. Nevertheless, it remains true that even these tended to reinforce Hegel's economic idealism. What I have in mind here is Hegel's exaggerated enthusiasm for the society of post-revolutionary France and above all the social and political changes that would be introduced, as he hoped, under the rule of Napoleon. Thanks to this, Hegel's idealism, which was rooted in Germany, was further strengthened, for it was colored by a sense of optimism, an enthusiasm, for the rebirth of the world, of a new configuration of the world spirit whose consummation is reached in the phenomenology of mind. Without these exaggerated expectations, without these utopian hopes, the backwardness of Germany would quite certainly have had a very different impact on Hegel's philosophy. Of course, we must not overlook one further social element at work in Germany which necessarily influenced Hegel's thought in this direction. Lenin has repeatedly pointed out that national unification was the central problem of the bourgeois revolution in Germany. We have seen how this played an important role in Hegel's intellectual and political development. Later on, it once true, he came increasingly to think of a Napoleonic solution to the problem of national unity, a problem which was connected in his mind with the elimination of the vestiges of feudalism and of the patchwork of petty states. But this should not be taken to suggest that the question of national unity ceased to occupy a prominent place in his thought and hence to reinforce his tendency to view society as a unified subject. It is from here that we have to understand the birth of Hegel's doctrine of the state as the realization of reason. This is the vantage point from which the state can appear as standing apart from the conflicts of civil society. We shall soon see the effect of this upon the relations obtaining between civil society and the state. The state can only be assigned such a role as this because Hegel believed that the nation could only become the embodiment of the concrete historical configurations of the spirit within the state. The history of the spirit does, of course, contain dialectical contradictions. Indeed, the entire course of world history takes the form of conflicts and their repercussions. His view of world history is of an unbroken series of conflicts in the course of which the flag of progress, the embodiment of the various stages of the world spirit, passes from one nation to the other. What we have in short is a sort of metempsychosis of the world spirit in which the different nations 368 have a unified configuration in which the world spirit manifests itself at each particular stage of its journey. There are two factors of interest here that must not be overlooked. First, within certain limits it is a legitimate procedure to try and define the character of a nation. Only crude vulgarizers of Marxism fail to see this and strive to extinguish national characteristics by means of the doctrine of a succession of formations. Because Marxism investigates the social origins of the uneven development in, let us say, France and England, because it recognizes that classes and class struggles must take different forms in different conditions, it is able to arrive at a more satisfactory understanding of national peculiarities than bourgeois thinkers and historians, Hegel included, who overlook the true forces at work and so arrive at more or less metaphysical views about national unity. So here, too, the radical transformation of a metaphysical problem into a dialectical one leads to a concretization of thought. Second, we should not overlook the fact that the methodological end product of Hegel's philosophy of history is a necessary result, but it is one which obscures our view of the wealth of cross-currents present in his thought. We have seen some of these in our earlier discussions. And when we look at the account given in the Phenomenology of Mind of the way in which the spirit of Greece mutates into the spirit of Rome, we can see that the process described by Hegel is essentially internal. This is above all the case in the Phenomenology where, as we might expect from its general approach, external events are played down, so that, for example, the destruction of the city-states in war and conquest, Macedonia, Rome, is not even mentioned. The dissolution of the Greek spirit is largely an internal process. The zenith and decline of Rome and a collapse of the Ancien regime in France are also regarded in this manner in the Phenomenology. Once the time he came to our later philosophy of history, Hegel had accumulated such a wealth of information about society and culture that the tendency towards internal explanation was even more pronounced than in his Phenomenology of Mind. But it is still only a counter-tendency which for all its importance never really gains the upper hand. The metaphysical unity of the spirit of the nation is a methodological necessity in Hegel's objective idealism. To dissolve that unity into the dynamic contradictions of antagonistic forces locked in conflict would indeed give rise to a very clear definition of national character, but since it would have no unified authority guaranteeing it, it would inevitably burst the confines of objective idealism. So cross-currents are undeniably present and sometimes they are extremely powerful. But they can only thrive within the framework of objective idealism. It is a significant fact that these tendencies and the greater concreteness of the historical analysis associated with them are most prominent wherever Hegel can bypass the problem of the state. This happens. 369. For instance, in the second part of Phenomenology and in the Aesthetics. The inability of these counter-tendencies to break through the idealist framework can be accounted for by referring to another no less contradictory aspect of his outlook, his resolute rejection of any thoroughgoing democracy, his failure to recognize the productive energies in the lower classes. We know of Hegel's views in this respect from his expressed opinions about the French Revolution, and we know too that they do not represent a defection from his youthful republicanism, but that they were an important element in his mental makeup right from the start. Nevertheless, his opinion about this question reflects back on his entire scheme of world history, on his account of the development of antiquity and the Middle Ages. Now, of course, in contrast to his position in Bern, he does take cognizance of the slavery that existed in antiquity, and he no longer underestimates the significance of slavery for the political life of the freemen in the Greek city-states. We have also seen the weight given to servitude and slavery in the development of human culture. But this is still a long way from saying that the antagonism between slaves and slave owners, feudal lords and serfs played a major part in Hegel's dialectic of world history. Hegel's recognition of the productive energies of the mob is confined to economics, and this makes it easier for him to maintain the mystification of a unified spirit in the people and the state. This is an additional reason for the inability of counter-tendencies in his thought to make themselves felt. It is easy enough to criticize Hegel now from our superior vantage point. It is much more difficult to grasp the point that, given the economic, social, and political situation in Germany at the time, a great and all-embracing philosophy such as Hegel's could not possibly have been created on radical democratic foundations. Even the undemocratic perspective from which Hegel undertook to defend the idea of a progress through contradictions contains utopian overtones vis-a-vis the realities of Germany, a tendency to soar above the actual state of affairs. Fortunately, he does not simply vanish into the clouds, but, by leaving Germany behind him, he can base himself more surely on the world historical processes taking place in France and England. Thus, for all the idealist and utopian features of his thought, Hegel had his feet firmly planted on the ground of reality. Following the defeat of the Babeuf conspiracy and given the graveyard stillness of Germany, a radical democratic movement could not possibly have found support. Any such movement would have inevitably collapsed into subjective utopianism. The example of Hölderlin and Fichte shows perfectly what the result would have been. It is therefore not just a defect in Hegel if his ideas developed in an anti-democratic direction. We see the same trend in all the important figures in Germany at the time, and in Goethe above all. The contradictory strands in 370. German idealist dialectics enabled it to dissolve the metaphysical dogmas of the old materialism and at the same time, unconsciously, and somewhat in conflict with its own idealist program, to incorporate powerful elements of an authentic materialism. But this could only occur in a situation which combined what was in Germany the least possible amount of utopianism with a concrete, uninhibited, and quite unapologetic defense of progress in history. In the circumstances prevailing in Germany, radical democracy could not be a creative feature of this realistic and dialectical view of reality, very much in contrast to Germany after the July Revolution or Russia in the 1850s and 1860s, when it became the basis for a comprehensive philosophy of history and society. If we now turn to a closer examination of Hegel's philosophy of society, we may begin by noting two major flaws in it, both of which are closely connected with his economic idealism. First, the internal structure of society, its articulation into classes, is not deduced from his economics. Second, the state and the government are not regarded for their part as the products of an internal economic and social dialectic of class conflict. These two defects could only be incorporated in the system because Hegel had abandoned his own highly original method of developing the higher categories from the lower ones by means of their internal contradictions, labor, division of labor, tools, machines, etc., and instead had imposed an idealist construct from above. In both cases it is impossible to overlook the tense inner struggle between the conflicting elements of his thought. Again and again he has an intimation of the right pattern, again and again he feels the need to work out the true, organic relationships. We may even go so far as to say that the dialectical deduction of the estates becomes increasingly economic. The pinnacle of his purely idealistic philosophy was attained, as we shall shortly see, in Jena in his first attempt to construct a system. And the tendency towards an ever more concrete, more economic explanation of the social order does not by any means cease after Jena, on the contrary, it grows apace. We have already shown that the final and the sharpest formulation of the opposition between rich and poor was contained in the philosophy of right, and this was no accident. For it was here that Adam Smith was joined by Ricardo as a guide in economic matters. And this tendency was strengthened still further in the philosophy of right. It is very characteristic of the way in which Hegel continued to develop and to cast old ideas aside that, following the July Revolution, in his very last essay, the pamphlet on the English Reform Bill, 1831, he even came down in favor of the view that the old threefold division of the classes into nobility, burghers, and peasantry no longer corresponded to the reality in most states. It is true that, characteristically, he drew no general conclusions from this insight into a socio-economic reality. On the contrary, he still believed that if the government took the right steps, the 371 existing structures could be maintained. But the mere fact that he so closely followed a development running counter to his basic scheme, and that he had no hesitation in recording its implications, however much these went against his own views, testifies to the strength of the conflict within him. Of course, this very example shows that the contrary tendencies could never become the prevailing ones. We can follow Hegel's gradual development towards a more realistic and economically based analysis of the estate structure in his Jena writings very precisely. The first statement of his social ideas, the system of ethics, marks the high point of his systematic idealism. It is no accident that this coincides with his most enthusiastic experimentation with Schelling's terminology. The growth of realism runs parallel to his gradual rejection of Schelling's conceptual world. As always, Hegel's starting point is the people as a unified whole, that then articulates itself in the different estates in order finally to achieve a new synthesis. And we observe at once that in the process of arriving at this point Hegel betrays the higher dialectical insights he had already acquired. For his general practice was to start with a dynamic contradiction which he would resolve in that unity and contradiction characteristic of him, i.e. a resolution of the contradiction which followed from the dialectics of the matter itself to higher levels of contradiction and synthesis. Here, in contrast, the movement proceeds in the opposite direction, from unity via difference and back to unity. That being the case, it is inevitable that the synthesis should be of the Schellingian sort, i.e. that the contradictions should be wholly obliterated. However, the method is not entirely explicable in terms of Schelling's influence. It is rather an unavoidable consequence of the contradictions in Hegel's own view of society. We have already discussed the cross-currents in that view, and we shall later see them at work in more detail. But we have also seen their ultimate inefficacy, and our analysis of externalization in the phenomenology of mind will show us that we are faced with a fundamental contradiction of Hegel's entire philosophy, one which he could never overcome without at the same time breaking free from the conceptual framework of objective idealism as such. As we know, this was simply not possible. Hegel's reatness lay in his ability to carve out great areas of experience. Alibis more realistic impulses could be given a relatively free rein. Hegel's development in Jena was one in which, within the overall conception of ethical life, objective, historical and economic aspects of life were given more and more emphasis at the expense of the merely moral. In the system of ethics the importance of morality was still paramount. Ere sine from the unity of the people, Hegel deduces the different estates which are distinguished in terms of different stages of virtue. Hegel conducts this argument in this way. 372. The people as an organic totality is the absolute indifference of all the determinate aspects of practical and ethical existence. Their phases are the form of identity, of indifference, then of difference, and finally of absolute, living indifference, and none of these phases is an abstraction, but all are reality. The concept of ethical life lies in its objectivity, in the annulment of individuality. Ethical power is articulated within this perfect totality by the estates, and the principle of each is a determinate form of ethical existence. Thus there is an estate of absolute free ethical existence, an estate of rectitude and an estate of unfree or natural ethical life. The general progression from unity via difference and back to unity is clearly visible, as is the fact that the distinctions between the estates are distinctions in the unified ethical life of the people, a hierarchy of virtues in effect. The economic and social distinctions between the estates thus come to represent adequate fields of activity for these virtues. Thus Hegel's argument proceeds from above to below, i.e. from the universal class to the class where a merely natural ethical existence holds sway, whereas the most mature outline of the social structure in Jena, the lectures of 1805-6, advances in the opposite direction, from the concrete labor of the peasant, via the increasing levels of abstraction in the middle classes, up to the highest universality of the upper class. It would be a mistake to see the distinction as something purely external or formal. For the road from below to above enshrines Hegel's impulse to greater realism, to a much more economic view of the character of the different estates. And it is not just by chance that this more realistic and dialectical approach cannot be achieved with Schelling's conceptual system, even though it proved to be the perfect vehicle for the outline presented in the system of ethics. The road from below to above is a prefiguration, an anticipation of the phenomenological method. The authentic Hegelian presentation of the nature of the spirit culminates in his view of it as a dialectical process of self-creation and self-discovery in the objects created. If the spirit is conceived as a result of a dialectical process, it can only be presented in terms of a progression from below to above, whereas the deductive process from above to below has a profound affinity with Schelling's method of annulling contradictions in the static unity of intellectual intuition. We have described the class structure outlined in the system of ethics as essentially a hierarchy of virtues, but it is to be hoped that the reader will not be misled into thinking Hegel has drawn any nearer to an ethics on the lines of Kant and Fichte. For Hegel does not think of these virtues as abstract or formal in the least. They are by no means a mere ought for a moral subjectivity. They are, on the contrary, the concrete totalities of social determinations within the concrete totality of society as a whole. 373. If we are to look back in history for models which anticipate Hegel here, we shall find them not in Kant and Fichte, but in the social philosophers of the Enlightenment, such as Montesquieu. Montesquieu's theory of the state makes a distinction between virtues and vices along socio-historical lines by arguing that under a monarchy the virtues which can and must have a positive social function are quite distinct from those which might have that effect in a republic. Hegel recognized the affinities between himself and Montesquieu quite clearly. In the essay on natural law, written a short while later, he remarked, "It must be recognized how all the parts of the constitution and of the legislature, and how all the manifestations of ethical relations are utterly determined by the whole, and form an edifice in which no element whether structural or decorative existed a priori, but where each became what it is by virtue of the whole and remains subject to it." It is in this sense that Montesquieu based his immortal work on his idea of the individuality and the character of the nations. It is clear that the affinity is purely one of method, although, having said that, the parallel is far-reaching enough. And we see here, too, as in many other areas, that in his efforts to overcome the abstract character of subjective idealism Hegel has recourse to the methodological heritage of the great empiricists and realists of the Enlightenment. Of course, this raises a new problem for him, a new contradiction in his conception of praxis. The social differentiation of morality was socio-historical fact for Montesquieu, one which he simply noted and analyzed. Hegel, however, finds himself confronting the following dilemma: on the one hand, the concrete totality of socio-historical determinations, both in the objective realm of moral activity and in their subjective determinacy, is the method designed to overcome the more abstract subjectivity of the morality of Kant and Fichte. It is this concreteness, this socio-historical unity of the subjective and objective principles of morality that he opposes to the would-be sublimity of the abstract ought, the vacuous categorical imperative of Kant and Fichte. On the other hand, he finds it impossible to leave the matter there with moral values neatly assigned to particular places in the class structure. His road leads him into an impenetrable tangle of contradictions. For if his social philosophy were to culminate in the idea that the highest virtue, the highest level of consciousness attainable by each person, can only be that appropriate to his class, then he would be compelled to recognize that class antagonisms are the foundation of society, an idea which, as we have seen, necessarily lay beyond his horizon. Moreover, simply to have asserted the fact of differentiation and to have left matters there would also have been inexcusably superficial. Society always constitutes an objective unity, albeit a dynamic, contracte dic. 374. Tory 1, and Marx, Engels, Lenin and Stalin always placed the greatest emphasis on the implications of this for the formation of consciousness. Only in vulgar sociology do the individual classes constitute windowless monads. For all sorts of reason then, Hegel was compelled both to regard the concrete differentiation of the virtues according to class as an essential principle of reality, and also to think of the principle as something that would be transcended in the higher unity. The contradictions flowing from this dilemma will frequently occupy our attention in our further discussions. Hegel's analysis of the various classes remains basically stable even though he keeps refining on them, particularly as far as their economic characteristics are concerned. We shall therefore follow the account given in the lectures of 1805 to 6, since that is the most developed one. On the other hand, his method of analyzing the structure of society one's more interesting. Hegel never again returned to that deduction from above to which we have referred here. Obviously, his experiment with Schelling's conceptual system did not satisfy him. The essay on natural law which followed close on the heels of the system of ethics applied a radically different method, an historical one. Hegel takes the world of antiquity and its collapse as his starting point and attempts to deduce from its development the three estates of modern society, of which he had already spoken in the earlier work. In many respects these historical observations are reminiscent of the philosophy of history of his earliest writings, but it is just at this point that we can see the extent of the change in his views. Hegel's analysis concentrates on the first two estates. It is true that slavery does enter into his discussions of antiquity and the peasantry is occasionally mentioned also. But these are appendages which are not properly incorporated into the dialectic. What Hegel finds important is the opposition between freemen and bondsmen, and in antiquity, between the citizens of the polis and those whose task it is to provide material support for the freemen who live in politics and war. Thus the image of antiquity corresponds largely to the idea he had formed in his earliest youth. The only difference is that Hegel now depicts the material, economic foundations on which the freedom, the free political activity of the citizen of the polis, is based. The account of the decline of antiquity also contains certain similarities to Hegel's earlier ideas. It is interesting to see that Gibbon is his historical source both now and then. Moreover, his general conclusions now are closely similar to his earlier ones, and in particular he attributes the decline of antiquity to the triumph of private life over public. The difference now is that, hitherto, Hegel had regarded this victory of the private only as something negative, as pure degeneration, whereas now he formulates the change in this way. 375. With the loss of absolute ethics and the debasement of the class of nobles, the two previously existing separate classes have become equal. The necessary triumph of the principle of formal unity and equality has done away with the true inner distinction between the classes. The principle of universality and equality had to take possession of the whole in such a way as to replace the particular classes with a mixture of the two. Beneath the law of formal unity, what has really happened is that this mixture has annulled the first class and made the second class into the sole class of the nation. We see here the prototype of the philosophy of history contained in the phenomenology of mind, where the decline of classical democracy under the Roman Empire becomes the foundation of the rule of law, the birth of the abstract juridical person. Through the mediation of Christianity, which now begins to make itself felt, this state of affairs gives rise to modern civil society, society based on the principle of individuality, the society of the bourgeois. Hegel regards this development as utterly inexorable. And even though this society ought not to achieve absolute supremacy, it must be allowed to grow to its fullest extent. This system of property and law, which for the sake of singularity sacrifices the absolute and eternal in favor of the finite and formal, must be detached and separated off from the estate of nobles and constituted into an estate of its own where it may expand to its fullest extent. If this system must both develop itself and destroy that free ethical life wherever it mingles with its institutions and is not separated from them and their consequences, then it must be accepted consciously, its right should be acknowledged, it should be barred from the estate of nobles and assigned an estate, a realm of its own where it may establish itself and develop its own full activity through its own confusion and the abolition of that confusion. This argument culminates in the proclamation of the economic dominion and the political nullity of the bourgeois, and it represents the clearest and frankest statement yet of Hegel's philosophy of history. The profound contradictions that emerge from such a view of contemporary society are explored by Hegel in Chapter 8, which deals with tragedy and comedy in the realm of the ethical. We shall postpone our own examination of these problems until then. For the time being we shall confine ourselves to a short description of Hegel's view of society. It is, to put it briefly, the social theory of the Napoleonic age. It is the systematic expression of the illusions which Hegel cherished about the age. Their social import was roughly this: everything for the bourgeoisie in the economic sphere, but nothing for the bourgeoisie in the realm of politics, and above all in the world historical role of nation, something which expresses itself primarily in war. 376. It is a very striking feature of the Jena period that war should be allotted such a crucial role. This had been prepared for as early as the essay on the German Constitution. The analysis of Germany's internal decay was designed to explain why the nation had become incapable of defending itself, whereas the other mode of defeating feudalism had transformed France into a great military power. We may recollect Hegel's early notes about the difference between the armies of the Ancien Regime and the Revolution, p. 44-5. This emphasis on war is maintained throughout the Jena Reflections on Social Philosophy. It is only from this angle that we can begin to understand what Hegel meant by the class of nobles, the universal class. This is the name given to the new, dominant military stratum that came to the fore in France after the Revolution and formed a new nobility under Napoleon. Rosenzweig and other more recent scholars of Hegel entirely distort the facts by imagining that Hegel has the traditional nobility in mind here. The dominance of singularity in modern society, the self-creation of the individual who has alienated or externalized himself, cuts the ground from beneath the feet of the hereditary nobility. Hegel does speak, it is true, of a hereditary monarch in the lectures of 1805-6, and he thinks of the person and family of the monarch as something natural, but he makes an exception for the monarch alone. Other individuals have value only to the extent to which they are externalized and cultivated beings, as what they have made of themselves. This view runs in line with the idea which pervades all the Jena writings that courage, the readiness to lay down one's life for one's country, is not just the highest of all virtues, but in practice the only one which can transcend particularity, the only one in which the concrete universality of the life of the nation can be realized in the single individual. This conception of the first estate is buttressed by a philosophy of history which maintains that a constant, uninterrupted peace must lead to degeneration, trivialization, and the collapse of civil society. In the Phenomenology of Mind we can find the most extreme formulation of this position. In order not to let individuals become rooted and settled in this isolation and thus break up the whole into fragments, causing the common spirit to evaporate, government has from time to shake them to the very center by war. By this means it confounds the order that has been established and arranged, and violates the right to independence, while the individuals, who, being absorbed therein, come adrift from the whole, those striving after inviolable self-existence and personal security, are made, by the task thus imposed on them by government, to feel the power of their lord and master. 377. Death. By thus breaking up the form of fixed stability, spirit guards the ethical order from sinking into merely natural existence, preserves the self of which it is conscious, and raises that self to the level of freedom and its own powers registered. To grasp the real historical sources of this attitude, it is sufficient to recall Marx's description of the Napoleonic era, for this makes it quite clear that what Hegel did was to express the essence of that age in philosophical terms, together with all the misconceptions that were only to be expected from a man writing from the point of view of German idealism. Marx writes, Napoleon represented the last struggle of revolutionary terrorism against civil society and its policy, which was likewise established by the revolution. Certainly Napoleon already understood the nature of the modern state. He recognized that it was based on the free development of civil society, on the free play of private interests, etc. He decided to acknowledge this basis and to protect it. He was not a visionary revolutionary. But Napoleon still regarded the state as an end in itself, and civil society only as a treasurer, a subordinate who was allowed to have no will of his own. He practiced terrorism by substituting permanent war for permanent revolution. He satisfied to the full French national egoism, but he demanded in return the sacrifice of civil affairs, pleasure, wealth, etc., every time the political aim of conquest required it. It is on foundations such as these that Hegel arrives at the final and most mature statement of his views on the structure of civil society in the lectures of 1805-6. As we have already emphasized, the dialectical movement proceeds upwards from below, from the particular to the general. He attempts to depict the spirit in movement and to portray its structure as the product of that self-movement. The class structure is, as it were, a phenomenological process in the course of which spirit discovers itself. Within Hegel's philosophy, this is the most concrete and most emphatically economic analysis of the stratification of society into estates. The lacunae and fissures in his argument are correspondingly more overt here than anywhere. At the same time, we can also begin to see why Hegel's conception of ethics and its concrete manifestation in the class structure does not portend the final self-discovery of the spirit, but gives us instead the dialectical odyssey of spirit through society and the state. It is no accident that in these lectures we find for the first time that Hegel has introduced art, religion, and philosophy as representing the highest phase of spirit, the phase he would later call absolute spirit. At least, the substance of this concept is already there, and also its problematic nature, even though the term is not yet employed. 378. The theoretical development of estates and the subsequent advance of the spirit to the stage beyond is described by Hegel in these terms. Three things must now be demonstrated: first, the members of the whole, the hard external organization and its entrails, the powers they possess; second, the outlook of each estate, its self-consciousness, its being as pure knowing, immediate amputation from existence, the spirit's knowledge of its member as such, and elevation above it, the former, ethical life, the latter, morality. Third, religion. The first is spiritual nature at liberty, the second is its knowledge of itself as knowledge, the third, spirit knowing itself as absolute spirit, religion. The estate and the spirit of the estate. This determinate spirit is what actually develops from barbaric trust and labor on towards absolute spirit's knowledge of itself. It is at first the life of a people in general. From this it must struggle free. The spirit which knows all reality and essence as itself contemplates itself, is its own object, or it is an existent organism. It forms its consciousness. It is as yet only true spirit, in itself. In every estate it has a distinct task, knowledge of its existence and activity in it, and a particular concept, knowledge of its essence. Both must partly separate and partly join together. We can see here the problem of which we spoke earlier, the necessity for Hegel to rise above society, to establish the realm of absolute spirit in which the authentic self-discovery of mind would be consummated. Hegel is more or less clear in his mind about the complicated dialectics of this procedure. That he is well aware of the ramifications of the relation of the individual to modern civil society is shown by the fact that he builds the sphere of individual moral attitudes, the sphere of morality, into the social system, even though the movement of morality constantly aspires to a super-social status, and assigns to morality a place in one sense above society, and in another sense below it, because of its abstract nature. The dialectics of this are not finally worked out until the philosophy of right. Only there does it appear as the sphere of negation and difference which dialectically links the abstract system of mere right with the concrete totality of the ethical life of the people. But even the most elaborate statement of this dialectic does not bring Hegel any nearer to a solution to the problem. In the later system, too, the absolute realm of art, religion, and philosophy is placed higher than society, the realm of objective spirit. In the lectures under discussion, Hegel reveals one of the chief motives for this further progress of the spirit. As he has just informed us, spirit in a perfect society is still only spirit in itself. That is to say, it has divided up into its various moments, the estates. In themselves these form a unity, but this unity is not yet conscious of itself, i.e., it does not yet exist for itself, it has not yet 379. Consciously become incarnate in the consciousness of a single individual. The dialectic of morality and ethical life contains the imperative which insists that the individual moral consciousness, which must necessarily be abstract, can only find fulfillment when concretely incarnate in ethical life, i.e., in the outlook of the estate to which the individual belongs by his own choice and achievement. Hence a further progress beyond estate's consciousness, an estate's consciousness that preserves while it annuls, is possible for Hegel only in a religious form. On this point he writes as follows in the same lectures. In religion everyone rises to a view of himself as a universal self. His nature, his estate fades like a dream, like a distant island gleaming like a haze of mist on the edge of the horizon. He is the equal of princes. His knowledge is of himself, as spirit, before God he is the equal of anyone. We see the externalization of his entire realm, his entire existing world, not the externalization which is only form, culture, and whose content is once again the sensuous world, but the universal externalization of reality as a whole. This externalization restores reality to itself as something perfect. In this passage we can plainly see one of the motifs that has become indispensable in Hegel's system as a result of the importance conferred on religion, and specifically on Christianity. It is no less plain that this motif is by no means religious in nature. The realization of a state in which spirit exists for itself, its elevation above the division of society into estates each with its own sharply distinct point of view, can only be annulled in the Hegelian sense, i.e. preserved at the same time as it is annulled, if a concept of complete equality can be discovered, with the aid of which spirit really can recognize itself. But, 1. The inequality of wealth in capitalist society is an irremovable datum. It is indeed the economic foundation for that development of individuality which he considers the principle that renders the modern age superior to that of antiquity. 2. Hegel can have no conception of a state of affairs in which men might be truly equal. 3. His anti-democratic beliefs prevent him from sharing the illusions of the radical democrats at the time of the French Revolution. Finally, 4. He is willing to recognize the bourgeoisie as the representative class of the modern economic development, but he steadfastly refuses to adjudge them, their existence and consciousness, the crowning point of the entire history of man. For all these reasons no concept of equality remains available to Hegel but that of the equality of all men before God. We shall later consider Hegel's tense and ambivalent relationship with Christianity at length in our discussion of the phenomenology. At this point it was only necessary to draw attention to the important social impulse at work here. And in this context it is perhaps not without inter. 380. To note Napoleon's views on Christianity, for these contain definite parallels with Hegel's attitudes. Of course, the affinity operates at an abstract level. Napoleon was himself the leading figure in the great drama of the age. He put into action the deeds whose philosophical essence Hegel attempted to elucidate. For this reason, his attitude to Christianity could be expressed with a much more overt cynicism. It was enough for him to open the churches, to conclude a concordat with the Pope, to have the Pope crown him emperor and so on. At the same time he could freely express his own personal opinion about religion with the greatest cynicism. However, when Hegel attempted to reproduce the movement of history and the illusions it necessarily engenders, he was bound to take up a positive stance towards religion. Privately, there were indications enough that he also shared some of Napoleon's cynicism, and these can be found not only in private utterances which we shall quote in their proper place, but also, if involuntarily, in his entire dialectical analysis of religion itself. With all these reservations, Napoleon's explicit views can undoubtedly throw light on Hegel's view of religion. He says, "As far as I am concerned, I see in religion not the mystery of incarnation, but the mystery of the social order. It connects the idea of equality with heaven and so prevents the rich from being slaughtered by the poor. Society cannot survive without inequality of wealth, and inequality of wealth cannot endure without religion." Hegel's lectures of 1805-6 analyze the system of estates in a phenomenological fashion. The estates represent what might be called the division of labor of objective spirit, and they represent the different stages in the journey of spirit to its consciousness of itself. For this reason Hegel starts with the peasantry, since that is the class closest to a state of nature. We can see once again the high level of Hegel's understanding of economics in the fact that he looks for the essential distinction between the peasantry and the middle class in the different character of the work they perform. He contrasts the concrete labor of the peasant with the abstract labor involved in trade and industry, and realizes that the explanation for this is that the peasant works to supply his own needs and not for the market. Here, of course, we can again see how Hegel translates the ideas of the English economists into German. Since he has only read about farmers who pay ground rent and produce for the market, and has never seen them in the flesh, he ignores their existence in his analysis. The peasantry is, therefore, the unindividuated trust that has its individuality in that unconscious individual, the earth. As a laborer, the peasant does not perform abstract labor, but instead he provides for most or all of his wants. In the same way his labor is only inwardly connected with his activity, the context of his purpose and its realization. 381. Is the unconscious, nature, he plows, sows, but it is God who makes things prosper and provides the seasons and the trust that what he has put in the ground will grow of itself. The activity is subterranean. Thus in Hegel's eyes the peasantry is the coarse and unconscious foundation of civil society. Just as he pays no heed to changes in the English peasantry, so too the solution to the peasant problem produced by the French Revolution apparently made no impression on him. He has eyes only for the retrograde peasantry of Germany. This is all the more striking as his view of society requires that the peasantry should form the great mass of the army, and we have already seen that he devoted much thought to the army and pondered in particular on the social roots of the superiority of the Napoleonic army. But his distrust of every mass movement from below obscured his vision. However bluntly he rebuts the claims of the surviving remnants of feudalism in Germany, however unreservedly he acknowledges the superiority of revolutionary France, the people never quite cease to be an aggregate of pre-revolutionary German Philistines in his eyes. The army, whose significance for his theory of history and society we have seen, is no people in arms. The middle class only makes material sacrifices in war. The peasants are mere cannon fodder. Is all as it was in the wars of the old feudal absolutism. The reflection of the German Misere in his philosophy distorts his Napoleonic vision and reduces it to German Philistinism. In harmony with this view, Hegel can see in a possible peasant uprising nothing but a mad, blind phenomenon. A flood which only destroys. At best it leaves a fertile marsh behind it, but otherwise it just recedes without achieving anything. Raised above the peasantry is the estate of abstract labor, of trade and law, the bourgeoisie. We are already familiar with Hegel's analysis of its economic significance. It is the realm of contingency which attains necessity by developing its own autonomous laws. The German character of Hegel's social philosophy can be seen clearly in the chief feature of the outlook of this class, its rectitude. Evidently, Hegel was thinking of the German Philistine rather than the English capitalist. We know from his account of the economic situation that the merchant is the highest representative of this class. This is interesting and characteristic of his dominant phenomenological tendency to proceed from the lower to the higher and to derive the general from the particular. The middle class ends with the merchant and the account of the universal class begins with the man of affairs and advances via the scholar to its climatic point, the soldier. The method involves a progression from the particular to the general. Hegel 382 says quite explicitly, evidently referring to peasants and bourgeois. The lower classes, or those whose object and consciousness lies in the particular degree. He then accomplishes the transition in the following manner. The public class works for the state. The spirit has raised itself to the universal level in the man of affairs. But his labor is very divided, abstract, mechanical. It doubtless serves the universal immediately, but in a limited and fixed manner, which he cannot alter. He raises the determinate universal to knowledge of the universal. The spirit has raised him above his actual character as man of affairs. The authentic man of affairs is in part also a scholar. Artificial though this is in parts, its superiority to the arguments of the system of ethics is very plain. And if we do accept Hegel's premises, there really is a gradual development from the particular to the universal, in which the crucial role is played by abstract labor, the unconscious self-transformation of every individual labor and every individual economic activity under capitalism into a social, universal activity. In short, if we accept his premises, we may allow that there is a real understanding of the structure of modern civil society. But this is true at best only to the stage of the man of affairs. The transition from there to the scholar is already artificial and strained. Hegel himself seems disinclined to regard the class of scholars as the social incarnation of true universality of thought, as the self-knowledge of objective spirit. He remarks dryly, "The scholar's prime concern is vanity of self. Registered, and from the scholar to the soldier there is no real transition at all. The soldier stands at the apex of society for a variety of reasons which we have already mentioned. But they have nothing to do with the economic, phenomenological movement from particular to universal." We observe, then, that although Hegel has made the greatest efforts to provide an analysis of the estate's structure in economic terms, a not unimportant part of it is entirely spurious. The difficulties he encountered are only partly connected with those aspects of his view of society with which we are already familiar. There is a further facet of his economics that we must also consider briefly. At issue is the decisive importance Hegel assigns to the juridical concept of recognition within his economics. Thanks to this concept alone, certain categories are elevated to the true dignity of economic categories. In other cases he establishes distinctions of no economic importance, but he lays great stress on them because they illustrate the principle of 391a recognition so vividly. Thus he makes an important distinction between possession and property. 383. A possession contains the contradiction that a thing as such is universal and yet it exists as the possession of a single person. This contradiction one's resolved by consciousness, which posits it as the opposite of itself. When recognized, it is both single possession and something universal, for in this single possession all possess. My possession has acquired the form of consciousness, it is defined as my possession, but as property it pertains not just to me alone, but is universal. Here we have an ingenious, almost scholastically tortuous argument to justify the juridical duplication of economic life. Hegel's aim is not just to reformulate economic categories in juridical terms, to raise them above mere economics in his conceptual scheme, but to quarry a new content from the juridical form. He proceeds in similar fashion to argue that a contract is a higher form of exchange. This knowledge is expressed in the contract. It is the same as exchange, but it is ideal exchange. I give nothing away, I externalize nothing, I give nothing but my word, language, that I wish to externalize myself. B. The other does likewise. This externalization of mine is also his will, he is satisfied if I give this to him. C. It is also his externalization, it is our common will, my externalization is mediated by his. I only wish to externalize myself, because he wishes to externalize himself, because his negative becomes my positive. There is an exchange of declarations, not objects, but it is as valid as the exchange of objects. Both acknowledge the will of the other, as such the will has returned to its own concept. The overvaluation of juridical principles in the sphere of economics does not imply any approximation to the rather different overestimation of the same thing in Kant and Fichte, even though the tendency is closely linked with the philosophical idealism common to them all. With Fichte, in particular, it is connected with his mistaken belief that until the rule of pure morality had arrived, the social life of man could be guided towards morality by laws and regulations. We know how Hegel ridiculed this idea. He always regarded the facts of society and economics as the true powers of life, and it did not occur to him to violate them with some concept or other. For in his view the force and dignity of the concept manifests itself most clearly in these very facts of life, as life itself has molded them. What drives Hegel in this direction are two motifs of philosophical idealism. First, we see here a general tendency of the whole age. In the course of some comments on civil society contemporary with the Feuerbach theses, Marx talks about the origin of the modern state in the French Revolution. The self-conceit of the political sphere. All elements exist in duplicate form, as civic elements and, those of, the state. 7. 384. This duplication, which can be seen most strikingly in the doubling of man as bourgeois and as citoyen, occurs in Hegel as a division of economic categories into economic and juridical ones. But the great importance of this process, the central position occupied at times by recognition, is connected with the specific character of his entire philosophy. We have already made mention of the category of externalization in the context of Hegel's discussion of economic problems. A detailed analysis of the concept must be delayed until we come to the phenomenology. All we can do here is to investigate recognition in its relationship to the purely economic concept of externalization, of which it is a higher form. In the lectures of 1805-6, where he discusses the transition from a state of nature to a state of law, he writes as follows. Right is the relation of the person in his behavior towards others, it is the universal element of his free existence, or, in other words, the definition, limitation of his empty freedom. I have no need to excogitate this relation or limitation myself, for the object itself creates the right, i.e. the relation of recognition. In the act of recognition, the self ceases to be a single thing, it becomes part of right in recognition, i.e. it ceases to be simply immediate existence. The object so recognized is recognized as immediately valid, thanks to its existence, but this existence is produced by the concept, it is existence recognized. Man necessarily recognizes and receives recognition. This necessity is his own, not that of our thought in opposition to the content. As recognition he is movement, and precisely this movement annuls his natural state. He is recognition, the natural only is, it has nothing of the spirit about it. These observations are very remarkable for the light they throw on the conflicting tendencies at work within him. Formally, they are highly objectivistic, since they deduce all the determinations of right from the movement of the object itself, rather than from the nature of thought. Thought for Hegel in this passage is only the intellectual reflection of the movement of the real determinations in the object. The content of the same passage, however, tends in the opposite direction. The analysis of externalization is momentous, firstly because it is the first time in the history of philosophy that anyone has made the attempt to analyze what Marx would later call the fetishism of the commodity, and to use that analysis as a basis from which to explore society as a whole by dissolving the fetishized object forms of society into a dynamic complex of relations between human beings. It is important, secondly, because Hegel is not unaware that the various forms of fetishization are not all on the same plane. He realizes that there is a hierarchy of fetishized objects, objects which are fetishes to a greater or lesser degree. We have already seen this aspect of Hegel's thought at work when he 385 describes such a hierarchy of ever higher forms of externalization, beginning with labor, the product of labor, exchange, and trade, and finally ending in money. Even then the idealistic tendency to turn everything upside down was very much in evidence. Hegel sees, quite correctly, that trade and, above all, money are higher forms of externalization than, example, simple production. Thus far he is in agreement with Marx's materialistic position. But whereas Marx regards the simplest form of fetishism, namely the commodity, as the key to the more complex and more highly fetishized forms of society, Hegel proceeds in the opposite direction. In our detailed analysis of the phenomenology we shall argue that the economic origin of Hegel's error here lies in his one-sided conception of labor, of man's economic activities. In Hegel's eyes the externalization of spirit and the ultimate retraction of that externalization is the only road to the creation of reality by spirit and consequently also to the intellectual reproduction of that reality by cognition. For this reason the higher forms of fetishism are not higher in the sense that they are increasingly remote from the real object, i.e. that they are increasingly empty and hollow, cf. Marx on money. On the contrary, it is this process that converts them into authentically higher forms of externalization, namely pure forms of spirit, forms on the road back to spirit, forms which come closer to the revoking of externalization by the spirit and the transformation of substance into subject, than the more primitive, more fundamental aspects of externalization which are nearer to the material processes of economics. This explains why it was methodologically necessary for Hegel to put law above economics. Whereas historical materialism regards the higher fetishism of law as a proof of its secondary, derivative character, for Hegel the opposite is the case. The transformation of economic into juridical categories represents a higher, more spiritual form of externalization, a force closer to the realm of spirit. According to Hegel, the recognized existence of law is actually created from the concept, whereas a merely economic object remains nearer to nature, at the level of unconscious being in itself. This argument is in a state of constant interaction with the view discussed earlier of the unity of the people in the state. Each reinforces the other, and this helps to explain why those elements in Hegel which might have brought him to a true understanding of fetishism could never gain the upper hand, even though he often came close to it, as in his analysis of money, for instance, on p. 336, where he argues that it is both an actual thing and also the ego, or self, i.e. a relation between men. This complex inner conflict, which always ends with the victory of the mystifications of objective idealism, has consequences of two kinds. As Marx pointed out, 386. There is already latent in the phenomenology as a germ, a potentiality, a secret, the uncritical positivism and the equally uncritical idealism of Hegel's later works, that philosophical dissolution and restoration of the existing empirical world. From this defeat of realism two consequences follow. The first is the uncritical idealism which we have seen repeatedly, most recently in the inverted relationship of law and economics. The second is that Hegel simply introduces into his system crude empirical matter whose real social and philosophical universality he cannot discover. He incorporates it just as it is, and then deduces its necessity by means of a pseudo-intellectual process of abstraction. It is no accident that such categories are mostly described as natural. Hegel himself senses that he has not really deduced them from the actual social reality, and since he often has accurate and profound intuitions into the relation of society to its foundation in nature, it is tempting to have recourse to nature in difficult cases and to mystify the inexplicable by calling it natural. In his critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, Marx keeps coming back to this inevitable lapse from empiricism into speculation and from speculation back to empiricism. We quote the passage about the monarch because, as we have seen, the deduction of the hereditary monarchy from nature was a prominent feature of the lectures of 1805-6. Marx writes, "In this way too the impression of mystical profundity is created. It is a vulgar truth that man was born, and that an existence posited by physical birth should become a social man, right up to the rank of citizen. Through his birth man is all that he becomes. But it is very profound, it is really very striking that the idea of the state was immediately born, and that it gave birth to its empirical existence through the birth of the ruler. This idea has no new substance, all that is altered is the form of the old substance. It has acquired a philosophical form, a philosophical warrant. When we look at Hegel's deductive argument about the hereditary monarch in the lectures of 1805-6 in the light of this criticism, we see how unerringly Marx has fixed on the spurious profundity in Hegel's uncritical positivism. Hegel says of the monarch, "The free universal is the point where individuality appears, the latter so free from the knowledge of all, is not constituted as individual by them, but as one extreme of government it is immediate and natural, it is the hereditary monarch. He is the firm immediate nodal point, binding all. Fluidity, he is immediate, natural. He alone is the natural, i.e. it is here that nature has found refuge." 387. Arguments of this sort can be found everywhere in Hegel, and we shall have occasion to disentangle the rights and wrongs of his view of the natural. For the time being we may confine ourselves to this example, which has a particular interest for us over and above its general implications for his methodology as a whole. Up to now we have considered only one of the two flaws in Hegel's analysis of society to which we earlier made reference, p. 370, viz. his failure to relate the class structure to the economy. We now find ourselves facing the second flaw, his failure to relate the class structure to the government. Hegel's philosophical analysis of the different classes progresses from the particular to the general. Once he has reached the universality of the upper class, Hegel faces the problem of distinguishing between it and the government. Obviously, this is not just a philosophical or epistemological technicality. On the contrary, it is a question of the class character of society. And the internal conflict of opposing tendencies in his philosophy is mirrored very precisely in his hesitations on this issue. Of course, there is no question of Hegel's arriving at a real understanding of the class character of the state. This is precluded from the start by his view of the ultimate unity of society, which we have already discussed at length. But even allowing for that, we still discover in Hegel a dual tendency which reflects the objective contradiction in the Napoleonic solution to the problems of modern society posed by the French Revolution. Admittedly, this reflection is distorted by Hegel's special position as a German, and as one, moreover, who sets out to idealize that solution. On the one hand, he tends to identify the upper class, i.e. the Napoleonic military nobility, with the government and the state. This objectively expresses the character of Napoleon's military dictatorship and Hegel's enthusiastic support of the heroic glory of France created by Napoleon. On the other hand, Napoleonic government was not just a military dictatorship in the abstract, but one which came into being in the specific circumstances of post-revolutionary France, i.e. one which had the task of defending the ideas and values of the French Revolution, its bourgeois heritage in short, against attempts to restore feudal absolutism and to advance the revolution in the direction of further democracy. In the System of Ethics, Hegel frankly expresses this contradiction. Writing about the government, he says, "It appears to be the very first estate because it represents absolute potentiality to the others, the reality of absolute ethical existence and the truly intuited spirit of the others, while all the other estates remain in the realm of the particular. But it too is estate against estate, and there must be something higher still than it and its difference vis-a-vis." 388. The others. The movement of the first estate as against the others is incorporated in the concept by the realization that both have reality, both are limited, and the empirical freedom of each is annulled. This absolute preservation of all the estates must be the supreme government. Le may not by definition be conferred on a single estate, since it is the identity of all. It must therefore comprise all those who have given up actual existence in an estate and who live simply in the sphere of the ideal, namely the elders and the priests, who are in fact one. Here too, then, nature must intervene like a deus ex machina. The elders and the priests, a mystified version of the Council of Elders in the Directory, are supposed to be raised above the antagonisms of the world of the particular solely by virtue of their age, This will suffice to enable them to achieve that degree of universality which even the first estate, as an estate against other estates, could not achieve. Obviously, Hegel is confronted with the same problem which he solves later on by affirming the claims of the hereditary monarch. And the method he employs is also the same. By a sort of intellectual legerdemain he transforms a simple fact of nature into a profound mystical truth. We have repeatedly stressed that Hegel nowhere adopts Schelling's terminology so wholeheartedly as in the system of ethics. The reason for Schelling's influence is quite plain here. For even though Hegel's concept of supersession, Aufhebung, defined as the unity of unity and difference, is vastly superior to Schelling's concept of identity, indifference, it could not be employed here. His own method, if applied consistently, would have led him in the direction of a real dialectical theory of class and of the position of the state vis-a-vis class conflict. For reasons which we have previously discussed, Hegel was not capable of this insight. Hence, for the relationship he is at present concerned to establish between the state and the government as opposed to the classes, Schelling's concept of identity is much more apt than Hegel's own concept of contradiction and its supersession. And if Hegel later dispenses with Schelling's terms, his analysis of this relationship always retains Schellingian overtones. We may say then that certain elements of Schelling's thought became permanent constituents of Hegel's system. However, this stands in need of qualification, and if we adopt Engel's argument that Hegel's system and method are in contradiction with each other, we can say that the influence of Schelling is most marked wherever the system threatens to gain the upper hand, i.e. wherever Hegel is unable to draw the final consequences, both philosophical and social, from his method. It must not be thought that we have provided a complete account of Hegel's view of the relations between the estates and the state. We have 389. Already pointed out, for example, that the hereditary monarch often plays a purely decorative role in the political system, and that Hegel fully recognizes the autonomous movement of civil society and is in favor of reducing the intervention of the state to its absolute minimum. But these remarks do not eliminate the contradictions we have described. They merely show that now one side of contemporary French history, and now the other occupied the forefront of Hegel's attention. The recognition of the economic necessities propelling civil society is part of his picture of the Napoleonic system which administered the inheritance of the French Revolution on behalf of the bourgeoisie, a system which Hegel regarded as the climatic moment of history, the contemporary incarnation of the world spirit. We may say in general that, when looking at Hegel's socio-philosophical theories at this time, it is always essential to go back to their actual French models, which are then reflected often in a mystified manner in his ideas. This holds good not just for the elders and the priests but for his whole picture of the structure of the estates, and above all his definition of the universal class as a new military nobility on Napoleonic lines. The permanence of the impression left on Hegel by the Napoleonic Constitution can be gauged by the fact that in his very last essay, on the English Reform Bill, he mentions the constitution Napoleon imposed on the Italians as a model for the present day, and he does so at the very point where he discusses the problems posed for the estate structure by the further development of capitalist society. Registered, we may sum up by saying that Hegel's theory of economics and society contains two diametrically opposed tendencies. On the one hand, there is the attempt to deduce the universal dialectically from the particular. This was most clearly manifest in his analysis of labor, the division of labor and tools, etc. It always reappears wherever Hegel can conduct his inquiry without having to be too much concerned about the problem of the state, or where he can draw conclusions of a general philosophical nature without directly referring to the state. Thus in the genealogic there is a highly interesting analysis of the concept of species arising from the dialectic of individuality as it emerges and functions in civil society. The tendencies we have described are anything but episodic. For the problem of modern capitalism, the economic role of the bourgeois, the modern individualism which thrives on the basis of this economic process, in a word the principles of capitalism as Hegel understood them, are the very things which distinguish the modern age from antiquity. It is these principles that rendered antiquity obsolete and reduced it to a memory, something irrevocably past. They therefore constitute the climax of his philosophy of history, which in turn always remains fundamental to that of his later system. 390. Moreover, this philosophy of history is intimately connected with his generally philosophical interests, as could hardly be otherwise with a philosopher of Hegel's stature. We already know that the central problem of the phenomenology, the principle with whose aid he finally leaves Schelling's dialectics behind him and appears before the public with his own, is the principle of externalization. But at the same time our previous discussions have shown that the modern age and modern civil society represent a higher stage of history just because externalization is more advanced than in the immediate social existence of antiquity. Hence the period of the greatest externalization for Hegel must be the one in which what has been externalized can be recovered by the spirit so that substance is entirely transformed into subject. But as we have seen, Hegel's philosophy of history has yet another side, the detachment of the state and its world historical functions from its economic base. Of course, connections are present, even economic ones, but instead of the real, if often incomplete, understanding of economic actualities we find only a mystification of what was in itself the unreal view of the relation of the state to civil society that obtained under Napoleonic rule. According to this view the state is supposed to make use of civil society to accomplish its own ends which are independent of civil society. Civil society exists only to serve the state, the spirit, to make sacrifices for it. In return the state will protect civil society and guarantee its smooth functioning. The particular interests of civil society, of economic life are all subsumed in the state. They constitute partly the dark background against which the radiant figure of the spirit shines forth, partly they are the fragmented moments into which spirit is dialectically divided when it enters the empirical world in search of itself, when it externalizes itself and then reabsorbs that externalized reality within itself. We see then the dual tendencies in Hegel's philosophy that led to the concept of externalization, namely the real one and the mystified one. Their decisive battle for the control of Hegel's method will be treated at length in our discussion of the phenomenology of mind. That these tendencies came into conflict in Hegel's own mind was, as we know, no accident. We have also seen the real source of their conflict in reality itself, namely in the reality of the Napoleonic state. However, the idealistic strains in Hegel's view of reality are intensified by the determinants of German society. In his criticism of Kant's philosophy, Marx, who regarded Kant as representing an intellectual reflection of the age of the French Revolution, described the specifically German distortions of French reality as they appeared in the work of the German philosopher. In Kant's practical reason Marx glimpsed the reflection of the actual material interests of the liberal bourgeoisie. 391. Kant, therefore, separated this theoretical expression from the interests which it expressed. He made the materially motivated determinations of the will of the French bourgeois into pure determination of free will, of the will in and for itself. In this passage Marx supplies both the explanation of a social phenomenon and a criticism of Kantian philosophy. He goes on to describe the particular illusions that inevitably took hold of the minds of Germans in these circumstances. It is this position of the state which explains both the honest character of the civil servant that is found nowhere else, and all the illusions about the state which are current in Germany, as well as the apparent independence of German theoreticians in relation to the burghers, the seeming contradiction between the form in which these theoreticians express the interests of the burghers and these interests themselves. 3. Marx never simply put Kant and Hegel into the same category. This criticism, therefore, can only be applied to Hegel in so far as in Hegel too the general influence of the social situation can be detected. Marx repeatedly draws attention of such features of Hegel's thought in his detailed critique of the philosophy of right. In Pokar he lays great emphasis on the retrograde character of German society which makes itself felt in Hegel's view of the role of the bureaucracy in society and the state. Of the greatest philosophical importance is the passage where he speaks of the imaginary universality of the bureaucracy in Hegel's system and where he argues that Hegel's overall position is that the state and the government are not the representative bodies of civil society, but representative bodies against civil society. In these critical marginalia on the philosophy of right, Marx emphasizes again and again that the contradictions in Hegel's philosophy are the reflections of actual social realities. If he subjects Hegel's mystifications to the most searching scrutiny, he never does so in the belief that Hegel's ideas about society and the state are entirely arbitrary. He attacks him just because Hegel proposes an image of the modern world which is correct in many respects, but in which Hegel does not pick out the really progressive elements. In consequence, he finds himself driven increasingly to mystify the existing order. He writes, for example, Hegel is not to be blamed for depicting the modern state as it is, but because he presents what is as the essence of the state. The claim that the rational is real is contradicted by irrational reality, which is at every point the contrary of what it asserts and which asserts the contrary of what it really is. Trademark 392. This criticism of Hegel is in fact a concretization of his criticism of Hegel's uncritical positivism. Because Hegel was unable to comprehend certain decisive tendencies in modern society, he was compelled to take the appearance for the reality and to ground the pseudo-reality philosophically with the aid of a spurious profundity and a specious show of dialectics. In the philosophy of right, Hegel's uncritical positivism was much more marked than in Jena. But we know from Marx's criticism that it was present even in the earlier period. Thus Marx's criticism may be applied to the social and political philosophy of the Jena period, with the one reservation which Marx himself insisted on. In the course of his critical discussion, Marx broached the problem which constitutes one of the central defects of the entire Hegelian system, the problem of democracy. It is typical of the profundity of the young Marx's approach that he connected this with the problem of the general and the particular. Democracy is the truth of monarchy, monarchy is not the truth of democracy. Monarchy is necessarily democracy in contradiction with itself, an excrescence. The monarchical aspect is not a contradiction within democracy. Democracy can, monarchy cannot be conceived in its own terms. In democracy, none of the aspects acquires any other meaning than the appropriate one. Each is actually only an aspect of the whole people. But in monarchy, a part determines the character of the whole. The entire constitution must conform to a fixed point. Democracy is the generic constitution. Monarchy is a species, and indeed a poor one. Democracy is content and form. Monarchy should only be form, but it falsifies the content. In monarchy, the whole, the people, is subsumed under one of its particular modes of existence, under political constitution. In democracy, the constitution itself appears only as one determination, and indeed the self-determination of the people. In monarchy we have the people of the constitution, in democracy the constitution of the people. Democracy is the solution of the problem of all constitutions. In democracy the constitution is always based on its actual foundation, on actual man and the actual people, not only implicitly and in its essence, but in its existence and its actuality. Here the constitution is man's and the people's own work. The constitution appears as what it is, the free product of man. One could say that in a certain sense this is also true of constitutional monarchy, but the specific difference in democracy is that here the constitution is only one particular moment of the people, and that the political constitution in itself does not form the state. Hegel proceeds from the state and makes man into the state subjectivized. Democracy proceeds from man and makes the state into man objectivized. 393. When Marx describes democracy as a genus and monarchy as a poor species belonging to it, he is not so much indulging in abstraction as reproducing the abstractions of history which, in the course of many revolutions, has finally produced democracy as the perfected form of civil society. And when, only a few years later, Marx described democracy as the most favorable battleground upon which to struggle for socialism, and when he talked of the transformation of the bourgeois democratic revolution into the proletarian revolution, he merely pointed to even higher forms of universality, realized by history itself. However, all the while the direction of his study of society remained constant, and this is what enabled him to attack Hegel's social philosophy at its weakest point. Since Hegel was not in a position to comprehend the movement towards democracy so magnificently inaugurated by the French Revolution, he simply had to abandon the possibility of arriving at the real generalizations that might have been deduced from history, from the dialectical interplay of its particular moments. On the one hand, he was compelled to invest particular moments with the false halo of a specious universality, and on the other he was seduced into crediting these universal moments with an independent existence, wrenching them from their socio-historical context. Then, having transformed them into fixed autonomous beings, he subsumed under them all particular phenomena and all the specific manifestations of society and history. Thus we are now in a position to see the philosophical implications of the two tendencies we have noted in Hegel's philosophy of society. The first tendency, namely the true and accurate cognition of actual dialectical processes, becomes the basis of a new dialectical logic. This deduces the general from the movement set up by the contradictions at the level of the particular and is led from one stage to the next by the annulment of these contradictions and the appearance of new, higher ones. The other tendency, which leads directly to the idealistic hypostatization of pseudo-universals, is forced to adopt the old metaphysical method of subsuming all particulars beneath the general. The conflict between these two tendencies reproduces itself in the logic as a struggle between dialectics and speculation. With this we have arrived back at one of the most crucial starting points of classical German philosophy, namely at that celebrated section in the Critique of Judgment where Kant postulated an intellectus archetypus. It will be recollected that he regarded it as an eternal frontier of the human understanding that the particular must be subsumed beneath the general. And the intellectus archetypus therefore appeared to him as a purely hypothetical type of understanding which could advance from the particular to the general. Since it was hypothetical, it could only serve as a regulative and not as a constitutive idea. The Sig. 394. Significance of this Kantian program, we recall, was that, in the guise of delimiting human reason in general, it firmly and distinctly demarcated the limits of metaphysical thought. And the intellectus archetypus was a program for going beyond those limits, a program for dialectics. The paths of subjective and objective idealism diverge at the point where it has to be decided whether this program can, or cannot, be carried out. For all subjective idealists the boundary here is absolute. To the subjective idealist the particular always appears contingent. It makes no difference whether the context is that of Fichte's rationalistic overextension of the subject which causes all the particulars of empirical existence to pale into insignificance before its stern moral universality, or whether it results in Jacobi's worship of the particular from the standpoint of emotive irrationalism. In either case the upshot is the same and the limit set by Kant is not transcended. Schelling was the first to make an advance with his intellectual intuition. But here too the intention was better than the performance. He proclaimed the intellectus archetypus to be an authentic mode of cognition, albeit one that was the monopoly of the artistic or philosophical genius. But this declaration achieves little of itself. And apart from its contribution to aesthetics, Schelling's whole apparatus really gives very little idea of how the contingency of the particular can be annulled or how the general can be deduced from the particular. Even though he appears to have overcome the merely regulative status of the intellectus archetypus, in reality he does not get beyond the limits of metaphysical thought. During the period in which he experimented most freely with Schellingian terms, Hegel made only the most sparing use of the phrase intellectual intuition, and he always constructed his arguments so as to rely on this new organ as little as possible. We have seen the scale of Hegel's efforts to tear down the barriers between the general and the particular, and we have seen how genuinely philosophical his approach was, i.e. how closely concerned with life and the problem of generalizing about it. Hegel saw clearly that the element of contingency in particular could not simply be removed by decree, nor by the use of analogies as Schelling hoped. In fact, in Hegel the annulment of contingency takes place on the assumption that it cannot be annulled. We are reminded here of his view of capitalist economics. It is a movement consisting of particular moments, subjective and objective, the peculiarities and faculties of individual people, their possessions, etc., all of which are irrevocably particular. Nevertheless, the universal, The economic law, necessarily emerges from the movements of these irreducibly contingent elements. In these and other passages Hegel satisfies the conditions necessary for making a reality of the intellectus archetypus. The Kantian prohibition. 395. Turns out to be no more than the frontier of metaphysics. By taking the inner contradictions of metaphysics to extremes, by breaking up their immobile facade, by uncovering the concealed dynamic of the contradictions of the real world, Hegel not only points the way to dialectical thought, he also shows that it is not the private monopoly of privileged geniuses but a faculty inherent in all human thought which had been ossified by the habit of metaphysics. The logical continuation of this road could only be the discovery of materialist dialectics, for this alone can reflect the dialectical movement of reality itself in such a manner as to do away with the Kantian prohibition altogether. But materialist dialectics and historical materialism necessarily go hand in hand. We have seen that the social preconditions of Hegel's philosophy forced it into an idealistic mold from the outset, and at the same time they set definitive limits to his understanding of the laws governing society and history, limits which only intensified the tendency towards idealism. Thus Hegel's approach to dialectics had to be conducted on idealist lines. Its complex birth meant also that his objectivism too has a double aspect. On the one hand, it creates room for the maneuvers of a real dialectic at a level of consciousness hitherto unknown. On the other hand, that same objectivism strengthens the idealism, distorting and mystifying it still further. Objective idealism requires an authority to guarantee its authenticity. As we have seen, the Hegelian spirit is that authority, and it fortifies those idealist tendencies which would hypostatize the universal as opposed to the particular, and hence constantly force the dialectic back into metaphysics. This double aspect of objectivity is not simply the consequence of its so-called immanent method. We have attempted to show how it springs from the socio-historical situation and was exacerbated further by Hegel's own position within it. Of course, once objective idealism came into existence, its methodological implications necessarily had an impact on tendencies that sprang directly from life itself. But here, as everywhere, society is the primary reality. And what we set out to show was how that specific social reality and the socially conditioned understanding of that reality were recognizably reflected in the most complex categories of philosophy, however abstract and remote from them they appeared to be. Engels has referred to this contradiction in Hegel as the contradiction between his method and his system. In his last years he attempted to induce younger Marxists to renew their acquaintance with Hegel, but he always warned them not to spend too much time on the arbitrary elements in the Hegelian system, and urged them instead to concentrate on the genuine dialectical movements it contained. The first approach would be simple enough and any schoolmaster could accomplish it. The 396. Second was vital for any Marxist. Marx too always had the same distinction in mind, even when he was most deeply immersed in bitter feuds with the representatives of Hegelianism. In the Holy Family, that great polemic in which he settles accounts with the left Hegelians, he ruthlessly exposes the mystery of speculative constructs, the false reasoning by means of which Hegel advances from the universal to the particular, and the fallacies involved in Hegel's hypostatization of the universal vis-a-vis the particular. He mercilessly unmasks all the flaws in his arguments and the distortions of reality which spring from idealism of this sort. But at the same time Marx draws a sharp distinction between Hegel and the Hegelians who have acquired only his defects. He defines the difference between their dialectics and Hegel's in the following manner. Besides, Hegel very often gives a real presentation, a presentation of the matter itself, within his speculative presentation. This real development within speculative development misleads the reader into taking the speculative development as real and the real as speculative. This additional distortion of Hegel was not just the work of his immediate disciples but was aggravated by later neo-Hegelians. If the real Hegelian dialectic is to be salvaged from the rubble and brought to life for the contemporary student, then its internal contradictions have to be explained in terms of the problems which reveal their origins and social character most clearly, the problems of economics. Chapter 8. Tragedy in the realm of the ethical. Whatever concrete problems we may have chosen for our starting point, our studies have consistently led us back to the antithesis of materialist and idealist dialectics. But this very fact indicates that the antithesis only becomes manifest in its final form, in the purely epistemological antithesis of idealism and materialism. This final result is the climax of a great historical process, the organization of the revolutionary class of the proletariat as a class for itself, Marx, in the midst of a general European revolutionary crisis. In this crisis the central task, the immediate goal, facing a number of very important states, such as Germany and Italy, was still the accomplishment of a bourgeois democratic revolution. The campaign waged by the young Marx against Hegel and a Hegelianism in an advanced state of decomposition illustrates the clear connection between the emergence of materialist dialectics and the ideology of the new revolutionary class, the humanism of the proletariat. This campaign implied a twofold annulment of bourgeois ideology with all its contradictions. On the one hand, that ideology was subjected to criticism in the course of which materialist dialectics was able to solve a series of problems which the very ideologists of the preceding period had not been able to formulate properly, let alone solve. On the other hand, the new proletarian humanism embraced all the moments of the intellectual tradition which accurately reflected, or tended to reflect, the actual reality with all its contradictions. As in every authentic dialectical supersession, the two elements of annulment and preservation go together. The third moment of dialectical supersession, elevation to a higher plane, can take place only on the basis of the unity of these two. Earlier on, p. 352, we quoted Lenin's statement that Marx had followed Hegel's lead. In the historical context of the origins of dialectical materialism, this may be taken as referring to the way in which proletarian humanism grew out of the last great crisis of bourgeois thought, just as the class struggle of the proletariat itself grew gradually out of the struggles of the exploited and oppressed for liberation. As Lenin put it, there is no Chinese wall between the bourgeois democratic and the proletarian revolution, and the proletarian revolution has developed slowly, painfully, and uncertainly from the struggles for liberation conducted by the oppressed throughout history. The particular contradictions of the last great period of crisis in the ideological development of bourgeoisie. 398. 399. Ct. 1789 to 1848, is in every sense the ideological starting point, the point at which the new worldview of the revolutionary proletariat really can take its cue from the bourgeoisie. Hegel's objective idealism is the philosophical apex of this phase of bourgeois thought. It is its climax in the double sense that it represents the philosophical synthesis of thousands of years of human development, and, indissolubly connected with that is the fact that it comprehends the contradictory movement of that development, with all its unsolved and insoluble contradictions, all at their highest level. Hegel's unique position in this period rests on the fact that for the first time in human history the contradictory nature of existence itself was consciously made the central preoccupation of philosophy. The objective and increasingly insoluble problems of contemporary reality can be found in the works of all the eminent ideologists of the period. A whole series of concrete contradictions is even set forth in more truthful, realistic terms by these thinkers than by Hegel himself. For these thinkers, however, the contradictions are only present objectively, in themselves. As Marx puts it, they all seek the truth amid the manure of contradictions. They frankly declare their findings, but contradictoriness as such does not reveal itself to them as the foundation of objective existence. Fourier is the only outstanding thinker of the period, apart from Hegel, to divine the central position of contradictoriness as such. Thus the growing awareness of the insoluble contradictions of history, which culminate in the contradictions of capitalism, drives thinkers like Saint-Simon, Fourier, and Owen beyond the criticism of capitalism to the point where they call for a new form of society which will really solve the problems they discern. In short, it drives them to socialism. Ricardo, the last and most consistent of the systematizers of capitalist economics, focuses on the development of the material forces of production as the foundation of human progress with an incisiveness hitherto unknown. Nevertheless, although on the surface Ricardo's system seems entirely coherent, although he himself defends the most barbarous and inhuman consequences of capitalist production against romantic sentimentality in every form, because it alone will lead to the advancement of mankind, the internal contradictions in bourgeois culture are plainly revealed in his work. And these contradictions point not only to the time when the dominant role of the bourgeoisie will come to an end, but they also illuminate the ambiguous and problematic role of the bourgeoisie in a process initiated by itself and on which its own material prosperity and dominant position was based. It is not our intention here to speak of the contradictions in Ricardo's theory of value, contradictions which enabled the first ideologists of the proletariat who emerged at the time of the disintegration of his school to 400. Draw socialist conclusions from his theories. We need only refer to the ambiguity of Ricardo's attitude towards the contribution of the bourgeoisie in increasing the material forces of production, an ambiguity which Marx defined as follows. He wants production for the sake of production, and this with good reason. To assert, as sentimental opponents of Ricardo's did, that production as such is not the object, is to forget that production for its own sake means nothing but the development of human productive forces, in other words the development of the richness of human nature as an end in itself. Apart from the barrenness of such edifying reflections, they reveal a failure to understand the fact that, although at first the development of the capacities of the human species takes place at the cost of the majority of human individuals and even classes, in the end it breaks through this contradiction and coincides with the development of the individual. The higher development of individuality is thus only achieved by a historical process during which individuals are sacrificed. Thus Ricardo's ruthlessness was not only scientifically honest but also a scientific necessity from his point of view. But because of this it is also quite immaterial to him whether the advance of the productive forces slays landed property or workers. Ricardo's conception is on the whole, in the interests of the industrial bourgeoisie, only because, and in so far as, their interests coincide with that of production or the productive development of human labor. Where the bourgeoisie comes into conflict with this, he is just as ruthless towards it as he is at other times towards the proletariat and the aristocracy. Balzac, the great realist of the age, creates in his Human Comedy a compendium of the tragic, tragi-comic, and comic contradictions growing out of the soil of bourgeois society and manifesting themselves in the relations between men. The vast scale of Balzac's work constitutes a gigantic fresco on which the animal kingdom of the spirit of capitalism is depicted in all its monstrosity, with its contradictions, its victims, and its heroic and futile struggles against its own inhumanity. Ricardo and Balzac were no socialists. Indeed, they were declared opponents of socialism. But both Ricardo's objective economic analysis and Balzac's literary mimesis of the world of capitalism point to the necessity for a new world no less vividly than Fourier's satirical criticism of capitalism. Goethe and Hegel stand on the threshold of the last great and tragic blossoming of bourgeois ideology. Wilhelm Meister and Faust, the Phenomenology of Mind and the Encyclopedia form one part of the monumental achievement in which the last creative energies of the bourgeoisie are gathered together to give intellectual or literary expression to their own tragically contradictory situation. In the works of Goethe and Hegel the reflection of the heroic period of the bourgeois age is even 401. More clearly visible than in Balzac, for whom the age appears as no more than a glorious prelude to the final and terrible victory of the prose of the capitalist epoch. The young Hegel, in particular, remains under the immediate influence of the heroism and the heroic illusions of the transition period right up to the end of the heroic age and the fall of Napoleon. But unheroic as bourgeois society is, it nevertheless took heroism, sacrifice, terror, civil war and battles of the nations to bring it into being. The young Hegel, in particular, is not prepared to ignore the heroism of the rise of the bourgeoisie because of its later development. Or in other words, he refuses to acknowledge that all the heroism served only to turn the capitalist into the ruler of the world. The true idealist contradiction in Hegel's early thought is that he who had discovered the new teleology of human activity was neither able nor willing to perceive the tragic teleology of his own age. He inverts the relationship of ends to means. Whereas in reality all the heroic efforts of the French people, the deeds of all the great heroes from Marat to Napoleon only resulted in the establishment of capitalism on the ruins of feudalism. Hegel is concerned to formulate a philosophy of history that shows how the unleashing of the forces of production by capitalism and the rise of a triumphant bourgeois society will provide the basis for a new heroic age, a new glorious era of human culture. Hegel's idealistic error, his inversion of the true state of society, nevertheless contains a profound humanist truth, a profound, if also contradictory, criticism of capitalism. For it is clear that if he cannot declare himself satisfied that the entire history of mankind with all its struggles and sacrifices, took place with the sole purpose of finally placing mankind in the capitalist interests of men like Nucingen, Taillefer and Keller, if he regarded their dominion as a real degradation of mankind as a whole, and if he constructed a heroic utopia to show men the way out of the terrible impasse in which they found themselves, then this utopia must be construed as a very definite protest against capitalism. And objectively, without his knowing or willing it himself, this protest must point beyond the horizon of capitalism no less surely than do Ricardo's economic analyses or the literary works of the legitimist and royalist Balzac. Hegel would be a lesser philosopher, a sentimental utopian romantic, if he had carried through his protest to its logical conclusion. His achievement, the seminal importance of his work, rests precisely on his inconsistency, on the fact that he too, like Ricardo, sought, and partly found the truth amid the manure of contradictions. And when we consider Hegel's critique of capitalist culture, we must never allow ourselves to forget that the inevitability and the progressive nature of capitalism 402 form the starting point and the methodological core of his philosophy of history. And by no means in a narrow economic sense. His entire philosophy of culture rests on the idea that to modern civil society goes the credit of producing that individuality in which the superiority of modern man over classical man in every sphere of human culture can be said to consist. In Hegel's view, modern individuality is no natural product, it is nothing organic as the Romantics imagined when they rigidly contrasted the organic individual with the fragmenting and destructive effects of capitalism. On the contrary, it is for him the necessary result of the development of society, or, in philosophical terms, it is the inevitable result of the progressive self-externalization of man, a process which reached its height in modern civil society. Thus this contradiction in Hegel's philosophy of culture has nothing in common with the anti-capitalism of the Romantics. It goes much deeper than that. It consists of the affirmation of the necessity and progressiveness of the forces that led to capitalism, with all their dire consequences to which, as we have seen in his description of poverty and wealth, he never closes his eyes, and at the same time, there is an impassioned struggle against the degradation and deformation of man brought about by capitalism with an equally compelling necessity. The contradictions that we see in Hegel amount to the dialectical sequel to the criticism of the capitalist division of labor and their cultural implications that we have in the great English economists of the Enlightenment, and in Ferguson and Adam Smith in particular. The cult of antiquity from the Renaissance to the Napoleonic age and the elevation of this cult to an ideal are founded on the objective impossibility of solving this contradiction of capitalist development. All the utopias which set out to realize or revitalize antiquity, whether politically, culturally or artistically, are premised on the hope of overcoming that great contradiction of the modern world, the destruction of man through the development of his productive energies. Ricardo's greatness as an economist lies in the fact that he steadfastly ignored this contradiction, that is to say, he duly recorded all the facts of the matter, while holding fast to the hope that the progressive development of the material forces of production would eventually sweep all the contradictions away. And this is in fact true, Ricardo was quite right. However, it will be true only under socialism, not under capitalism, and that was where Ricardo was historically wrong. But it is very clear that in the absence of this error his thought would never have generated the power that it in fact possessed and which enabled it to influence a future which of course was necessarily hidden from him. Hegel approaches this contradiction from the opposite end, from the problems of culture. But this does not alter the fact that a comparable 403 Amalgam of truth and error is to be found in his philosophy. The superiority of antiquity over modern society is the precise expression of this contradiction, which Ferguson has aptly formulated as follows. If the pretensions to equal justice and freedom should terminate in rendering every class equally servile and mercenary, we make a nation of helots, and have no free citizens, for this is also the point of view of the young Hegel. And as we have seen, his important contribution from the time of the Frankfurt crisis was to insist that antiquity had gone forever, that it had ceased to be a model for modern man, and that with the development of forces of production by capitalism human history had peeled its peak. And he maintained all this despite his veneration of antiquity and his certainty that capitalism is what it is. The tragic contradiction lying at the heart of this development is Hegel's awareness of the nullity of its central figure, the nullity of the bourgeois. Tragedy in the Realm of the Ethical is the title Hegel gave to a brief and extremely obscure section in the essay on natural law, following directly after the discussions we have mentioned, dealing with the inevitability of capitalist society and its progressive nature vis-a-vis antiquity. In highly condensed form, Hegel sets forth a summary of the contradiction we have discussed. As he presents it here, it appears as a permanent antithesis in human history, i.e. to a certain extent it is dehistoricized, even though he sharply differentiates between his ancient and modern solutions. These arguments are among the most obscure in the entire corpus of his early writings. The exaggerated idealism is all too patently obvious. And above all, as we have said, a specific modern conflict is rendered permanent. The duplication of man as bourgeois and citoyen appears as a tragic collision of spirit with itself, eternally posed only to be eternally annulled. In order to eternalize life as bourgeois, i.e. private life, Hegel mystifies it by describing it as nature, the lower world. Whereas man's aspect as citizen becomes the light eternally triumphing over the lower world, but eternally chained to it. Thus dual nature of the spirit, this eternal creation and abolition of the contradiction is what constitutes the tragedy in the realm of the ethical. This is nothing but a performance of the tragedy in the realm of the ethical which the Absolute puts on for its own benefit, so that it is eternally born anew into the objective world, and in this form it submits to suffering and death, only to rise again in all its glory from the ashes. The divine, assuming this shape and this objectivity, has a dual nature, and its life is the absolute identity of these natures. Degree despite the tragedy, and indeed by virtue of it, Hegel must and will. 404. Find a solution. It is not only the conflict which is eternal, the abolition of conflict is no less permanent. The culmination of objective idealism in the identical subject-object represents on the one hand the mystificatory, intellectualized annulment sige clay, contradictions. On the other hand, the very structure of his philosophy, which cannot dispense with the identical subject-object, presses forward in its own right towards the same solution. In the spirit AI the contradictions must be annulled, even though we know that Hegel was more interested in the process of annulment than the final state in which all has been annulled. We're already familiar with the social implications of this annulment. It is the taming of the economy by the state, an operation that took a variety of historical forms, its subordination to the interests of a fully developed, socialized humanity. According to Hegel, the tragedy in the realm of the ethical unfolds in a variety of historical forms. The beautiful solution achieved by the civilization of antiquity had to perish. For his own age, Hegel lived in hopes that the great teacher of constitutional law in Paris would discover a novel solution. Registered in this capitalism appears as the material foundation, the servant of the new heroic age. These illusions about Napoleon merge here with the idealist dialectic to form a curious organic synthesis, a synthesis which concludes Hegel's early development. We have seen how the collapse of his hope that a revival of classical society was possible triggered off a crisis in Frankfurt. His new hopes find their most moving expression in the phenomenology of mind, and their collapse following the eye of Napoleon was succeeded by a profound resignation in which he realistically came to terms with the prose of capitalism, whose triumph had now become definitive. Nevertheless, although this contradiction had apparently been resolved, it continued to perplex him, and it remained the central problem of Hegel's philosophical inquiries into culture under capitalism. de, of tragedy in the essay on natural law is supplemented by a brief look at the comic solution to the same problem. Here, too, we find different solutions for antiquity and the modern world. Here, too, we find the radiant beauty of antiquity and its tragic end, while the prosaic definition and solution of the conflicts of the modern world through comedy is the task of the present. Against the backdrop of the deeds of the world spirit, the comedy in the realm of the ethical becomes manifest in the petty absurdities of the banal conflicts of civil life, especially when these are contrasted with the earnestness and the self-importance with which they are pursued. Contrasted with this there is the other comedy, i.e. as distinct from the divine comedy, whose denouements have no destiny or authentic struggle because ethical nature itself feels too constrained. Its conflicts unfold not playfully but by means of complications that seem serious. Tragedy in the realm of the ethical 405. To those involved, although comic to the spectators, their resolutions are sought in an affectation of character and absolute principle which constantly finds itself disappointed and let down. It is easy to carp at the tortuous and mystificatory idealism of arguments such as these, but it is more important to ask what lies behind them. Above all, there is a critique of the political impotence of the German bourgeoisie which is extended to include the bourgeoisie as such. We have seen how this point of view grew out of Hegel's hopes and expectations of Napoleonic rule and his very pertinent criticism of conditions in Germany. We have seen likewise how his blank incomprehension of the problems of democracy and of the political and cultural potential of mass movements set limits to his insight. But for all his limitations, here he does put his finger on one aspect of bourgeois society which will only become obvious later on in the 19th century, the failure of the bourgeoisie, the German bourgeoisie in particular, to use its dominant economic position to obtain the political power it deserved. This is a matter to which Engels drew attention in 1870. It is a peculiar feature of the bourgeoisie in which it is unlike all previous ruling classes. There is a turning point in its development after which every increase in its power, in its capital above all, only serves to make it more and more incapable of wielding political authority. This remark, which refers immediately to the German bourgeoisie, is itself formulated so as to apply to the bourgeoisie in general. In an essay on historical materialism he makes this generalization more explicit still. It seems a law of historical development that the bourgeoisie can in no European country get hold of political power, at least for any length of time, in the same exclusive way in which the feudal aristocracy kept hold of it during the Middle Ages. Naturally, there could be no question of any such insight in Hegel, since Engels' statement was made in the full awareness of the growing strength of the proletariat, while Hegel knew nothing of class struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat and its political and cultural consequences. Nevertheless, Hegel did observe the political nullity of the bourgeoisie, and this, together with his awareness of their growing economic power and the generally progressive nature of that power, shows that he had an intuitive insight into the future position of the bourgeoisie in modern society. We have already mentioned one notably idealistic element in Hegel's discussion of tragedy in the realm of the ethical, namely his treatment of a specific modern problem as if it were an eternal human conflict. But 406. Even this exaggeration contains a grain of truth, since it anticipates a genuine conflict between the real potential of mankind and the limitations placed upon it by the economic activities of class society as such. For the human race as a whole, work has undoubtedly been the foundation of progress, and at that level of generality Hegel sees no contradiction. The contradiction only starts when we examine the progress of the individual in the various class societies. It then turns out that the great human and cultural advances of history, looked at from the point of view of the individuals involved in them, stand in contradiction to the subjugation of man to economic activities and to the division of labor. In the heyday of antiquity, the strict division between what Hegel would call the lower world of economic labor carried out by slaves and the high culture of the freemen who exploited that economic base was one of the factors that placed classical culture in such a seductive light. Of course, honest thinkers could only succumb to this as long as they remained blind to the true facts of the situation. We have already referred to Ferguson's remark, which envisaged not the general emancipation of humanity following the abolition of the division between freemen and slaves, but the transformation of all men into helots, i.e. the general debasement of all the talents and abilities of man, of human personality in fact, as a result of the extension of economic activity to all the members of society. Hegel, who, as we have repeatedly emphasized, was disinclined to indulge in romantic sentimentality and who never underestimated the importance and the progressive nature of capitalism, nevertheless stood firmly opposed to the cultural value placed on economic activity both by the classical economists and their disciples and critics. In his historic analysis of Adam Smith, Marx gives a detailed account of the great debate that echoed through the whole of Europe, on Smith's distinction between productive and unproductive labor, a debate in which the economic ideologists of the Directory and the Consulate, Garni, and the Empire, Ferrier and Ganel, played a prominent part. Like the bourgeoisie in general during its revolutionary phase, Smith regarded all non-economic activities as the incidental expenses of production which must be reduced to the absolute minimum in the interests of the increased development of productive forces. The affinity with the views of Ricardo referred to above is evident. In line with this, all the great economists tended to equate the various forms of unproductive labor with each other, and they advanced their views with the frankness and the cynical aplomb of true revolutionaries. For instance, Marx quotes the following statement in Adam Smith. "They are the servants of the Po and are maintained by a part of the annual produce of the industry of other people." In the same 407 class must be ranked churchmen, lawyers, physicians, men of letters of all kinds, players, buffoons, musicians, opera singers, opera dancers, etc. Marx comments. This is the language of the still revolutionary bourgeoisie, which has not yet subjected to itself the whole of society, the state, etc. All these illustrious and time-honored occupations, sovereign, judge, officer, priest, etc., with all the old ideological professions to which they give rise, their men of letters, their teachers and priests, are from an economic standpoint put on the same level as the swarm of their own lackeys and jesters maintained by the bourgeoisie and by idle wealth, the landed nobility and idle capitalists. They are mere servants of the public, just as the others are their servants. They live on the produce of other people's industry, therefore they must be reduced to the smallest possible number. The substance of this clear revolutionary standpoint is contained in Ricardo's later exhortation to develop the forces of production whatever the cost. It is modified once the ideologists of the bourgeoisie have acquired power, or at least a decisive influence on the government, usually on the basis of significant compromises. This is the beginning of that educated outlook which attempts to justify all the activities the bourgeoisie finds useful or desirable by extending the concept of productivity to them, i.e. by regarding the labor involved in them as somehow productive in an economic sense. For this attitude, in which we can see the clean and strict principles of classical economies being transformed into an apologia for the bourgeoisie, Marx has unrelieved contempt. He quotes the statement by Nassau Sr. According to Smith, the lawgiver of the Hebrews was an unproductive laborer. And he comments. Was it Moses of Egypt or Moses Mendelssohn? Moses would have been very grateful to Mr. Senior for calling him a productive laborer in the Smithian sense. These people are so dominated by their fixed bourgeois ideas that they would think they were insulting Aristotle or Julius Caesar if they called them unproductive laborers. Aristotle and Caesar would have regarded even the title Jabourus as an insult. Hegel's view seems to be directed against both Smith and his detractors. In reality, there is only a gulf between him and these educated 408 apologists of the bourgeoisie. It did not occur to him for a moment to justify the existence of the universal class by describing its members as productive workers in some figurative sense of the term. On the contrary, in all the writings where he is concerned to define the different estates, he emphasized that the universal class is economically inactive and lives on the fruits of the labors of the second and third estates. In fact, it can only be held to be a universal class in Hegel's eyes because it was unproductive. Now, when Hegel distributes all the light on the side of unproductive activities and the shadows on the side of the bourgeoisie, he poses a problem that did not even occur to Smith and Ricardo, since they, and especially Ricardo, had their attention focused above all on the development of productive forces and the consequent advancement of humanity. This is not to imply that either of them was blind to the human and cultural consequences of, e.g., the capitalist division of labor. On the contrary, both men saw the problems very clearly, and Smith especially, who was not a disciple of Ferguson, devoted much thought to them. But all this was secondary in their eyes to the great question of the development of the material forces of production. The hard core of Hegel's conception of tragedy in the realm of the ethical is that he is wholeheartedly in agreement with Adam Smith's view that the development of the material forces of production is progressive and necessary, even in respect to culture, since, as we have repeatedly maintained, the higher, more developed and spiritual form of individuality of the modern world goes hand in hand with the growth in the productive forces. He is as forceful as Smith and Ricardo in his striatures on the complaints of the Romantics about the modern world, and he heaps scorn on their sentimentality, which fixes on particulars while ignoring the overall situation. But at the same time, he also sees, and this brings him closer to the interests and preoccupations of Balzac and Fourier, that the type of man produced by this material advance in and through capitalism wants the practical negation of everything great, significant, and sublime that humanity had created in the course of its history up to then. The contradiction of two necessarily connected phenomena, the indissoluble bond between progress and the debasement of mankind, the purchase of progress at the cost of that debasement, that is the heart of the tragedy in the realm of the ethical. Thus Hegel articulates one of the great contradictions of capitalist society, and with certain reservations, of all class societies. The opaque, mystificatory form and the illusory solution of the Jena period. How not blind us to the fact that Hegel has hit upon a crucial contradiction in the history of bourgeois society, a contradiction that the founders of Marxism always acknowledged, and which only the Menshevik opportunists and the vulgar sociology that followed them continually obscured. In 409 their eagerness to kowtow to the bourgeoisie. Maxim Gorky gave his view of the question in the speech he made at the Writers' Congress in Moscow in 1934. We have every reason to hope that when one day the history of culture is written by Marxists, it will be revealed that the creative contribution of the bourgeoisie to culture has been greatly exaggerated. The bourgeoisie is not favorably inclined towards cultural creativity, nor has it ever been, if we think of creativity as something larger than the uninterrupted growth of external material comforts and luxuries. The culture of capitalism, what is it but a system of measures taken to ensure the physical and moral expansion of the bourgeoisie and the strengthening of its hold over people, mineral wealth, and the forces of nature throughout the entire world? What Gorky asserts confirms what Marx repeatedly said of the role of the bourgeoisie in the culture of the modern world. It is interesting to note that in such statements Marx frequently refers to the culture of antiquity as an appropriate standard by which to judge the shabby inhumanity, the base hypocrisy of bourgeois ideologists, and to see them in their true light. Thus in one passage he talks of the illusions of classical poets and philosophers who had hoped that technical inventions of the mechanization of labor would lead to the liberation of mankind, and he adds, "Oh, those heathens! They understood, as the learned Bastiat, and before him the still wiser Macaulay have discovered, nothing of political economy and Christianity. They did not, for example, comprehend that machinery is the surest means of lengthening the working day. They perhaps excused the slavery of one on the ground that it was a means to the full development of the other. But to preach the slavery of the masses, in order that a few crude and half-educated parvenus might become eminent spinners, extensive sausage makers and influential shoe-black dealers, to do this they lacked the bump of Christianity." This annihilating criticism of the inhumanity and the anti-cultural nature of capitalism was anticipated by the major ideologists of what we described as the last great crisis of bourgeois development. In the case of Fourier, of course, the transition from the critique of capitalism to the advocacy of socialism is an important factor, and one which adds clarity and incisiveness to his criticism. At the moment when the vision of a socialist society is added to the perspective of the dissolution of the economic and cultural contradictions of capitalism, the movement of those contradictions can itself be seen in a new light. Nevertheless, anyone who takes the trouble to compare the novels of Balzac with Fourier's 410 Criticism will be astonished to see how closely the conservative novelist parallels the utopian socialist. Goethe and Hegel not only belong to an earlier, less well-developed stage in the growth of capitalism, but they also lived in Germany, where its contradictions were much less clearly manifest. Nevertheless, the great works of Goethe constantly reveal these contradictions, directly criticize them and put forward opposing models, sometimes of a utopian variety. As an abstract thinker, Hegel was in a much more difficult position than Goethe or Balzac. It could not satisfy him simply to portray the contradictions of capitalism and the anti-cultural phenomena that come to light in the midst of economic progress in terms of particular human individuals and types. On the contrary, he was compelled to abstract from experience and frame the contradictions at the highest possible level of generality, to see them as philosophical contradictions of life itself. Because of the social situation in which he found himself, and which we have described, he could not progress beyond the point of articulating the problems. Indeed, his method induced him to construct specious, mystificatory solutions for dilemmas that had proved intractable. But all that notwithstanding, the contradictions of capitalist culture are as clearly expressed in his thought as in the works of the other major poets and philosophers who together with him make up the last great age of bourgeois culture. However, we have by no means exhausted the philosophical profundities of tragedy in the realm of the ethical. Hitherto we have confined ourselves chiefly to the substance of the contradictions explored by Hegel and have paid no heed to the particular ways in which he mystifies them. But if we now turn our attention to this, we shall see, firstly, that the formal aspects of his argument are by no means purely formal and that they are bound up for good or ill with the substantive problems of his view of society and his philosophy in general. Secondly, we have observed frequently that Hegel's mystifications are rarely quite simple in nature. No doubt, they are often just idealistic evasions of a problem which Hegel finds insoluble for social or philosophical reasons. In very many cases, however, these mystifications or pseudo-solutions or false dilemmas are closely, if deviously, connected with problems which he could not indeed resolve but which he could illuminate in a stimulating and profound manner, often glimpsing a solution he could not quite reach. In all these cases it is vital to distinguish the false depth from the true, for often it is hard to keep them apart in Hegel. The particular manifestation of mystification in tragedy in the realm of the ethical is its view of a struggle between the light aspects of human existence with the dark forces of the lower world. In illustration of these terms, Hegel himself refers to the Oresteia of Aeschylus. 411. Where the battle between light and darkness is fought out by Apollo and the Eumenides, and the indecisive end of the tragedy with its propitiation of the avenging Furies is meant to show that in history, too, neither of the two principles can be finally defeated and destroyed. On the contrary, the eternal renewal of the conflict between them is the tragedy in the realm of the ethical. This consists, as Hegel says, in the fact that ethical nature, in order not to become inextricably enmeshed in its inorganic part, divides itself off from it and stands opposed to it as to its fate, but then through recognizing it in the course of the struggle, it becomes reconciled to the divine essence which is the union of the two, for the lower world manifests itself in a variety of ways. Above all in the family, which according to Hegel is the highest totality of which nature is capable. It goes without saying that his aim is not to deny the social character of love, marriage, and i.e. family. But he is concerned, and rightly so, to repudiate e.g. Kant's barbarous view of marriage, in which all its natural aspects together with the cultural and spiritual values it generates are extinguished, and in which, as a consequence, the physical side of love is reduced to an arbitrary contract regulating the use of organs and faculties. In contrast to this, Hegel constructs a complex dialectic of natural and the social determinants that convincingly demonstrates the superiority of objective over subjective idealism. But the problem of the family has another aspect for Hegel, one which combines profound intuitions about its real historical coordinates with the limitations inherent in his historical and philosophical horizon. Hegel had no more idea of the nature of tribal society than any other scholar of his time. He believed, however, and rightly so, that the state must have been preceded by a stateless society. Hegel fixes on the family of the lower world, with its close ties with nature, and makes it the embodiment of spirit in this primitive, stateless society. In the Phenomenology of Mind he gives an admirable and comprehensive analysis of these two stages of society in his discussion of the tragic conflict in the Antigone of Sophocles. In a sense he anticipates the discussion of the Oresteia by Bachofen and Engels. The difference between them is that Bachofen, writing much later and, of course, from within the limits of his own view of history, hit upon the problem of matriarchy, and that Engels was able to clarify the mystifications in his view with the aid of Morgan's discoveries and provide them with a materialist explanation. We repeat, Hegel had no conception of tribal society or matriarchal systems. His notion of a society without a state is unhistorical since he bases it on the family, a much later phenomenon. This error is one he shares with his age. However, his discussion of the Antigone gains greatly in stature and 412 anticipates these future discoveries, thanks to his extraordinarily impartial analysis of the historical rights and wrongs of the tragic conflict and his demonstration of the dialectical rightness of the opposing sides. He can see the historical justification of Creon's point of view and the necessity underlying it, the inevitable triumph of the state. At the same time he can recognize the ethical superiority of Antigone and the state of society for which she speaks. This impartiality not only results in a brilliant analysis, it also expresses that contradictory view of progress to which Engels draws attention in his own reflections on the breakup of tribal society. What is striking about Hegel's view of the Hg is the way in which the two poles of the contradiction are maintained in a tense unity. On the one hand, there is the recognition that tribal society stands higher morally and humanly than the class societies that succeeded, and that the collapse of tribal society was brought about by the release of base and evil human impulses. On the other hand, there is the equally powerful conviction that this collapse was inevitable and that it signified a definite historical advance. And even though the entire discussion was clarified immeasurably by the later discoveries of Bachofen, Morgan, and finally Engels, it should not be forgotten that Hegel's abstract and in certain crucial respects, wrong-headed recognition of the contradictory nature of the rise of the state nevertheless forms the basis of his war between the light powers of the gods and the powers of the lower world. A further feature of the lower world is already known to us, it is the incalculable power of a cohesive economic system. We have seen that Hegel repeatedly succumbed to the illusion that the economy could be tamed by the intervention of the state. But his correct understanding of definite antagonistic trends in the capitalist economy led him to the conclusion that if these antagonisms were allowed too much scope they might easily lead to the collapse of society. In that event great wealth, which is indissolubly connected with the direst poverty since through division labor becomes universal and objective on both sides produces on the one hand in ideal universality and on the other in reality and mechanically. And this purely quantitative, inorganic quality of labor, where all is isolated right down to the concept, is the worst form of barbarism. The first characteristic of the class of traders, its capacity for an organically absolute intuition and respect for something divine, which admittedly is external to it, disappears, and bestial contempt for all higher values takes its place. Absence of wisdom, the purely universal, the mass of wealth that is the sum of existence, and the bond uniting the whole people, the ethical, vanishes and the people is dissolved. 5. This makes it quite clear why Hegel regarded the entire realm of economics as one of the powers of the lower world against which the god of tragedy in the realm of the ethical 413 light of civilization and the state had to struggle continuously. In these and other manifestations of the natural the lower world in society we can see Hegel's uncritical positivism at work, a tendency we have already criticized in the appropriate place. However, there are other and more important features of the lower world. If we hark back to what Hegel said about work and the tools of work, it will be remembered that spirit, conscious human activity was put higher than mere nature, and that through spirit nature was brought under the control of conscious human activity. At the same time, however, the objectivity of nature did not cease to exist, it was not eliminated by spirit but continued to act on and interact with society. And it is a very important feature of Hegel's supersession of subjective idealism that he does not impose abstractions upon nature but integrates it in society through this concrete dialectic. This introduces conflicts of the most varied sort into his philosophy. It forces him to acknowledge the authentic existence, the autonomy of the powers of the lower world. Hegel is the first thinker in Germany to acknowledge that economic life is governed by laws of its own, and for all his illusions about the mitigating influence of the state, he never conceives of state intervention in the form of abstract regulations which would do violence to the nature of the economy or attempt, as Fichte does, to do away with the laws of capitalism by a simple fiat. But just because he does call for a concrete process of interaction, admittedly in an abstract and mystificatory manner, the real social basis for tragedy in the realm of the ethical is created. This in turn is due to Hegel's recognition of the blind, elemental character of the capitalist economy. Thus in the tragedy in the realm of the ethical we find a continuous tragic struggle between the forces of externalization, civilization, the state light, and those of nature, the immediate and elemental the lower world, a struggle whose chief characteristic in Hegel's eyes is the dialectical interplay between the opposing forces. For, on the one hand, the essence of social progress, i.e., the triumph of civilization over nature, is no once and for all matter, nor is it a smooth infinite progress, but a victory arising from a conflict which is always being renewed and always fought with increasing violence. On the other hand, civilization can never gain an absolutely decisive victory. For Hegel's humanism postulates the whole man in a state of integrity. The climax of externalization is the turning point where externalization is revoked, reabsorbed into the subject and annulled. Without this constantly renewed struggle with the forces of the lower world, man would lose all contact with nature, with the elemental forces of existence, and would degenerate into an abstraction, a machine. The dialectical interplay between the different moments must also be considered from the other side, from the point of view of civilization, the 414. State, the gods of light. We have seen how for Hegel the essence of the state, its independence and domination of civil society, was embodied in the military caste, the necessary apex of the universal class. And at this juncture the lower world, the elemental, reappears with a new lease of life, just when it had seemed to be utterly defeated. We have already discussed that aspect of Hegel's theory according to which the state of nature re-emerges in the relations between independent states. We have seen how he considered every attempt to enforce legal sanctions as merely provisional, and he saw that international treaties would endure only as long as they coincided with the real interests, the real power relations, and the real shifts in power among the states concerned. Hegel has a very realistic view of the relations between juridical control and social realities, unlike his illusions about the rule of law within the state. And even here, as we have noted in the case of his interpretation of the collapse of feudalism and the French Revolution, these illusions are not unlimited. Thus it is only in its relations with civil society that the state can function as a true god of light. By realizing its own existence it enters the realm of the lower world and is engulfed by the elemental powers of necessity. Moreover, it is from the elemental collision between states, the unavoidable reappearance of the state of nature, that the real meaning of history is born. Schiller's aphorism, "Universal history is universal judgment," provides a motto for the entire drama. And to the extent that it does so, we may regard the realm of history ultimately as a victory for the God of light. But it is evident, nevertheless, that the tragedy in the realm of the ethical acted out below is reproduced above throughout the entire process of world history. The reappearance of this fundamental contradiction at a higher level has an interesting precedent in his analysis of the universal class, at the apex of which stands the warrior, an analysis of such moment that we must pause to consider it briefly. We are already familiar with one aspect of it. The military caste appears as the very epitome of the state, of the light side of man. But there is also another side to the matter, almost diametrically opposed to the first side, and it is stated most clearly in the System of Ethics. This contains a chapter with the title "The Negative, or Freedom or Crime." In this chapter Hegel develops a number of principles which he later gathers together as the several strands of his view of the social and historical role of evil. He begins with a series of concrete examples of negation as seen in the historical representatives of natural destruction such as Genghis Khan and Tamerlane. The fanaticism of destruction is outwardly invincible, because it is 415. Absolutely elemental, having taken the form of nature, for the differentiated and the determinate must succumb to the undifferentiated and the indeterminate. But like all that is negative, it contains within itself its own negation. It would be striking and interesting enough if Hegel had contented himself with deducing modern war from this vantage point. But his actual argument is more interesting still. In what follows he goes on to discuss individual acts of criminality within a society already constituted. He speaks of robbery and theft, of crimes against honor, and he makes it especially clear that they signify the re-establishment of a state of nature. From there he proceeds to discuss murder, revenge, and dueling, ending up in war as the state of nature reinstated. In the later lectures the logical deduction of the military caste is explained in a manner wholly consonant with this. War and the class of soldiers are the actual sacrifice of the self, the danger of death for the individual, the contemplation of his abstract immediate negativity, which is also his immediate positive self, for crime is necessarily implicit in the concept of law dealing with right and force, so that each person as this individual makes himself into absolute power, regards himself as absolutely free, real, and for himself as opposed to some other which is universal negativity. In war this is granted to him, it is crime on behalf of the universal interest, its purpose is the maintenance of the whole against the enemy who would destroy it. Here we have the succinct summary of the earlier argument: war is crime on behalf of the universal interest. Hegel goes on to underscore heavily this universal interest to which war is subject, a moral necessity that goes hand in hand with his realistic view of history. For in the course of the argument he demonstrates the modern character of war, i.e. he shows how socialization and externalization permeate even war, and this shows once again that his military caste has nothing in common with the cult of the nobility or the romantic glorification of chivalry. He continues. This externalization must have this abstract form, it must be unindividuated, death must be coldly meted out and received, not as in the pitched battle where the individual looks his enemy in the eye and kills him in an upsurge of hatred, but death must be given and received emptily, impersonally, from amidst the powder fumes. It might appear as if, by interpolating externalization in its modern form, Hegel was attempting to annul the natural, elemental, lower worldly aspects of war, so as to remove his warrior, notwithstanding his 416 earlier arguments, from the control of these powers and to present him as the real apex of the state, of the citoyen, as the protagonist of the God of light. This aspect is undoubtedly present, but as a whole the argument is more complex and contradictory. For his intention was by no means to suggest that negation, crime, is simply the immediate, elemental, and natural, something starkly opposed to the social without any possible interaction. But the contrary was the case, as we have seen the path leading from Tamerlane to the modern soldier is one of externalization, of socialization. And this is true also of the intermediate types of individual crime. They too contain stages of externalization. Indeed, Hegel regards evil as the climax of externalization, though in a form in which it can be transformed into its opposite. It is not for nothing that the section under discussion should also have included the word freedom in the title. He concludes, by way of summary. Evil individuality which has entered wholly into itself and is therefore entirely externalized. It is a self that has abandoned its own existence and knows another world as its own. In actuality only this externalization becomes manifest. Registered thus we can see how the obscure contradictions treated in tragedy in the realm of the ethical provide the intellectual foundations of one of the crucial problems in his entire philosophy of history. Engels, in his critical comments on Feuerbach's moral views, emphasized the superiority of precisely this aspect of Hegel's thought over that of Feuerbach. With Hegel, evil is the form in which the motive force of historical development presents itself. This contains the twofold meaning that, on the one hand, each new advance necessarily appears as a sacrilege against things hallowed, as a rebellion against conditions, though old and moribund, yet sanctified by custom, and that, on the other hand, it is precisely the wicked passions of man, greed and lust for power, which, since the emergence of class antagonisms, serve as levers of historical development, a fact of which the history of feudalism and of the bourgeoisie, for example, constitutes a single continual proof. Hegel's bourgeois commentators constantly waver between two extremes. Before it became fashionable to praise him as the greatest irrationalist in the history of philosophy, it was not uncommon for him to be criticized for being panlogical, i.e. all too harmonious. Above all, at the time when the superficial pessimism of Schopenhauer and Eduard von Hartmann was in vogue, it was customary to condemn Hegel for ignoring the darker sides of human existence. A knowledge of his real philosophy shows that he had nothing in common either with the superficial optimism of a direct apologia of bourgeois society, or with the equally superficial pessimism of an indirect apologia. 417. On the contrary, he stands in a line of great philosophers who from the beginnings of bourgeois society have insisted that the progress of man is inseparably intertwined with the worst impulses of human nature, with greed and lust for power. In this sense, Hegel's philosophy is the direct continuation of Hobbes and Mandeville, with the important difference that what in their case had been a spontaneous dialectic, a descriptive presentation of the contradictory nature of human progress, had become in his works a conscious dialectic, a philosophy of contradiction. Marx always saw Hegel's philosophy in just in context. After reading Darwin, he wrote to Engels saying, "It is remarkable how Darwin can examine the world of plants and animals and discover there his own English society with its division of labor, competition, the opening up of new markets, inventions, and Malthus' struggle for existence. It is Hobbes' bilum omnium contra omnes and reminds one of Hegel in the Phenomenology, where bourgeois society appears as the animal kingdom of the spirit, whereas in Darwin the animal kingdom appears as bourgeois society." Here again we find the same ambiguity in Hegel's theory of contradiction which we have already noted. On the one hand, and that is Hegel's greatness, he is utterly frank in his presentation of the contradictions he finds and the impossibility of resolving them. The tragedy in the realm of the ethical is nothing but the great tragedy of the contradictory path of human progress in the history of class societies, a great and real tragedy, for the extremes of the elements in conflict are both valid and in the wrong. Hence, although Hegel also analyzes comedy in the realm of the ethical, it is the tragedy that is the closer to reality. Comedy separates the two zones of the ethical so that each exists for itself. In one, antagonisms and the finite appear as a shadow without substance, while in the other the absolute is a delusion. However, the authentic and absolute relationship is that the one is manifest in all earnestness in the other, and that each enters bodily into relationship with the other so that together they constitute fate in all its earnestness for each other. Thus the absolute relationship is to be found in tragedy. Since Hegel could not look beyond the confines of class society in general, and bourgeois society in particular, his commitment to tragedy bears testimony to his utter integrity as a thinker. He recognized the contradictions of progress within class society as irremediable. But even this is not the whole story. From the moment that these 418 contradictions entered his mind at the time of the Frankfurt crisis, the tendency towards their reconciliation began to develop. And from Frankfurt to the late Berlin period it was not only present but it constantly grew in strength. It would be easy to condemn this tendency as something merely negative, as a simple accommodation to the civil society of his day. No doubt, such conformist elements are implicit in his concept of reconciliation. We have repeatedly drawn attention to the distorting effects of its triumph over indissoluble contradictions in his philosophy of society. Hegel himself, however, often had the opposite feeling. The realization that the contradictions were insoluble was more important than their reconciliation. Thus, in the passage just quoted, the task Hegel assigns to comedy is identical with what he elsewhere regards as the key to the contradictions of civil society, viz., the separation of the spheres of the bourgeois and the citoyen, the primacy of the public realm of the state over the private realm of civil society. And if he now arrives at the conclusion that the absolute relationship is to be discovered in tragedy where the separation does not take place, where the opposed sides contend with each other to the point where both are destroyed, then the implied criticism of his own concept of reconciliation is plain to see. At the same time, it would be superficial to urge that Hegel would have been all the greater if he had never taken up the concept of reconciliation. For the real, dialectical analysis of human progress and its contradictions can only be undertaken from a point of view dominated by a belief in the ultimate victory of progress, despite all the contradictions. Only the perspective of a classless society can provide a view of the tragedies to be encountered en route without succumbing to the temptations of a pessimistic romanticism. For this reason we must place Fourier's social criticism higher than Hegel's. If this perspective is not available to a thinker, and we have seen that it could not be available to Hegel, then there are only two possibilities open to anyone who has a clear view of the contradictions. Either he will hold fast to the contradictions, in which case he will end up as a romantic pessimist. Or he will keep his faith, despite everything, that progress is inevitable, however many tragedies lie along the road. In that case his faith must be embodied in one or other of the mystifications of false consciousness. The greatness of the age in which Hegel lived and worked is manifest in many ways. One of them is that there is scarcely any possible problem and solution which did not find an advocate to argue it out at the highest level. This is certainly true of our first mentioned possibility of holding fast to contradictions regarded as irreconcilable. The advocate of this position was the outstanding philosopher of Romanticism in Germany, Salger, a man whom Hegel held in the highest esteem for his integrity. Tragedy in the realm of the ethical 419 and his intellectual prowess. In Salger the problem we are discussing appears in a much more mystified form than in Hegel himself. He formulates the contradiction as one between the absolute and its incarnation in the empirical world. Turning back to the introductory words of Hegel's Tragedy in the Realm of the Ethical, we recollect that according to him, the absolute is eternally born anew into the objective world. We can see Salger concerned with the same problem in a more abstract form, for all that he is directly concerned with it as a problem in the philosophy of art. In the concluding paragraphs of his principal work on aesthetics he says of the relation of the absolute to its incarnation in the empirical world. And sorrow without end must take hold of us when we see that which is most glorious doomed to destruction by the necessity of an earthly existence. And yet we cannot put the blame anywhere but upon the perfect thing itself as it is revealed to us in time, for that which is merely of the earth, when we only perceive it, holds together through its links with other things and as part of an unending process of birth and death. Now this transitional moment in which the idea necessarily annihilates itself must be the true seat of art. We cannot pause to discuss the aberrations that this conception of contradictoriness led Salger into for all his ability and integrity. Suffice it to say that it enabled him to provide the most profound, and most dialectical explanation of the mistaken and distorted concept of romantic irony, so that notwithstanding his greater philosophical gifts he ended up by going the way of the Schellings and Schlegels. And this is no accident, just as it is no accident that Hegel's attempt to reconcile the inexorably tragic course of human progress led to such a rich and concrete account of history and society, while Salger's retention of tragic contradiction led only to abstract mystification. This last contrast offers a pointer to the internal contradictions in Hegel's concept of reconciliation. On the one hand, it presents an idealistic mystification of irreconcilable contradictions. On the other hand, this very fact points to Hegel's underlying realism, his commitment to the concrete social realities of his age, his profound understanding of the actual life of man in society, his aspiration to see the contradictions in human progress where they are actually fought out in the arena of economic life. Only because of this love of reality and his profound commitment to it could the concrete richness of the Hegelian dialectic come into being. And if his system culminates in reconciliation, this only shows that, as long as the horizon of class society is closed off, Human progress, even in the realm of the mind, of philosophy, is compelled to take detours through the labyrinths of what Engels called false consciousness. Part 4. The Breach with Schelling and the Phenomenology of Mind, Jena 1803-1807. Chapter 1. The growing estrangement between Schelling and Hegel up to the final breach. Our previous discussions have made it plain that, while Hegel and Schelling joined forces in an attack on subjective idealism, they were by no means at one on all questions of philosophy. Differences of opinion did not make their appearance during their collaboration, and up to 1803, the year of Schelling's departure for Würzburg. They can only be discovered by a thorough scrutiny of the writings of the two men, and this, as we have seen, is no easy task, since this was the period when Hegel was experimenting with Schelling's conceptual system. Not until the lectures of 1805-06 do we find that Hegel has freed himself from Schelling's terminology. When Hegel finally disengaged his own philosophical approach and language, he launched a polemic against Schelling's followers and disciples, and also against Schelling himself, a polemic that was conducted with increasing acerbity as time went on. For this transitional phase we are able to draw on Hegel's notebook, the dating of which we have already discussed. P.I.s. Furthermore, we can also refer to the lecture fragments from the last years in Jena. These fragments, which Rosenkranz has published with the title Didactic Modification of the System, are of great importance. If we wish to understand the disagreement that arose between Hegel and Schelling, we must not be misled by the framework of our own analysis, which made it necessary to follow Hegel's development step by step, while invoking Schelling's philosophy only as a foil or as the object of Hegel's criticism. This may well have created the impression that Schelling's thought remained static at this period, and that Hegel's final criticism, his blunt rejection of Schelling's philosophy in 1807, implied a denial of the Schelling with whom he had joined forces in 1801 in an attack on subjective idealism. It is not possible for us to give an account of Schelling's inner development here. All we can do here is to indicate briefly the main phases of his thought during the period under discussion. As we know, the point of departure for Hegel's collaboration with him was his system of transcendental idealism, 1800. His next work, Presentation of My System of Philosophy, was the one closest to Hegelian thought and provides evidence of Schelling's efforts to appropriate the principles of 424. Hegel's dialectics. But we very soon perceive the emergence of quite opposite principles in Schelling. These become manifest partly in his growing tendency to make arbitrary constructs in the philosophy of nature, and partly in the increasing weight he places on aesthetics, a result of grounding intellectual intuition in aesthetics. This tendency was already apparent in his first system, but it now brought him into closer proximity to the Romantics' cult of genius. A further tendency diametrically opposed to Hegel is to be found in his growing receptivity to mystical ideas, which likewise had their roots in the Romantic movement, which had glorified the theosophy and nature philosophy of Jacob Boehme. This increased proximity to Romantic ideas at first went no further than a mystical Platonism, in the Jena Dialogue Bruno of 1802. But no sooner had he arrived in Würzburg than he published a new work, Philosophy and Religion, 1804, in which his now thoroughly religious mysticism was frankly asserted. This work is of the first importance for an understanding of his development, since it already contained the seeds of the purely reactionary philosophy of his later years. Thus Schelling had turned away from the principles they had shared, from the common attempt to extend the dialectics of objective idealism in a progressive sense, even before Hegel embarked on his attack. Objectively, the parting of the ways had come with the publication of the last named work of Schelling's. Schelling's other major publications during the last part of his stay in Jena include the Lectures on the Methods of Academic Study, 1802, and The Philosophy of Art, 1802-3. They define the intermediate stages of Schelling's progress towards religious mysticism, although it is only fair to remark that the philosophy of art in particular contains a vast amount of valuable material and is one of Schelling's greatest achievements. Thus if we now turn our attention to Hegel's increasingly forthright criticism of Schelling, we must pay due heed to the fact that this reflects not only Hegel's development, but Schelling's own development in the opposite direction. Furthermore, in our discussion of their controversy we must bear in mind that we have no documentary evidence and no recorded statement by Hegel relating to a number of questions on which their disagreement was obviously at its greatest. Moreover, we are not thinking here of fortuitous gaps in our knowledge, but of the fundamental divergence in method between Hegel's attack on the subjective idealism of Kant, Jacobi, and Fichte, and the manner in which he later criticized Schelling. As we have seen, the attack on subjective idealism was comprehensive. It began with the most general problems concerning the nature of philosophy and went on to quite specific issues of moral philosophy and the philosophy of law and society. In contrast to this, his criticism of Schelling, even in his private notebooks, takes issue only with the central problems of philosophical method. If we compare the Jena publications of Hegel and Schelling, and we shall quote a few more $42 examples of their most characteristic ideas, it will be plain to everyone that their opinions had already diverged greatly at that period. But it is precisely on such objective disagreements that we are left in the dark. Whether and to what extent they were aired in conversation is not known to us, and Hegel himself does not make the slightest allusion to conversations of that sort in his private diaries. In these differences of approach, in this restriction to the fundamental questions of philosophical method, we can see how greatly Hegel had gained in assurance since the days of the debate with Fichte. At that time he was concerned to extend his method systematically and to apply it to the various spheres of knowledge, society, history, nature. This process took place in and through the campaign against subjective idealism. By now, however, the task of self-clarification was complete. He was no longer interested in demonstrating the superiority of his method by exposing his opponent's weaknesses and his own strengths by testing it out on all sorts of concrete issues. A further factor was that while moral and political philosophy had constituted an important part of the philosophy of subjective idealism, they were marginal in Schelling's system. At stake now were the great central methodological questions raised by objective idealism. It is obviously Hegel's view that if these were settled, then all was settled as far as philosophy was concerned. Nevertheless, it is important to quote one or two passages from Schelling which have no direct bearing on Hegel's criticisms, but which are rendered necessary by our own approach. We have shown in some detail the close connections between Hegel's views on history, economics, and society, and his philosophical views, and how the latter arose out of the former and acquired their specific philosophical form through them. It is obvious that similar connections, if in a much modified form, must have been present also in Schelling, as indeed in every other philosopher. Obviously it cannot be our task to establish these connections in Schelling's thought; that must be left to the Schelling specialists. But it is of interest to give just one or two examples which make it clear that the disagreement with Hegel was not just confined to the questions of philosophical method on which Hegel concentrated, but that it extended to all the problems of the philosophy of history and society. It was important to stress this for the additional reason that the more recent bourgeois literature on Hegel makes it easier to blur the distinctions between the dialectical methods of Hegel and Schelling by completely trivializing the differences of opinion on these other questions. This process can be seen at its worst in Heller, but it is a standing feature of the more recent literature on Hegel. Let us just glance at Schelling's views on society in Jena. His lectures on the methods of academic study must obviously include something about the problems of history and society. What he does is to make a purely 426 formal equation in which he transforms the harmony of necessity and freedom into stages of being, Potenzen, of the real and the ideal. The upshot is that this unity is embodied, in real terms, in the perfect state and, at the level of the ideal, in the Church. This pair of opposites is then formally related to antiquity and the modern world, thus revealing Schelling's fundamental inability to grasp the specific character of modern civil society. That so-called civil freedom has produced only the saddest mixture of freedom and slavery, but not the absolute and hence free existence of the one or the other. On the surface what we have here is Schelling's total failure to understand those problems of modern civil society and its economy that were so vital to the development of Hegel's philosophical system. But behind his incomprehension we may detect other tendencies when we look at his views about the Enlightenment, the Revolution, and the tasks of philosophy vis-a-vis both. He reviles the Enlightenment for its dearth of ideas and refers to it as the philosophy of common sense. This he defines as the understanding instructed in lofty and vacuous reasoning by a false and superficial culture. The victory of that understanding is a disaster, according to Schelling. The elevation of the common understanding to the position of judge in matters of the reason, leads necessarily to ochlocracy in the realm of science, and sooner or later this ends with the general uprising of the mob. According to Schelling, another dangerous conception of philosophy attempts to orientate it towards the useful. The task of philosophy is to wage war incessantly on all such tendencies. If anything at all is able to offer some resistance to the approaching flood in which more and more visibly high and low have been commingled, ever since the mob began to write and every plebeian elevates himself to the rank of judge, it is philosophy whose natural motto is, Odi profanum vulgus et arcio. These quotations could be multiplied with ease. We believe, however, that the position is perfectly clear. On the one hand, Hegel never took the trouble to attack views of this sort as expressed by Schelling. On the other hand, anyone who has followed Hegel's development in Jena will be aware that Hegel's views are diametrically opposed to those expressed here. Of course, in the period leading up to the Phenomenology there is a 427 extensive series of satirical passages attacking the reactionary romanticism of the Schelling school, and also of Schelling himself. In particular, Hegel criticizes their flirtation with mystical and religious concepts, the denigration of the understanding in philosophy, the playing with forms and the barbaric confusion of feeling and understanding. Here are some of Hegel's observations on these matters. Just as there was a cult of the genius in literature, so now we seem to have a similar cult of philosophical genius. They mix some carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen together, wrap it up in paper which contains some writing about polarity, give it a wooden pigtail of vanity and shoot it off like a rocket, and then they have depicted the Empyrean. There we have Gers and Wagner. The crudest empiricism mixed with formalistic ideas about matter and polarities, adorned with senseless analogies and intoxicated apérisis. In lectures written at the same time Hegel attacks mysticism, which he finds even worse. There is indeed a poor middle thing standing between feeling and science, a speculative feeling, oranda, which cannot free itself from feeling and imagination, but which is no longer just feeling and imagination. And he goes so far in his contempt for would-be profundity that he noted down this aphorism. Whatever has a deep meaning, one's worthless for that very reason aq. But for all this Hegel makes a clear distinction, especially in his lectures, between Schelling's supporters and Schelling himself. We have seen that Hegel always respected Schelling's historical achievement of taking the first steps in objective idealism. At this period he was obviously of the opinion that Schelling was still on the right road and that he was still open to logical argument. Even the letter accompanying a presentation copy of the Phenomenology of Mind only contained criticism of Schelling's followers and not of Schelling himself. And as the reader will recollect, this was at a time when Schelling was making experiments in magic with a divining rod, experiments which Hegel viewed with extreme skepticism for all the politeness and restraint in which he couched his letters on the subject. He made up for this by the open mockery with which he treated the Schelling school in his lectures. He warns his listeners to beware of the magniloquent, orotund language of the school, for, he says, the secret will one day be revealed that behind the imposing facade of expression, very vulgar thoughts lay hidden. I cannot introduce you. 428. To the profundities of these philosophy, for it has none, and I say this lest you be imposed upon and deceived into believing that there must be some sense in these ornate and weighty words. In actual fact this formalism can be acquired in half an hour. For example, instead of saying something is long, say it has length, and that this length is magnetism. Instead of broad, say it has breadth and that it is electricity. instead of thick, corporeal, say that is enters the third dimension, instead of pointed, say that it is the pole of contraction, and instead of saying, the fish is long, say it belongs in the scheme of magnetism, etc. But these are just preliminary skirmishes. On the essential issues, however, Hegel did not spare Schelling, for all that he respected him and he still believed he was not irrevocably lost. Hegel directed his attack at the central pillars of Schelling's philosophy. Chief among these is the problem of whether knowledge of the absolute can be achieved and by what means. That there can be such knowledge was common ground between Hegel and Schelling, and this was what they had fought for against subjective idealism. The point at issue, then, was how to acquire such knowledge. As we know, intellectual intuition was the means preferred by Schelling. The stronger his aesthetic and later his religious preoccupations became, the more immediate this knowledge became. Thus in philosophy and religion he asserts that it is only called intuition because the soul, which is one and the same as the absolute, can have none but an immediate relationship with it. Now the immediacy of intellectual intuition has two very important consequences. In the first place, it is placed in blunt opposition to ordinary conceptual modes of cognition. The fact that both art and religion are the exclusive organs by which to perceive the absolute underscores Schelling's tendency to drive a wedge between normal thought and cognition of the absolute. This yearning to have done with thought, with understanding and reason is what constantly calls forth Hegel's mockery, and it is easy to see his indignation with this self-important mystical irrationalism. Thus we find the following passage in his notebook. If the absolute, while out for a stroll, should slip and fall from its own proper sphere into the water, then it will become a fish, an organic, living thing. And if it were to slip and fall into the realm of pure thought, for even pure thought is supposed not to be its proper realm, then it would come blundering in, a wicked, finite thing, which one would be too ashamed to mention, if it weren't one's job, since for once it cannot be denied that an actual logic is present. Water is such a cold, wicked element, and yet life thrives in it. Is thought such an inferior element? Must the absolute really be so badly off in it and behave so badly in it? 429. In the implied contempt felt for the understanding, Hegel detects a fear of the understanding as something barbaric. He therefore places the aristocratic philosophy of irrationalism on the same plane as ordinary illiteracy. The barbarian is astonished when he hears that the square on the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares on the other two sides. He thinks it could really be otherwise, draws away from the understanding in fear, and prefers to hold fast to his intuitions. Reason without understanding is nothing, but understanding in the absence of reason is still something. The understanding cannot be dispensed with. Hegel never tires of repeating that truth. Knowledge of the world as it really is, knowledge of the absolute, is only to be gained by advancing along the road from immediate intuition via understanding and reason. Anyone who really strives for knowledge should not allow himself to be deterred by the apparent abstraction, the apparent barrenness and poverty of conceptual thought as opposed to the immediate vitality of intuition, for only if he passes along the road described above will he discover that the correctly defined concept comes from life and returns to life. The individual well knows the truth of his individuality, which precisely prescribes the course of his existence, but consciousness of life in general is something he expects from philosophy. Here his hopes appear to be shattered when, instead of the richness of life, mere concepts appear, and instead of the wealth of the immediate world, the most desiccated abstractions. But the concept is itself the mediator between oneself and life, since it teaches us to discover life in it, and itself in life. Of course, this is a matter of which science must convince itself. In these passages the polemic against Schelling is quite evident. But in addition to them there is a whole series of statements from the period leading up to the phenomenology in which Hegel directly or indirectly attacks Schelling's cognitive method, without mentioning Schelling but in such a way as to leave no doubt that it is the premises underlying Schelling's position that are being undermined. This can be seen above all from the way in which Hegel strives the more energetically as time goes on to subordinate art and religion to philosophy as modes of cognizing the absolute, and to deny that they are adequate to the task on their own. Since art was the point at which the identity of subject and object was most patently made manifest in Schelling's view, such passages may undoubtedly be held to contain an indirect attack on his theory of intellectual intuition. This polemic even influences Hegel's 430 own intellectual style. From this point on, art always remains the most immediate and hence the lowest form of apprehension of the absolute. However, in his later works, and starting in the Phenomenology of Mind, Hegel emphasizes that despite the inadequacy of art, its content remains absolute truth. In the lectures of 1805-6, his animus against Schelling's philosophy is such that he concentrates almost entirely on the inadequacies of art as a cognitive instrument. He refers to art as an Indian Bacchus which is no clear, self-knowing spirit. It was therefore an element inadequate for spirit. Hence art can only give its configurations a limited spirit. This finite medium contemplation cannot encompass infinity. It is only an intended infinity. It is only intended, not true representation. The necessity, the shape of thought is not contained in it. Beauty is the veil that conceals the truth, rather than what presents it. We repeat, Hegel corrected this one-sided view by the time he came to write the Phenomenology. And we have only quoted it to show the reader how far his dislike of Schelling's intellectual intuition would take him in this transitional period. Hegel's passion throughout this polemic is to be explained by the fact that intellectual intuition was not just a particular cognitive mode, but something which had the most far-reaching consequences for the entire system of philosophy, for an understanding of the relations of man to the truth and to the absolute. This brings us to the second important consequence of Schelling's view of the absolute. Intellectual intuition goes hand in hand with an aristocratic theory of knowledge. Schelling repeatedly argues that authentic philosophical truth, knowledge of the absolute, is attainable only by a few chosen people, by geniuses. One part of philosophy, the most important part, simply could not be acquired by learning. However, this very principle of the antinomy of the absolute and of merely finite forms, the conviction that in philosophy art and production can no more be separated than form and content in poetry, demonstrates that the dialectic too has a side from which it cannot be learnt, and that it too is founded upon the productive faculty, no less than what might be called, in the original sense of the word, the element of poetry in philosophy. The connection between this theory of knowledge and Schelling's views on society, on the Enlightenment and Revolution, which we have already quoted, is obvious. His aristocratic theory of knowledge is designed to create an unbridgeable gulf between the chosen and the mob, just like the gulf the Restoration attempted to create in the realm of politics. Thus Hegel's passionate tone is based, on the one hand, on his 431 determination to liberate philosophy from every sort of irrational mystification and self-important obscurity. On the other hand, it has its roots in politics. Modern society as Hegel understands it and as it emerged from the French Revolution exists not only objectively and in itself, but also subjectively and for itself. It is the incarnation of the world spirit. And that means that the self-discovery of the spirit in the modern state and modern society must not only be objectively true in itself, but it must be knowledge available to every individual. In his lectures Hegel makes this idea quite explicit. It should briefly be noted that, as the science of reason, philosophy is of its very nature, by virtue of its general mode of existence, available for all. Not all can attain to it, but that is not in question, any more than that few people become princes. That some men are placed higher than others is a scandal only if it is claimed that they are creatures of another kind and that nature had created them so. Thus the connection between Hegel's theory of knowledge and his general political attitudes is evident. It also provides additional proof that Hegel's universal class could not possibly have reference to the hereditary feudal nobility. Furthermore, it is plain that the purely philosophical disagreement between Hegel and Schelling had its roots in profound social and political differences of opinion. Hegel's repudiation of the predestined genius did not go beyond the recognition that the knowledge of the absolute is possible for all, and that every individual can acquire it. Actually, to do so requires significant intellectual labor, in Hegel's view. Nevertheless, one of the outstanding tasks of philosophy was to develop a methodology which would facilitate this task. In his private notebooks, Hegel proposed this program. The partition between the terminology of philosophy and ordinary consciousness has still to be broken through 710. It is this program that Hegel carried out in the Phenomenology. In the preface to that work, Hegel states, "Science on its side requires the individual self-consciousness to have risen into this high ether, in order to be able to live with science, and in science, and really to feel alive there. Conversely, the individual has the right to demand that science shall hold the ladder to help him get at least as far as this position, shall show him that he was in himself this ground to stand on. His right rests on his absolute independence, which he knows he possesses in every type and phase of knowledge, for in every phase, whether recognized by science or not, and whatever be the content, his right as an individual is the 432. Absolute and final form, i.e., he is the immediate certainty of self and thereby is unconditioned being, were this expression preferred. The entire phenomenology is dedicated to the fulfillment of this program. And even in this preliminary statement there is a peremptory rejection of Schelling's philosophy of immediacy. And directly following this passage we find the celebrated criticism of Schelling's intellectual intuition, which is referred to as the sort of ecstatic enthusiasm which starts straight off with absolute knowledge, as if shot out of a pistol, and makes short work of other points of view simply by explaining that it is to take no notice of them. Registered, this criticism represents a sharpening of the distinction, long familiar to us, between the dialectics of Hegel and Schelling. The disagreement turned on the nature of contradiction and supersession. We have already discussed it on a number of occasions. We have seen how Schelling is concerned to reconcile the contradictions in such a way that no element of contradiction survives, whereas Hegel's concept of the identity of opposites is that of both identity and non-identity. This implies that contradictions are not extinguished in the unity, nor do moments or parts lose themselves in the absolute, but instead they are superseded in the well-known Hegelian use of the concept, i.e., they are annulled, preserved, and elevated to a higher level. Now, in the preface to the Phenomenology, what Hegel reproaches Schelling with is precisely this obliteration of the various moments in the absolute. He criticizes Schelling for causing to be swallowed up in the empty gulf of the absolute. To pit this single assertion, that in the absolute all is one, against the organized whole of determinate and complete knowledge, or of knowledge which at least aims at and demands complete development to give out its absolute as the night in which, as we say, all cows are black, that is the very naivete of emptiness of knowledge. And Hegel goes on to give a thorough analysis of immediacy, which he combats from the vantage point of his own belief that man is the product of his own activity and so can only reach his real existence at the end and not at the starting point of the process. This transformation of existence into activity also annuls Schelling's rigid antithesis of positive and negative. True reality is merely this process of reinstating self-identity, of reflecting into its own self in and from its other, and is not an original. 433. And primal unity as such, not an immediate unity as such. It is the process of its own becoming, the circle which presupposes its end as its purpose, and has its end for its beginning. It becomes concrete and actual only by being carried out, and by the end it involves. It is not without interest to pause here and look back at the discussion of a few years previous to this between Schelling and Fichte. At that time Fichte reproached Schelling with introducing distinctions, and what was worse, quantitative distinctions, into the absolute. He wrote to Schelling, "I can define the difference between us in a few words. According to you, I maintain that the absolute exists in the form of quantitative distinctions. This is indeed what you maintain, and it is just for that reason that I find your system mistaken. That is just what Spinoza does, and every other type of dogmatism. The absolute would not be the absolute if it could exist in any form whatsoever." 7. This remark makes the bond between Kant and Fichte absolutely plain. Although the Fichtean ego is an attempt to overcome the Kantian thing in itself, it shares at least one thing with it, the absence of qualities of any kind. Fichte does indeed claim to achieve a sort of self-knowledge of the ego through his own version of intellectual intuition. But since he denies his absolute every kind of quality, determination, or modification, this self-knowledge is evidently illusory. Formally indeed Fichte repudiates Kant's idea that the thing in itself cannot be known, by saying that something can be known, but what it is that is known, its content, he does not say, and so this knowledge remains as empty as Kant's renunciation of knowledge of the absolute. In comparison, Schelling's objective idealism represents a great step forward, since according to him all sorts of concrete, recognizable attributes and determinations are to be conferred on the absolute. That is to say, he is moving towards the view that knowledge of the absolute should be knowledge of objective reality. We recollect Hegel's later criticism of the thing in itself. It was precisely the relation he established between thing and attribute that was to prove so fruitful for the theory of knowledge. The philosophical importance of the common struggle waged by Schelling and Hegel in those first years in Jena lay in their refusal to accept the vacuous and self-defeating abstractness of Fichte's view of absolute knowledge and their resolve to invest it instead with a wealth of determinations. Thus the first stage of the argument hinged on whether absolute knowledge had recognizable determinations or not. Schelling and Hegel were in total agreement that it could and did. The disagreements between them, and they already existed, referred on the one hand to the way in which this knowledge could be 434 acquired, and on the other hand, to the nature of such knowledge. It is easy to understand that at this stage the divergences of opinion receded before the need to defeat the common enemy. Thus Hegel's criticism of Schelling assumes that this battle has now been won. The new disagreement moves on a higher plane than the earlier argument. It is interesting to see Hegel taking up Fichte's argument about quantitative determinations in the absolute. But he does so from quite a different angle. What appeared to Fichte as going beyond the bounds of knowledge appears to Hegel as an abstraction, a failure to gain sufficiently concrete knowledge of the absolute. Rosenkranz summarizes one passage from Hegel's lectures of 1805-6 as follows. He spoke publicly of Schelling, referred with great warmth to his great achievements, but criticized the merely quantitative distinction of division in the absolute. This, he said, meant all was indifferent, a mere predominance of one factor or another, so that there was no true distinction. 7. This restriction of the distinctions in the absolute is one of the sources of Schelling's formalism. He cannot possibly incorporate the richness of life, of objective reality within his concept of the absolute. He must therefore content himself with inane arguments such as, e.g., the idea that nature represents the predominance of the real over the ideal. Obviously, formalistic pronouncements of this sort can never do justice to the movement of objective reality. It is not fortuitous that, following the criticism of Schelling just referred to, Hegel goes on to reproach Schelling for his lack of dialectics. If we now look back at Hegel's criticism of Schelling, we can see that all his methodological objections cluster around one great point, that Schelling's use of their common concept of the absolute fails to do justice to the richness and vitality of the real world. His critique of Schelling's formalism becomes concretized in the phenomenology in the following requirements of philosophical method. A table of contents is all that the schematic understanding gives, the content itself it does not furnish at all. If the specific determination, say even one like magnetism, is one that in itself is concrete or actual, it all the same gets degraded into something lifeless and inert, since it is merely predicated of another existing entity, and not known as an immanent living principle of this existence, nor is there any comprehension of how in this entity its intrinsic and peculiar way of expressing and producing itself takes effect. This, the very kernel of the matter, formal understanding leaves to others to add later on. Instead of making its way into the inherent content of the matter in hand, understanding always takes a survey of the whole, assumes a position. 435. Above the particular existence about which it is speaking, i.e., it does not see it at all. True scientific knowledge, on the contrary, demands abandonment to the very life-oft object, or, which means the same thing, claims to have before it the inner necessity controlling the object, and to express this only. Here we can see the real philosophical connection between Hegel's dialectic and that sympathy for the empiricists which we have frequently observed during the Jena period. Hegel regards the correspondence between existing reality and the conclusions reached by a philosophy as a decisive criterion for the correctness of the philosophy concerned. In a diary entry from the Jena period he gives a survey of the rapid succession of philosophical systems. The relation of each system to empirical reality is evidently the decisive factor hastening or retarding its downfall. Science. Whether a person possesses it or not is something of which he can assure himself and others. Whether it is true or not is decided by those around him, the contemporary world and then posterity, after the former has already bestowed its praise. Yet as civilization has advanced, consciousness has risen so far, the barbarian slowness to comprehend has become so much smoother and swifter that a few years suffice to bring about that posterity. Kant's philosophy has long since been judged and found wanting, whereas Wolff's system lasted so years and more. Fichte's philosophy has been placed even more quickly and the essence of Schelling's thought will soon be revealed. Its sentence is almost upon us since many already understand it. But these philosophies succumbed less to proof than to empirical experience which showed us how far they could take us. They blindly educate their supporters, but the texture becomes thinner and thinner until they are surprised by its transparency. It has melted like ice, slipped through the fingers like quicksilver before they knew what had happened. They have simply lost their grip on it, and anyone who looks at the hand that proffered so much wisdom sees only that the hand is empty and scornfully goes his way. The objective idealism of Schelling and Hegel has this common feature that the category of the whole, of totality, plays a decisive part. But today, when the most reactionary philosophy of all plays totality off against causality, erecting it into a bulwark of obscurantism, as in the works of Span, it is vital to take a closer look at Hegel's conception of totality and to show that it has nothing in common with these reactionary positions. Indeed, that in the debate with Schelling the reactionary elements in the latter's conception of totality are criticized and overcome. We have already drawn attention to the importance of the element of 436. Preservation in Hegel's conception of supersession. This is very evident in his analysis of the relations between the parts and the whole. Here we see once again the high esteem in which Hegel holds the specialist knowledge of the particular sciences. His dialectics does not set out to negate them, to erect a philosophy quite separate from them. It aims rather to preserve their real significance and to place them within an overall context of knowledge. It is for this reason that he writes the following in his notebook. Bad reflection is the fear of immersing oneself in the subject matter, it always goes beyond it and returns to itself. As Laplace says, the analyst follows where his calculations lead him, and so he loses sight of the task, i.e., the overall view, the whole on which the parts all depend. And it is not just the dependence of the parts on the whole which is important, but also that each moment, independently of the whole, is the whole, and this is what immersion in the subject matter involves. Only when we realize this can we appreciate the freedom of Hegel's concept of totality from reactionary features. In the Phenomenology he states his position quite unambiguously. The truth is the whole. The whole, however, is merely the essential nature reaching its completeness through the process of its own development. Of the absolute it must be said that it is essentially a result, that only at the end is it what it is in very truth, and just in that consists its nature, which is to be actual, subject, or self-becoming, self-development. Should it appear contradictory to say that the absolute has to be conceived essentially as a result, a little consideration will set this appearance of contradiction in its true light. The beginning, the principle, or the absolute, as at first or immediately expressed, is merely the universal. This abstract universal is the immediate knowledge of Schelling's intellectual intuition. In the passage immediately following this quotation Hegel illustrates its emptiness by remarking that the phrase all animals cannot pass for zoology. We have now seen that Hegel regards independent research into all the empirical sciences as indispensable for philosophy. But this is not to say that philosophy is no more than a collection of factual knowledge, its task rather is to articulate their interconnections. So that when Hegel emphasizes the philosophical significance of mediation, what he is doing is to establish the same relationship between the parts and the whole on the formal, philosophical side, that he has earlier defined in terms of content and subject matter. For this reason, Hegel supplements the definition of truth as the whole, as the result and end of the process, with the definition of mediation and reflection. 437. For mediation is nothing but self-identity working itself out through an active self-directed process, or, in other words, it is reflection into self, the aspect in which the ego is for itself, objective to itself. It is pure negativity, or, reduced to its utmost abstraction, the process of bare and simple becoming. We misconceive therefore the nature of reason if we exclude reflection or mediation from ultimate truth, and do not take it to be a positive moment of the absolute. It is reflection which constitutes truth, the final result, and yet at the same time does away with the contrast between result and the process of arriving at it. For this process is likewise simple, and therefore not distinct from the form of truth, which consists in appearing as simple in the result. It is indeed just this restoration and return to simplicity. In our discussion of Hegel's Jena period, we spoke at length about Hegel's positive attitude towards what he called philosophical reflection, and we showed then that Schelling's misconception of the principle led to a quite different philosophical outlook. For this reason Hegel, looking back at this period in his lectures, remarks that Schelling's refutation of subjective idealism took place without philosophical consciousness of its implications. Schelling, Hegel says by way of conclusion, postulates the speculative idea quite generally without any development and then proceeds at once to its embodiment in the philosophy of nature. These diametrically opposed ideas about knowledge of the absolute reflect diametrically opposed views of the course of history. We have earlier quoted statements by Schelling about the philosophy of the Enlightenment, the French Revolution and modern civil society. Hegel's opinions on all these subjects have been explored in detail. No extended argument is required to show that Schelling's rejection of the Enlightenment and his negative view of reflection in the cognition of the absolute are but the two sides of the same coin. And the same may be said of the relation between his other opinions about society and history, on the one hand, and his philosophical positions, on the other. Whereas the development of Hegel's dialectic went hand in hand with the growth of his historical consciousness, Schelling's attachment to the immediacies of intellectual intuition resulted in an increasingly anti-historical posture. This contrast between the two calls for special emphasis today when bourgeois scholars increasingly take the view that historicism was the product of Romanticism and the philosophy of the Restoration. Even if Hegel is graciously allowed the title of historicist, thus modifying Ranke's stern judgment, this is only permitted at the cost of assimilating Hegel to the so-called historicism of the Romantics. But in what does Schelling's celebrated historicism consist? In his one-sided and 438 exaggerated emphasis on continuity in history along the lines of the ideological opponents of the French Revolution. So one-sided is he that all the so-called disruptions of that continuity, and this includes the Reformation as well as the French Revolution itself, are held to be purely negative. They are regarded as mere disturbances in the smooth evolution of history. Such assumptions could only result in a reactionary pseudo-historicism, and it is no wonder that fascists such as Melis have become great admirers of Schelling's philosophy of history. Hegel's view of history, in contrast to this, shows the uneven progress of man through conflicts and contradictions and as the result of his own activity. The unity of the process is the unity of continuity and discontinuity, 1 cent. Revolutions are for Hegel an integrating moment of this uneven but progressive movement. In his theory of history and his praxis as a historian he followed the tradition of the Enlightenment, Gibbon, Montesquieu, Voltaire, Rousseau, Herder, and Forster among others, and through his new consciousness of the contradictions in history he raised it to a new level. He thus inaugurated the historicism of the last great phase of bourgeois ideology, the phase which spans the works of the great French historians and extends to the discovery of class conflict in history and to historical materialism, while Schelling's view of history is one of the sources upon which the reactionary romantic pseudo-historicism of the 19th century drew for inspiration. This concludes our survey of the principal methodological differences between Schelling and Hegel at the time of the breach between them. We must now go on to discuss another essential question, which is raised by the divergence of Hegel's views not only from those of Schelling but from those of all the philosophers and thinkers of the age of classical idealism. We refer to Hegel's creation of a dialectical logic. The finished product, of course, lies beyond the scope of this study, since the logic was completed in Nuremberg years after the Phenomenology was written. But the methodological problem is already present in Jena as a crucial issue, indeed as the apex of his conceptual system. It is well known that the Phenomenology was published as the first part of a philosophical system and that the logic was to be its sequel. This unity must have been apparent in Hegel's lectures in Jena. Rosenkranz, writing about them, remarks, Hegel's abstract of the whole, which he made as an aide-memoire to delivery, is still extant. He established continuity between the Phenomenology and the logic by regarding the former as an introduction to the latter and by advancing from the concept of absolute knowledge directly to that of existence. Once one is accustomed to the thought that the dialectical method is 439. The great achievement of classical German idealism and that Hegel's logic is its greatest monument, then it may come as something of a surprise to learn that the demand for a dialectical logic and or the transformation of logic into dialectics was Hegel's own personal achievement and that he stands out in altogether dramatic contrast to his predecessors. Objectively, of course, there were very powerful trends towards dialectics. The so-called transcendental philosophy of Kant, Fichte, and Schelling is shot through with dialectical tendencies. But in the minds of Kant, Fichte, and Schelling, this transcendental philosophy is thought of as existing alongside logic. The dialectical problems are dealt with there, while the old formal logic lived out its venerated or despised existence unchanged side by side with the newly emerging science. Of course, it is not possible for us to analyze all the implications of the attitudes towards logic held by Kant, Fichte, and Schelling. It must suffice if we illustrate the state of affairs at the time when Hegel was working on the Phenomenology by quoting some of the characteristic statements of his predecessors, mainly to demonstrate that they did not think of the problem of dialectical logic as one that needed attention. In the preface to the second edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant discusses the problem of logic. He states that since Aristotle, logic has not been required to retrace a single step, nor indeed has it advanced a single step, unless we care to count certain external and needless improvements affecting its elegance rather than its certainty. In logic, as in the other branches of philosophy, Kant is concerned to draw dividing lines between its various aspects as clearly and firmly as possible. He comes to this view of the nature of strict, formal logic. The sphere of logic is quite precisely delimited, its sole concern is to give an exhaustive exposition and a strict proof of the formal rules of all thought, whether it be a priori or empirical, whatever be its origin or its object, and whatever hindrances, accidental, or natural, it may encounter in our minds. That logic should have been thus successful is an advantage which it owes entirely to its limitations, whereby it is justified in abstracting. Indeed, it is under obligation to do so from all objects of knowledge and their differences, leaving the understanding nothing to deal with save itself and its form. The transcendental philosophy which, according to Kant, is concerned with the objects off-world must leave this safe territory. This leads Kant to a situation in which he makes all sorts of contributions to dialectical logic without ever becoming aware of the existence of a problem, without ever noticing that formal logic must be transformed into dialectical logic if the logical problems of objective reality, of the world of objects and relations, are to be satisfactorily solved. 440. The confusion which Kant thus introduced and which neither Fichte nor Schelling saw for what it was invested the whole of the transcendental philosophy with a certain vagueness and ambivalence. On the one hand, it was clearly not a logic since it was concerned with objects and their relations, but, on the other hand, it was unlike all other special sciences concerned with objective reality since it focused on objects and object relations in general, and on the premises upon which they were posited. This turned the transcendental philosophy into an apparently infinite and elastic thing. Looked at from this angle, the supersession of Kant by Fichte, and of Fichte by Schelling, always takes the form of a broader interpretation of the nature and method of transcendental philosophy, an interpretation which is then presented as the authentic and only true meaning of the science. From the other side, however, Kant in his debate with Fichte, and Fichte in his debate with Schelling, held on to the original concept of transcendental philosophy, and so each attacked his predecessor or successor from a vantage point whose ultimate principles and frontiers were indefinable from the outset, since a definition would only be possible if the relationship between logic and dialectics could be clarified. It is this lack of clarity in the ultimate principles of the philosophy which makes these discussions so incomprehensible to the modern reader. A further puzzling consequence is that time and again one or other of the disputants makes a sudden appeal to the logic which is otherwise ignored. A very typical example of this can be found in Fichte's polemic against Schelling's impermissible extension of transcendental philosophy to cover the problems of a philosophy of nature. In a letter to Schelling, he writes, "A philosophy of nature may indeed proceed from an already existing concept of nature, but in a comprehensive system of knowledge this concept and its philosophy can only be inferred from an absolute by the law of finite reason. However, an idealism which could tolerate a realism coexisting with it would be worthless, or if it were anything it would have to be a universal formal logic." Thus confronted by the first signs of a dialectics of nature, Fichte could see nothing but the old dilemma: either he must retain the dialectics of the theory of science, in which case nature would be treated as a small province of consciousness, or he will be forced to admit a formal logic which can be used as the philosophical foundation of an empirical natural science. If we turn to Schelling's attitude to the problem, what is most striking is how little he understood of Hegel's central ideas even at the time of their closest collaboration. In the lectures on the method of academic study, Schelling broaches the topic of the relations between dialectics and logic. 441. And it is obvious that what he has in mind here is the dialectical logic that Hegel was just beginning to develop. How little he understood of it becomes obvious from his discussion. We have earlier quoted his thesis that the dialectic has an aspect which cannot be learned but which is accessible only to the genius, the philosophical initiate. Such a dialectic does not yet exist. If it were to set out merely the forms of finite reality in their relations to the absolute, it would be a form of scientific scepticism. Even Kant's transcendental logic cannot be called that. It is very clear from this how Schelling envisaged the nature and significance of the logic that Hegel had obviously already conceived, as the dialectical dissolution of all finite concepts, a procedure which would lead to the abolition of rational knowledge and thence to the leap into immediate knowledge, intellectual intuition. The allusion to Kant's transcendental dialectic is surely not fortuitous. In the antinomies of the transcendental dialectic, Kant dissolved all absolute knowledge of the principles governing the phenomenal world into nothing. He laid the philosophical foundations for the theory that things in themselves were unknowable so as to open the way to attain the absolute with the aid of practical reason and faith. Schelling rejects Kant's solution here as half-hearted and partial. Typically, however, he somehow contemplates a similar solution himself. For the task of dialectical logic is to found a scientific scepticism, i.e. the repetition of the Kantian antinomies at a higher level. This scientific scepticism will pave the way not for subjective faith, but for the objective intuition of the absolute. But the collapse of the world as something knowable and with it of the method of cognition retains the framework of Kantian dualism, albeit in a modified form. In Kant the two aspects of the dualism were knowledge of the phenomenal world and subjective faith in the absolute. In Schelling they are the self-annihilation of knowledge derived from the understanding and the super-rational self-contemplation of the identical subject-object. The sphere of intuition is raised far above any imaginable category of the understanding. How could there be a logic to fit it, a logic concerned with the ultimate principles of human knowledge? The abolition of contradictions, the new theory of contradiction, is in Schelling's eyes not the kernel of the new philosophy but merely a propædeutic overture to it. This makes clear just how far Schelling's rejection of the categories of reflection had taken him. It follows inexorably from this that for Schelling the only logic to survive alongside his sceptical dialectic is the old formal logic. The latter is a purely empirical science, the former, as in Fichte, just a part of a universal transcendental philosophy registered. 442. These quotations from the writings of Hegel's most important predecessors make it quite plain that they neither saw nor understood anything of the specific problems connected with dialectical logic. What Hegel, and he alone, perceived was that the existing content of even the most abstract categories makes it possible to discern and portray them in movement, that in consequence the absence of content in traditional formal logic is merely a borderline case, just as repose is only a borderline case of movement, that therefore all the problems of both objective reality and man's subjective knowledge form the subject matter of this logic and, finally, that only in and through this logic could the problems encountered by classical German and in its efforts to overcome metaphysics be finally resolved. These things were Hegel's exclusive intellectual property, and before him they were not even formulated as problems, let alone solved. It would be a rewarding and interesting task to follow the gradual emergence of these ideas to the point where they finally crystallized into a definite program. There can be no doubt that there are many signs of such an approach in the first part of his stay in Jena, above all in the doctoral theses and in parts of the Jena logic. But the polemical activities of this first period and his hunger for information about the most varied branches of human knowledge, it was in this period that he acquired his very solid grounding in the natural sciences, prevented him from elaborating his views in any systematic fashion. Only his later preparations for the construction of a philosophical system brought a final clarification of the central task of philosophy. This program is made fully explicit in the Phenomenology, as is the relationship of the Phenomenology to dialectical logic as contained in the idea that the latter is an introduction to philosophy proper. We limit ourselves here to quoting Hegel's own statement of his program in the Phenomenology. In the preface he declares logic to be identical with speculative philosophy*. This assertion is then concretized in the following way. Philosophy, on the contrary, does not deal with a determination that is non-essential, but with a determination so far as it is an essential factor. The abstract or unreal is not its element and content, but the real, what is self-establishing, has life within itself, existence in its very concept. It is this process that creates its own movements in its course and goes through them all, and the whole of this movement constitutes its truth. It might well seem necessary to state at the outset the chief points in connection with the method of this process, the way in which science operates. Its nature, however, is to be found in what has already been said, while the proper exposition of it is the special business of logic, or rather is logic itself. For the method is 443. Nothing else than the structure of the whole in its pure and essential form. Here then Hegel explicitly defines logic as the essence of philosophy, in which the philosophical method informing the entire edifice and the order of all its substantive categories are contained within an overall process. The idea that logic is the authentic philosophy is both the premise, the continuation, and the consummation of the phenomenology of mind, which constitutes an introduction to it. A little later in the preface Hegel concretizes the method of logic and its relation to phenomenology, i.e. to the content of its objects, still further. Thus, then, it is the very nature of understanding to be a process, and being a process it is rationality. In the nature of existence as thus described to be its own concept and being in one consists logical necessity in general. This alone is what is rational, the rhythm of the organic whole. It is as much knowledge of content as that content is concept and essential nature. In other words, this alone is the sphere and element of speculative thought. This nature of scientific method, which consists partly in being inseparable from the content, and partly in determining the rhythm of its movement by its own agency, finds, as we mentioned before, its peculiar systematic expression in speculative philosophy. Thus the phenomenology of mind is conceived as an introduction to this speculative philosophy, whose essence we now see to be identical with that of dialectical logic. Of course, the phenomenology is an introduction of a peculiar sort. In what follows we shall describe its method in detail, but its fundamental idea has already become plain from what has been said, its aim is to chart the course to be taken by ordinary consciousness if it is to raise itself to the heights of philosophical consciousness. If then, according to Schelling, access to authentic philosophy is the privilege of an elite which is precipitated into an immediate knowledge of the absolute thanks to an act of intellectual intuition, according to Hegel, we find both that the absolute itself is objectively a process and its product, and that the acquisition of subjective human reason, the vantage point from which the absolute can be attained, is likewise a process and its product. Just as this introduction differs qualitatively from all previous introductions to philosophy, so too the relation of its content to philosophy diverges radically from previous definitions. Earlier introductions were either purely formal so that the actual content was provided in the philosophy proper, or, as in Schelling, the philosophy put forward contents that were radically different from the profane, finite knowledge that had gone before. In Hegel's eyes, however, philosophy is always and everywhere the 444 same, itus always he expression oft essential contents of reality in their dialectical self-movement. It follows that the introduction to philosophy must comprehend exactly the same contents as philosophy itself. Thus to scale the heights of philosophy with the aid of the latter which Hegel had, in his own words, provided in the Phenomenology, meant to digest mentally the contents of reality at the various stages of human consciousness in its long march upwards towards the absolute. And even though these contents reappear at different stages in a modified form, they remain the same as those with which objective philosophy, dialectical logic, has to concern itself. Furthermore, the various stages of consciousness which, in the Phenomenology, are manifested as configurations of consciousness, have nothing fortuitous about either their nature or the order in which they make their appearance. When the positions they represent are generalized, they have the same contents as philosophy itself, only their sequence differs from the order in dialectical logic. But since the reality underlying both the Phenomenology and the logic is the same, the contents of each must necessarily match up in the last analysis, albeit in a complex, irregular, and unmechanical way. Thus the path to philosophy in Hegel runs through philosophy itself. In the concluding pages of the Phenomenology, Hegel describes this process himself. While in the Phenomenology of mind each moment is the distinction of knowledge and truth, and is the process in which that distinction is cancelled and transcended, science i.e. logic G.L. does not contain this distinction and supersession of distinction. Rather, since each notion has the form of the concept, it unites the objective form of truth and the knowing self in an immediate unity. Each individual moment does not appear as the process of passing back and forward from consciousness or figurative, imaginative, thought to self-consciousness, and conversely, on the contrary, the pure shape, liberated from the condition of being an appearance in mere consciousness. The pure concept with its further development depends on its pure characteristic nature. Conversely, again, there corresponds to every abstract moment of science a mode in which mind as a whole makes its appearance, i.e. the phenomenological mode G.L. As the mind that actually exists is not richer than it, i.e. science, so, too, mind in its actual content is not poorer. To know the pure concepts of science in the form in which they are modes or shapes of consciousness, this constitutes the aspect of their reality, according to which their essential element, the concept, appearing there in its simple mediating activity as thinking, breaks you and separates the moments of this OES and exhibits them to itself in accordance with their immanent opposition. 445. It is abundantly clear, then, that the method of the Phenomenology evolves out of Hegel's attack on Schelling's philosophy. Of course, its implications go far beyond the controversy that occasioned them and have a validity of their own. At the same time, the polemical parts of this, the final product of the Jena period, could easily bear the title, Difference between the Hegelian and the Schellingian system of philosophy. With the Phenomenology, the dramatic process of differentiation within classical German idealism comes to an end. The era of Hegelian philosophy had begun. Our discussions up to this point have attempted to clarify the profoundly original nature of Hegel's method in the Phenomenology of mind. If we have done this successfully, then all the philological quibbles of bourgeois scholars with their frantic and pedantic search for the forerunners of the phenomenology will require no further demolition. And if it were merely a matter of the philological games played by idle scholars, we could indeed leave the matter there. However, as matters stand, these philological labors are just a part of a larger campaign to make the idea of classical German idealism as a coherent unity plausible. And this in turn implies denying the uniqueness of the Hegelian dialectic, which after all is the predecessor of dialectical materialism, and attempting to reduce it either to the level of Kantian agnosticism or of the irrationalism of the Romantics. In the face of efforts such as these, the emphasis on the methodological originality of the phenomenology of mind is not without a certain historical significance. Later on, for those readers who may be interested in the details, we shall provide a note of the essential data concerning the so-called antecedents of Hegel. On the point of principle, however, all that need be said is that the idea of the phenomenology was in the air. The wide range of motifs drawn together in the phenomenology, and which we shall examine in due course, were not the arbitrary inventions of Hegel, but were very definite problems of the age. But it is one thing for a number of thinkers to be concerned with the same problems, and another to establish whether their various questions and answers can be said to have exercised a determining influence. And it is only the latter that we dispute. Ever since Kant, the idea of dialectical relations had been in the air, and yet, as we have seen, Hegel was the first to put the problem on a scientific basis. There is a similar situation in regard to the problems of the phenomenology itself. There are two general areas of interest here. On the one hand, the dialectics of the categories of the understanding and their mutual supersession in Kant necessarily raised the question of what path led to that dialectic, and from there to knowledge of the absolute. On the other hand, the constant growth of a sense of history and of historical 446. Knowledge led to the need for a view of history as a unified process leading up to the present, and above all for a map charting the unified and necessary development of human thought and of Eben. Winckelmann, Herder, and Schiller are the men whose work in the history of art and literature prefigured developments in the history of philosophy. All these are the general tendencies of the age which, it is scarcely necessary to say, had the most varied influence on the phenomenology of mind. But that is by no means to admit that these very fragmentary and episodic writings before Hegel had any influence on the particular method of the phenomenology, and it simply will not do to take up some highly conjectural connections and affinities so as to make all sorts of dubious inferences about how the history of this period of philosophy should be treated now. The most recent attempt of this kind is that of Hofmeister registered, who sets out to build a bridge between the ages of reason in Schelling's system of transcendental idealism and the phenomenology. His argument lacks all cogency. From the point of view of form, because Schelling constantly confuses the subjective, phenomenological, and the objective, logical, sides of the problem, whereas the phenomenology is concerned above all with the consistent methodological elaboration of the subjective side, and because Schelling does not even develop his idea to its logical conclusion, since his ages come to an end just where Hegel begins, at the philosophy of praxis. And his argument fails from the point of view of content, because all the problems arising from the relation between human praxis, labor, and the growth of consciousness are wholly absent. Of course, there are passages in Kant that point in the same direction. The Critique of Pure Reason ends with a fragmentary section entitled The History of Pure Reason trademark, but it contains only isolated suggestions for a scheme of the history of philosophy in which the historical element is emphasized least, since he is more interested in producing a typology of the various possible responses to the crucial problems of philosophy. From the other side, Kroner sets out to prove Fichte's claims to be regarded as a forerunner. Fichte does indeed speak at one point of a pragmatic history of the spirit. But a closer examination reveals that, even more than in Schelling, this is just an isolated idea from which Fichte nowhere draws any significant methodological conclusions. It is undeniable that ideas of this sort have their roots in the same tendencies and problems of the age that influenced the phenomenology, but this has nothing to do with influences in any specific sense. Worthy of more serious attention, on the other hand, are certain ideas in the works of Goethe and Schiller. In a letter to Schiller of January 24, 1798, Goethe describes how his work on the theory of colors has given him some important new ideas. 447. When the series of mental events which in fact go to make up the history of the sciences are spread out before us, we cease to laugh at the idea of writing a history a priori, for everything is in fact developed from the human mind as it moves backwards and forwards, from nature as it now advances and now holds back. In view of the profound affinity existing between Goethe and Hegel in other respects, such a meeting of minds is undoubtedly of interest. Even more important are certain of Schiller's ideas expressed in the philosophical letters. For this is the only case in which a forerunner of Hegel is in a certain sense acknowledged as such. In its last part, Schiller's work contains a number of philosophical poems, from one of which Hegel quotes freely in the final passage of the Phenomenology. Aus dem Kelch dieses Geistreichs ihm seine Unendlichkeit. But even the ideas scattered through the philosophical letters which do have affinities with Hegel are only really interesting from the point of view of Schiller's own development, of his earnest and often successful efforts to free himself from the limitations of Kant's subjective idealism. As the prehistory of the Phenomenology, they add very little to our understanding of Hegel. Chapter 2. Hegel's political opinions and his approach to history in the period of the Phenomenology of Mind. We have seen how the central problem of Hegel's later philosophy was already announced programmatically in the Phenomenology of Mind. The Phenomenology marks the close of the preparatory phase of the Hegelian system. With its publication, the fully developed personality of Hegel stands before us in its world historical significance. Nevertheless, it would be going too far simply to identify the Hegel of the Phenomenology with the progenitor of the later system. Between the two, great events in the external world intervene, events to which Hegel responds passionately and from the center of his being, and which consequently cannot pass away without leaving their traces in his work. It is not possible for us to examine these changes, since they affect the entire structure of his philosophy and involve the revision of important categories. In what follows we shall be able to touch on a few of the issues, but only in so far as they enable us to clarify certain aspects of the phenomenology. On the other hand, we must also insist that it would be false to open up a great chasm between the phenomenology and the later work. The fact that in the encyclopedia the chapter on phenomenology is much reduced in importance when set alongside the phenomenology of mind in the context of the genus system, does not justify such a conclusion. Especially since we know that, in his last years, Hegel was engaged on preparing a new edition of the phenomenology. Naturally, we would only be able to draw conclusions about his later attitude towards it if it had in fact been published. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Our knowledge of his development, however, does allow us to assert that he continued to adhere to the idea of dialectical unity as the identity of identity and non-identity. The particular nature of this development, the relations between its various stages and the great events of the contemporary world, are tasks that remain for Marxist scholars once the vast available material has been assimilated. For bourgeois students of Hegel, the phenomenology is an unpalatable, even uncanny work. Various ingenious hypotheses have been devised to obliterate its specific character. We do not intend to importune the reader with these various arbitrary theories, but will content ourselves with mentioning just one example as a warning: the latest theory of the AAO. 450. Noted Hegel scholar Th. Hering concerning the origins of the phenomenology. According to him, the phenomenology was nothing but an improvisation. This strongly suggests that it did not really occur to him to write a full-scale introduction until after the publisher's contract was signed 13, and even after the first part of the MS had been delivered. And since Hering really can show from Hegel's letters that there were delays in delivering the manuscript to the printers, he ventures the ingenious hypothesis that Hegel had quickly improvised the second half of the work, hastily assembling it from earlier manuscripts and old lecture notes. From this account of its origin, Hering draws the conclusion that the phenomenology represented a merely provisional stage. In essence, it is no more than a character study, Wesenshow, of the spirit in an almost Husserlian 7-1 sense. It is not too hard to discover why a fascist like Hering should have striven to depreciate the phenomenology in this way. Heym, the old, national liberal biographer of Hegel, let the cat out of the bag years ago, though of course without knowledge of the particular problems under discussion here. His discussion of the phenomenology ends in an indignant stream of abuse at Hegel for his unpatriotic attitude at the time of the Prussian catastrophe, at the great defeat at Jena in 1806. After Jena, Hegel had celebrated Napoleon's victory over the Prussians as the victory of civilization over feudal barbarism. Of course, Heym's conclusions are not at all limited to the phenomenology, in fact they are extended to apply to his entire philosophy. He discerns an aesthetic element in Hegel which causes FOS to turn away from life, to do violence to it, and this is compared very unfavorably with Fichte's upright patriotism. He cast dusty metaphysics aside and his manly voice uttered a clarion call arousing the torpid consciousness of the nation from its slumbers. Of course, the fact that this awakening meant the end of Fichte's career as a philosopher of European significance, the fact that as a philosopher he fell a tragic victim to the insoluble contradictions of contemporary Germany worried Heym not at all. After all, his biography of Hegel was written at that turning point of history when the German bourgeoisie had become fully determined to liquidate its old liberal traditions and utterly to subordinate the idea of freedom to that of unity, and in a word to capitulate entirely to what Engels called the Bonapartist monarchy of the Hohenzollerns under the leadership of Bismarck. 451. The outstanding German Marxist, Franz Mehring has provided the best description of the complex situation in Germany at the time of the Battle of Jena. He makes an illuminating comparison between the Battle of Jena and the storming of the Bastille in Paris and argues very convincingly that the collapse of the feudal monarchies in France and Germany had very different consequences in the two countries because of the different manner of their downfall. In particular, this was the moment when the trends of which we have been speaking came into existence. It was the time when the movement to liquidate the vestiges of feudalism in Germany parted company from the movement to achieve national unity and to free Germany from the domination of France. In this historical parting of the ways, the Romantics placed themselves on the side of national liberation under the leadership of Austria and Prussia, and since the latter became increasingly reactionary, especially after the fall of Napoleon, the Romantics lapsed for the most part into the worst sort of obscurantism. It was the insoluble contradictions arising from this situation that were the ruin of Fichte as a philosopher. The most outstanding Germans of the day, Goethe and Hegel, became supporters of Napoleon. They hoped he would bring destruction to the remnants of feudalism in Germany, and they thereby cut themselves off from the sympathies of the great mass of the people, especially in North Germany. The reverence felt by Goethe and Hegel for Napoleon is too well known and too well authenticated to be entirely denied even by German nationalist historians. But even here they try to confuse the issue by representing it as part of an abstract cult of genius in general. This was especially true of the literature on Goethe produced during the age of imperialism from Nietzsche to Gundolf. What concerns us is the concrete political meaning of Hegel's attitude towards Napoleon. For reasons that require no explanation when considering the general state of affairs in Germany, we find it expressed less in his published works than in his private letters. Indeed, he spoke really openly only to his proven friend, the philosopher Needhammer. In his letters to Needhammer his political views emerge quite unambiguously. We need only cite a few major statements, for these will suffice to make it perfectly clear to the reader that Hegel's admiration for Napoleon had none of the marks of an abstract worship of genius in general, and, as we know from his ideas about the role of great men in history, such a posture was quite alien to him. On the contrary, it was concerned entirely with Napoleon as the man destined to make the heritage of the French Revolution a practical reality in Germany. In a word, we may say that throughout the entire period up to the fall of Napoleon, and even beyond that, Hegel consistently supported the policy of the Confederation of the Rhine. Co-ae the letter to Needhammer in which he described his immediate feel. 452. Ings after learning of the Battle of Jena is well known. We quote it only because the other letters belong to the period after the completion of the Phenomenology, and our aim is to show that there was a consistent pattern in Hegel's views from his approval of Napoleon's coup d'état of the 18th Brumaire to the essay on natural law and on to the fall of Napoleon. Our point, then, is that the political mood and the appraisal of the present age contained in the Phenomenology was an organic component of this development. On October 13, 1806 he wrote, "The Emperor, this world's soul, I saw riding through the city to a review of his troops. It is indeed a wonderful feeling to see such an individual, who concentrated here in a single point, riding on a horse, reaches out over the world and dominates it." Of course, a more favorable prognosis for the Prussians was not really possible, but even so, to make such progress between Thursday and Monday was something that only this extraordinary man could have achieved, and it is not possible not to admire him. In subsequent letters the concrete political content is much more explicit. On August 29, 1807 he wrote to Needhammer, "The German teachers of constitutional law are still busy turning out a plethora of writings on the concept of sovereignty and the meaning of the federal constitution. Meanwhile the great teacher of constitutional law is sitting in Paris." He goes on to speak of disputes between the rulers and the estates in a number of federal states and then says, "When the estates in Wurtemberg were dissolved, Napoleon said to Grimm, the Wurtemberg minister, 'I made your master a sovereign, not a despot.' The German rulers have not yet understood the concept of a free monarchy, nor have they tried it in practice. Napoleon will have to organize all that. The changes he will make will come as a surprise in certain quarters." And on October 13, 1807, he writes in the same vein, "The final decision does not yet seem to have been reached in Paris. When it does come, there are a number of pointers which suggest that it will go beyond the external division of territory and affect internal organization too, to the advantage of the peoples." And he writes similarly on February 11, 1808, in connection with the introduction of the Code Napoleon into Germany. 453. The importance of the code, however, is nothing as compared with the hope it gives rise to that even the other parts of the French or Westphalian constitution might be introduced. It will hardly take place voluntarily, nor from the realization of its merits, for where can that be found? It will only come to pass if it is the will of heaven, i.e. of the French emperor, and if the contemporary characteristic modalities of centralization and organization disappear, which embody neither justice nor the will of the people but only the arbitrary caprice and the casuistry of an individual. It is thus perfectly clear that during this period Hegel was not only in agreement with the policy of the Confederation of the Rhine, but also that on every single question he expected a progressive solution from Napoleon and from the vigorous pressure he would bring to bear on the German rulers. The only point on which he diverges from Napoleon is on the issue of complete administrative centralization. And even here his letters indicate that he thought improvement would come from an internal evolution of the Napoleonic system itself. Thus this single caveat does not allow us to infer any larger hostility towards the Napoleonic regime. It is consistent with this that Hegel regarded the German War of Liberation against Napoleon with skepticism, and that he hoped for and expected a victory for the emperor right to the very end. The fall of Napoleon appeared to him to be a tragedy of universal dimensions, and his letters are full of the bitterest criticism of the mediocrity which had triumphed. It was a long time before Hegel could bring himself to accept the new order, and he continued to live in hope that the world spirit would take a great leap and drive the triumphant fleas and vermin to the devil. It is only gradually that his reconciliation with the existing state of affairs in Germany began to become reality, but it is not possible for us to describe the various phases of that development in the present study. It would be a mistake to interpret Hegel's anger and contempt for the mediocrity of the ruling strata of the Restoration in terms of the romantic antithesis between the lonely genius and a universal human mediocrity. This sort of criticism of the age may also be found in the works of the French realists, in Balzac, and especially in Stendhal. But even apart from that, the political significance of Hegel's contempt is made quite explicit in the letters. For example, in the letter we have just quoted he makes fun of the people who are looking forward to a revival of the good old days, and refers in particular to the mood in Nuremberg where he was living at the time and where people hoped that the Restoration would bring back the old independence, Reichs and Mittelbarkeit, of Nuremberg, in which it owed allegiance to none but the empire itself. We have described Hegel's reactions in such detail because they are 454. The young Hegel, closely bound up with a number of important problems in the phenomenology, above all, that of the historical view of the present, and following from that, of the nature of philosophy in the present so understood. In brief, Hegel's position was that after the great crisis of the French Revolution in the Napoleonic regime, a new epoch was about to dawn. His philosophy was to be its intellectual expression. The specific value that Hegel puts on his own philosophy is that it was the philosophical synthesis of the birth of this new historical epoch. Rosenkranz has published the words with which Hegel concluded his lectures on phenomenology in the autumn of 1806. This, gentlemen, is speculative philosophy as far as I have been able to construct it. Look upon it as the beginnings of the philosophy which you will carry forward. We find ourselves in an important epoch in world history, in a ferment, when spirit has taken a leap forward, where it has sloughed off its old form and is acquiring a new one. The whole mass of existing ideas and concepts, the very bonds of the world, have fallen apart and dissolved like a dream. A new product of the spirit is being prepared. The chief task of philosophy is to welcome it and grant it recognition, while others, impotently resisting, cling to the past, and the majority unconsciously constitute the masses in which it manifests itself. Recognizing it as the eternal, it falls to philosophy to pay it reverence. In the programmatic sections of the preface to the Phenomenology, this view is expressed even more strongly. He supplements it by explaining that of necessity the philosophy which expresses this new configuration of the spirit will have an abstract form in a first instance. For it has not yet developed in reality, in history, it has not yet divided up into a rich manifold of different elements. This connection between time and philosophy is the lasting foundation of Hegel's conception of the history of human thought. For that very reason it is vital to realize that when he wrote the Phenomenology he conceived it as the intellectual form of a newly born configuration of world history, whereas, as we shall see, his view of the relation of his philosophy to world history undergoes a radical change later on, even though he does not deviate from the same general principles. The great importance of this question for his philosophical development makes it necessary to quote his arguments in detail. For the rest, it is not difficult to see that our epoch is a time of birth, and a period of transition. The spirit of man has broken with the old order of things hitherto prevailing, and with the old ways of thinking, and is in the mind to let them all sink into the depths of the past and to set about its own transformation. It is indeed never at rest, but 455. Carried along the stream of progress ever onward. But it is here as in case of the birth of a child, after a long period of nutrition in silence, the continuity of the gradual growth in size, of quantitative change, once suddenly cut short by the first breath drawn, there is a break in the process, a qualitative change, and the child is born. In like manner the spirit of the time, growing slowly and quietly ripe for the new form it is to assume, disintegrates one fragment after another of the structure of its previous world. That it is tottering to its fall is indicated only by symptoms here and there. Frivolity and again ennui, which are spreading in the established order of things, the undefined foreboding of something unknown, all these betoken that there is something else approaching. This gradual crumbling into pieces, which did not alter the general look and aspect of the whole, is interrupted by the sunrise, which, in a flash and at a single stroke, brings to view the form and structure of the new world. But this new world is perfectly realized just as little as the newborn child, and it is essential to bear this in mind. It comes onto the stage to begin with in its immediacy, in its bare generality. A building is not finished when its foundation is laid, and just as little is the attainment of a general notion of a whole the whole itself. When we want to see an oak with all its vigor of trunk, its spreading branches, and mass of foliage, we are not satisfied to be shown an acorn instead. In the same way science, the crowning glory of the spiritual world, is not found complete in its initial stages. The beginning of the new spirit is the outcome of a widespread revolution in manifold forms of spiritual culture, it is the reward which comes after a checkered and devious course of development, and after much struggle and effort. It is a whole which, after running its course and laying bare all its content, returns again to itself. It is the resultant abstract concept of the whole. But the actual realization of this abstract whole is only found when those previous shapes and forms, which are now reduced to idea moments of the whole, are developed anew again, but developed and shaped within this new medium, and with the meaning they have thereby acquired. While the new world makes its first appearance merely in general outline, merely as a whole lying concealed and hidden within a bare abstraction, the wealth of the bygone life, on the other hand, is still consciously present in recollection. Consciousness misses in the new form the detailed expanse of content, but still more the developed expression of form by which distinctions are definitely determined and arranged in their precise relations. Without this last feature science has no general intelligibility, and has the appearance of being an esoteric possession of a few individuals. Only what is perfectly determinate in form is at the same time exoteric, comprehensible, and 456. Capable of being learned and possessed by everybody. We repeat, it was not possible to give an account, even in outline, of Hegel's later development. However, it is sufficient for our purposes if we quote the very explicit statements contained in the preface of 1820 to the Philosophy of Right about the relation of philosophy of the age, by way of contrast with the preface to the Phenomenology. Whereas Hegel had thought of the Phenomenology as a guide to a completely new world, he later gives an entirely opposed picture of the relation between his philosophy and the present, even though he is operating from the same general methodological base. One word more about giving instruction as to what the world ought to be. Philosophy in any case always comes on the scene too late to give it. As the thought of the world, it appears only when actuality is already there, cut and dried after its process of formation has been completed. The teaching of the concept, which is also history's inescapable lesson, is that it is only when actuality is mature that the ideal first appears over against the real, and that the ideal apprehends the same real world in its substance and builds it up for itself into the shape of an intellectual realm. When philosophy paints its gray in gray, then has a shape of life grown old. By philosophy's gray in gray it cannot be rejuvenated but only understood. The owl of Minerva spreads its wings only with the falling of dusk. The extraordinary vividness with which Hegel expresses his ideas in each passage points up the contrast in his views even more sharply. In the first case he speaks of the dawn, in the second, of the dusk, the birth of a new epoch in the first case, the end of an era of human history in the second. Since there are no moods in Hegel's philosophy, it will be evident that we are confronted by two totally different views of modern history. Hegel's new periodization of the modern world can be easily defined and documented. His general historical perspective did not change after Jena. His conception of Greece and Rome remained much as it had been then, except for his much more extensive knowledge of the Orient, a development which did not introduce any methodological change. In fact, this is something that had already begun in Frankfurt, and we shall see him devoting a significant chapter of the Phenomenology to the Oriental religions. Another permanent feature is the short shrift given to medieval history. Only in the aesthetics and the philosophy of religion is it given a greater importance, and in the former case, there is a marked tendency to regard the really world historical values of art as the products of the Renaissance rather than the Middle Ages proper. Hence the heavy emphasis on the Romantic age of art does not imply any concession to the Romantics' glorification of the Middle Ages. 457. The really incisive change in his later philosophy of history affects his view of the modern world. In Jena, the French Revolution and its supersession, in all three senses, by Napoleon was the decisive turning point. It had provided the historical foundation for the picture he gives of the philosophical situation of the present and the indispensable tasks of a modern scientific system. However, in his later lectures on the philosophy of history we find that the place formerly assigned to the French Revolution and Napoleon has now been given to the Reformation. Let us briefly review his most important statements about this new periodization. He describes the Renaissance of the arts and sciences, the discovery of America and of the route to the Indies as a dawn, which follows after lengthy storms and for the first time again proclaims a fine day. The utterly revolutionary event of the age, however, is the Reformation. This reconciliation of church and state took place without mediation. We have, as yet, no reconstruction of the state, of the legal system, etc., for the essential principles of law had yet to be discovered. The laws of freedom had first to be developed into a system of what is right in and for itself. Spirit does not appear in such perfection at once. After the Reformation it confined itself at first to immediate changes, such as the secularization of the monasteries, bishoprics, etc. The reconciliation between God and the world took place in abstract form at first and had not yet expanded into the system of an ethical world. In our view, the similarity between Hegel's approach here and in the phenomenology is very striking. Both insist on the abstract undeveloped nature of a new idea, and its one-sided concentration on one essential point where a breakthrough is possible. But for such a consistent and historically concrete thinker as Hegel there must be qualitative distinction between a situation in which an idea has only reached the level of bare abstraction in Hegel's own day, and one in which his philosophy comes into being 300 years after the world historical turning point whose effects have since penetrated every aspect of man's life and thought. The conception of philosophy as the owl of Minerva is just the necessary consequence of his later view of the modern world as having begun with the Reformation and which in his own words has as its sole task to shape the whole world in accordance with the principle embodied in it. Of course, even in the later philosophy of history the French Revolution is evaluated very positively. Even though Hegel's account of it is very well known and much quoted, we must refer to it yet again if only because an analysis of it and Hegel's further elucidations make it quite clear that the esteem in which he holds the revolution does not modify.